A gripping military adventure with unexpected twists. Qin Luo, having traversed into the realm of a super-rich heir, indulges in luxurious delights daily, from swishing bird's nest in his mouth to savoring delectable lobsters. His wealthy father has but one expectation: to spend extravagantly each month. Yet, the monotony of such a life begins to wear on him. By chance, Qin Luo encounters a goddess, leading him to secretly renounce his vast inheritance and boldly enlist in the military, embarking on a journey of defending his country. However, military life proves to be tedious and dull. On his very first day, he nearly loses his sanity. He resolves, just 2 years, only 2 years, but soon, unforeseen events unfold. He excels as the top recruit in physical training, dominates the reconnaissance unit, triumphs in the army competition, and emerges as the unparalleled sharpshooter. 2 years later, his father stands before a fleet of Rolls-Royces, tears streaming down his face. "My son, the island, the plane, the yacht are all ready. Vast fortune awaits your indulgence. How have you become a general?" With the goddess by his side and stars gleaming on his shoulders, Qin Luo can only sigh. "Alas, I merely wished to pursue romance, and yet here I am." Chapter 1: The Affluent Heir and the Cold, Elegant Military Flower. This round of expenses is entirely on young Master Qin. The already boisterous bar erupts into a frenzy. Let them express their gratitude. Qin Luo, lounging in the VIP booth, reclines with a carefree demeanor. "Yes, Brother Luo," the manager, eager to please, rushes to the entrance, shouting, "Everyone, thank young Master Qin." "Where are the cheers?" "Thank you, young Master Qin." The crowd roars in unison. Satisfaction gleams on Qin Luo's face as he rises. "Young Master Qin." The manager beams, approaching him. "Thank you for boosting our business. Not only are you handsome, by the way." Qin Luo interjects nonchalantly, "This round is still on me. Continue the music and dancing." "Absolutely," the manager exclaims with enthusiasm. "This round is on young Master Qin. Everyone, show your appreciation. Safe travels, young master. I love you." The crowd erupts with fervor. As the bar door closes, Qin Luo strides towards a dazzling blue Bugatti. The engine roars to life, drawing envious glances from all around. Donning sunglasses, he feels an overwhelming sense of coolness, believing himself to be the most dashing figure on the street. In truth, he is not of this world. Half a year prior, he met an untimely demise and found himself here, blessed with a billionaire father. What excites him most is his father's unwavering affection, demanding nothing but for him to enjoy life to the fullest. This newfound wealth offers a stark contrast to his previous life as a diligent worker, perpetually burdened by mortgage repayments. Money truly allows one to live freely. Qin Luo chuckles, pressing the accelerator. What a thrill! Just as he prepares to speed away, a shadow abruptly collides with his vehicle. Bang! The figure crashes into the front of the car, soaring over 2 meters. "What the?" Qin Luo exclaims, startled. "I've seen cars hit people, but never a person colliding with a car." Before he can ponder further, the shadow begins to struggle back to its feet, staggering toward him. In the light, a face partially obscured by flowing hair emanates a beauty that stirs compassion. Qin Luo is captivated, though not conventionally stunning. The woman possesses an uncommon purity rarely found in society today. He swallows hard, recognizing her elegance surpasses that of the women he typically encounters. Bang! At that moment, the woman suddenly opens the door and jumps into the car. Qin Luo, taken aback, exclaims, "Hey, why are you getting in?" "You." His words are abruptly cut off as a cold blade presses against his neck. "Calm down." Qin Luo raises his hands in surrender, his throat tightening. "Do you want money, the car, or—" "Please, don't resort to violence." "Shut up." The woman glares fiercely at him. "Drive, now." As he prepares to respond, a group of men in black suddenly bursts from a nearby alley, brandishing swords and rushing towards the car. "Damn it." Qin Luo slams the accelerator. Vroom. The 12-cylinder engine unleashes extraordinary power, propelling them forward like a rocket. Watching the black-clad figures fall behind in the rear-view mirror, Qin Luo smiles triumphantly. "My Bugatti, not even Takumi Fujiwara could catch up." "Beautiful lady, the bad guys are gone. Perhaps you could lower the knife now?" He turns with a grin. "Rest assured, with me around, no one can hurt you." "Wait, wait, wait." Qin Luo is startled, nearly swerving off the road. The woman suddenly plunges the knife deep into her own thigh. Blood gushes forth, staining her stockings crimson. Good heavens! Qin Luo shouts in horror. I wasn't going to blame you, there was no need for such a drastic act. She yanks the blade from her leg, pressing her hand tightly to the wound.
Help me.
She gasps, looking weakly at Qin Luo. Take me too. Before she can finish, she collapses unconscious. Qin Luo panics. Hey, are you okay? Seeing her unresponsive, he slaps her face several times, turning it a vibrant red, yet she remains still. Exasperated, Qin Luo thinks, so this beautiful woman stabs herself and expects me to save her? She's stunning but clearly unhinged. Gazing at her serene face in slumber, he shakes his head in resignation. For the sake of your beauty, I'll assist this crazy lady. He sharply turns the steering wheel, directing the car towards the nearest hospital. Ding! Host detected to be in a critical situation, system activation initiated. Qin Luo is momentarily stunned, but then filled with elation. After 6 months of waiting, the system has finally appeared.
Ding!
Please rescue the military intelligence officer in peril. The task must be completed for system integration. Qin Luo's eyes widen. Must I complete the task first? Am taking her to the hospital, will that fulfill the task? He inquires.
Ding!
The target is suffering from a potent poison. She has only 20 minutes to live. There's no time for the hospital. You must detoxify her immediately. Friendly reminder, if the host fails the task, the system will dissipate. Damn it, Qin Luo's expression shifts to one of determination. You're compelling me to act heroically. Looking at the woman who is barely breathing, he sighs deeply. It would be such a waste for such a beautiful girl to perish. Rubbing his hands together, he declares, I apologize. Miss, I truly wish to take you to the hospital, but now, both the system and my conscience won't allow it. Forgive me. Qin Luo chuckles, spinning the steering wheel, and the car veers off into a secluded area. An hour later, in a small grove, Qin Luo leans against a tree, looking as if ravaged by a storm, gasping for breath. Beside him, the woman remains silent, hastily adjusting her clothing. Qin Luo observes her and sighs. Weren't you poisoned? How are you so vigorous now? Be quiet. A cold glint flashes, and he feels a chill at his neck. He was suddenly startled, a knife pressed sharply against his throat. Hey, are you really going to kill your benefactor? The woman, her face filled with murderous intent, replied, I told you to take me, just get me to the hospital, and you would be fine. But who asked you to? Feeling a surge of pain, the ferocity in her eyes intensified. Hey, Qin Luo felt the blade inch closer to his neck and hastily exclaimed, Do you not realize you've been poisoned? If we don't reach the hospital, you're doomed. I am trying to save you. Don't be so ungrateful. The woman's eyes twitched furiously, glaring at Qin Luo, yet the knife did not move an inch further. She was acutely aware of the poison coursing through her veins and knew that Qin Luo spoke the truth. But this was her first time, and she couldn't believe she was in such a predicament with this unfamiliar man. Seeing her pale complexion, Qin Luo whispered, Beautiful lady, power is reciprocal. Besides, I am the victim here. Just a moment ago. Enough. The woman's eyes blazed with fury as she thrust the knife toward Qin Luo's head.
Ah!
Qin Luo, terrified by the glint of the blade, shouted, It was you who initiated this. I was merely violated.
Bang!
Qin Luo, in shock, glanced sideways to see the knife embedded deep into a tree, the hilt quivering violently in the air. He gulped hard. What tremendous strength. Stronger than before. Shut up. The woman yanked the knife free, pressing the blade against Qin Luo's face. He promptly sealed his lips tight. The woman's eyes twitched again. The man before her was somewhat decent-looking, yet there was an undeniable air of arrogance about him. Listen, she rolled the knife slowly across his face, causing Qin Luo to sit up straight in fright. If even a whisper of tonight's events escapes your lips, she sneered coldly, no matter where you are, I will ensure you are castrated.
Bang!
The knife landed precisely between his legs, sending a wave of cold sweat down his brow. Just a hair's breadth away, he could have become a eunuch. Do you understand? The woman growled. Without a second thought, Qin Luo blinked frantically. What kind of ridiculous face are you making? She glared at him. Speak. Qin Luo, looking utterly frustrated, replied, You just told me to keep quiet, and now you want me to talk. Should I be silent or speak? The woman rolled her eyes. You can talk now. Qin Luo frowned. I'm a grown man and I have absolutely no strength to resist. Even if you want me to speak, I can't bear to tell anyone what happened. All right, you can be silent now. The woman's face flushed crimson. She had indeed acted rather violently, but it was unavoidable. The poison had rendered her powerless, and so, remember, forget everything. She shot him a fierce glance and turned to leave.
Hey.
What else do you want? The woman's icy gaze met Qin Luo's. He wore a sage-like smile. May I inquire your name? How can I find you? Or at least, a contact number would suffice? The woman narrowed her eyes. Was my previous message not clear enough? I won't tell anyone, I promise. Qin Luo smiled brightly, but I never said I wouldn't seek you out. Honestly, you're quite beautiful, and I feel a strong affinity towards you. Although our encounter has escalated quickly, we could start with a movie or a shopping trip. Are you out of your mind? The woman stared at Qin Luo as if he were a fool. Let me be perfectly clear. Nothing happened tonight, and we have never met. Moreover, I have no interest in you whatsoever. Qin Luo sprang to his feet. That is absolutely unacceptable. Qin Luo, am an upright and responsible man. Even if you don't wish to take responsibility, you have taken from me my most precious possession, and I must see this through to the end. The woman's eyes nearly bulged out of her head. She had never encountered someone so obstinately shameless. Insane. She rolled her eyes. Just remember what I just said. As for what you want to do, that's entirely up to you. Qin Luo suddenly burst into laughter. So you agree to my taking responsibility and that we are now in a relationship? Do as you wish, but you must find me first. The woman cast him a disdainful glance. She then pulled a wad of cash from her pocket, tossing it at Qin Luo, and strode away. Thank you for saving my life earlier. Consider this your reward. Qin Luo stared at the scattered bills on the ground for 2 seconds before erupting with rage. You shamelessly took advantage of me and now insult me. And all you give is petty change. He glared at the woman's disappearing figure, shouting in anger. You think you can just walk away after taking everything? Just wait. You can't escape. I will definitely find you. Chapter 2. Do you think you're a soldier? Who will squander the billion-dollar fortune? Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully completing the task. The system is officially activated and is binding with the host. Qin Luo suddenly froze, his fury dissipating in an instant. With the addition of the system, he was now like a tiger with wings. Money-making abilities combined with superpowers equated to a fusion of Batman and Superman. First time binding a newbie gift pack is being opened. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving gene enhancement. C-grade ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring One Punch Man. C-grade ding! First time sign-in successful reward of 50 super energy points. In the next moment, Qin Luo felt a tremor throughout his body. A surge of energy flowed into his abdomen, exploding outward to his limbs and bones at breakneck speed. He trembled as if struck by lightning. Another thrilling shiver. How exhilarating! Simultaneously, detailed descriptions of the 2 superpowers flooded his mind. Gene enhancement would multiply his physical capabilities, comprehensively enhancing his bodily functions. At the current level of C, it elevated Qin Luo to the fitness level of an amateur athlete. This ability is fantastic. Qin Luo beamed with joy. The body he had traversed into was incredibly weak. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so passive a moment ago, with no chance of resistance. Now, endowed with this ability, Qin Luo felt invigorated. If he were to find himself in a similar situation again, he would be like a high-speed motor, spinning without pause. There was no way he would relinquish control to her. One Punch Man? A bald man in a cape sprang to mind. However, the system's description diverged significantly from his expectations. One Punch Man, quite literally, meant that a single punch possessed immense power. Very few could withstand its might. However, there were conditions for its use. Currently, it had a 5-minute cooldown with a force 3 to 4 times that of an ordinary person. Having absorbed all this information, Qin Luo could hardly contain his excitement. In the 6 months since he had crossed over, he had never felt as energized as he did now, brimming with boundless strength. He shook out his shoulders and approached a large tree. Let's see just how powerful this punch really is.
Bang!
He struck the tree trunk squarely in the center. The entire tree trembled violently, and Qin Luo instinctively took 2 steps back. Leaves cascaded down like a snowstorm. Qin Luo stared in astonishment, his eyes wide. The spot he had struck in the trunk had caved in significantly, as if it were made of tofu.
Wow.
He could hardly believe that was his doing. Did I really just do that? He swallowed hard. That single punch must have equated to 20 years of training. Who could withstand such force? Suddenly, he struck the tree twice more in rapid succession. However, the tree remained unscathed, while Qin Luo felt as though his teeth were about to shatter from the pain. Alas, it seems I can only throw a single punch. The pain is indeed excruciating, yet it has clarified the limitations of my one-punch man abilities. It appears that I must strike at the opportune moment. Otherwise, should I fail to land a blow, the consequences could be dire. System, since I am at C rank, can I ascend to a higher level?
Ding.
The host merely needs to complete tasks to earn super points or super abilities. Super points can be utilized to enhance ability levels, up to a maximum of SSS rank. Then let us expedite the issuance of tasks. Qin Luo exclaimed, rubbing his hands in excitement. I have grown weary of being the pampered young master with no power. I can hardly wait to grow stronger. In his past life, Qin Luo had read many novels where every transmigrated was extraordinarily powerful. Now, the time had finally come for him. A faint smile graced Qin Luo's lips. I am Qin Luo, and I am ready to showcase my prowess.
Ding.
New task issued. The host is to enter the military. Upon completion of the task, a random super ability or super points will be awarded. What is this nonsense? Qin Luo was bewildered. Enter the military? It felt as though he had plummeted from paradise into an icy abyss. With superpowers, combined with his financial prowess, he should have been able to stride through the world with confidence. Yet now he was being sent to the military? The full name of this system is the National Defense and Military Super Ability System. Qin Luo's mind was in a whirl. What did you just say? In summary, this system aims to cultivate unprecedented super warriors and strategic masterminds, ultimately safeguarding the nation. Task duration: 10 days. Qin Luo felt a twitch at the corner of his eye, finally understanding why the system had remained dormant for half a year before suddenly activating. It was because that woman was a military intelligence officer, inadvertently triggering the activation point. Damn it, must I go? Qin Luo sighed in resignation. He could temporarily forego his current life after all. He could reclaim it whenever he wished. However, if the system were to disappear, it would be gone for good. Fine. I shall enlist. Qin Luo clenched his fists. Since entering the military was the only way to preserve the system, he would take this opportunity to charm her, compelling her to willingly submit. Fury burned in Qin Luo's eyes. After using me, do you think you can simply walk away? Not a chance, system. Can you find out which unit that woman belongs to? Qin Luo inquired. If he was to become a soldier, it was vital that he join the same unit as her. If he ended up in a completely different place, it would be a disaster. How could he find her then?
Ding.
Host, relevant information has been retrieved. Shin Shinran, female, captain of the Northwest Theater's Serious Special Forces. A smile crept across Qin Luo's face.
So it is Shin Shinran, is it?
You previously stated that as long as I found you, I could do as I please. Do not go back on your word. 5 days later, in the early evening, a Rolls-Royce Phantom sped along the road, swiftly turning onto a smaller path. Qin Luo peered ahead anxiously. Are we there yet? We shall arrive shortly. The butler, Wang Rifa, replied with a grim expression. Young master, I still believe that abandoning your trillion-dollar inheritance to join the military deserves a discussion with your father. Wang Rifa's face was filled with concern. If you, a super-rich heir, choose to become an ordinary soldier, others may think your father is mistreating you, or that you are unwell. Perhaps you should wait. I can use my connections to arrange for you to enter a military academy, at least as an officer. Silence. Qin Luo interrupted. This is about defending our home and country. My father should be proud, and others should feel ashamed in comparison. Enough of your objections. The arrangements with the military are already made. The Qin family must not lose credibility. Very well. Wang Rifa rolled his eyes, though anxiety gnawed at him. But it was too late for regrets, as the car soon arrived at the military gate. 1, 2, 3, 4. As soon as Qin Luo stepped out of the car, he was met with the thunderous shouts emanating from the barracks. From a distance, he observed the soldiers marching in formation, and a wave of doubt washed over him. He almost turned back to the car. The outside world was filled with indulgence, where he could spend freely, without consequence. But here, he was to serve like a common laborer. General Wang. At that moment, several officers emerged from the barracks. The leading middle-aged man, adorned with the insignia of a colonel, was none other than Colonel Qi. General Qi, it is a pleasure to see you again. Wang Rifa greeted with a warm smile, extending his hand. Please call me Little Wang, I am merely the steward for our esteemed master. Qin Luo observed Wang Rifa's polished demeanor and felt a smile tug at his lips. This time, he was enlisting without alarming his father. Instead, he had enlisted the help of steward Wang Rifa, a wise decision indeed. Had his father known of his intentions, given his indulgent nature, he would likely have threatened self-harm to dissuade him. Wang Rifa continued, General Qi, the contributions we have made are but a drop in the ocean. Our master often says, what is taken from the people must be returned to the people. You soldiers risk life and limb to safeguard our nation. Without your sacrifices, how could the country remain stable? If the nation is not secure, how can we conduct business? Colonel Qi nodded vigorously. Your chairman Qin is no mere philanthropist. The leaders in our theater often commend him, stating he embodies the spirit of the people's entrepreneur. Ahem. Noticing Qin Luo's cough, Wang Rifa awkwardly glanced at Colonel Qi. General Qi, this is my young master, Qin Luo. Young master, sir. Qin Luo approached Colonel Qi, raising his right hand in a salute. Several officers were momentarily taken aback, surprised by the standard of his salute. It seemed he had practiced beforehand, coming prepared. Colonel Qi smiled slightly before turning to an officer. Gao Kun, present. A major stepped forward. Yes. Gao Kun saluted sharply. Rest assured, General, I will complete the task. Gao Kun cast a cold glance at Qin Luo. Follow me, yes. As Qin Luo turned, two aides hurried over with large bags in tow. Gao Kun frowned slightly at the sight of the oversized luggage, but as Colonel Qi said nothing, he had no choice but to endure. General Qi. Wang Rifa spoke quietly to Colonel Qi. I am entrusting this young man to you. Please proceed as we discussed. Colonel Qi smiled back at him. Rest assured, General Wang, I have made the necessary arrangements. However, I must convey a crucial point, Wang Rifa looked at him in surprise. Colonel Qi's expression turned serious. The recruitment process has concluded, and new soldier training has already commenced for 2 months. Typically, he would not be allowed to join the military at this stage. However, due to Chairman Qin's unique status and significant contributions to military development, thus, the higher-ups have instructed that he be granted special permission to join the new recruits. Colonel Qi's tone shifted. But the military is not the same as civilian life. We adhere to our own discipline. Every soldier is tasked with defending our nation. Wang Rifa nearly burst into laughter. This was an unexpected delight, surpassing his expectations. Thank you, General Qi. Wang Rifa grasped Colonel Qi's hand firmly. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed from above. Everyone looked up, spotting a helicopter swiftly approaching from the distance. Oh no, my father! Qin Luo gasped. If he were caught by his father at this moment, his chances of entering the military would vanish. Commander, Commander! Qin Luo exclaimed, grabbing his bag in urgency. We must leave. Gao Kun glanced at the visibly anxious Qin Luo and nodded slightly. All right, follow me. The two of them walked into the barracks, one after the other. Qin Luo turned to glimpse the helicopter, playfully sticking out his tongue. Farewell, father. As he turned back, the entire barracks seemed to engulf him. Shinran, Qin Luo exclaimed with a mischievous grin. When you see me, try not to be too shocked. Your man is simply that capable. Chapter 3. A new recruit? I detest nepotism. My son. Qin Jiaqing collapsed onto the ground, lamenting in the barracks. Why have you made such a rash decision? Your father may lack capabilities, but I can provide you with financial support. If you desire anything, just tell me. Why would you throw it all away to join the military? Master, Wang Rifa, observing the peculiar gazes of the soldiers, awkwardly pulled Qin Jiaqing up. The young master desires nothing but to serve. Your words will only bring him embarrassment. Damn you, Wang Rifa! Qin Jiaqing was furious at the sound of his voice. Master. Wang Rifa was taken aback. Qin Jiaqing seized his collar. You, Wang Rifa, I instructed you to take good care of Xiao Luo while I am busy. Instead, you sent him off to endure hardships in the army. Are you hoping to inherit my fortune in his place? Wang Rifa looked exasperated. Master, I swear on my conscience, it was the young master who insisted. He forced me to pull strings to get him into the military. If I had refused, he threatened to take his own life. Moreover, You instructed me to comply with whatever the young master desired. Wang Rifa sighed. This is a military restricted zone. The troops would not allow you to fly over, or they would shoot you down. Qin Jiaqing was seething with rage. Then why did he choose to enlist? Is it that my financial support is insufficient? Or have you failed in your duty to care for him? Wang Rifa clutched his chest. Master, I have treated the young master as if he were a deity. He joined the military to pursue women.
What?
Qin Jiaqing was taken aback. Pursue? Military flowers? Wang Rifa sighed. Master, you know the young master's temperament. He has never shown interest in women. Suddenly, he has someone he fancies. I could not dissuade him, and when I tried to call you, I could not get through, so I had no choice but to facilitate his request. Qin Jiaqing gazed at the military camp. Pursuing military flowers, quite the taste, just like my younger days. But Wang Rifa, seeing his troubled expression, sighed. Master, I understand your reluctance regarding the young master joining the military due to matters concerning madam, so I made some arrangements in advance. Qin Jiaqing's eyes brightened. What arrangements did you make? Wang Rifa chuckled. The young master is pampered and has never faced hardship. He is unfit for military service. Therefore, I specifically instructed Commander Qi to discipline him strictly, without regard for your status, ensuring he is treated more harshly than others. Wang Rifa nodded vigorously, and there's good news. Commander Qi mentioned that since he entered through connections, he will only have 1 month. If he fails to meet the requirements, then the two exchanged glances and suddenly burst into laughter. Wang Rifa, you clever rascal. Qin Jiaqing slapped him on the back. You've truly proven your worth after all these years. Wang Rifa chuckled. Master, I have already selected an island for the young master. Once he has endured enough hardship and decides to retreat, he can go there to relax and not feel so disheartened. I am the new recruit training corps headquarters in the commander's office. Gao Kun sat across from Qin Luo, pretending to review documents while secretly observing him. He was quite displeased with Qi Xingli's arrangement. Not only had he assigned a nepotistic recruit, but he was also putting the best company commander and squad leader in charge of this young man, which irked Gao Kun further. However, there was no alternative. Qi Xingli insisted that the young man's father was a patriotic entrepreneur who had made significant contributions to the military, and thus, they had to oblige. What are those large packages you have? Gao Kun gestured dismissively at Qin Luo's bags. Are you moving in? Qin Luo, intrigued by his surroundings, chuckled. Commander, I just arrived, so I brought some local specialties. Local specialties? Gao Kun raised an eyebrow in surprise. Yes, yes. Qin Luo nodded enthusiastically, then opened a bag to reveal 2 cartons of cigarettes and 2 bottles of liquor, which he reverently placed on Gao Kun's desk. Commander, please try. Gao Kun stared at the cigarettes and liquor, his eye twitching. This is your idea of local specialties? Indeed. Qin Luo replied cheerfully. My family's warehouses are filled with these. What else could they be? Bang! Gao Kun slammed his hand on the desk, erupting with anger. You. Put that away.
Wait.
Qin Luo quickly pulled out 2 more bottles of liquor. Commander, I have plenty more. You can have as much as you want. Qin Luo. Gao Kun's voice rose in frustration. Put everything away. Immediately, now. This shouldn't be happening. Before arriving, he had asked Wang Rifa to find some veterans. After a few days of quick study, he had gained a fair understanding of military rules and discipline. A soldier must possess not only strong military skills, but also a knack for social interactions, ideally being well-liked. Especially when dealing with superiors, one must show respect and obedience. Only then could one expect to enjoy a comfortable life, which led Qin Luo to conclude that gifting was the way to go. Yet this strategy seemed ineffective. Gao Kun pointed at him furiously. Stand aside. Yes. Qin Luo, puzzled, stepped aside, his mind racing with thoughts of where he had gone wrong. Gao Kun glared at him. You truly are the child of a businessman, treating the military as if it were a marketplace, attempting to test the officers with such items. You nearly led me to make a mistake. 30-year-old Matai, TSK, beep. System notification. Host has successfully entered the military and completed the task, unlocking a new superpower. Qin Luo's face lit up with excitement. Unlock it quickly. What superpower is it? Having already acquired 2 superpowers, he wondered whether the new ability would allow him to soar, transforming him into a superhero.
Beep.
Unlock successful. Congratulations, host. You have acquired super imitation. Level C.
Beep.
Congratulations, host. You have gained 25 superpower points. Super imitation? Qin Luo was momentarily stunned, images of talent shows flashing through his mind. What use could this possibly have? Super imitation allows the host to effortlessly mimic anyone's actions, demeanor, expressions, and even voice and speech patterns. The higher the level, the more proficient and accurate the imitation. When the level is low, practice can enhance the similarity of the imitation. Qin Luo felt somewhat disillusioned. He had expected more. Compared to the previous two superpowers, this one seemed rather trivial. Couldn't he have received something more formidable? Mimicking others? Was that really all there was to it? Oh well, it's better than nothing. Having more skills never hurts. Then, a properties panel materialized before him. Name, Qin Luo. Stamina, 20. Average person, 12 superpower points, 75 acquired abilities. Gene enhancement level C, One Punch Man level C, super imitation level C. Qin Luo gazed at the properties panel, though he was somewhat dissatisfied with the newly acquired superpower. However, it was reassuring that his superpower points were nearing 100. At that point, he could upgrade one of his existing abilities from level C to level B. He wondered just how much stronger he could become. The thought was indeed quite exciting. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, someone knocked on the door. Curious, Qin Luo turned to look. Report. Come in. A resolute-looking lieutenant entered, saluting Gao Kun, reporting to the commander. Wu Ziyuan has arrived to check in. Gao Kun smiled warmly at him. You're just in time. Come, let me introduce you to a new comrade, Qin Luo. Qin Luo, allow me to introduce you to the esteemed company commander Wu Ziyuan of the 9th Company, renowned as the finest commander in our entire regiment. From this day forth, he shall be your commanding officer. Qin Luo smiled and saluted him, saying, Good day, Commander. I am Qin Luo, and I look forward to your guidance. Wu Ziyuan nearly dropped his jaw in astonishment, turning to Gao Kun with a bewildered expression. Commander, what? What is the meaning of this? What do you mean by, what is the meaning of this? Gao Kun squinted his eyes. Was I not clear enough? This is a newly arrived comrade, assigned to your company. He fixed his gaze intently on Qin Luo, then mechanically turned back to Gao Kun, exclaiming, Commander, are you jesting with me? It has already been 2 months since the new recruits began training, and now you send me another one. Are you playing games with me?
Chapter 4. Dare to challenge my weakness? No, absolutely not. Wu Ziyuan exclaimed. Whoever you wish to take, feel free to place them wherever you like. I certainly do not want them. Bang. You've crossed the line. Gao Kun slammed his palm on the table, startling Qin Luo. Do you think this is a marketplace where you can bargain with me? Qin Luo smiled faintly, sensing the commanding presence and authority of the regiment commander. Yet, in the next moment, he was taken aback when Wu Ziyuan also slammed his hand on the table, shocking Qin Luo once more. Goodness. Is this company commander so audacious as to confront the regiment commander? Commander, I shall unconditionally execute correct orders. However, I reserve the right to question erroneous commands. He pointed at Qin Luo, his tone less than amiable. Is he a once-in-a-millennium genius or an extraordinary talent? The new recruits have already been training for 2 months. My esteemed regiment commander, if you send someone over now, aren't you just setting me up for failure? Are we still aiming for first place among the new recruits? Qin Luo gazed at him in astonishment, then turned to the regiment commander, sensing an impending clash. At that moment, Gao Kun's expression was exceedingly grim. Xiao Qin, please step outside for a moment. Yes. Qin Luo quickly exited and closed the door behind him. However, human nature compelled him to lean in and press his ear against the door. Such an explosive scene was certainly something one would not witness outside. The company commander daring to confront the regiment commander was remarkable. Bang. As soon as the door closed, Gao Kun slammed his palm on the table. Wu Ziyuan, your audacity is becoming increasingly intolerable. Where's your respect? I was once a soldier under your father. Now I am your regiment commander. Have you forgotten military discipline? How dare you speak to a superior in such a manner? Taking a deep breath, Wu Ziyuan endeavored to calm himself. Uncle Gao, address me as regiment commander. Gao Kun glared at him. Outside, Qin Luo's eyes widened in realization. So, the company commander has quite the background. No wonder he dared to shout at the regiment commander. Wu Ziyuan, feeling helpless, declared, Regiment commander, let us stick to the facts. Our company is currently the top of the new recruits training regiment, and we lead by a significant margin. Is it that the old man has instructed you to suppress me deliberately, hence you are throwing obstacles in my path? You're talking nonsense. Gao Kun growled. Is your father that kind of person? What father does not wish for his son to succeed? He would be thrilled for you. Then why suddenly throw someone into the mix to make things difficult for me? Wu Ziyuan raised his voice. Oh, I see. You're playing favorites. Regiment commander. How much did you take from that person? Bang. Gao Kun's palm stung from the impact as he shouted furiously. You're talking nonsense. Let me tell you, that kid came in through connections. His family background is not inferior to yours, yet even so, they still sent him here to endure hardships for the sake of serving the country. Wu Zuan retorted with equal intensity. If one wishes to be a soldier, they should enter honestly. Those who rely on connections and backdoors cannot harbor good intentions. You know I despise such practices. I have never relied on my father. Gao Kun was exasperated, realizing he was speaking to a brick wall. He had guaranteed to the division commander that he must ensure Qin Luo passes the assessment. Though Wu Zuan was as stubborn as a mule, he was indeed the most capable company commander. Gao Kun took a deep breath, fixing a serious gaze on him. Wu Zuan, let me make this clear. This is not a negotiation. It is an order. You have 1 month, only 1 month, to train him into a qualified soldier and ensure he passes the new recruit assessment. And none of your company can afford to slack off. Wu Zuan held his head high. Regiment commander. His eyelids twitched, realizing the regiment commander was not joking. He was genuinely furious. He quickly straightened his posture. Report, regiment commander. I will absolutely accomplish the task. Get lost. Gao Kun waved his hand vigorously. Before the new recruit assessment, do not let me see you again. Remember, this order comes from the division commander and must be executed. Yes. Outside the door, Qin Luo stood at attention, puzzled. What is going on? He glanced back at the office. The regiment commander was clearly angry. Upon seeing Qin Luo's head, Gao Kun slammed his palm on the table again. What are you still doing here? Go with him, hurry. Yes, yes. Qin Luo thought nothing of it and hurriedly followed. He understood clearly that as a transfer recruit, he would certainly not be welcomed. Suddenly, the company commander stopped abruptly ahead, and lost in thought, Qin Luo collided into him without noticing. Wu Zuan nearly stumbled. Glaring at Qin Luo in irritation, are you blind? How could you not see such a large person in front of you? Qin Luo, looking down at the company commander who was half a head shorter than him, awkwardly smiled. I'm sorry, company commander, I truly didn't see you just now. Wu Zuan, with his head held high, felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him and decided to walk around Qin Luo, hands behind his back. Qin Luo quickly stood at attention, directing his gaze forward without wavering. Wu Zuan suddenly halted in front of him, scrutinizing him. I do not care what connections you have or from which department you were sent here, but let me make it clear. He spoke with palpable disdain. What I detest the most in this life are those who lack ability, rely on connections, and seek to gain without effort. Thus, I will be blunt with you. I have an intense disdain for you. Yes, company commander. This left Wu Zuan momentarily speechless. Typically, new recruits would carry a bit of attitude, especially those who had come in through connections. They would likely possess a stronger sense of pride and be more thin-skinned. It was not uncommon for them to throw tantrums when reprimanded, but he did not expect Qin Luo not to retort, but rather to comply. This made Wu Zuan feel a bit embarrassed to continue his tirade. He snorted dismissively, still maintaining a serious facade. Others have already trained for 2 months. You now have only 1 month left. Even if you sprout wings, there is no way you can catch up with the others unless you are a genius. Tell me, are you a genius? Report, company commander. Qin Luo bellowed. I am not a genius. But the regiment commander told me that you are the most outstanding company commander under his command, unmatched throughout the entire regiment. As long as I train diligently under your guidance, I will surely improve and catch up with the others because you are the strongest. After speaking, he cast a sidelong glance. Wu Zuan maintained his fierce expression, yet the corners of his mouth began to involuntarily lift. Qin Luo chuckled inwardly, realizing that flattery still held its charm, a tactic that proved effective. Wu Zuan took a deep breath, his anger seemingly dissipating. It must be said, this flattery felt rather pleasant. This year, their 9th company must contend for the title of the best among the new recruits. And they could not allow a single rotten apple to spoil the whole bunch. Wu Zuan pointed at Qin Luo, stating sternly, stop sweet-talking me. Even if I am strong, it is impossible for you to reach the average level of the entire company in such a short time. However, since the regiment commander issued an order to assign you to me, I will certainly be very strict, very demanding, and even very ruthless with you. He leaned in coldly towards Qin Luo. The remaining month will be unforgettable for you. No matter how many years pass, whenever you recall it, you will awaken from nightmares. Therefore, he suddenly smiled warmly at Qin Luo. I now offer you 2 paths. Thank you for your concern, company commander. Qin Luo nodded. Wu Zuan was overjoyed. This kid indeed grasped the situation well. Very good, you're quite perceptive. What did you say? You choose one? Yes, company commander. Qin Luo replied earnestly. I will train diligently and strive to fulfill all your assignments. In the coming month, I will not bring shame upon you. Wu Zuan was utterly bewildered. Was this kid out of his mind? Could he not discern flattery from criticism? Qin Luo added, and one more thing, company commander, you might be mistaken. I came here of my own volition to enlist, not because my family pressured me. He immediately declared with solemnity, life is about daring to scale one peak after another. Now that I have joined the army, I am fully prepared for hardship. Please, commander, provide me with the most rigorous and demanding training. Let the storm come with greater ferocity. Observing his serious demeanor, Wu Zuan felt as though his head might explode. Who is this brash newcomer? Is it the case that those who take shortcuts are now so inexplicably confident? Has Liang Jingru instilled such courage in him? All right. Wu Zuan nodded vigorously, his face contorting as he gritted his teeth, and said, it's rare to encounter such an ambitious soldier. Your request must be met. Thank you, commander. Qin Luo beamed with delight. He had no intention of being merely a wasteful spendthrift. He aspired to wield extraordinary abilities while indulging in lavish expenditures. That would be truly exhilarating. Commander. Qin Luo suddenly grinned at Wu Zuan. What is it? Wu Zuan was taken aback, wondering why this fellow was suddenly acting so secretively. Noticing that no one was around, Qin Luo swiftly slipped something into Wu Ziyuan's hand. Wu Ziyuan glanced down, and his eyes widened in surprise. It was a diamond gold card for a prestigious platinum entertainment club. Just a small token of my appreciation, Qin Luo said with a cheerful smile. This is my auxiliary gold card. You can consume freely there. Drinks are complimentary, and you can choose any lady you desire, no limits on guests. Mention my name, and they will arrange a deluxe room for you, complete with a waterbed and various amenities. After saying this, Qin Luo winked at him with a knowing expression. He had been contemplating that since Gao Kun rejected gifts, it must have been something too trivial, unworthy of their attention. A card for unrestricted consumption would surely please the commander. Wu Ziyuan held the card, his jaw clenching in frustration, trembling with rage. Damn it! This backdoor soldier dares to challenge my weakness right upon arrival. Chapter 5. Cause of Trouble in Causeway Bay. Qin Luo. Wu Ziyuan was so furious that he nearly leaped into the air. Here, commander. Qin Luo grinned at him, convinced that the commander was overly excited. Stand at attention. Wu Ziyuan spat, causing Qin Luo to quickly comply. Wu Ziyuan slapped the card against Qin Luo's chest, bellowing, put away your streetwise antics. This is the army. Do you understand? Qin Luo stared at the card on his chest, momentarily perplexed. Don't you like going to the elite club? Don't you like women? But he quickly chuckled. Commander, if you aren't fond of this, I also have a savings card. Shut up. Wu Ziyuan shot him a murderous glare. If you dare come at me with that nonsense again, I'll immediately have you kicked out, even if it means I have to take off my uniform. Yes, sir. Qin Luo stood at attention, his mind swirling with confusion. It shouldn't be like this. He had failed in his attempts to present gifts consecutively. What had gone wrong? Mouse droppings. Wu Ziyuan glared at him before turning to leave. Qin Luo watched his retreating figure, shrugging helplessly. Since the gifts had been unsuccessful, he could only strive to enhance his military skills. The veteran soldiers had advised that improving one's military competence would still earn the favor of superiors, even to the point of being able to kick them to the curb. Qin Luo chuckled. With his privileges at hand, his ascension was inevitable. At that time, not only would the commander be subject to him, but even the commanding officer who brought him in would face consequences. After muddling through for a couple of years, he would be discharged and never have to endure their scrutiny again. How ridiculous. When had Qin Luo ever been subjected to such indignities? He was the one who had scolded others like children, who dared reprimand him. The 9th Company was located at the farthest edge of the new recruit training corps. After a 20-minute walk, Qin Luo finally arrived at a row of barracks. Gather all squad leaders. Yes. The guard immediately dashed off. Wu Ziyuan halted in front of the barracks, hands behind his back, ignoring Qin Luo. Qin Luo rolled his eyes, resigned to standing obediently behind him. Moments later, figures rushed out from the barracks and quickly assembled before Wu Ziyuan. A squad leader saluted. Report, Commander. All squad leaders are assembled. 10 expected, 10 present. Please give your orders. At ease. At once, everyone relaxed. Wu Ziyuan's gaze swept over the crowd before pointing at Qin Luo behind him. Allow me to introduce Qin Luo, our newly arrived recruit. All the squad leaders stared at him in astonishment. The recruit training had commenced 2 months prior. How was there still a new soldier arriving? Wu Ziyuan declared loudly, to be frank, I do not want this soldier. The regiment commander insisted on sending him here and demanded that we bring him up to par with the average standard of the company in the remaining month. Furthermore, if he fails the upcoming assessment, we will all face consequences. He maintained a cold demeanor, deliberately raising his voice. We will all share in the punishment. Qin Luo felt a chill run down his spine. Looking back, he found all the squad leaders glaring at him. What a predicament. Was it necessary to harbor such animosity just for a misstep in gift-giving? He was unsure if Wu Ziyuan was the most formidable commander in the regiment, but he certainly possessed a cunning streak. Qin Luo began to regret not simply presenting him with a savings card instead of a club card. Perhaps the commander had peculiar tastes or feared that spending could give him leverage over Qin Luo. How foolish. Who among you can undertake this responsibility? Step forward. After making this proclamation, he stepped aside, positioning Qin Luo directly opposite the squad leaders. Observing their hostile and disgruntled expressions, Qin Luo awkwardly smiled. The way things had escalated. Anyone willing to take him on would be suspect. Whoever wishes to take him, choose him at your discretion. Wu Ziyuan wore a mischievous grin. By the time he returned, he had already devised a plan. Since Qin Luo was unwilling to leave and the superior's order could not be defied, he would resort to harsher methods, aiming to make him retreat voluntarily before the assessment. At this moment, the squad leaders who had previously cast hostile glares at Qin Luo were now dodging him. As if he were a harbinger of misfortune, Qin Luo sighed inwardly. He wished he could tell everyone about his privileges, that picking him up was akin to discovering treasure. Such short-sighted individuals. After a prolonged silence, Wu Ziyuan cleared his throat. So, no one wishes to take him? I will now call out names. 1 squad leader. Present. A tall, slender squad leader stepped forward, his complexion pale. The others sighed in relief upon seeing him. Wu Ziyuan approached. Lei, you are our best squad leader. Skilled and capable, I entrust this soldier to you. You must ensure the successful completion of the superior's orders. Lei wore a miserable expression. Commander, isn't this putting me in a difficult position? Have you forgotten that I am up for promotion this year? Enough chatter. Wu Ziyuan glared at him. If you cannot manage a single soldier, how do you expect to be promoted? Execute the orders. Yes. Lei nodded, utterly aggrieved. Passing this hot potato to a squad leader, the other squad leaders breathed a sigh of relief. Leading a new recruit could significantly impact their future prospects. No one wished to jeopardize their careers over such trivial matters. However, they still looked at Chang Lei with some sympathy. He was an 8-year veteran, not only capable, but had also achieved numerous merits. This year, he was poised for promotion, yet unexpectedly, he had to deal with such a troublesome situation. Perhaps this was fate. Yes, Wu Ziyuan coldly eyed Qin Luo. You wish to endure hardship? I will grant you that now. I will assign you the best squad leader, who will also provide you with the most rigorous training. In the coming month, you had better muster all your energy. Do not falter halfway. Qin Luo observed his smug expression and smiled faintly. He immediately saluted. Yes, Commander. I will not disappoint your expectations. Wu Ziyuan smirked dismissively. Very well. Let us see if you can endure it. He turned on his heel and strode toward the company office, his face brimming with satisfaction. Such a troublesome matter had been effortlessly resolved. Now, he only needed cooperation from everyone. As soon as the commander departed, the squad leaders resumed their previous icy demeanor, glaring fiercely at Qin Luo, and then sympathetically patting Chang Lei on the back. After giving him an encouraging glance, they parted ways. Chang Lei stood there in a daze, his expression a blend of innocence and despair. What a disaster, what a calamity. Where on earth did this pest come from? Squad leader, squad leader? Chang Lei was startled when he turned to see Qin Luo grinning widely beside him. What are you shouting for? I'm not deaf. Chang Lei snapped, irritation boiling inside him. Everyone has left. It's just the two of us now. Qin Luo replied with a cheerful smile. Chang Lei surveyed his surroundings and confirmed that indeed everyone had departed. He fixed a cold glare on Qin Luo. This pest? No, Qin Luo, right? Since you've become my soldier, you must exert every ounce of effort. If you drag our class down, lowering our overall performance, I will not be lenient. Yes. Qin Luo stood tall and straight. And Chang Lei continued. This is the military. It is not like the civilian world. Here, soldiers must absolutely obey orders and adhere to commands. Every word I say must be followed without question. Yes. He understood clearly that as long as he remained obedient and avoided being a troublemaker, he could smoothly navigate through 2 years and finally avenge his grievance against Shen Xinran that fateful night. This time, he had to take the initiative. He needed to be on top. Chang Lei cast a cold look at him. Let us go. Qin Luo picked up his bag and immediately followed him toward the barracks. The first squad was located on the first floor of the barracks, and the company commander's speech had already attracted attention from other squads. The new recruits in the first squad leaned out of the windows for a better view. When Chang Lei entered with a stern face, everyone immediately stood at attention. Let me introduce you, Chang Lei said coldly. This is Qin Luo. Qin Luo, allow me to introduce you to Cheng Haonan. Qin Luo paused, recognizing the towering figure before him, a solidly built man standing at nearly 6.5 feet, his skin a deep bronze. He bore no resemblance to the suave character portrayed in films. Instead, he looked more like a bear from a fable. Cheng Haonan shot Qin Luo a disdainful glare, brimming with displeasure. However, Qin Luo paid him no mind, moving on to the next introduction. Zheng Qian. This soldier was lean, with small, shrewd eyes that sparkled with intelligence. When introduced, he flashed a seemingly friendly smile at Qin Luo. How duo. This soldier immediately grinned foolishly at Qin Luo, revealing a bright smile full of large, white teeth. He emanated an air of naive simplicity, clearly not the sharpest tool in the shed. As Chang Lei continued with the introductions, Qin Luo couldn't help but internally scoff. What a motley crew. If they were outside, his bodyguards would have sent them flying long before they could come within 10 meters of him. Once the introductions were complete, Chang Lei fixed his gaze on Qin Luo, stating, the new recruits have already been training for 2 months, and you are 2 months behind them. In their presence, you are practically a rookie. The new recruits puffed up with pride, having been treated like dogs by their squad leader, now relishing the chance to feel like veterans in front of Qin Luo. Chang Lei continued, from this moment on, to quickly enhance your overall capabilities. All of you are obligated to assist Comrade Qin Luo in improving. During training, I will oversee, but in your spare time, teach him everything you know. If he is unsure about anything, correct him immediately, understood? Yes. Everyone responded enthusiastically, thrilled at the prospect of mentoring a newcomer. Chang Lei's gaze remained fixed on Qin Luo. I will be keeping a close watch on you. Remember, if you dare to hold our squad back, I will not hold back. Yes, squad leader. Qin Luo saluted. Chang Lei nodded. I will head to the company office now. You all take some time to help him familiarize himself. Teach him whatever you can, making the most of every moment. Understood. Chang Lei shot Qin Luo an irritated glance before swiftly exiting. Outside, a number of new recruits from other squads had gathered, curious to see the newcomer after hearing that a new soldier had arrived 2 months into the training. What are you staring at? What is so interesting? Chang Lei huffed, striding past them. Watching the squad leader depart, Qin Luo lifted his bag and smiled at the others. Hello everyone. We'll be comrades from now on. How Duo returned a goofy grin, but was quickly nudged by someone nearby, forcing him to awkwardly suppress his smile and stand politely still. The others regarded Qin Luo with evident hostility, their glares sharp. Who the hell do you think you are, comrade? Cheng Haonan coldly glared at him. You're just a rookie. Qin Luo was at a loss for words. Did these fellows truly consider themselves veterans? Chapter 6. My punch packs quite a punch. So brace yourself. Everyone eyed Qin Luo with a predatory gaze, assuming a superior stance. Qin Luo, uninterested, spotted an empty bunk and approached it. Just as he was about to set down his bag, a large foot suddenly landed on the edge of the bed. It was Cheng Haonan. Qin Luo frowned slightly. What is the meaning of this, Haonan? Cheng Haonan looked down at him, his tone unfriendly. Kid, did the veterans agree to let you sleep here? Do you understand the rules of the army? Don't you know you should pay your respects first? Qin Luo chuckled. Pay respects? He feigned seriousness, setting down his bag and looking at him with a smile. What do you want? Chang Lei burst into the company office, pushing the door open with a start. Instructor Kong Xiang was taken aback, spitting out his tea. Squad leader, what are you doing barging in without knocking? Chang Lei immediately adopted a long face. Instructor, I'm aggrieved. What are you aggrieved about? Kong Xiang snapped, setting down his teacup in irritation. Is it just because you got a soldier assigned to you? It's only because you are the most capable squad leader in the company. Having ability isn't a crime. Chang Lei retorted, glaring at the company commander. You can't bully honest folks. All right. Wu Ziyuan chuckled as he entered, patting Kong Xiang on the back. Old Kong, don't get angry. If anyone gets a rotten apple, they feel wronged. Chang Lei shot him a glare. Commander, I'm your soldier. The one who came with you from the reconnaissance battalion. How could you send me such a character at a time like this? Seeing his aggrieved expression, Wu Ziyuan laughed heartily. Just then, other squad leaders entered the office. Reporting. Wu Ziyuan cleared his throat. Come in. The door opened, and one by one, the squad leaders filed in. Take a seat. The squad leaders glanced around, noting the lack of extra chairs, and thus chuckled. Commander, we'll just stand and listen. Wu Ziyuan nodded. That works too. I'll keep it brief. He clasped his hands behind his back and surveyed the group. This year, our 9th company is determined to seize the title of the best new recruit team. However, we had a troublemaker shoved into our ranks. Although the commander has issued a strict order, I don't care whose son he is or what connections he has. I just know we cannot allow this rotten apple to drag our entire company down. The squad leaders immediately shared a united front. Commander, just tell us what to do. We'll follow your lead. Wu Ziyuan nodded. It's simple. Where there are policies from above, there are countermeasures from below. The commander's orders are clear. But if this Qin kid can't handle it and decides to leave, it won't be our concern. If he can't endure the training and skips the new recruit assessment, he won't drag our whole company's performance down. Everyone's eyes brightened. And Chang Lei looked at Wu Ziyuan with anticipation. Wu Ziyuan smiled slightly. That kid looks like he's used to a life of luxury and can't handle hardship. As long as you all enforce strict standards with him, he surely won't last long. He pointed to the others. Your task is to support the squad leader. And whenever possible, throw in some sarcastic remarks to mentally and physically wear him down. He won't be able to take it and will leave on his own. Of course, the comments need not be too harsh. Simply stating the facts will suffice. He smiled and said, I believe that as long as you all cooperate well, within a span of 10 days or so, this fellow will end up crying, with tears and snot, begging to leave. Commander, it's you who has come up with such a brilliant plan. All the squad leaders burst into laughter. Don't worry. We will help you. Yes, we stand by you. Chang Lei chuckled foolishly. The heavy burden in his heart finally lifted. He knew the commander would never let him down. After all, he was the one who had trained these soldiers. Such matters could only be handled by himself. Wu Ziyuan, hands clasped behind his back, declared, all right, from this moment on, let us all unite to drive out this troublesome rat. Yes. Wu Ziyuan waved his hand, and all the squad leaders immediately left in high spirits. Once the door was closed, Kong Xiang came over, sipping tea, and remarked, Old Wu, your strategy is rather devious. Wu Ziyuan replied proudly, fortresses are often breached from within. If he is truly steadfast and genuinely wishes to serve, no external force can sway him. But if he is weak-hearted and cannot withstand the pressure, choosing to leave, then we cannot be blamed. When the time comes, not even the regiment commander can hold it against me. Kong Xiang fixed him with a stare. What if you face disciplinary action? Wu Ziyuan shrugged nonchalantly. The army is meant for combat. It requires combat effectiveness. It cannot be a playground for anyone who wishes to join at whim. Even if I am disciplined, I must expel this interloper. Otherwise, I am unworthy of being a commander. With that, he turned, striding towards his desk. Kong Xiang shook his head with a wry smile. Truly a descendant of a military family, brimming with pride and confidence. Brother Haonan, aside from having me fetch water for everyone daily, do you have any other orders? Qin Luo grinned at Chung Haonan. Chung Haonan sized him up, a disdainful smile creeping across his face. He had expected someone who came in through the back door to be rather impressive, but instead, he seemed as timid as a quail. Bah, he said sternly. In addition to fetching water, you are solely responsible for the cleanliness of the squad. Moreover, the military demands uniformity. From now on, bedding must be arranged uniformly. Toothbrushes and toothpaste must face the same direction, water bottles should be neatly lined up, tables must be free of stains, and no smelly shoes are allowed indoors. If there are any, clean them up immediately. Additionally, the bunks must always be kept clean and tidy, without a single wrinkle or speck of dirt. He shot a grin at Qin Luo. From today onward, all of this is your responsibility. The other new recruits chuckled, arms crossed, eager to watch the spectacle unfold. Only Hao Duo stood aside, anxiously observing Qin Luo. Qin Luo chuckled. Is this a show of power, or are you just bullying the new guy? Chung Haonan snorted. What kind of talk is that? We are looking out for you, trying to help you improve quickly. The squad leader just said for you to listen to us. Are you deaf? Exactly, the others chimed in. The new recruits training will end in a month, and since you've just joined, you'll have to endure more hardships. Our squad ranks among the best in the entire company. With you here, we'll be at the bottom. Do you think you can have it easy? Not a chance. If you don't want to work, then get lost. We don't want you here anyway. Chung Haonan raised his chin, looking down at Qin Luo with satisfaction. I don't care how capable your family is. Here, you must obey the words of us veterans. Once he finished, Qin Luo suppressed his smile. Cheng Haonan scratched his head, looking rather dim-witted as he turned to Zheng Qian. Zheng Qian quickly whispered, think about it slowly. Cheng Haonan glared at Qin Luo, let's leave it at that. Qin Luo rolled his eyes at him, turning back to continue tidying his bunk, completely ignoring them. After the new recruits' training concluded, everyone would go their separate ways. And he would likely never see these people again, so there was no need to get too familiar with them. Ding, new mission released. Please unite all comrades in your squad and become their spiritual leader. Complete the mission to draw superpowers and super ability points. Qin Luo nearly fell onto the bed. Tasked with becoming the leader of this motley crew? What use would that be? Even taking them out would feel shameful. Hey, what the hell do you mean? Cheng Haonan's angry shout echoed. Qin Luo helplessly closed his eyes. Fine, fine, even a mosquito's leg is meat. Perhaps I might gain a powerful ability or acquire more ability points. After all, I'll just be their leader for a month, and I won't encounter them again. I've decided to endure. Hey, are you deaf? Qin Luo took a deep breath, then turned around with a beaming smile, even winking at the group. Everyone felt a chill run down their spines. What are you doing? Cheng Haonan scrutinized him. Qin Luo smiled slightly. Everyone. I want to stay, but I also don't want to work. Are you asking for a beating? Do you dare to disregard the veteran's words? Cheng Haonan immediately clenched his fists. Wait. Qin Luo quickly raised his hand, smiling. But I have an idea, and I wonder if everyone would be open to it. All the new recruits exchanged glances. Zheng Qian nodded. Go ahead. Qin Luo chuckled, pulling out a few banknotes from his pocket. What does this mean? Everyone was taken aback. Qin Luo explained, I wish to serve in the military diligently, but aside from training, I don't want to do anything else. So, how about this? I provide the money. And you all do the work. His grin widened. Moreover, if I need anything in the future, you all must listen to me. Of course. I won't ask you to work for free. I will pay you. As long as we coexist peacefully, money isn't an issue. As he spoke, he handed the money to Cheng Haonan. Cheng Haonan stared at the banknotes, his face turning green. Not enough? Qin Luo smiled, pulling out more cash. Take this. The sight of the gleaming banknotes made all the new recruits gulp. They had never encountered someone as generous as Qin Luo in their lives. Just then, Cheng Haonan suddenly shouted, What the hell are you doing here? Hiring little workers or collecting underlings? I don't need your money. Qin Luo quickly shook his head. That is not what I meant, but since I'm not working, it should be fair, right? Are you saying it's insufficient? Then let me add more. Seeing him reach for his wallet again, Cheng Haonan, infuriated, punched forward. Who do you think you're insulting? Hearing the wind from the punch, Qin Luo instinctively stepped back, the fist barely missing him. What is wrong with you? Qin Luo retorted. You hit someone just for offering money? Zheng Qian hurriedly interjected. Haonan, Qin is being sincere. You shut up. Cheng Haonan glared at Qin Luo. This is the military. We are all equals. How dare you try to use money to make us your subordinates? Who do you think you're disgusting here? You're asking for a thorough lesson today. With that, he threw another punch at Qin Luo. Zheng Qian sighed in resignation. Why can't this guy just give the money to me instead of Cheng Haonan? How Duo cautiously asked. Brother Qian, why is Cheng Haonan so angry? The others gathered curiously, and Zheng Qian quietly explained. I heard that his father was forced by a contractor on a construction site to take on dangerous work, resulting in an accident, and the contractor fled without a care. Apparently, because of this, Haonan was bullied since childhood. Everyone nodded in understanding. Realizing that Qin Luo's money had not struck a donkey's, but rather a sensitive spot, Cheng Haonan unleashed a flurry of punches, forcing Qin Luo into a corner. Enough! Qin Luo yelled. If you hit me again, I will fight back. He never imagined that even offering money would lead to such a situation. Wasn't his father always saying that there was nothing money couldn't solve? If so, then just give more. Cheng Haonan burst into laughter. You dare to fight back, you little punk? Look at your pathetic state. Come on, show me what you've got. Qin Luo's eyes blazed with fury. He had merely intended to use money to pacify them, never expecting to be forced to retaliate. Fine. If fighting was what it came to, then so be it. A cold glint flashed in Qin Luo's eyes. You asked for this. I hope you can endure the strength of my punch. Chapter 7. Did he just knock the SHT out of him and let it go? As Cheng Haonan threw another punch, Qin Lu took a deep breath. His right hand clenched into a fist, and an immediate shift in his aura occurred. The power of his one-punch man ability activated, concentrating all his strength into his right hand and amplifying it infinitely. In that moment, Qin Lu felt the veins in his arm bulging, brimming with explosive energy. You shall lie down. A smile crept onto Qin Lu's lips. With that punch, he was confident that the entire class would submit to him. What are you doing? Suddenly, a voice shouted from the doorway. Everyone froze and stood at attention. And Qin Lu's fist came to an abrupt halt. However, at his current level, he was unable to control the force completely, and the backlash nearly made him lose control. Although he managed to dissipate much of the power, his fist still struck Cheng Haonan in the abdomen. Bang! Cheng Haonan's expression shifted as he doubled over. Despite Qin Lu's efforts to mitigate the impact, the residual force still left Cheng Haonan in discomfort. A series of loud farts erupted, causing everyone to wrinkle their noses in disgust. Chang Lei walked in with a stern expression, glancing between Qin Lu and Cheng Haonan. What are you two up to? Qin Lu's face flushed crimson as he quickly lowered his fist. He felt even worse than Cheng Haonan, his insides churning to the point where words failed him. Speak. Chang Lei raised his voice sharply. Reporting to the class leader, Zheng Qian stepped forward. We were teaching Qin Lu, but he refused to comply and even resorted to violence. Yes. Cheng Haonan eagerly nodded, feeling aggrieved. Class leader, look what he did. He made me fart. This guy disrespects the veterans. Only then did Chang Lei notice the unpleasant odor wafting through the air and quickly covered his nose. Meanwhile, Qin Luo was in utter discomfort, unable to articulate a word. Cheng Haonan and his companions wore smug expressions, and knowing they would all speak in unison, Qin Luo realized that any defense he mounted would be futile. The class leader would surely side with them. So, you want to play games with me? You think you're clever? Qin Luo, unwilling to waste his breath, took a deep breath and stood tall. I apologize, class leader. He spoke sincerely. I am new to the military and unaware of the rules. Please forgive me. I assure you, it will not happen again. Chang Lei was momentarily taken aback. He had expected Qin Luo to argue, but instead, he was surprised to see him take the initiative to admit his fault with such sincerity. This left Chang Lei feeling somewhat reluctant to pursue the matter further. Yes. Qin Luo shouted emphatically. Class leader, Cheng Haonan interjected anxiously. I was hurt by his punch. I think I might have even soiled myself. How could he claim it was not a heavy blow? Shut up. Chang Lei shot him a glare. You're no saint either. You want me to dig deeper into what just happened, don't you? Qin Luo shot them a cold glance and tightened his fist. Having attempted to make peace 3 times, without success left Qin Luo exasperated. Winning their favor through gifts seemed futile, and fighting was not an option. He needed to devise a new strategy. Otherwise, he would fail his mission and be denied new superpowers. Qin Luo, here. Qin Luo promptly responded to the class leader. Did they just explain the standards of military conduct to you? Chang Lei inquired. Reporting to the class leader, Zheng Qian chimed in cheerfully. We just went over everything with Qin Luo. Qin Luo rolled his eyes. It was a shame Zheng Qian wasn't out making money with his sharp wits. Chang Lei nodded in satisfaction and turned to Qin Luo. Military conduct is the foundation of a soldier, and it is vital for every soldier to master it. Tonight, you will practice folding your blanket. You can sleep only when you have folded it correctly. Cheng Haonan looked on gleefully at Qin Luo. Serves you right. You dared to take me as your subordinate, and now you've made me fart. Just wait until you're buried in blankets. Qin Luo's eyes lit up. The class leader clearly harbored disdain for him, believing he was a troublemaker, which would only deepen his dislike. If he couldn't turn this perception around, life would be challenging. If he couldn't establish his footing upon arrival, how would he ever find Shinshiran in the future? He decided to start with folding the blanket. Qin Luo wore a confident expression. After all, the class leader favored good soldiers. Zheng Qian, here, Chang Lei commanded. In our class, your blanket folding is the best. Teach him. Zheng Qian nodded with a smile. Yes. A group of new recruits glanced at Qin Luo with ill intentions. Zheng Qian teaching meant they all would be involved. Cheng Haonan was especially pleased, relishing the opportunity to make things difficult for Qin Luo and teach him who truly held power in the class. Begin. Chang Lei moved to the side and sat down. Zheng Qian approached with a grin. I will demonstrate for you, so watch closely, and then you will fold it yourself. Keep your eyes wide open. Cheng Haonan grinned wickedly. If you fail to fold it properly, we will throw your blanket out. Qin Luo glanced at Chang Lei, who was observing him coldly. He quickly smiled and replied, Yes, I will pay close attention and learn diligently. I will begin now. Zheng Qian smirked coldly as he suddenly ripped the blanket off Qin Luo's bed. You wait. Cheng Haonan hissed, lowering his voice. Let us see how you fare. We'll show you why you should respect us. Qin Luo didn't hear Cheng Haonan's words. His super mimicry ability had activated. At that moment, Zheng Qian appeared transparent to Qin Luo, yet his form transformed into golden lines, as though he were viewing a slideshow. His brain functioned like a computer, quickly memorizing each of Zheng Qian's movements, assimilating the information into his instinct. Chang Lei, sitting nearby, noticed Qin Luo's intense focus on Zheng Qian and nodded in mild approval. He seems quite serious. I just hope his mind is sharp. If he cannot fold a blanket properly, he certainly won't excel in other areas. All right. Zheng Qian looked at Qin Luo smugly. Did you see that clearly? Qin Luo glanced at the blanket, resembling a large bread roll, and chuckled. I saw it clearly. But how did you end up folding it to look like a big bun? Zheng Qian's face turned beet red as he stammered. This is a new blanket. It's quite difficult to fold. Just managing to fold it like this is impressive. Chang Lei stared at the fluffy mass, his brow twitching. However, Zheng Qian, being a new recruit himself, had indeed reached his maximum capability. Qin Luo, Chang Lei said coldly, a new blanket is indeed challenging to fold. If you can fold it like this, you will pass for today. Is that so? Qin Luo felt a surge of excitement. Hey, Zheng Qian glared at him. What do you mean by that tone? Don't think it's easy. If you can fold it like this, it's already quite an achievement. Qin Luo shot him an eye roll, confidently asserting that he had already replicated the big bun perfectly with his mimicry ability. It felt almost like a waste of his talent. Class leader, if I fold it better than this, do I get to skip extra duties? He inquired. You can fold it better than I did. Zheng Qian was fuming. You think? Don't speak. I'm asking the class leader. Qin Luo interrupted. Then turned to Chang Lei. Chang Lei nodded. I keep my word. If you can fold it like this, you can pass for tonight. Yes. Qin Luo rubbed his hands together with a grin. Class leader, can I start now? Chang Lei looked at him in surprise. You want to take a look again? Class leader, this blanket is no challenge at all. Qin Luo replied nonchalantly. Watching again would be a waste of time. Qin Luo. Zheng Qian was livid. You're too arrogant. This was folded by a veteran with 2 months of service. Zheng Qian's eyes nearly bulged out as he watched Qin Luo lift the fluffy blanket before him. You brat. Do you have any respect for the effort I put into this? Zheng Qian fumed. Stop shouting, old Zheng. Cheng Haonan tugged at him. Let us just watch how he folds it. If he messes up, we'll toss his blanket out. P.S. being so arrogant, the class leader likely won't say anything. Zheng Qian clenched his fists in frustration. Fine, let us see how he manages. However, within less than a minute, All the new recruits were left in stunned disbelief, their eyes wide open. The once thick quilt had been compressed significantly under his weight, the jarring sound of friction resonating throughout the room. Suddenly, Qin Luo ceased his pressing, swiftly folding the quilt with remarkable precision, each side aligning flawlessly without a hint of deviation. All the recruits craned their necks, eyes wide in disbelief, while Changlei also inexplicably leaned closer. Qin Luo was entirely absorbed in his task, his movements flowing seamlessly like water, executed with astonishing speed. After 3 minutes, he had shaped the quilt into an impeccable form, far surpassing Zheng Qian's efforts. One was celestial, while the other was terrestrial. Zheng Qian's eyes nearly bulged out. It wasn't just that Qin Luo folded better, but the lad was also meticulously trimming the edges and corners. Wow! Changlei could no longer contain himself. Standing up and striding towards Qin Luo, his gaze fixed intently on the quilt. Under Qin Luo's deft hands, the quilt spun around, its edges and corners rapidly taking shape. In a moment of collective astonishment, Qin Luo abruptly stood up, declaring, "Finished." Before them lay a perfectly squared quilt, sharp-edged and precise. Qin Luo beamed at Zheng Qian. "So, is this better than yours?" Chapter 8. Never before seen such ambitious soldiers. Zheng Qian was nearly exploding with rage. Was this square quilt even marginally better than the oversized loaf he had folded? Was he not being insulted and publicly humiliated in the process? He angrily fumbled about. But Cheng Haonan and the others were too busy gaping at the quilt, utterly astonished by Qin Luo, completely ignoring Zheng Qian. Qin Luo turned to Changlei, squad leader. "Does this count as passing?" Changlei was now leaning forward, scrutinizing Qin Luo's quilt from every angle, his ears ringing as if a train were passing by. Had this just been crafted by a new recruit? Although it paled in comparison to what seasoned soldiers could achieve, it was still far superior to any other rookie's efforts. It was leagues ahead of what I managed back in my day. Changlei swallowed hard. "Squad leader?" Changlei was taken aback, staring blankly at Qin Luo. "Did you just call me?" Qin Luo smiled slightly. "I wanted to ask if this quilt qualifies." Changlei swallowed again. Yes, I suppose it does." After saying so, he felt like slapping himself. The quilt was folded in a manner he had never managed as a rookie. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Changlei awkwardly pointed at Qin Luo. "You can take the day off today, practice the rest tomorrow." "Thank you, squad leader." Qin Luo smiled faintly and turned to lift the quilt. As the quilt was suddenly thrown open, everyone was left dumbfounded. "What are you doing?" Zheng Qian angrily pointed at him. "You can't lift the quilt before lights out. Are you planning to sleep now?" Changlei also frowned slightly. However, before he could speak, Qin Luo cheerfully replied, "Squad leader, I'm not preparing to sleep. Although the quilt is acceptable, I believe it still falls short compared to yours. Therefore, I need to practice more to catch up with you. I cannot afford to hold you back." With a grin towards Changlei, Qin Luo resumed folding the quilt. Everyone was stunned, and Changlei gaped in disbelief. They all thought Qin Luo was about to sleep, but instead, he intended to diligently elevate his standards of tidiness. Watching Qin Luo's industrious figure, akin to a diligent farmer laboring in the fields, Changlei couldn't help but smile slightly. This kid doesn't seem so bad after all, perhaps. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon Zheng Qian and the others, who were still staring blankly at Qin Luo. "What are you staring at?" Changlei bellowed, startling all the new recruits into standing at attention. Changlei glared at them, then at Qin Luo, his frustration boiling over. "There's no harm without comparison. Look at yourselves, then at him." He pointed at them, then at their quilts. "Look at his, then at yours. If I were you, I'd toss that quilt in the toilet." All the new recruits were terrified into silence, not daring to breathe. Changlei furiously yanked Zheng Qian's quilt away. "Weren't you just a bit too arrogant? How dare you criticize him? Look at what you folded. And you still have the audacity to feel pleased? Look at him, folding so well and still striving to improve. Go fold your quilts until I am satisfied. Only then can you sleep." All the new recruits rushed to their quilts, while Changlei turned around, casting a satisfied glance at Qin Luo, feeling a flicker of fondness for him. At this moment, Qin Luo was secretly observing Changlei, relieved to see a smile on his face. Finally, the squad leader did not despise him. As long as he made no mistakes and managed to win over this bunch, he could smoothly navigate through the rookie training. Qin Luo felt a surge of pride. He had entered the military to complete some tasks and gain extraordinary abilities, then to woosh in Shinran and subsequently retire. Ding. New task issued. Huh? Qin Luo was taken aback. He hadn't completed the previous task, and another one was already assigned? Ding. Please do not be complacent. Strive for excellence. Achieve first place in the rookie assessment. Upon completion, you will randomly receive superpowers and ability points. Qin Luo's eyes nearly bulged out. Just as he wished to enjoy life, the system immediately assigned him more work. "System, can I skip this task? Being a soldier king is too exhausting." "No. The host must successfully complete 10 tasks to gain advanced permissions, after which optional tasks may be accepted. Otherwise, the system will dissipate, and all abilities will be lost." All right, I understand. Qin Luo sighed in resignation. No need to question, it was just the system's setup. If he wanted to retain his abilities, he had no choice but to comply. 10 tasks, huh? Gritting his teeth, Qin Luo resolved. He would tackle them head on. As long as he could keep his powers and win the heart of the beauty, he would honorably retire immediately. He glanced at Changlei not far away, a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Striving for first place among the recruits might pose a challenge for ordinary individuals, but for him, it was a trivial pursuit. Watching Qin Luo once again fervently folding the quilt, Zheng Qian felt tears welling up in his eyes from frustration. The squad leader had previously praised him for his tidiness, yet now, within mere hours of Qin Luo's arrival, he had gone from being the top recruit to feeling like a mere afterthought. Old Zheng, don't cry. Who the hell is crying? Zheng Qian quickly wiped his eyes. I'm just mad. This kid is clearly doing it on purpose. He knows how to fold quilts, but pretends not to. He is deliberately making us look bad. Cheng Haonan maintained a serious demeanor. This kid has definitely practiced quilt folding. He came prepared. Damn it, we should have taught him a lesson. Now, not only is he riding on our coattails, but he is also dragging us into his quilt folding competition. Don't worry, old Zheng, we'll definitely get our revenge. Zheng Qian looked at him in surprise. Do you have a plan? Cheng Haonan lowered his voice. What good is it to only fold quilts? He surely won to excel in other subjects. Just wait and see. Seeing Cheng Haonan's mischievous grin, Zheng Qian immediately understood. Great. We'll make sure to outplay him. The following morning, at the crack of dawn, the shrill sound of a whistle echoed throughout the training regiment, followed by a melodious song. Wake up, wake up. Chang Lei rolled out of bed, ready to grab his clothes when he suddenly froze. By the window, Qin Luo was holding a notebook, murmuring to himself. Qin Luo, what are you doing? Chang Lei inquired. All the new recruits gradually arose. Still somewhat dazed after spending 2 hours folding quilts before lights out the previous night. Reporting to the squad leader, Qin Luo, fully dressed, cheerfully approached Chang Lei. You gave me the rules and soldier's code last night, and since I woke up early and had nothing to do, I memorized them. What? Chang Lei exclaimed, his mouth agape in astonishment. The regulations had been given to Qin Luo merely as a suggestion to carry and review, yet he hadn't expected him to be so proactive. He had never encountered such an industrious soldier. At this moment, the other recruits were also awake, their faces filled with indignation upon hearing Qin Luo's words. The audacity of some individuals is truly remarkable. It only serves to highlight their pretentiousness. If such a person were placed in a school environment, they would undoubtedly face adversity on their very first day. Last night, their antics caused everyone to fold blankets for an interminable duration, resulting in a late night for all. Meanwhile, they slumbered like a log, snoring louder than a freight train, creating an unbearable racket. Very well, Chang Lei chuckled as he patted Qin Luo on the back. You, my friend, exhibit a commendable ambition. Splendid. Now, let us proceed downstairs. Everyone shot Qin Luo exasperated glares as they resumed dressing. Qin Luo surveyed the group. The system task must be accomplished. It seemed he needed to devise a strategy to win over this crew. Otherwise, once the new recruit training concluded, they would part ways and he'd lose his chance. If spending money proved ineffective, he would simply elevate their military prowess, ensuring their respect was earned. He had long heard that in the military, strength commands respect. With a slight smile, Qin Luo began to feel that taming this group might not be as daunting as it appeared. Thud, thud, thud. All marched in unison towards the training ground. Yet, as Qin Luo fell in line, he appeared conspicuously awkward. While others moved in perfect synchronization, he hopped about, drawing all eyes to himself. Wu Ji Yuan's irritation grew. Were it not for higher orders, he would have kicked this nuisance out without hesitation. After completing 2 laps, the whistle blew once more. First squad, right turn. Second squad, right turn. As Chang Lei entered the barracks, he immediately raised his voice. Everyone hurried to their respective beds to tidy up. Suddenly, he noticed Qin Luo passing by and seized him by the arm. Squad leader, is there something you need? Chang Lei rarely displayed a smile, but now he grinned. Qin Luo, that regulation isn't urgent. I've already memorized it. Oh, splendid. Chang Lei nodded with a smile, but his eyes widened in disbelief a moment later. Wait, what did you just say? Squad leader. Cheng Haonan interjected. He is lying right in front of you, boasting. That regulation is so extensive that even we veterans have yet to memorize it. Precisely. Zheng Qian added with a mocking grin. Qin Luo, don't put on airs in front of the squad leader. We soldiers must be grounded in reality. Chang Lei's expression darkened, the slight fondness he had for Qin Luo evaporating instantly. Qin Luo, your boasting has exceeded reasonable bounds. Chapter 9. This kid is truly born to be a soldier. As soldiers, we must remain genuine. Chang Lei looked at Qin Luo with dissatisfaction. I understand your desire to impress, but you must remain grounded. Chang Lei's jaw dropped in astonishment, and Zheng Qian and the others straightened up, staring at Qin Luo in disbelief. Standing tall with confidence, Qin Luo declared, Article 6. Maintaining and reinforcing discipline primarily relies on consistent idealistic belief, moral and disciplinary education, and stringent management. Article 10. The rewards and commendations stipulated herein for individuals and units. The new recruits, who had anticipated a spectacle, now stared blankly, dumbfounded. Chang Lei was visibly shocked, hastily flipping through the regulations, for Qin Luo had memorized what he could no longer recall after 8 years of service. With an uncanny ability to mimic, Qin Luo's mind functioned with the agility of a computer, allowing him to retain information effortlessly. He had mastered these articles in less than an hour. Chang Lei struggled to keep pace with his flipping pages, while Cheng Haonan and the others were drenched in sweat, sensing a palpable unease. All right. Chang Lei waved his hand, now dripping with cold sweat. If Qin Luo continued reciting, he would want to find a hole to hide in. After all, some of the articles Qin Luo recited had become hazy for this veteran. Chang Lei licked his lips, inhaling deeply. Qin Luo, have you memorized this before? Qin Luo smiled and shook his head. Squad leader, this is internal military material. I saw it for the first time last night. Chang Lei was dumbfounded. You memorized all that after just one look? Qin Luo nodded. Report, squad leader. I've consumed a lot of fish since childhood, so my memory is quite good. Moreover, I'm still far behind you all. I've only memorized the articles. And haven't yet tackled the soldier's code, so I must continue to strive. Chang Lei nearly spat blood. In 8 years, he hadn't memorized as much as Qin Luo had in a single morning. He wiped the sweat from his forehead, realizing this topic needed to end immediately. Otherwise, he would lose all credibility. Chang Lei laughed heartily. Qin Luo, well done. You're doing great. For now, let us put the memorization aside. Our focus as soldiers should be on military training. Indeed, all the new recruits nodded vigorously, laughing in agreement. Qin Luo, that's enough. Focus on military training. In their hearts, everyone cursed Qin Luo's ancestors. If he continued, they would all be compelled to memorize alongside him. Memorizing regulations was a grueling task. Qin Luo smiled slightly at Chang Lei. All right, I'll heed the squad leader's advice. By the way, I've finished tidying up my area, so I'll head to the cleaning zone now. Good. Chang Lei chuckled and patted him on the back. He turned to observe Qin Luo's neatly arranged bedding, then watched his retreating figure, feeling a rising fondness. This kid not only possessed determination, but also intelligence. It seemed that with proper training, he might very well catch up to everyone else. The others were terrified and hurriedly looked down, folding their blankets, their hearts racing. They thought lowering their heads would allow them to escape. Chang Lei bellowed, from today onwards, starting with me, everyone will memorize the regulations. I will conduct random checks. The new recruits grimaced, their faces contorted in despair. What terrible luck. Cheng Haonan gritted his teeth. This guy is a harbinger of misfortune. He has brought us bad luck right from the start. Zheng Qian glared at Qin Luo's bedding, seething with anger. This guy loves to show off. He must be trying to climb to the top and become our leader. Damn it. Cheng Haonan snapped. Let us make him look foolish during training. Let this arrogant brat know just how high the sky truly is. He dreams of being our leader. In the cleaning zone, Qin Luo swept the floor meticulously, stretching his back against a rock. Aside from his previous life, when had he, the scion of the Qin family, ever done manual labor? Alas. If it weren't for the system task requiring him to secure first place among the new recruits, he wouldn't need to exert himself so vigorously. He glanced in the direction of his class, a smile playing on his lips. It was evident that Chang Lei's attitude toward him had significantly improved. Henceforth, if he could earnestly regard himself and impart more military knowledge, securing first place among the new recruits would be an absolute certainty. Moreover, he wouldn't need to tire himself out, achieving 2 objectives with 1 effort. As for those few individuals, Qin Luo snorted softly, exuding confidence. Having just showcased a glimpse of his abilities, they should be thoroughly impressed by now. Left turn, right turn, about turn. Boom, boom, boom. In the corner of the training ground, with each command issued by Chang Lei, Qin Luo executed a flawless turn at lightning speed. Moreover, each maneuver was performed with greater precision than the last, his lower body in motion while his upper body remained perfectly still. Chang Lei's face radiated joy, his fingers trembling with excitement. He had taught it only once. Who would have thought Qin Luo not only learned but improved without needing corrections? This kid couldn't possibly be a genius, could he? Chang Lei felt a smile almost escape his control. Meanwhile, all the new recruits were aghast, their expressions frozen in shock as they gaped at Qin Luo. How do we handle this? Cheng Haonan looked helplessly at Zheng Qian. Zheng Qian swallowed hard. Stay composed. This is merely basic drill movement. It's not surprising he learned quickly. There are still 3 more formations to master. We'll wait for him to embarrass himself. Then we can deal with him. All nodded vigorously, their eyes fixed on Qin Luo. Quick march. Slow march. Run. 1 2 1 2 3 4. All the new recruits stared, dumbfounded, as Qin Luo executed the 3 fundamental marching styles with impeccable precision, their minds blank. Each one of them gaped in disbelief, looking at Qin Luo as though he were an otherworldly being. Is this fellow even human? Li Dashing swallowed hard, gazing at the others. The squad leader demonstrated at once. Yet he hasn't even learned the breakdown of the movements, and he walks so well? How is that possible? How Duo replied earnestly. I feel like he walks much better than I do. In fact, it seems like everyone else pales in comparison to him. Cheng Haonan looked desperately at Zheng Qian. Old Zheng, what do we do? How can we deal with him now? We can't find any flaws. Little did they know, Qin Luo was a prodigy in every respect. Speak up, old Zheng. Cheng Haonan pressed again. Enough with the questions. Zheng Qian felt as if his head would explode. If you ask me, I want to know how he manages to march more precisely than I do. Everyone swallowed nervously, observing Qin Luo's impeccable form. It was better to avoid any conflict, lest they found themselves on the receiving end. Stand firm, Chang Lei shouted. Qin Luo halted in a perfect posture, his feet coming together with a crisp and powerful sound. Squad leader, am I doing well? Qin Luo smiled at Chang Lei. Chang Lei beamed, nodding vigorously. Not bad, quite good, exceedingly well. Haha, Qin Luo. You are the best soldier I have ever trained. Insightful and talented. A smile crept onto Qin Luo's lips. Squad leader, let us continue practicing. I feel I can still improve. The 3 major marching techniques were not as simple as folding a blanket. They required both physical coordination and mastery of strength. Qin Luo's mimicking ability currently stood at a mere 70%. To secure the title of top recruit, he needed to practice diligently, striving for a higher similarity. Qin Luo was determined to avoid any mishaps. Chang Lei, upon hearing Qin Luo's request, was elated, unable to contain his smile. Having trained numerous recruits, he had never encountered one so eager for progress. Now, he was convinced that Qin Luo was not among those who relied on connections to get ahead. Suddenly, His peripheral vision caught sight of other recruits. Chang Lei swiftly turned, and upon seeing his stern expression, all the recruits immediately stood at attention. Look at them. Chang Lei pointed at the others, frustration evident in his voice. I am too tired to scold you all. Starting today, during lunch breaks, everyone will practice marching drills. What? Cheng Haonan grimaced, squad leader, no nap at noon means we'll collapse in the afternoon. If not, then improve your skills. Chang Lei snapped back. When you can march properly, then you can rest. Look at yourselves. How far behind you are compared to Qin Luo. You are just a bunch of slow learners. All the recruits nearly dropped to their knees in disbelief. Qin Luo had only been here for less than a day, and they, the veterans of 2 months, were being labeled as slow learners? They had to chase after this newcomer? That scoundrel. Cheng Haonan gritted his teeth, glaring at Qin Luo. This brat is truly going to ride on our heads. Chapter 10, The Squad Leader versus. The company commander. As noon approached, an old soldier rushed over. It was Qin Liang. Chang Lei approached him with a beaming smile. Hey, squad leader, why are you so happy? Qin Liang asked, puzzled. Well, Qin Liang chuckled. With the end of this new recruit training, you're going to get promoted, and I'll have to salute you from now on. Hearing this, Chang Lei's smile widened even more. In just one morning, Qin Luo had mastered all the marching movements with remarkable precision. His performance was commendable enough to make him stand out even among the entire recruit company. Qin Luo was not a burden. He was clearly a treasure leading them toward success. By the way, what brings you here? Chang Lei inquired. Qin Liang chuckled. Isn't there a new recruit in your platoon? His personal items haven't been collected yet. Oh right. Chang Lei slapped his forehead and shouted, Qin Luo. Yes. Qin Luo responded promptly, rushing over. Qin Liang's eyes widened in shock. Wow, you run so perfectly. Qin Luo stood tall. Report, squad leader. It's all thanks to our squad leader's excellent teaching. Qin Liang gave a thumbs up in admiration. Indeed, squad leader, you're surely bound for promotion. He has only been here for less than a day. And you've already made him so capable. Oh no, I only have a tiny bit of skill. Chang Lei laughed, feeling an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. Happier than after a massage. He had completely forgotten the grievances from the previous day with Wu Ziyuan. All right, Chang Lei said, trying to suppress his smile. Qin Luo. Grab your personal items and go with squad leader Chen to store them properly. Once in the army, all non-essential items must be kept in a unified manner. Yes. Qin Luo nodded and turned to Qin Liang. Please wait for me. Chang Lei glanced at Qin Luo's retreating figure, then walked toward the other recruits. Though his thoughts seemed solely occupied with Qin Luo, occasionally glancing back at him, appearing somewhat absent-minded toward the others. It was akin to a child who had just received a dream toy, wanting to hold on to it even while sleeping. Suddenly, Chang Lei's smile froze. A few squad leaders were stealthily making their way toward the storage room. What the heck? Chang Lei's mind buzzed. Were these guys planning to execute the company commander's orders to undermine Qin Luo? Had it been yesterday, he would have pretended not to see, hoping Qin Luo would leave sooner. But now, Qin Luo represented a beacon of hope in his eyes. Not only these individuals, but even the company commander would not dare to reprimand him. He couldn't allow them to demoralize Qin Luo, nor could he let Qin Luo leave. This was a natural-born soldier, a rare gem. The recruits looked at his back, tears brimming with frustration. This damn brat, he has truly ruined us. Cheng Haonan seethed, his eyes ablaze. A group of recruits reluctantly made their way to the training ground, their hearts filled with resentment toward Qin Luo. The faster and more precisely Qin Luo learned, the more incompetent they felt. Like fools, who could tolerate that? The wind howled as the scenery whizzed past Chang Lei. He sprinted toward the storage room with the speed of a 100-meter dash. Qin Luo, you hold tight. The squad leader is coming. With the squad leader here, fear not. Chang Lei's expression was grave. At this moment, Qin Luo was his prized possession. Whether he had come in through the back door or by rocket, he was undeniably a rare talent. No matter what, he absolutely could not allow anyone to shatter Qin Luo's confidence. Fire ignited in Chang Lei's eyes as he subconsciously clenched his fists. Anyone who dared to mock Qin Luo would face his wrath. Today, he was determined to stand up for Qin Luo, even against the company commander. A wall loomed ahead, but Chang Lei showed no signs of slowing down. He charged straight toward it. Just before impact, he leaped, pushing off the wall with his foot, swiftly changing direction. Upon landing, he rolled to dissipate the force and immediately dashed toward the storage room. As he approached the entrance, Chang Lei had no time to turn. Instead, he pushed off the ground with his right foot. He transformed from a full sprint to a sideways leap, landing and sliding across the grass in a flawless posture. Like a slippery fish, he glided across the grass, zooming to the storage room entrance. Qin Luo, Chang Lei shouted while sliding. The squad leader is here. He lifted his head, and several squad leaders stood at the door, grinning as they surrounded Qin Luo. Upon witnessing Chang Lei's sliding spectacle, all the squad leaders were momentarily stunned, staring at him as if he were a fool. Chang Lei halted at their feet, staring blankly at them, completely bewildered. The squad leaders looked down, still astonished at Chang Lei, who maintained his sliding position. The air seemed to grow still. Both parties were enveloped in an awkward silence. Squad leader, how did you slide over here? Qin Luo whispered. The squad leaders suddenly snapped back to reality. Indeed, squad leader, your form is quite standard. How did you manage to crawl all the way here? That slide was impressive. It must have covered at least 10 meters. The application of soap does not render you as slippery as this. Might we witness another performance? Class leader, this is an extraordinary skill. You ought to teach us. Chang Lei's face flushed crimson as he swiftly propelled himself off the ground with a push of his hands. What are you all doing here? Chang Lei glared menacingly at several class leaders. The leaders paused momentarily before bursting into hearty laughter. Oh, nothing much, just taking a stroll, merely passing the time. Oh, we won't disturb you any longer, we'll wander elsewhere. The third class leader waved at Qin Luo. Little Qin, make sure to train diligently. The first class leader is undoubtedly the best among us, and you can learn a great deal from him. The fifth class leader patted Qin Luo's shoulder. I have faith in you. You will surely pass the new recruit assessment. Qin Luo hurriedly nodded with a smile. Thank you, class leaders. I will definitely strive hard and not bring shame to our class leader. The group waved goodbye to him with cheerful smiles, akin to bidding farewell to dear friends. Chang Lei stood in astonishment, his jaw nearly hitting the ground. These individuals hardly seemed to be here to provoke Qin Luo. They appeared more like relatives on a casual visit. Had he known, he would not have rushed over. Now, his rear was still throbbing with pain. Once the group had departed, Chang Lei quickly inquired, Qin Luo, they didn't treat you poorly, did they? Qin Luo chuckled lightly, reporting to the class leader. Everything is fine. Chang Lei's face bore a look of skepticism. Really, nothing happened? They didn't say anything to you? Rest assured, you need not fear. If they do anything to you or say anything, tell me, and I will stand up for you. Seeing the earnest expression on the class leader's face, Qin Luo felt an inexplicable warmth in his heart. Before enlisting, anyone who wished to befriend him would surround him only if he was generous with his money. Yet, apart from his father and Wang Rifa, no one had ever shown such genuine concern for him. Observing the class leader's protective demeanor, he sensed that if he were truly bullied, Chang Lei would willingly confront anyone on his behalf. In that fleeting moment, even Qin Luo himself was unaware that his attitude towards the class leader had subtly shifted. With a beaming smile, Qin Luo replied, Thank you, class leader. However, they truly did not do anything to me. They merely came to encourage me and urge me to train diligently while there is still time. Chang Lei's mouth fell open in shock. Had those fellows lost their senses? Or had they misunderstood the commander's orders? Rest assured, class leader, Qin Luo said with a grin, the leaders did not cause me any trouble, and they were rather kind. Observing that Qin Luo did not seem to be lying, Chang Lei finally exhaled with relief, though he still grunted. Qin Luo, remember, you are my soldier. Regardless of what transpires, you must inform me immediately. Although my capabilities as a class leader are limited, I will certainly advocate for you. As he gazed at Chang Lei's serious countenance, Qin Luo suddenly felt as if his face were radiating light. In this moment, it appeared that Chang Lei would brave any peril for him. Qin Luo silently clenched his fists and nodded vigorously. Yes. Furthermore, Chang Lei stated earnestly, do not take to heart what they just said, given their mediocre level. They have yet to properly train their own soldiers. I will ensure you receive adequate training, and should you have any questions, seek me out. Qin Luo nodded with a smile. Understood, class leader. Chang Lei then broke into a slight smile, pulling Qin Luo close. Dinner is about to be served. Let us go. As Qin Luo observed Chang Lei's resolute, yet smiling profile, he felt a warmth akin to that of an older brother. In that moment, he found himself unexpectedly fond of this class leader who appeared tough, yet had a soft heart. Not far away, behind the toilet wall, the second class leader craned his neck, surreptitiously watching as Chang Lei led Qin Luo away. They're leaving. The second class leader exclaimed with excitement. Quick, let us see what we have. The class leaders exchanged glances and grinned broadly, simultaneously opening their jackets. Within each of their arms lay an assortment of fine cigarettes and luxurious brands. Their eyes lit up collectively, tears of joy trickling from the corners of their mouths. Commander, the third class leader gulped down his saliva. Surely, he must have misjudged. How could such a fine young man possibly drag our unit down? Indeed. Everyone nodded in unison. Commander, he must have been mistaken. Even the best can stumble. Chapter 11, United as One. Let us outshine Qin Luo. What kind of cigarettes are these? Why are they so flat, golden boxes, and such? The fifth class leader exclaimed in astonishment. This is heaven and earth. These cigarettes must be quite expensive, right? The fourth class leader rolled his eyes. Of course they're expensive. They're a limited edition, and you can't easily find them in regular tobacco shops. Goodness. The second class leader swallowed hard. Qin Luo is truly a good comrade. He is so respectful towards his fellow comrades. The group nodded vigorously, immediately beginning to divide the spoils. Typically, they smoked cigarettes costing 5 or 10 yuan. To be able to enjoy a 15 yuan pack was akin to celebrating the new year. Yet, Qin Luo had generously bestowed upon them 4 or 5 packs of these exquisite cigarettes. Such a commendable comrade, so understanding. How could he possibly be the burden or the rotten apple that the commander described? However, they remained oblivious to the fact that just as they were about to trouble Qin Luo, he was busy packing up, revealing a bag full of cigarettes and liquor. The moment Qin Luo noticed the intimidating class leaders had been captivated by the contents of his bag, he couldn't help but smile. Initially, he thought that the gift-giving tactic would be ineffective, yet it proved to be quite the contrary. For Qin Luo, matters that could be resolved with money were hardly matters at all. The second class leader nodded emphatically. In my opinion, our commander tends to view people through colored lenses. So what if he arrived 2 months late? As long as he possesses ambition, that is what truly matters. Exactly. The first class leader is so capable. He will surely guide him well. The third class leader cleared his throat. Speaking of which, shouldn't we do something in return for receiving Qin Luo's gifts? Absolutely. The second class leader declared with righteous fervor. First and foremost, we cannot aid the commander in his injustices. A comrade with such ambition deserves our encouragement. We must support him more often. Right. The sixth class leader nodded vigorously. In addition to offering him encouragement, we can also teach him when we have the chance. Relieving some of the first-class leader's burdens. Didn't he just request our assistance? Well, let it be. The third-class leader chuckled. The first-class leader is so exceptional. Who among us could match him? We should simply continue to encourage Qin Luo. The group exchanged knowing glances, all wearing mischievous smiles. Let us smoke. Let us light up. Yes, exactly, just like that. As Chang Lei watched Qin Luo transition from a low crawl to a proper side crawl, he clapped enthusiastically like a child. You're doing splendidly. Yes, yes. Just like that. Use your legs. Push harder. High crawl. Quickly, high crawl. Upon hearing the command, Qin Luo, already panting from exertion, immediately switched to a high crawl. With his elbows and knees generating synchronized force, he swiftly propelled himself forward. Excellent. Just like that. Chang Lei beamed, unable to contain his joy, his applause echoing loudly. Now, he could confidently assert that Qin Luo was not merely talented, he was a veritable genius. This lad was born to be a soldier. After just 2 demonstrations of the 3 tactical movements, not only had he mastered them, but he was also continuously self-correcting, improving with each movement. What a treasure. An absolute gem. Chang Lei felt an overwhelming urge to embrace Qin Luo and shower him with affection. Little Qin, faster. Chang Lei cried out excitedly, racing after Qin Luo. Meanwhile, Cheng Haonan and his peers stood rigidly like wooden posts. The reason was simple. Having just completed the 3 formations, they realized they could not match Qin Luo's prowess. Consequently, in frustration, Chang Lei had instructed them to focus on fundamental training. Each person had 2 bricks placed beneath their feet, with their caps balanced precariously on their heads. If they fell, the consequences would be dire. Brothers. Zheng Qian observed Chang Lei, who was gleefully pursuing Qin Luo, and his eyes twitched. At this rate, that new recruit will become our squad leader. Who knows? The class leader might even assign him to train us. How absurd. Cheng Haonan glowered at the crawling Qin Luo. This little brat is such a nuisance. Arriving 2 months later, yet so arrogant. Do you wish to assume the position of our leader? I, Cheng Haonan, will be the first to object. But what good is my objection? Li Dashing sighed. Can't you see? This fellow possesses remarkable talent. He excels at everything he learns. If I were the class monitor, I would surely appreciate him. Even if we resent it, it is of no consequence. Zheng Qian also sighed, muttering softly. Had I known earlier, I would have accepted his money. At least we wouldn't be at such a loss now. Precisely. How Duo chimed in. His voice low and resonant. I'm still struggling to crawl, yet Qin Luo learned it immediately. I genuinely believe he can teach us. How Duo, silence yourself. Cheng Haonan retorted irritably. Why bolster another's confidence while undermining our own? Which side are you on? How Duo whispered. I'm just speaking the truth. I really can't keep up. Be quiet. Cheng Haonan shot him a glare before turning to Zheng Qian. Old Zheng, you are the most cunning among us. Think of a solution quickly. Zheng Qian shot him a glance. Your words are poorly chosen. What cunning? This is wisdom. Fine. Cheng Haonan urged anxiously. You are the cleverest. Hurry and devise a plan, or that lad will truly start commanding us. I refuse to endure such indignity. The others echoed in agreement, for they had been together since joining the new recruits, having formed bonds. No matter how impressive Qin Luo may be, he is still a newcomer, lacking any emotional ties with them. As young individuals filled with vigor, they could not genuinely accept commands from someone who had just arrived. Zheng Qian's eyes twinkled as he suddenly laughed. There is but one method, but it requires our unity. Speak, what is this method? Cheng Haonan asked eagerly. As long as we can deal with him, our class will certainly stand united. Yes, we are all ears, old Zheng, do tell. Zheng Qian chuckled. The solution is simple. Find fault, intimidate him, make him fearful. Upon hearing this, the group wore expressions of skepticism. Will that work? Li Dashing inquired doubtfully. Can he be swayed by us? Absolutely. Zheng Qian replied with confidence. We are many, he is but one, and alone he stands little chance. By wielding both a heavy stick and sweet words, we shall surely bring him under our control. Li Dashing inhaled deeply. I believe old Zheng has a point. Our current plight stems from that lad's need for attention. If we can make him align with us, the class monitor will treat us equally once more. And we can resume our normal lives. Cheng Haonan burst into laughter. Old Zheng, in critical moments, you truly are the one to turn the tide. He looked at everyone, his expression darkening. No one is allowed to falter. We must act together. Even if the class monitor finds out, we shall face it as one. Should anyone show weakness, I will not spare them. Everyone blinked in agreement. Cheng Haonan. At that moment, he jumped to attention. Chang Lei, hands on hips, shouted from a distance. Your hat has fallen. Give me 100 push-ups and then stand back up. What? Cheng Haonan exclaimed, his mouth agape in dismay. He had been so excited that he forgot his hat was still on his head, and it had fallen off when he turned. Class monitor, I didn't mean to. Can it be reduced to 200? Chang Lei bellowed. Without further ado, Cheng Haonan dropped to the ground. Any further words would only invite more punishment. He glared at the still-crawling Qin Luo, his eyes blazing with fury. This is all your fault. Otherwise, we would be training normally. Just wait, your good days are numbered. Chapter 12. Do you really want to clash with me? All right, take a break. Chang Lei commanded, immediately smiling as he handed a water bottle to Qin Luo. Exhausted, Qin Luo lay on the ground, gasping like a spent dog. Sweat poured down his forehead like a burst faucet. Class monitor, class monitor. Qin Luo swallowed hard. How did I perform? Chang Lei beamed, giving a thumbs up. Outstanding, truly outstanding. It was nearly perfect. I can assure you, among our recruits, none crawled better than you. Qin Luo sighed in relief, finally feeling that his efforts were not in vain. However, this training was grueling. Had it not been for the ambition to finish first among the recruits and gain extraordinary abilities, he would not have pushed himself so hard. Having opted to take it easy long ago, Qin Luo inhaled deeply, contemplating that once he attained sufficient powers, he would seek early discharge from service. Racing across the world to confront the enemy, Chang Lei patted him on the back. You are indeed gifted. I taught you this morning, and by afternoon, you can crawl so well. I think you are ready for tactical combination training next. What? Qin Luo's eyes twitched. Chang Lei laughed heartily. I understand. You are very tired now. No worries. Take a moment to rest, and we'll resume shortly. Observing Chang Lei's enthusiasm, Qin Luo felt exasperated. Acquiring extraordinary abilities was no simple task. One class monitor. Suddenly, a loud shout broke through. Chang Lei turned to see Chen Liang. What is the matter? The company commander has called for an assembly, Chen Liang announced. We need to gather at the company headquarters now. Understood, Chang Lei nodded, his mind swirling with questions. The company commander rarely convened meetings, and when he did, it was usually in the evening, never during training. Could there be something of great importance? Class monitor. Hurry and go. Qin Luo gasped for breath. Don't keep the company commander waiting. Chang Lei smiled at him, thinking it was sweet that Qin Luo cared. Little did he know, Qin Luo just wanted to lie down and rest. If he didn't leave, how could Qin Luo recuperate? All right, Qin Luo sighed, forcing a smile. You all come over here. Chang Lei called to the recruits practicing their formations in the distance. Train with Qin Luo. Yes, all the recruits shouted in unison. Chang Lei glanced at Qin Luo before turning to dash toward the company headquarters. The recruits exchanged glances, grinning mischievously. Finally, an opportunity had arisen. Zheng Haonan clenched his fist, eyeing the sprawled Qin Luo. Let us go greet him. Let us go. The entire group followed closely behind, striding toward Qin Luo. At that moment, Qin Luo was deeply inhaling the fresh air, gazing at the azure sky, contentedly exhaling. Achieving first among the recruits was exhausting. He sighed in resignation, relieved that Chang Lei had left. If he continued crawling, he would be completely spent. Shaking his head, Qin Luo thought, the immediate priority is to complete the task and secure some remarkable abilities. Otherwise, even a few ability points would suffice. He no longer expected to gain powers immediately. Even a little enhancement to his existing skills would be beneficial. Although his physique was already comparable to that of an amateur athlete, Chang Lei was genuinely pushing him hard. This foundation was far from sufficient. He needed to complete a task first and elevate his physical capabilities. Qin Luo silently resolved that if he continued this level of training, he might not endure until the completion of the recruit training. Attaining the first position among new recruits seemed currently unfeasible. It would be simpler to first bring those few under control. While Qin Luo pondered, a shadow suddenly obscured the sunlight. He squinted up to see Zheng Haonan's large face, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. Goodness! Qin Luo jumped up in fright, only to realize the recruits had surrounded him in a tight circle. What do you want? Qin Luo scanned the group warily. He could tell their expressions were anything but friendly. What do you want? To train with you. Zheng Haonan began. But Zheng Qian swiftly pulled him behind, grinning at Qin Luo. We're here to train with you. Didn't he, the class monitor, just say so? All the recruits nodded with cheerful smiles, yet their eyes burned with intensity. Qin Luo was no fool and quickly grasped their intentions. He sprawled back down. You all practice. I'll guide you. After all, I'm significantly stronger than you. Get up. Zheng Haonan kicked his leg. Qin Luo sprang to his feet, as if seared by a branding iron. What do you want? Do you intend to strike me? Zheng Haonan sneered coldly, fixing his gaze on the furious Qin Luo. Come on. I'm still furious from the last sneak attack you launched on me. Indeed, we all witnessed it. Go ahead. Strike. The crowd taunted with audacity as Zheng Haonan deliberately nudged Qin Luo with his shoulder. A spark of rage flared in Qin Luo's eyes. Suddenly, he seized Zheng Qian. What? You dare not hit him, but you're coming for me. Zheng Qian retorted confidently. Come on, hit me. Qin Luo smiled faintly before gripping Zheng Qian's right hand. With the power of a superhero activated, an immense force surged forth. Zheng Qian was abruptly propelled, his right hand swinging uncontrollably. Slap. A resounding slap landed squarely on Zheng Haonan's face, sending him spinning in a complete circle, utterly unprepared. Everyone stood in stunned silence. Qin Luo released Zheng Qian and retreated. As you wished, here's a slap for you. Zheng Haonan, rubbing his stinging face, gazed at Zheng Qian in disbelief. You helped him hit me? Zheng Qian nearly burst into tears. It wasn't me. He used my hand to strike you. We're on the same side. How could I hit you? It's all him. What the hell? Zheng Haonan glared at Qin Luo. You dare to sneak attack me? I'll make you pay. But just as he raised his fist, Qin Luo suddenly laughed. Someone's hitting, someone else bullying. With that shout, all the new recruits turned their attention toward them. A duty sergeant rushed over. What is happening? Who is fighting? Report, sergeant. Qin Luo pointed at Zheng Haonan and his group. They're bullying me, the newcomer. Ganging up on me. Oh really? The sergeant scoffed. Only 2 months in, and you've learned to bully the newcomers? Report, sergeant. Zheng Haonan protested. I didn't hit him. He hit me. Look at my face. It's almost swollen. The sergeant turned his gaze toward Qin Luo, who shrugged, clearly. It was Zheng Qian who hit you. What does that have to do with me? Sergeant, ask them if you don't believe me. Is that so? The sergeant glared at the trembling How Duo, intimidated, nearly cried out. Report, sergeant, it's true. Zheng Qian panicked. Sergeant, it's not what you think. Qin Luo made me hit him. Enough. The sergeant shouted irritably. Do you think I'm foolish? He used your hand to strike him, and you just let him? Exactly. Qin Luo nodded in agreement. Zheng Qian, on the verge of tears, protested. It's just that he's too strong. Shut up. The sergeant roared. I don't care what nonsense you're up to, but neither of you is innocent. Drop and give me 200 push-ups immediately. Sergeant. It's really not what you think. We 300. The sergeant bellowed. Stop whining, or I'll give you both a demerit. Zheng Haonan and Zheng Qian, terrified, immediately complied, knowing that a demerit would spell doom for them if they were assigned to the unit later. You count. The sergeant pointed at Qin Luo. No sheltering. I'll be watching from the side. Yes. Qin Luo grinned, ready to comply. 1, 2, 3. Qin Luo called out loudly, while Zheng Qian and Zheng Haonan performed their push-ups, glaring at him. You scoundrel. No sense of martial virtue. Calling for help. Zheng Haonan fumed. Qin Luo squatted before him. Do you think you're a Western cowboy, challenging me? With your intellect, you think you can confront me? You stand no chance. Don't get cocky. We were just careless. Zheng Qian shot back, glaring at Qin Luo. Qin Luo smiled slightly. Don't be a stubborn duck. My previous conditions still stand. You think I'll be your little brother? Dream on. Zheng Haonan seethed. You want me to be your little brother? Not a chance. Qin Luo narrowed his eyes. I rarely take on little brothers. I've already given you face. Besides, being with me means enjoying the good life. Zheng Haonan gritted his teeth. You're scared. Afraid we'll mess with you. Wanting to reconcile, huh? Unless you bow down and apologize, agreeing to my initial terms, we 1T let this go. Exactly. Zheng Qian nodded. Qin Luo frowned. So I must submit for you to relent? Yes. They both affirmed. Zheng Haonan coldly added. You're too arrogant and love to show off, dragging us into punishment. You must listen to us. No negotiations? Qin Luo stared at them. Yes. They both replied again. Qin Luo smiled slightly. It has always been others submitting to me. I've never backed down. All right, let us see how long you can last. Zheng Haonan, filled with pride, looked at him. We're the ones waiting to see how long you can hold out. Sergeant. Qin Luo suddenly shouted. This guy is slacking off. What the hell? Zheng Haonan was nearly about to explode. You're the one with no sense of martial virtue. Chapter 13. Scaring me and then mocking me? Bang. The squad leader angrily tossed his hat onto the bed, causing all the recruits to immediately stand at attention. Qin Luo. Chang Lei stormed over, fury radiating from him. But upon seeing Qin Luo's face, his anger diminished somewhat. He pointed at Qin Luo, struggling to suppress his rage. Why isn't your assigned area clean? Huh. Qin Luo looked confused. He distinctly remembered having cleaned it thoroughly. What do you mean, huh? Chang Lei jabbed a finger at him. Your area has several pieces of trash. Our squad received a reprimand for it. Qin Luo felt a twitch in his eye as he caught a glimpse of Zheng Haonan's smug expression. It was this bastard. Qin Luo's eyes blazed with fury. And your shoes are a mess. The water cups are scattered everywhere, and there are plenty of water stains underneath. Because of you. Our squad has to forfeit the dynamic red flag this week. Chang Lei was about to explode with anger again, but looking at Qin Luo's face, he couldn't muster the words. You're quick-witted and learn things fast. Your military skills are commendable, Chang Lei said with a serious tone. But as soldiers, we must meet standards in all areas. Pay attention. Yes. Qin Luo straightened his chest. Chang Lei shot him a glare and sighed heavily. The day before yesterday, the company commander held an emergency meeting, announcing that this new recruit assessment would be conducted alongside 2 other recruit training regiments in the army. This was a significant event, and it was rumored that high-ranking officers would be present. Achieving good results would be remarkable. Qin Luo had already become Chang Lei's prized recruit, making it impossible for him to scold him severely. All right, go do what you need to. Prepare for training later, Chang Lei said as he turned to leave. Is that it? After Chang Lei exited, Zheng Haonan appeared speechless. The others shared the same dumbfounded expression, not even receiving the dynamic red flag, and the squad leader didn't punish Qin Luo. It was infuriating. You all did this on purpose, didn't you? Qin Luo glared coldly at everyone. Hey. Zheng Haonan approached Qin Luo with a sly smile. Make sure you have evidence when you speak. Don't bite like a rabid dog. Zheng Qian grinned. Someone didn't do well and got scolded by the squad leader. Are you feeling wronged? Then just cry out loud. Zheng Haonan laughed heartily. Let us go. Let us head to training and not disturb him while he cries. Hey, Qin Luo growled, causing everyone to halt immediately. He coldly glared at them. You started this, so I fought back. Zheng Haonan sneered. Who told you to love the spotlight so much? Making us get scolded by the squad leader? You brought this on yourself. Qin Luo shot back. Who told you to be so incompetent? If the squad leader punishes you, it's your own fault. You slapped me and made me do so many push-ups. What are you so proud of? Zheng Haonan was livid, ready to charge at him. But Zheng Qian held him back. Qin Luo, Zheng Qian said with a smile, we don't want to make things difficult for you. But don't make it hard for us either. Just keep your training at a level consistent with everyone else. He rubbed his hands together. If you want us to ease up on you, it's simple. Just maintain an average level during training. Moreover, you are the latecomers, at the very least. You ought to show us some respect. Zheng Qian's smile abruptly froze on his face. Do you insist on opposing us? Qin Luo shrugged his shoulders. It is you who have chosen to stand against me. My training is my own affair. If you fail and face punishment, that is your concern, not mine. He spoke nonchalantly. If you find the punishment too burdensome, then acknowledge me as your elder brother. I will provide you with money, and you can indulge in nourishing food to recover your strength. Qin Luo and Zheng Haonan glared at him furiously. We are extending an olive branch to you. I am also offering you a way out. Qin Luo gestured with his hands. Zheng Qian snorted coldly. Let us go. If he enjoys being tormented, we shall oblige him. All the new recruits glared at Qin Luo before turning to leave. Qin Luo, filled with disdain, was determined to secure the top position among the new recruits. He absolutely could not settle for their level. If you refuse my offer of mercy, then you wish to play, do you? Qin Luo shrugged. I possess 100 ways to frighten you into submission. As night deepened, shortly after the lights-out signal sounded, the barracks were filled with the sounds of snoring. Qin Luo suddenly opened his eyes wide and glanced over at Chong Lei's bunk. Chong Lei was sleeping soundly, his mouth wide open. Qin Luo smiled slightly and slowly sat up. A glance around revealed that all the new recruits were snoring, with Chung Haonan's snores particularly loud. Qin Luo approached Chung Haonan, who let out a foul odor, prompting Qin Luo to immediately cover his nose. Eating like a pig, growing like a pig, and sleeping like a pig. Qin Luo snorted coldly, a wicked smile spreading across his face. You deserve to oppose me. He slowly turned his head, leering at the others. As the night grew darker, a cold wind swept through the camp. The regiment officer, Xia Hui, on patrol quickly wrapped his coat tighter. Xia Hui chuckled, Old Kong, do you not know the temperament of our commander? If I do not check the bunks and he finds out, he might report to higher-ups. And I still wish to make progress. Kong Xiang laughed heartily. The commander is indeed very serious about his work. Come on, let us go together. The two men strode towards the dormitory of the 9th Company. Everyone was sound asleep. Xia Hui shone his flashlight into the dormitory. Kong Xiang smiled, of course. Among our training regiment, our company endures the hardest training. Once the lights-out signal is sounded, the new comrades fall asleep immediately. They have no energy left to run around. Xia Hui nodded. Your company is indeed impressive. When I visited other companies, some new recruits were running to the restroom late at night, others were washing clothes. And some were even moon-gazing. Damn it, they're just not tired enough. Kong Xiang laughed heartily. Such things would never happen in our company. The new comrades are too busy training to even think about such antics. Suddenly, Xia Hui jumped up, dropping the flashlight. Kong Xiang was startled. What is wrong with you? Xia Hui pointed at the first squad. What on earth are these soldiers doing? They are all wide awake, staring at me. It's utterly terrifying. How could that be? Kong Xiang replied skeptically. The first squad endures the toughest training. They must surely be asleep at this hour. Listen to the loud snores. It's true. Xia Hui anxiously pointed at the dormitory. You don't believe me? Kong Xiang picked up the flashlight, still skeptical, and shone it inside. My goodness. Just one glance. And Kong Xiang jumped back to Xia Hui's side, dropping the flashlight again. Is it? Xia Hui glared at him. Are they all staring at you? Kong Xiang nodded, still shaken. It's incredibly creepy. He took a deep breath, suddenly realizing, and was filled with anger as he picked up the flashlight to shine it inside again. Upon looking, it was as if they were all wide-eyed and staring at him. Kong Xiang's jaw nearly dropped to the floor. Xia Hui slowly leaned closer, a sly smile on his face. Old Kong, your squad, the one that trains the hardest, certainly knows how to have fun, doesn't he? Are they trying to scare me? I see they are even more restless than the new recruits from other companies. No, old Xia, it's not what you think, Kong Xiang began to explain. Just then, Chung Haonan let out an incredibly loud snore, like thunder, startling both Kong Xiang and Xia Hui. The two turned to see Zheng Qian turning his head, his fake eyes wide open, seemingly grinning. Is he mocking me? Xia Hui angrily pointed at Zheng Qian. Qin Luo squinted his eyes, watching the furious Xia Hui with a smile creeping onto his lips. This is your punishment for opposing me. Qin Luo snorted. Your nightmare has just begun. Chapter 14. Why do you have that painted on your face? At 1 o'clock in the morning, all members of the first squad stood in a straight line in front of the barracks. Wu Ziyuan, holding a flashlight, paced around them, his gaze piercing. All stood terrified, focused on their own breathing. Kong Xiang stood aside, struggling to suppress laughter at the Ultraman painted on Duoduo's face. Then he glanced at Zheng Qian, who had a cat painted on his face, and nearly burst out laughing. Finally, upon seeing Chung Haonan with a rocket drawn upside down on his face, he could no longer contain himself and let out a loud laugh. Wu Ziyuan shot him a glare, and Kong Xiang quickly covered his mouth. Yet, the suppressed laughter still escaped through his fingers. PFF. Ha. The new recruits exchanged glances, unable to stifle their laughter. You have a big turtle on your face. You have a skull painted on your face. You have a big mustache hanging on your face. Shut up, Wu Ziyuan roared, causing everyone to fall silent instantly. What are you laughing at? Is it amusing? Cheng Lei glanced at the doodles on the new recruits' faces, his expression darkening. At that moment, he wished he could find a hole to hide in. Qin Luo, observing Wu Ziyuan's expression, was inwardly gleeful. The performance was about to commence. All right, what are you still standing there for? Rest? Wu Ziyuan snapped angrily. You think your squad knows how to play tricks, huh? Not sleeping at this hour, and painting faces, preparing to perform? His gaze landed on Chung Haonan, his eyes twitching violently. Others are painting cats, dogs, and Ultraman. And you? For heaven's sake, are you out of your mind? Chung Haonan nearly exploded with rage upon hearing this, shouting furiously, which bastard painted on my face? Come out, I will kill you. Seeing his expression, the others struggled to suppress their laughter, tears streaming down their faces. Chung Haonan had 2 circles and 2 dots painted on his eyelids, making it appear as if he had eyes blinking. Shut up, Wu Ziyuan growled lowly, his murderous gaze fixed on him, causing him to quickly fall silent. Speak up, whose idea was this? It's an injustice, Chung Haonan shouted. Startling Wu Ziyuan, with a sobbing tone, he exclaimed, Squad leader, it's an injustice, we are all victims, we didn't do this. The others chimed in, Squad leader, it's not our fault, we are all honest people, How could we do such a thing? Then who did it? Wu Ziyuan glared at them. It was him. It must be him. Zheng Haonan pointed at Qin Luo, his eyes blazing with anger. Yes, it's definitely him. Zheng Qian quickly echoed. No one else but him. Kong Xiang looked at Qin Luo in disbelief, and Wu Ziyuan narrowed his eyes, his gaze sharpening. Qin Luo immediately played the innocent card. Report, squad leader. They are framing me. He wore a face of 3 parts innocence and 7 parts grievance. I trained so hard during the day, exhausted like a dog. As soon as the lights out signal sounded, I fell asleep immediately. I have no idea what happened afterward. I am truly innocent. Reporting to the squad leader. Chang Lei quickly added. I can vouch for him. He definitely didn't do it. He trains exceptionally hard during the day, and as soon as the lights out signal sounds, he falls asleep immediately. I saw it with my own eyes. All the new recruits looked at their squad leader with bitterness. No one expected that at such a crucial moment, the squad leader would actually come to Qin Luo's defense. A fleeting smile crossed Qin Luo's face. During his act of grievance, his mimicry abilities had unconsciously kicked in. With such a heartfelt performance, he could easily win a Golden Horse Award for playing the tragic hero. Even the new recruits were left dumbfounded by Qin Luo's astonishing performance. Could it truly not be him? Was it possible that they had misjudged him and there was a traitor among their ranks? However, Zheng Haonan hesitated for but 2 seconds before he snapped back to reality. Impossible. It must be him. No one else would stoop so low. Just as he was about to report it, Wu Ziyuan seized him by the ear, causing him to yelp in pain. What report? Are you still wrongfully accusing someone? Wu Ziyuan was seething. Even if you're pressed for time and unable to present yourself properly, can't you enlist someone else as help? At the very least, you could have put in a little more effort to end up with that on your face. How unique of you. Zheng Haonan, feeling utterly wronged, nearly burst into tears. Who would deliberately mark their own face like that? It truly wasn't me. A squad leader. Wu Ziyuan bellowed. Yes. Chang Lei quickly stood at attention. Your class is just too lively. Wu Ziyuan nearly laughed out of exasperation. Not only does their imagination run wild, but they're all artists when it comes to wronging others, and they're so united in it too. Given this, everyone except Qin Luo will run 3 kilometers before going to sleep. What? The entire class was taken aback. What nonsense. Zheng Haonan, 5 kilometers. Zheng Haonan felt like crying. Why was he always the one getting punished? Class 1, on command, run. Chang Lei ordered, and everyone reluctantly followed him to the playground. Yet, as they left, they shot fierce glares at Qin Luo, their eyes ablaze with fury. Wu Ziyuan cast a glance at Qin Luo before turning away with Kong Xiang. Wu Ziyuan scoffed. Can't you see? The markings on Qin Luo's face are more horrendous than anyone else's. Clearly, someone is targeting him, trying to set him up. Is that your way of standing up for him? Kong Xiang asked with a grin. Wu Ziyuan replied with a grunt. Though I'm not fond of that kid. One must be fair as a company commander. How else can you command respect? Not to mention, Zheng Haonan's markings are the most haphazard. He clearly rushed and ended up scribbling on his face without thought, resulting in this ridiculous appearance. Who is wronging whom? That is obvious. Kong Xiang nodded. Tapping his head. You make a valid point. But that kid, why draw something so ridiculous on his face? Old Wu, I never realized you had a knack for detective work. Wu Ziyuan laughed heartily, pride evident in his voice. I have many talents. Don't think you can use me as your pawn. Watching the two walk away, Qin Luo secretly breathed a sigh of relief, feeling a swell of pride. Such a dangerous ruse had succeeded. Truly, I am a genius. Fortunately, Wu Ziyuan hadn't grown suspicious. Otherwise, he would have been punished to run alongside the others. That would have been akin to injuring 1,000 foes while harming oneself 800. Far too unprofitable. Qin Luo turned to observe the playground, where a group of recruits were running, their faces contorted in frustration. To make matters worse, they were being prodded along by Chang Lei, adding to their misery. A sly smile crept upon Qin Luo's lips. Attempt to play tricks on me, and you shall find yourselves at a disadvantage. After morning exercises, the recruits tidied their quarters before hastily grabbing their tools and heading to the designated area. Just as Qin Luo had made a few sweeps, a throng of figures encircled him. Oh, Qin Luo straightened up, a smile gracing his face as he looked at the group. You all seem quite efficient today. Finished cleaning so soon? Was it your doing? Zheng Haonan glared at him with fiery eyes. Qin Luo responded with feigned indignation. Of course not. Nonsense, it was definitely you. Zheng Qian shouted angrily, pointing at Qin Luo. You're incredibly despicable, resorting to underhanded tactics. Zheng Haonan jabbed a finger at Qin Luo, growling. You took advantage of our slumber to play tricks on us, even drawing that on my face. Are you even a man? Seeing the murderous glares from the others, Qin Luo shrugged with a grin, dropping the pretense. Who threw trash in my designated area? Who messed up my quarters while I was away? If you started this underhandedness, don't blame others. The recruits were fuming, with Zheng Haonan tightening his fists, prepared to charge. I think you deserve a beating. Suddenly, a thunderous shout interrupted them, causing everyone to turn in fright. 3 squad leaders approached, their presence imposing, prompting the recruits to stand straight. Good day, squad leaders. The 3rd squad leader scanned them before looking at Qin Luo. Are they trying to bully you again? Don't be afraid. Just let us know if there's any trouble. The 2nd squad leader scoffed. You lot don't know the meaning of unity at all. What did the 1st squad leader teach you? You bullied him last night, and now you still want to? We outsiders can't stand by idly. The recruits were taken aback. When did Qin Luo develop such a connection with these squad leaders, who now seemed to be coming to his defense? What was most disheartening for the recruits was that they had clearly been the ones wronged last night, yet Qin Luo was now the victim. Qin Luo, the 5th squad leader patted him on the back. Speak freely. If they bully you, we'll stand up for you. Yes. The other two squad leaders nodded in agreement. The recruits exchanged nervous glances, and Sheng Haonan instinctively took a step back. Seeing their cowardice, Qin Luo couldn't help but chuckle. He had no intention of escalating matters. A little discomfort for them would suffice, as his system task required him to win them over. Thank you, squad leaders. I'm fine, Qin Luo replied with a smile. They're just feeling guilty for how they treated me last night, so they insisted on helping clean the area. I'm simply refusing their kindness. Is that so? The third squad leader chuckled. There's no reason to refuse. It's their duty. Let them do it. The recruits stared wide-eyed, stunned into silence. Who said they wanted to help? The third squad leader pointed at the grass nearby. And while you're at it, trim this grass. Look at how overgrown it's become. Get it all done before breakfast. The recruits were left in shock. What are you staring at? If you don't clean up well, you won't eat breakfast. That is final. The squad leaders glared fiercely, their expressions threatening. Facing the daunting sight, the recruits could only turn away with grim faces to retrieve their tools. Damn you, Qin Luo. Zhang Qian lamented, his face a picture of despair. You actually brought the other squad leaders to deal with us. That traitor. Oh, so you want to play like that, do you? I won't let you off lightly. Sheng Haonan seethed through clenched teeth. At that moment, every recruit felt utterly aggrieved. Having been tricked the previous night, they were now being played once again early in the morning. Who could understand their feelings? Chapter 15. What are these fellows up to? Hey, you lot, move faster. The third squad leader called from a distance. We're watching you. Don't even think about slacking off. The second squad leader pulled out a cigarette and lit it. Make sure it's neat. Otherwise, I'll tell your squad leader and have you run another 3 kilometers. The recruits, terrified, hastened their pace, the sound of scissors snipping echoing around them. The fifth squad leader chuckled. This is the consequence of bullying new comrades. How Duo was on the verge of tears, but we didn't bully him. Shut up. Sheng Haonan glared at him. Then turned to the others. We must repay this grudge. I was kicked over 20 times by the squad leader last night. I got kicked at least 10 times. Zhang Qian gritted his teeth, still feeling the sting in his rear. A devious thought crossed Zhang Qian's mind. If brute force won't work, let us get crafty. He may be underhanded, but we can be even craftier. Meanwhile, the squad leaders retreated to a corner, puffing smoke rings as they observed the recruits at work. The third squad leader remarked, Qin Luo is truly commendable. Despite being bullied, he still asks us not to intervene. He embodies unity. The fifth squad leader nodded in agreement. Indeed, he knows how to navigate relationships well. It is merely a matter of helping him seek justice. Yet he has gone so far as to offer us cigarettes. Such kindness is excessive. Allow me to share this. The second squad leader spoke earnestly. These cigarettes are not to be taken lightly. We must keep a close watch on Qin Luo from now on to ensure he is not bullied again. That is imperative. The group nodded in agreement, laughter shared amongst them. They then called out to the new recruits in the distance, urging them to hasten their movements. After breakfast, Zhang Lei took Qin Luo aside to a small grove. Do not dwell on last night's events, he said, his gaze comforting. Qin Luo smiled, squad leader. I truly have not. Really? Zhang Lei scrutinized him. Qin Luo nodded vigorously, indeed. With a sigh of relief, Zhang Lei responded, that is good to hear. The military is a large collective, and a squad is but a smaller one. You possess talent and intelligence. I believe you will surely integrate well with everyone. Observing the squad leader's hopeful expression, Qin Luo felt a pang of silence within. He had no desire to blend in with that motley crew, who likely wished him ill. Rest assured, squad leader, I will undoubtedly get along with them. Zhang Lei, beaming, patted him on the back. The military is a great melting pot. There are also social dynamics to consider. Enough said. I trust you will manage. He gave him another reassuring pat and turned away with a smile. As Qin Luo watched Zhang Lei's retreating figure, the smile on his face vanished. The morning slipped away swiftly. As before, Zhang Lei led Qin Luo in extra practice, while the others continued their drills and ran 5 kilometers, leaving them drenched in sweat. During mealtime, everyone shot Qin Luo fierce glares as if he were their sworn enemy. Perplexed, he thought, are these fellows so resilient? Even in this state, they still wish to confront me? Feeling a twitch in his eye, he decided to persist. His body was nearing exhaustion. He needed to unlock a new superpower or enhance his genes, lest he truly perish from fatigue. Thus, completing this task was paramount. However, upon entering the barracks, he was struck with disbelief. Where's my blanket? What has happened to my sheets? All that remained on his bunk was a green mattress. Oh, the young master is searching for his blanket? Came Sheng Haonan's mocking voice as he sauntered in with a triumphant air. Qin Luo swiftly turned to face them, his brow furrowing. What have you done with my blanket and sheets? The new recruits exchanged glances, all grinning mischievously, to atone for the misdeeds of last night. We conspired this morning after finishing our chores to do something worthy of you. Sheng Haonan patted his chest, seeing the weather so fine. We decided to air out your blanket. By the morning's end, it should be as fluffy as cotton. You'll certainly sleep warmly tonight. Qin Luo was instantly infuriated. In the military, particularly for new recruits, airing blankets was a grave taboo. He had exerted considerable effort to flatten his blanket to its current state. This airing would ruin it entirely. When Zhang Lei discovered that his blanket was not even folded as well as when he first arrived, he would surely face reprimand. Furthermore, Sheng Haonan continued with a smirk. Old Zheng noticed how hard you've been training and brought the others to help wash all your dirty clothes and shoes. How about that for an apology? Qin Luo's mind buzzed. He immediately opened his wardrobe. Indeed, all his clothing, including his military coat, was gone. There wasn't even a single pair of socks left. Furious, he exclaimed, "Did you all wash my clean clothes? I still need to change tonight." The new recruits erupted into malicious laughter. Cheng Haonan boasted, "If you had spoken up earlier, we wouldn't have washed them. Why didn't you say something? How could we have known? We merely acted with good intentions." Zheng Qian chimed in, chuckling, "Haonan, how can you say that? We cleaned his clothes so nicely that he'll have the motivation to train in them, right, Qin Luo?" Laughter erupted once more, clenching his fists. Qin Luo strode forward. "So you all wish to play games with me, do you?" Cheng Haonan's smile faded as he coldly stared him down. "You provoked us, rookie. You brought this upon yourself." "Indeed," Zheng Qian added angrily. "Look at what you've turned us into. You deserve this." Qin Luo's cold laughter echoed. He had initially intended to reason with them, but it seemed unnecessary now. He glanced at his filthy, odorous clothes and then at the line of damp garments flapping in the open air, his frustration reaching a boiling point. "Very well. If this is how you wish to play, then just wait." He vowed silently. "Thank you, squad leader," Qin Luo said with a smile, stuffing items into Chen Liang's arms outside the storage room. Chen Liang, with a serious expression, raised his arm. "What are you doing?" Qin Luo patted his pocket, grinning. "For such a small favor, you deserve my gratitude. Squad leader, let us leave unspoken. It's all understood." Chen Liang shot him a stern look. "This is not to be shared with others. It shall not be repeated." "Yes." Qin Luo saluted with a smile and dashed away. Once he was out of sight, Chen Liang looked into his pocket, a smile creeping onto his face. This lad knows how to ingratiate himself. All he did was take a bottle of cough syrup from his bag, yet he is so courteous about it. As the lights went out, the barracks fell into darkness. "Everyone, behave yourselves." Chang Lei's cold voice pierced through the quiet. "If any mischief occurs, do not expect leniency." "Yes, squad leader." Qin Luo, feigning nonchalance, covered half his face with his blanket. Zheng Qian nodded at everyone, signaling them to be cautious through the night. They all placed their pillows over their faces and tied strings around their ears, wary of Qin Luo sketching their faces, which would undoubtedly disturb them and lead to a 3-kilometer run as punishment. Time slipped by, and the exhaustion from the day as training soon had everyone asleep within 20 minutes. Qin Luo opened his eyes, slowly lifting his head to survey the room before stealthily retrieving a small bottle and descending from his bed. "Old Xia, our company commander has already reprimanded them." In the early hours, Kong Xiang accompanied advisor Xia through the barracks, smiling. They were merely playing a prank. They have recognized their mistake and will not repeat it. Xia Hui smiled slightly at him. "Old Kong, to be honest, among all the new recruits in the regiment, yours have displayed the most colorful antics. It has certainly been an eye-opener for me." Kong Xiang laughed awkwardly. Truth be told, it had been an eye-opener for him as well. "Let us go," Xia Hui said with a grin. "Let us see if they have heeded your words and are behaving." Kong Xiang confidently patted his chest. "Old Xia, you can rest assured. Our recruits are the most obedient in the entire regiment." Xia Hui smiled non-committally and headed straight for the first squad. Upon reaching the window, Kong Xiang confidently switched on his flashlight. "Listen, the sounds of their breathing are deep. They must be sleeping soundly." Suddenly, Kong Xiang jumped in fright. "What the?" Xia Hui was taken aback and quickly turned on the flashlight. "Old Xia, wait!" Kong Xiang shouted, but it was too late. The beam of light illuminated the first squad, and Xia Hui's eyes widened in shock. There, each new recruit sat upright in their beds, staring blankly ahead as if possessed. The sight sent chills down Xia Hui's spine, reminiscent of a horror film. A gust of wind swept through, leaving Xia Hui pale with rage as he glared at Kong Xiang. "Old Kong, is this what you call obedient? Not a single one is asleep in the dead of night, all gathered here to frighten me?" Kong Xiang was momentarily speechless. Xia Hui fumed. "Your recruits are growing increasingly troublesome." Chapter 16. Qin Luo, you have reached the pinnacle of shamelessness. In front of the dormitory, the new recruits of the first squad stood in a row, their faces filled with grievances, their eyes wide as saucers. At this moment, Wu Ziyuan stood before them, his murderous gaze fixed intently upon them. Chang Lei, his face flushed with embarrassment, lowered his voice and said to the group, "What are you all doing awake at this hour? Hurry up and confess your mistakes." "Confess? Nonsense," Wu Ziyuan bellowed. "Look at how terrified the instructor and Deputy Xia are. It's too late to admit your faults now." Chang Lei sighed helplessly, while the new recruits looked utterly aggrieved, tears welling in their eyes as they gazed at Wu Ziyuan. "Old Wu, I've sent them away," Kong Xiang gasped as he rushed over, wiping the sweat from his brow. "It cost me 2 packs of cigarettes just to coax Deputy Xia out. I was parched from talking so much." "Stand at attention," Wu Ziyuan suddenly shouted, startling all the new recruits into immediate compliance. "What on earth are you all doing?" He glared at them, his gaze sweeping past Qin Luo, his eyes twitching inexplicably. He had always disapproved of soldiers who slept dutifully, yet it was those he held in high regard who were now causing trouble. Wu Ziyuan's temper flared as he shouted, "Speak up." All the new recruits jumped in shock, and Chang Lei quickly responded, "Report to the company commander. We initially intended to sleep, but then, for some reason, we just couldn't." "Report to the company commander. This is the truth," Zheng Qian chimed in. "I was almost asleep, but suddenly I became wide awake. No matter how I lay down, I couldn't sleep, so I sat up to ease my mind, but it only made me more energetic, and I couldn't sleep at all." Li Dasheng, wearing a mournful expression, added, "Company commander, this isn't our fault. We didn't mean to scare the leaders." Qin Luo struggled to suppress laughter. He had released an entire 2 bottles of medicine. There was no way they could have fallen asleep. "Is it my fault then? Should I blame your squad leader?" Wu Ziyuan shouted angrily. "Huh." Chang Lei looked utterly bewildered. What did this have to do with him? Everyone fell silent as Wu Ziyuan, glaring at Qin Luo, continued to shout, "So many of you can't sleep together, do you think I'm a fool?" Seeing the recruits so frightened, Kong Xiang quickly interjected, "Old Wu. I think they realized their mistakes. How about squad leader?" Wu Ziyuan suddenly roared, startling Kong Xiang. At ease, Chang Lei stepped forward. Wu Ziyuan glared at him. "These are your soldiers, and you brought them out. It's one thing not to sleep, but must you always let the duty officers see it? You've embarrassed our company." Chang Lei, his face flushed, shouted back, "Report to the company commander. This is all my responsibility. You can't escape." Wu Ziyuan pointed at him. "Take this bunch of unruly soldiers and run 5 kilometers, followed by 300 push-ups. If they're not tired, then don't stop until they are." "Yes," Chang Lei shouted. "First squad, aim for the playground. Run." Squad leader. Cheng Haonan protested, "Why him? He didn't even act like you guys." Chang Lei's anger frightened Cheng Haonan into a quick nodding. All the new recruits began to run towards the playground, casting bitter glances back at the dormitory. They felt utterly humiliated and were about to endure physical punishment. A truly unfortunate situation. As dawn broke, the wake-up call rang out. Each squad shouted their slogans, marching in unison towards the playground. 1, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, puff, puff, puff. Suddenly, a series of sounds erupted from the ranks. The lead sergeant shot an irritated glare at the formation and shouted again, 1, 2, 3, puff, puff, puff. Another round of sounds followed, causing the entire company of recruits to burst into laughter, many covering their noses. "Stop that." The duty sergeant glared at them, his face darkening. The recruits quickly subdued their laughter and marched forward obediently. With a disdainful snort, the duty sergeant yelled, 1, 2, 1, 2, puff, 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 puff. This time, the sounds were even more frequent and louder. Furious, the duty sergeant turned and shouted, "Who is it? Who insists on doing this while I'm speaking?" Many recruits were on the verge of tears from laughing, but at the sight of the duty sergeant's furious face, they could only struggle to hold it in. Not just them, even other squads running past couldn't help but join in the laughter. "Report." The duty sergeant fumed. "Every time I call a slogan, someone in the ranks lets one rip, loud and foul. As soon as I shout, they follow suit. This has happened 3 times in a row." Wu Ziyuan's eyes blazed with fury, but before he could turn around, Cheng Haonan suddenly shouted, "Report. I can't hold it anymore. I need to go to the bathroom." Wu Ziyuan glared at him. "You little rascal. Report. I can't take it either." Zheng Qian suddenly shouted, twisting left and right in apparent distress. "Report. I'm in the same boat." Li Dashing cried out urgently. "Report. Report." In an instant, the first squad of recruits collectively shouted, with only Qin Luo standing still in the formation. Again, Wu Ziyuan was on the verge of exploding, but before he could unleash his anger, Cheng Haonan darted out of the ranks. "Sorry, company commander, I really can't hold it anymore." Puff, puff, puff. A sudden series of explosive sounds erupted. Zheng Qian and the others turned pale, unable to utter a word before bolting after Cheng Haonan. Yet, not long after they began to run, trails of evidence were left behind. Ha! A passing company witnessed the scene, and even their company commander burst into laughter. Wu Ziyuan's mouth twisted in fury. "Damn it. These rascals, why is it always them?" After breakfast, Qin Luo let out a satisfied burp, grinning as he headed back to the dormitory. Suddenly, a low growl rang out. Qin Luo turned, his heart sinking. Chapter 17. The company commander is terrified. "What are you up to now?" Wu Ziyuan stood beneath a large tree. His face darkened as he beckoned Qin Luo over. Qin Luo gulped. He can't have found out, right? Just deny it to the end. Taking a deep breath, Qin Luo strode towards Wu Ziyuan. "Hello, company commander." Qin Luo saluted nonchalantly. Wu Ziyuan scrutinized him coldly and got straight to the point. "Was it you?" "Huh." Qin Luo feigned innocence. "Company commander, are you joking?" He appeared innocent, but inside, he sighed with relief. He had grown accustomed to Wu Ziyuan's temperament and knew he was straightforward. If he had known it was Qin Luo, he wouldn't have asked but would have presented evidence instead. Now, it was clearly a test. "I don't have that capability." Qin Luo shook his head vigorously. Wu Ziyuan frowned. "Then why is it that among your squad, you're the only one unaffected?" Qin Luo chuckled inwardly. Wu Ziyuan was indeed testing him. He shrugged. "Company commander, if you don't know, how would I? They didn't bring me along." Wu Ziyuan stared at Qin Luo for a long while, but could discern no deception. He snorted. "It better not be you. Otherwise, I won't spare you. And remember to get along well with your fellow squad members." "Yes." Qin Luo immediately saluted. Wu Ziyuan shot him a glare before turning to leave, shaking his head in confusion over what had happened to the first squad. A smile crept onto Qin Luo's face as he glanced towards the bathroom, where groans of agony were emanating. As night fell, the soldiers, having trained all day, lined up neatly to head to the mess hall. Not long after dinner, the entire company gathered to watch the news broadcast. With no training that evening, they were free to engage in activities after watching the news, while recruits from other squads happily headed to the library or basketball court. The first squad trudged back to their barracks, utterly exhausted. After a day filled with mishaps, they had either been expelling gas or running to the toilet. They had run out of clean clothes and were now wearing borrowed ones. Their spirits had plummeted. All they desired was a place to hide. What a humiliating day it had been. Not only they, but also the other recruits witnessed it. They have now become the laughingstock of the entire recruit battalion. This incident is likely to become a lifelong psychological shadow for them. "Who told you to take a break?" Chang Lei entered with a stern expression and said, "Have you trained at all today? Continue with physical training." "Really, instructor?" Everyone immediately protested in grievance. Zheng Qian, with a tearful tone, pleaded, "Instructor, We had a tough day too. We really can't do any more physical training, otherwise, someone might die. Indeed, instructor. Cheng Haonan chimed in. I'm a big guy and I can hardly endure it. I feel completely drained. You can't let someone like How Duo continue with this. He is still growing. And you can't let him suffer so early. How Duo was so frightened that he burst into tears. Instructor, I don't want to die? I haven't even married yet. Chong Lei, initially quite angry, softened upon seeing How Duo's tears. All right, he pointed at them. I allowed you to rest. But you must all be back to normal tomorrow. Thank you, instructor. Everyone expressed their gratitude with tears in their eyes. Suddenly, a series of explosive sounds erupted, and a foul odor quickly filled the air. Chong Lei shook his head helplessly and turned to find the platoon leader. Out of sight, out of mind. He feared that if he looked too long, he might get infuriated. Once Chong Lei left, everyone turned pale and rushed outside with paper in hand. Half an hour later, the recruit sat on the ground, gasping for breath. Why hasn't he improved after taking the medicine? Cheng Haonan clutched his grumbling stomach. What is wrong with us? It must be Qin Luo. Zheng Qian suddenly declared, and everyone collectively turned to him. Qin Luo? Yes. Zheng Qian nodded vigorously. We just messed with him. And then we couldn't sleep and had diarrhea. Who else could it be? Right. Cheng Haonan slammed his fist on the ground. It's definitely that bastard Qin Luo who has ruined us. Old Zheng, think of a new plan quickly. Before Zheng Qian could respond, Qin Luo cheerfully walked in from outside. Oh, everyone's here. All eyes were on Qin Luo, glaring at him as if he were their archenemy. Don't look at me like that, Qin Luo said with a grin. You all insisted on picking a fight with me. Damn it, it really is you. Cheng Haonan pointed at him angrily. What did you do to us? I didn't do anything. Qin Luo shrugged. I just gave you some potent caffeine and a strong laxative. Everyone's eyes nearly popped out. No wonder they couldn't sleep last night. No wonder they had been running to the toilet all day. It was all Qin Luo's doing. You bastard. Cheng Haonan was about to charge at him. But as soon as he exerted himself, he felt his stomach rumble even more violently, causing him to stop in fright. Don't get too excited. Qin Luo said with a beaming smile. If you get too worked up, your intestines will move faster. I only gave you a small dose. So as long as you remain calm, it won't be so frequent. After all, you have no spare pants. Qin Luo, you bastard. Zheng Qian glared at him in anger. You're really too mean. Same to you. Qin Luo shrugged. You all washed my things. So you're not in a better position. Seeing everyone glaring at him, Qin Luo laughed. Don't worry, I actually have an antidote. It can help you return to normal. Everyone's eyes lit up instantly. Then hurry up and give it to us. Qin Luo smiled faintly. I can give it to you, but you must agree to one condition. Let us make peace and acknowledge me as your leader. Just a simple acknowledgement will suffice. In your dreams, get lost. Cheng Haonan roared angrily. The expressions on all the recruits' faces instantly became lively. Before they could speak, Cheng Haonan already pointed at Qin Luo. You've made us suffer so badly, and you want to make peace? You must first admit your fault. Then all right. Qin Luo waved his hand dismissively. Then it seems we can't negotiate. You can just continue suffering. With a slight smile, Qin Luo turned and walked out. So what do we do now? Li Dashing asked, clutching his stomach. I don't believe his nonsense. Cheng Haonan scoffed. What nonsense potent laxative? I'm sure we'll be fine by tomorrow morning. Don't worry. The next evening arrived. The lights out signal sounded, and each class gradually extinguished their lights. Not long after, snores filled the air from various classes. At this moment, in Class 1, Chong Lei and Qin Luo were sound asleep, with Qin Luo even snoring comfortably. As for the other recruits, they sat with wide eyes, each sporting dark circles. He is sleeping so soundly. Cheng Haonan glared at Qin Luo, clenching his fists in anger. I really want to beat him to death. Haonan. Li Dashing said energetically. Didn't you say the effects of the medicine weren't strong? It's been 2 days, and the effects are still incredibly potent. Cheng Haonan felt embarrassed. He hadn't anticipated that Qin Luo wasn't bluffing. The effects of the medicine were indeed extremely powerful. This won't do. Zheng Qian shook his head. It's one thing to have diarrhea, but we absolutely cannot go without sleep. If we're exhausted tomorrow, the instructor, everyone gulped. They hadn't slept all night, and while they looked fine, they felt utterly drained. During the day's training, they had performed poorly. Fortunately, Chong Lei thought they were still recovering, so he didn't say much. But if they continued like this tomorrow previously, they hadn't believed Qin Luo's words. But having endured this far, they were more than wary. Old Zheng, you're full of clever ideas. Cheng Haonan looked to Zheng Qian for help. Think of a solution quickly. Everyone looked to Zheng Qian, placing their hopes on him. Zheng Qian clenched his fists and glanced at Qin Luo, who seemed to be sleeping soundly. Gritting his teeth, Zheng Qian decided, there's no other choice. We'll have to resort to this plan. He quickly shared the plan, and everyone stared in shock with wide eyes. Will this work? Cheng Haonan looked incredulous. Do you have any other ideas? Zheng Qian shot back. Everyone looked resigned. And Cheng Haonan glanced at Qin Luo, his eyes blazing with determination. We absolutely cannot let this guy continue to laugh at us. Cheng Haonan nodded. Let us do it. Old Xia, you've been checking for 2 nights in a row. Why are you still checking our class? Kong Xiang chuckled beside Xia Kanmu. We can handle it ourselves. Wu Ziyuan nodded vigorously, though he felt quite anxious. Xia Kanmu looked at Kong Xiang, and then at Wu Ziyuan, smiling. The esteemed Captain Wu never checks the patrols. Yet today he has come along. What does this indicate? It shows you're feeling guilty, which means I was right to come. Therefore we must check. Kong Xiang hurriedly replied. That's impossible. Old Wu just can't sleep, so he came along. We have absolute confidence in our soldiers, right, Old Wu? Right. Wu Ziyuan nodded, though his face looked grim. Xia Kanmu noticed Wu Ziyuan's expression and smiled faintly. All right, we're here now. Let us see what is going on. Let us go. Kong Xiang saw him quicken his pace and had no choice but to follow Wu Ziyuan. Did you just check? Everything is fine, right? Wu Ziyuan asked quietly. Kong Xiang nodded. I just checked half an hour ago. Everything is fine. They're all well-behaved and haven't caused any trouble. Wu Ziyuan sighed in relief. Then I'm at ease. The three made their way directly to Class 1, and Xia Kanmu switched on his flashlight. Kong Xiang smiled and asked, so, everything is alright? The smile on Xia Kanmu's face suddenly froze. What the hell? Wu Ziyuan was startled and quickly leaned in to see the scene before him, stunned. What the hell? What the hell? Chapter 18. Young man, don't be so desperate. What on earth are you doing? Wu Ziyuan shouted furiously, spewing saliva. Outside the dormitory, the recruits stood shivering in a line. They never expected that simply wanting to sleep would lead to being caught by the unfortunate Xia Kanmu. What on earth was going on? Speak up. Wu Ziyuan pointed at them, trembling with rage. Every day, you concoct some nonsense. First, you refuse to sleep. Then you collectively lash out. And now you even contemplate suicide as a group. What on earth is wrong with you? Are you determined to make my life difficult? Speak up. What exactly do you intend to do? He stormed up to Chung Haonan and shouted. Chung Haonan, nearly in tears from fright, stammered, Squad leader, we don't even know what we want to do. Wu Ziyuan was on the verge of fainting from anger, while Chong Lei's face was flushed crimson. Qin Luo struggled to suppress his laughter. He had not anticipated the situation would escalate to this point. He could hardly believe that this group, desperate for sleep, had devised a plan to knock each other unconscious just to achieve that goal. Yet, after a lengthy bout of futile attempts, none had been rendered unconscious. Much to the amusement of the staff, who witnessed the absurd scene of them bashing their heads together, Qin Luo found immense joy in their misfortune. Who would have thought they could concoct such a ridiculous idea? Meanwhile, Assistant Xia, infuriated, pointed at them. Today has truly opened my eyes. You comrades are remarkably united. Must everything be done as a collective? Upon hearing this, Wu Ziyuan and Chong Lei's faces turned beet red. Kong Xiang quickly interjected with a smile. Oh. Assistant Xia, let us not be so harsh. They're just young and fiery. It's understandable. We were the same in our youth. Assistant Xia shot him a disapproving glare. When I was young, I wouldn't have gathered such a crowd to do something so foolish. Would you have confronted old Wu together? Kong Xiang, embarrassed, retorted, what kind of talk is that? Assistant Xia, still fuming, pointed at them before noticing Qin Luo, who was stifling a laugh. At least this soldier seems normal, he declared, pointing at him. Wu Ziyuan glanced at Qin Luo, his eyes twitching. At that moment, he was unsure whether to feel pleased or disheartened. The new recruits all turned to Qin Luo, their anger simmering, as he was making faces at them. They all felt an overwhelming urge to take revenge on him. Don't, old Xia. Kong Xiang hurriedly pleaded. Give the young man a chance. Please don't report him. As Kong Xiang and Assistant Xia walked away, Wu Ziyuan glared at all the new recruits, causing everyone to lower their heads in fear. With his voice trembling from anger, he demanded, what on earth are you all thinking? Who can explain what you intend to do? Squad leader. Chong Lei stood tall. It's my failure in teaching them. The responsibility lies with me. I wasn't even speaking about you. Wu Ziyuan pointed at him angrily. What kind of squad leader are you? How do you conduct your duties? What nonsense are your soldiers preoccupied with all day? Yes, Chong Lei replied, his face serious. Wu Ziyuan pointed at him for what felt like an eternity before finally shouting. You are hereby warned. Reflect carefully on how to lead your troops. Yes, Chong Lei yelled back. Qin Luo's smile vanished in an instant, his heart sinking. He had only intended to prank Chung Haonan, never expecting it would implicate Chong Lei. Squad leader, please be quiet. Wu Ziyuan interrupted him coldly, fixing him with a stare. You are a soldier now. Consider how to integrate into the team. Why do they exclude you from their activities? Suddenly, he hesitated. Of course. I didn't mean to suggest you join in on their antics. What I mean is, reflect on why you are not welcomed and whether you are suited to be a soldier. Yes, Qin Luo nodded. But this matter has nothing to do with the squad leader. Please don't punish him. Squad leader. Zheng Qian shouted. This is not our squad leader's fault. It's all on us. Enough. Wu Ziyuan bellowed. Now, take them to do push-ups and think it over. Remember, if they can't sleep, they shouldn't stop. Yes. Chong Lei shouted. He snorted in frustration and stormed off toward the company office. He dragged you down, Zheng Qian said bitterly, looking at Chong Lei. Chong Lei surveyed everyone inside. All right, let us not say anything more. Reflect on what the squad leader just said, and let us go. The group followed Chong Lei to the training ground, while Qin Luo watched their retreating figures, feeling helpless. I'm sorry, squad leader, Qin Luo exhaled. This was purely collateral damage. I was wrong, and I will make it up to you. As dawn broke, the sound of spirited slogans echoed throughout the training regiment. Wu Ziyuan stood at the edge of the training field, his expression forbidding. Kong Xiang approached with a grin. What is the matter? Did you not sleep all night? You look like a panda. Kong Xiang chuckled. Don't worry. I've already spoken to Assistant Xia. He agreed not to report it and to give the newcomers a chance. He patted Wu Ziyuan on the back. The new recruits are coddled by their families, unlike in our day. In this new era, we need new methods of leadership. Be patient. Wu Ziyuan sighed, then coldly replied. But this is the military. We are here to prepare for battle and protect our homeland at any moment. They're just like this. Kong Xiang smiled slightly. What about Qin Luo? Isn't he doing well? Don't even mention him, Wu Ziyuan retorted dismissively. The entire squad excludes him from everything. He simply cannot integrate into the group. I truly don't understand what Chong Lei is doing, why he hasn't dismissed him yet. Kong Xiang shook his head. You're just too biased against him to see his potential. I think he is quite capable. Capable? Nonsense. Wuziyuan scoffed. Those who rely on connections can hardly be considered admirable. No, you must speak to Chang Lei and remind him not to forget our previous agreement. I do not wish for my good soldier to be dragged down by that individual. Kong Xiang observed Wuziyuan's stubborn demeanor with a resigned smile. Although Wuziyuan had not been paying attention to Qin Luo, he had been observing his changes all along. However, Kong Xiang was well aware that no matter what he said, Wuziyuan would not believe him. Well, perhaps you will discover it on your own in due time. As the day came to a close, after dinner, the new recruits gathered to watch the news as usual. Following the broadcast, each squad conducted their evening drills. Once the drills concluded, the recruits enjoyed a brief respite. Some hurried to the store to buy snacks, while others headed to the restroom to wash up, creating a bustling atmosphere throughout the company. Bang! Cheng Haonan collapsed onto the ground, panting heavily. The other new recruits were equally exhausted, sprawled out in various corners. From last night until now, they had been in relentless training without a moment's respite. They had never felt so drained since joining the new recruit company. Everyone, hurry and wash up. Chang Lei said coldly, holding a basin. Get a good night's sleep tonight and refrain from any more nonsense. He shook his head and walked out. He had exhausted every means to tire them out, and was skeptical they could come up with anything else. Qin Luo quickly grabbed a basin and rushed out. Equally worn out and yearning for a hot shower. Watching him leave, the others felt a surge of anger. This scoundrel had put them through such misery, and hadn't he even offered a word of apology. Li Dashing clenched his fists in fury. Apologize. Zheng Qian seethed. He told me today to bow down and admit defeat, or else worse would follow. I'll be damned. Cheng Haonan yelled, leaping to his feet, only to be struck by a sudden pain in his stomach, causing him to grimace. Everyone, Cheng Haonan glared at them. It's no longer about him being on top. We are now sworn enemies. We must confront him. Yes, they replied in unison, their eyes ablaze with fury. The entire company was aware that their collective antics from last night had been discovered, and everywhere they went today, they were met with laughter and ridicule. Some even mocking them. Their dignity had been shattered, all thanks to Qin Luo. Old Zheng, Cheng Haonan glared at Zheng Qian. If we don't give him a beating, we won't even be considered men. This matter is far from over. Then what are we waiting for? Cheng Haonan shouted with intensity. Let us go after him. Chapter 19. A single punch to obliterate all today. The common folk are genuinely elated. As Qin Luo indulged in a bath, he sang with fervor, wielding a bar of soap as if it were a microphone, twirling in delight. Yet, upon turning around, he was abruptly taken aback, causing the soap to fly from his grasp. Just as he was about to retrieve it, he noticed a pair of feet beside the soap. He lifted his gaze to find Zheng Qian, Cheng Haonan, and others glaring at him with palpable rage. Qin Luo's eyes twitched. He hesitated, contemplating whether to pick up the soap or not. Swallowing hard, he declared, I refuse to accept your apology in this manner. Shut your mouth, Cheng Haonan retorted, pointing at him. You dare speak? You scoundrel. You've caused us great misery, and now I'm both exhausted and aching. We're settling this today. A glimmer of interest sparked in Qin Luo's eyes. Settle it? Are you serious? Zheng Qian scoffed and waved off the soldiers still bathing. This is a matter for our class alone. Leave quickly and do not speak of this outside. The new recruits, sensing the escalating tension, hurriedly dried off and wrapped themselves in towels before fleeing. They were not afraid of collateral damage. Rather, they feared the notorious reputation of this group. Once the others had vacated, Li Dashing closed the bathroom door, and all eyes turned toward Qin Luo with sinister intent. Hey. I truly have no interest in this. He protested, covering himself. Though I was just singing, it was merely a song, not an invitation. Cheng Haonan's eyes blazed with fury. You are utterly shameless for using such underhanded tactics against us. What were you thinking? Enough chatter. Let us get to it, Zheng Qian interrupted, fixing a cold stare on Qin Luo. We don't wish to prolong this. Today, we resolve this matter. Having donned his pants, Qin Luo smiled amiably at them. Are you agreeing to my terms? It's about time. Become my underlings, call me Big Brother, and there's money to be made. You'd be foolish to refuse. Silence, Zheng Qian commanded, pointing at him. First, you must apologize to all of us and treat us to a meal as compensation. 1 meal? That's insufficient, Cheng Haonan exclaimed, eyes wide. It must be 3 meals. Indeed, 3 meals, Zheng Qian affirmed. Then we might consider forgiving you. However, during training, you must refrain from overshadowing us. We cannot endure constant punishment. Qin Luo rolled his eyes. Let us hear the second condition. Second, Li Dashing interjected with a huff. If you refuse the first, we will force you to comply. Zheng Qian's gaze hardened. We have already made concessions. It would be wise for you to agree. Otherwise, we might be inclined to seriously harm you. With fists clenched, they glared menacingly at him. Qin Luo, at a loss for words, realized the futility of their demands, particularly regarding training, as agreeing would jeopardize his position as the top recruit. I refuse both conditions. At that, they all stepped forward ominously. How about this? Qin Luo grinned. I will make a concession. You may call me boss, and I will still provide you with money, but you won't have to assist me anymore. I can teach you during training to help you improve. What do you think? Quite favorable, no? A collective gasp echoed as they absorbed his proposition. You think you can teach us? Cheng Haonan sputtered in disbelief, trembling with indignation. We've been here 2 months longer than you. Do you consider yourself a veteran? Shrugging, Qin Luo replied, I don't wish to teach you, but you seem to struggle and face punishment often. If I help you, perhaps you can avoid that. Enough with the nonsense. Cheng Haonan roared. This guy needs a good beating to learn his place. Zheng Qian nodded in agreement. Qin Luo, you've been given a chance. If you refuse, we cannot be held accountable. He stepped back to stand beside Duo, Cheng Haonan, and the others, unable to contain themselves. Charged at Qin Luo with malicious grins. Hey, let us talk this out. I don't want to fight you. Qin Luo retreated to a corner. Meanwhile, he concentrated, readying his extraordinary punch. You dare strike us? Cheng Haonan sneered, raising his fist. I'll have you kneeling and calling me father in no time. He swung his fist towards Qin Luo's chest, and the others followed suit, aware that striking the face would alert their instructor. However, hitting the body would leave no marks. Wait. Qin Luo stepped back and delivered a precise punch. Stay back, bang. In an instant, Cheng Haonan's face contorted in agony, as if his stomach had been struck by a hammer. His pupils dilated, and his feet left the ground, bending backward uncontrollably as he flew away. The three soldiers behind him were met with a powerful gust, followed by darkness as a massive figure collided with them, sending them soaring backward. Bang. The trio rolled away like bowling pins. Cheng Haonan fared worse, flying over 2 meters before crashing to the ground, kneeling in pain, tears streaming down his face. He barely managed to prop himself up, resembling someone bowing to an elder. Silence. An absolute stillness enveloped the room. Zheng Qian and Duo stared, wide-eyed, retreating several steps in shock. Haohan, are you all right? Zheng Qian stuttered, concern etched on his face. Cheng Haonan struggled to lift his head, weakly shaking his finger while managing a feeble smile. I'm fine. But as he uttered the third word, he suddenly retched, expelling the contents of his stomach with alarming force, causing the other recruits to recoil and cover their noses. What a foul stench. Zheng Qian grimaced at the sight of Cheng Haonan's disarray, swallowing hard. He never imagined that this seemingly frail individual possessed such strength. With a mere flick of his hand, he had sent the towering Cheng Haonan crashing down, along with 3 others. Cheng Haonan had earned the nickname Tank among the recruits, and no one dared to provoke him. What kind of power does Qin Luo possess? This successful display of strength was astonishing. If he were to further enhance his abilities, the implications would be staggering. Suppressing his elation, Qin Luo slowly waved a finger at them. Initially, I wished to interact with you as an ordinary person. Why did you insist on provoking me? The new recruits felt a shiver run down their spines, their scalps prickling with fear. You know martial arts? Zheng Qian asked, his voice trembling. Of course. Qin Luo replied, executing a series of fluid motions reminiscent of Wing Chun, striking a pose. Young ones, I advise you to reconsider your stance. Do not force my hand. That punch was the culmination of 20 years of training. Do you think you can withstand it? Beneath his enigmatic exterior, Qin Luo was internally panicking. After delivering the punch, he was now in a cool-down phase. Should they decide to swarm him at this moment, he would have no means of defense. Fortunately, his movements were impeccably executed, mirroring the precision of a master martial artist. Zheng Qian and the others exchanged glances, gasping in disbelief. This individual was a true master. Thank goodness they had hesitated, otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. Seeing that he had successfully intimidated them, Qin Luo breathed a sigh of relief but continued to threaten. So, do you wish to continue? If so, bring it on. This time, I'll take on 10. Just then, an urgent commotion erupted outside, and the recruits' hearts raced with anxiety. As they turned, the door burst open with a resounding crash, and several instructors, including Chang Lei, rushed in, their expressions frantic. Immediately following, the platoon leader and the instructor rushed in as well. Yet, upon spotting Cheng Haonan kneeling on the ground, all were momentarily taken aback. Chang Lei bellowed. What on earth are you doing? Cheng Haonan, why are you kneeling? Cheng Haonan's expression contorted, drool stringing from his lips, as he mustered the courage to reply. Report. Squad leader, the ground is too slippery. I fell inadvertently. Then why the hell are you crying? Chang Lei glared fiercely at him. Cheng Haonan, his stomach roiling in agony, tears streaming down his face, lamented, It hurts, squad leader. You'd cry too if you were in my position. Chapter 20. Why is everyone so kind to Qin Luo? Chang Lei scanned the scene, and before he could speak, Wu Ziyuan pushed him aside. Upon seeing the platoon leader arrive, all the recruits scrambled to stand at attention. While Qin Luo hastily donned his trousers, Wu Ziyuan glanced at Qin Luo, then at the others, instantly deducing what had transpired. Platoon leader, I truly slipped. Cheng Haonan blurted, only to immediately retch again. Enough with the nonsense. How could a slip lead to this? Clearly, you have been beaten down. Several observing squad leaders chimed in, causing Chang Lei's eyelids to twitch in irritation. It is said that family disgrace should not be aired in public, and the commotion caused by his men had already brought him enough shame. Now, with so many witnesses, his pride was utterly obliterated. Wu Ziyuan regarded Chang Lei with a cold smirk, while Chang Lei's face flushed crimson, wearing an expression that seemed to plead for mercy. Wu Ziyuan shot him a glare. After all, this was his best soldier, and with no outsiders present, it was truly difficult to punish him severely. Why are you still kneeling? Get up at once. Instructor Kong Xiang hurriedly stepped in to mediate, urging, quickly tell the platoon leader the truth. Zheng Qian waved his hand, and the new recruits rushed to help their fallen comrades to their feet. Cheng Haonan, still writhing in pain, could only bend over as he was assisted. He never anticipated that Qin Luo could actually fight. Had he known this would be the outcome, he would have rather faced Qin Luo in a different manner. Wu Ziyuan scoffed, what more is there to say? Even a fool can see what happened. Kong Xiang nudged him, whispering, this situation reflects poorly. It cannot be allowed to spread. Wu Ziyuan retorted loudly, they've already disgraced the entire regiment. Do you think I fear it getting out? Kong Xiang awkwardly chuckled, stepping back helplessly, allowing them to fend for themselves. Wu Ziyuan's eyes blazed with fury. A bunch of incompetent soldiers. You've been in the army for 2 months longer than them, yet you are reduced to this sorry state. If you were assigned to my platoon, I would train you to the point of exhaustion. Zheng Qian and the others felt a wave of shame, wishing they could disappear into the ground. Who could have known Qin Luo was so formidable? Class leader. Yes, your squad is far too energetic, Wu Ziyuan roared. You will take them to the field and run for 2 hours, no less than a minute. Furthermore, tomorrow, each of you will write a self-critique to be presented before the entire platoon. Understood, Changlei shouted. Platoon leader, the 5th squad leader said with a grin. Let Qin Luo off. He was merely defending himself against bullying. Indeed, platoon leader, the 3rd squad leader quickly added, he did not provoke anyone. It was purely instinctive self-defense. Wu Ziyuan whirled around, causing the squad leaders to fall silent. Is he not a soldier? Is he not one of them? Moreover, is fighting permitted in the army? All the squad leaders were left speechless. Wu Ziyuan thundered. The army is a collective. We share honor and disgrace. And do I need to elaborate on this? Yes. All the squad leaders hastily declared, straightening their backs. They understood that the platoon leader was furious and hoped to avoid becoming targets of his wrath. Changlei, what are you still doing there? Run. Wu Ziyuan turned again. All of you. Changlei bellowed. To the field, move out. Yes. All the recruits trudged along behind Changlei, their faces contorted in pain. Cheng Haonan winced as tears continued to flow, but under the platoon leader's menacing glare, he dared not utter a word. Qin Luo, having dressed swiftly, joined the ranks. Although he faced punishment, he felt a sense of satisfaction. He had longed to confront these individuals, and finally, the opportunity had arisen, with the consequences not being overly severe. If possible, he wished to deliver another punch later, as Zheng Qian and the others had yet to taste the repercussions. Observing Cheng Haonan and the others in their sorry state, a smile crept across Qin Luo's face. This punch should have subdued them, right? Tomorrow, perhaps there would be unexpected surprises. Who knows, when I awaken, they might come to admit defeat. A throng of individuals burst from the restroom. And Qin Luo hastened to catch up to Changlei. Squad leader, perhaps you should take a break from running. Qin Luo adhered to principles. He sought trouble with those who provoked him. Although Changlei treated him well, the continuous reprimands from Wu Ziyuan weighed heavily on him. I will run with them. Qin Luo insisted. You merely observe. We will not slack off. Zheng Qian and the others glared at Qin Luo in exasperation. Damn it. Are you trying to play the good guy now? You may not be brothers by blood, but you should be closer than brothers. He said solemnly. I have always aimed to enhance your military skills, yet I neglected to educate you in this regard. That is my shortcoming. The platoon leader speaks true. Your current state bears much of my responsibility. Run. Changlei growled. We will reflect together. Watching Changlei's retreating figure, not only Qin Luo but everyone fell into silence. Changlei was a commendable squad leader, yet their conflicts had led to his continuous suffering, leaving a weight on everyone's conscience. Qin Luo inhaled deeply, a bittersweet smile gracing his lips. At this moment, he could not entirely comprehend Changlei's words. Why entrust one's back to another? Would it not be better to rely upon oneself? Could others be trusted? He shook his head, dismissing further thoughts, and strode forward. The others quietly followed suit. Not a word exchanged. At that moment, Wu Ziyuan and Kong Xiang emerged from the restroom. Old Wu, don't be angry, Kong Xiang said, patting Wu Ziyuan on the back. Changlei is your soldier. You must trust him to lead these recruits well. Wu Ziyuan clenched his fists. How can I not worry? I initially thought Qin Luo was a liability, but now I realize that this entire squad is a handful. I fear they will collectively drag my best soldier down. He took a deep breath. I have been focusing my energy on the 7th and 8th squads and have neglected them. It seems I need to shift my focus. Kong Xiang regarded Wu Ziyuan intently, aware of Changlei's significance in Wu Ziyuan's heart. When Wu Ziyuan first became an officer, Changlei was already a squad leader. They had traversed many years together, and naturally, he was reluctant to see Changlei leave the army. He sighed. I will reiterate my point. Trust Changlei. He is an excellent squad leader. However, Qin Luo has indeed surprised me. Kong Xiang chuckled. Who would have thought he could fight so well? That's an unexpected gain. Perhaps being able to fight is of little consequence, Wu Ziyuan scoffed. No matter how skilled he is, he does not behave like a soldier. Just look at his interpersonal relationships. Can the army accommodate someone like him? Do not speak well of him. I simply do not see his worth. I can tell at a glance that he is different from the others. At the very least, his thoughts diverge from theirs. Kong Xiang offered a wry smile, recognizing the deep-rooted convictions of this military scion. By the way, Wu Ziyuan suddenly furrowed his brow. Have you noticed that the attitudes of the other squad leaders seem somewhat off? Kong Xiang was taken aback. Really? Of course, Wu Ziyuan replied with a cold snort. I instructed them to target Qin Luo, yet they just defended him. There is something amiss with this bunch. He seized Wu Ziyuan by the arm, leading him towards the company headquarters, fearful of further disruptions. In the dormitory, Qin Luo sprawled on his bed, snoring contentedly. The other recruits, in stark contrast, were like aged, flickering candles, exhausted and aching all over. The 2 hours of running had left them utterly drained, yet invigorated them with a newfound spirit. For now, none could find rest. Watching Qin Luo snore thunderously, everyone clenched their fists in frustration. However, no one harbored the intention to give Qin Luo another beating. Partly because they did not wish to implicate the class leader, but mainly because they knew they could not contend with him. Zheng Qian observed that the class leader had already fallen asleep and murmured, "That bastard Qin Luo sleeps like a dead pig while we are in pain and unable to rest. It's infuriating. Come on, brother," Li Dashing lamented. His face a picture of despair. "Let it go. We simply can't take him on." Indeed. How Duo shook his head vigorously. "We might as well submit. He is too formidable. A bunch of cowards." Zheng Haonan glared at them. Zheng Qian shot him an irritated look. "Haonan, you've already been beaten to a pulp by him. What makes you think we can stand up to him? What do you have left to confront him with?" Everyone nodded in silent agreement, genuinely fearful of Qin Luo. Zheng Haonan's face flushed with embarrassment. "True, I can't beat him. Who would have thought he was so strong? Honestly, I want to back down too. That punch still hurts like hell." Hearing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. "That's more like it." Zheng Qian chuckled lightly. "He hasn't truly harmed us. It's just our pride. However, we cannot back down now." "What?" Zheng Qian glared at Zheng Haonan. "You, just now." Zheng Haonan waved his hand dismissively. "We can't let him intimidate us into submission. That would be too humiliating. At the very least, we need to outshine him in some aspects, or at least stand on equal footing. Otherwise, he'll truly ride on our backs and show us no respect." How Duo whispered, "I think Qin Luo isn't as you say. We just need to shut up." "What do you know?" Zheng Haonan said earnestly. "I have a keen eye for character." Zheng Qian rolled his eyes. "You can read people? Then pigs must be able to climb trees too. Are you just trying to save face?" "Old Zheng." Zheng Haonan looked at him pleadingly. "I'm taking the hits for everyone. You can't back down at this crucial moment. You're full of clever ideas. Help me out." Zheng Qian turned to the others. "What do you all think?" "Everyone." Zheng Haonan quickly appealed to the rest. "I'm your brother. You can't back down now. I beg you." Seeing his pitiful expression, Li Dashing grimaced but nodded. "Fine. But this is definitely the last time. If you can't manage, you must concede. I don't want to experience that never fall again." The others nodded in agreement. Recalling how dreadful that experience had been, they never wanted to relive it. "Absolutely," Zheng Haonan exclaimed excitedly, looking at Zheng Qian. "Old Zheng, I'm counting on you." "All right." Zheng Qian gritted his teeth and nodded. "This is the last time. If we still can't win, we'll concede." The others nodded fervently, genuinely afraid of provoking Qin Luo, fearing they wouldn't survive their new soldier training. "Congratulations, sir, you've secured another 100 billion order." Wang Rifa smiled as he handed Qin Jiaqing a glass of Normandy. Sighing heavily, Qin Jiaqing gazed at the swirling red wine, feeling utterly dispirited. Wang Rifa inquired softly, "Sir, are you thinking about the young master again?" Qin Jiaqing set down the glass. "Yes. The army is so tough, and the food is so poor. Xiao Luo must have lost a lot of weight. I wonder if he is being bullied. I genuinely worry about him." "That is true," Qin Jiaqing continued, his expression pained. "But without Xiao Luo by my side spending money for me, I feel no sense of accomplishment or motivation. I feel like a complete failure." Wang Rifa chuckled wryly. If your defeated competitors heard this, they would probably faint in the restroom. Chapter 21. Do you still want me to torment you? All right. Thank you, Commander Qi. Just as Wang Rifa finished his call with a smile, Qin Jiaqing immediately approached him. Noticing Qin Jiaqing's eager demeanor, Wang Rifa nodded with a smile. Commander Qi mentioned that the battalion the young master is in is the toughest training ground. So, I believe he must be on the verge of breaking down. Wang Rifa added, counting the days, I reckon he'll last no more than 2 weeks. Qin Jiaqing finally breathed a sigh of relief, his face lighting up with joy. Now I can relax, haha. I bet that kid is regretting joining the army right now. He is probably hiding under the blankets, secretly crying while thinking of me, huh? Let him go on vacation to clear his mind. Qin Jiaqing waved his hand dismissively. Didn't you just buy him an island in the Caribbean? Send over 100 supermodels and throw a grand beach party. In a few days, he'll feel better. Wang Rifa gave a thumbs up. You always think of everything. Sir, I'll take care of it right away. Wait, what is it, sir? Qin Jiaqing's expression turned serious. After everything is arranged, let me have the final say. Not just anyone is worthy to approach my son, Qin Jiaqing. They must be carefully selected. Understood, sir. Wang Rifa felt a bit awkward. You truly are a remarkable father. At 2 in the morning, outside the 9th Company. Commander, I can handle the patrol. You don't need to come personally, Chief of Staff Xie said with a smile. Gao Kun shot him a glare. Enough chatter. As the commander, I must understand the situation in each company. Otherwise, how could I avoid being deceived by you? Chief of Staff Xie laughed awkwardly. Commander, come on, I wouldn't dare. There is nothing wrong with the 9th Company. Stop rambling, lead the way. Gao Kun urged as he hurried inside, leaving Chief of Staff Xie no choice but to follow quickly. He wanted to notify Kong Xiang and Wu Ziyuan. But with Gao Kun suddenly showing up, he had no time. Gao Kun walked ahead with a stern face, feeling quite displeased. He had no idea what had gotten into the commander to call him out of bed in the middle of the night just to inquire about Qin Luo's situation. How was he supposed to know? Once he handed it over to Wu Ziyuan, he stopped caring. When this kid first arrived, Gao Kun had a negative impression of him, sensing a hint of streetwise attitude, thus he didn't bother to ask. Who knew why the commander suddenly wanted to know in the middle of the night? He could only come up with a few vague answers, and then rush over to check the situation. Commander, this way, Chief of Staff Xie glanced at the first class, eager to take Gao Kun elsewhere. He had developed a psychological shadow over that group of new recruits and feared that if Gao Kun found out, it would put Wu Ziyuan in his debt. Qin, what was the name? Qin Luo, right? Gao Kun suddenly asked, which class is the last recruit in? Chief of Staff Xie felt a tightening in his chest. Truly, what one fears will come to pass. Hee. Chief of Staff Xie forced a smile. Speak. Gao Kun glared at him. You don't know the situation at all. What are you patrolling for? With no other option, Chief of Staff Xie could only point towards the first class, and Gao Kun immediately marched over. Sorry, old Wu. I did my best, Chief of Staff Xie sighed inwardly, quickening his pace to catch up. As they approached, Gao Kun snatched the flashlight and shone it inside. The dark dormitory was instantly illuminated, revealing several new recruits sitting in a circle. Upon seeing the light, they all turned their heads in shock, their eyes reflecting the light in a terrifying manner, nearly scaring Gao Kun half to death. Damn, staying awake at this hour. Are you trying to commune with spirits? Chief of Staff Xie covered his face. This class is truly a bunch of oddballs. They're beyond help, completely beyond help. Run, quick, run. On the playground, Chang Lei shouted furiously. You're really making me lose face. I thought you would reflect on your actions, but here you are causing trouble. If the company commander doesn't run you to death today, I will. Run. Sheng Haonan and the others ran, gasping for breath, sweat pouring down like rain. Zheng Qian had just thought of a way to outsmart Qin Luo and was discussing it with everyone when the inspection arrived. Didn't we just have an inspection? Why are they back? Why are we so unlucky? Li Dashing groaned in distress. Sheng Haonan looked utterly wronged. Who could have guessed they'd come back at 2 in the morning? Is the leadership so excited they can't sleep? Quit rambling. Chang Lei bellowed. Pick up the pace, run. With no choice, everyone could only brace themselves and sprint forward. In the barracks, Wu Ziyuan and Kong Xiang stood obediently before Gao Kun. Chief of Staff Xie stood to the side, helplessly shrugging at them. Sorry, Commander, Wu Ziyuan said with a dark expression, it's all my fault. It has nothing to do with the first class, it's me. All right, Gao Kun waved his hand. The earlier incident was inconsequential. What he truly cared about was Qin Luo. What of Qin Luo? Recently, how has he been? Upon hearing this, Kong Xiang immediately understood that Gao Kun was no longer angry and quickly responded with a smile. Commander, he is very. Kong Xiang's scalp tingled as he glared fiercely at Wu Ziyuan. Can't you see that the commander specifically came to inquire about Qin Luo's situation? Must you throw yourself into the line of fire? Bang. Indeed, Gao Kun slammed his palm onto the table, glaring angrily at Wu Ziyuan. What did you promise me? You said you would take good care of him and ensure he completes his tasks. Oh, now you're backing out? I even praised you as the best squad leader. But it seems you are utterly useless, incapable of managing even a new recruit. Commander, Wu Ziyuan raised his voice. It is my incompetence, you are right. But you saw for yourself, he struggles to integrate into the collective. The soldiers in his class refuse to include him in anything. Is someone like that fit for the army? Everyone has the potential to change. Gao Kun stood up in anger. The army is a great melting pot. Even rusty iron can be reforged into good steel. His failure to improve is your responsibility. Yes. Wu Ziyuan straightened his chest. I will bear all responsibility. He lowered his voice. Wu Ziyuan, think back to your beginnings. You were nothing, proud as a fighting cock, unable to integrate into the collective. But did you not eventually find your place through your own efforts? Wu Ziyuan's eyes twitched as memories of his past surfaced. Gao Kun spoke gently. Back then, your father told you that you wouldn't amount to anything, yet you chose the most arduous path to become who you are today. I remember you told me that no matter the difficulties ahead, you would overcome them. Now, Qin Luo is a challenge. Can you not conquer it? I need not say more. Gao Kun's voice turned cold. He must participate in the new recruit assessment. If he fails, at least you tried. But if you give up now, you will have lost to yourself. Since he has donned this military uniform, we as commanders cannot abandon any soldier. Wu Ziyuan fixed his gaze on Gao Kun, who returned the stare without flinching. Yes. Wu Ziyuan nodded. Kong Xiang let out a sigh of relief. Fearful that Wu Ziyuan would provoke the commander further, Gao Kun smiled slightly, patting him. I look forward to his performance. If he succeeds, it will also reflect your capabilities. With that, he strode out. Xie Kanmu exchanged a glance with the instructor and hurriedly followed. Wu Ziyuan sank back into his chair. Notify all squad leaders not to make things difficult for Qin Luo. Also, inform the next squad leader to give their all. If they abandon Qin Luo, I will feel guilty. But tell him that if any trouble arises, I will still support him. Kong Xiang's lips curled into a slight smile. Though he said nothing, he thought to himself, perhaps there will be no need for your orders. The squad leaders won't trouble Qin Luo in any case. Moreover, he could see that Chang Lei had already invested himself earnestly. As the morning bugle sounded, Qin Luo instinctively sprang out of bed. Just as he was about to get dressed, he noticed other new recruits sluggishly rising, each sporting dark circles under their eyes. What is wrong with you? Didn't he sleep a wink? Qin Luo inquired curiously. Everyone shot him a glare, for last night Qin Luo had slept like a log. What's wrong? Qin Luo asked. Bewildered. The new recruits exchanged glances, then turned to Qin Luo with knowing smiles. Before he could process their expressions, they had already donned their uniforms and rushed outside. Qin Luo's eyes twitched in confusion. What is wrong with these guys? Chapter 22. You are full of rebellious spirit. Beep beep beep. The urgent whistle sounded. All squads assemble. The barracks erupted in activity as soldiers dashed out, gathering by squads in front of the dormitory. They then swiftly made their way to the drill ground. Once all squads were assembled, Wu Ziyuan stood before them with a stern expression. Listen up. With a bang, everyone stood at attention. At ease, Wu Ziyuan scanned the crowd. His voice cold. I have just received news that this year's new recruit assessment will undergo significant changes. The crowd fell silent. And he continued. Our military has 3 divisions, each with its own new recruit training regiment, and they will all be assessed together. Everyone's faces displayed a mix of surprise, especially the squad leaders. In previous years, each division's training regiment conducted assessments separately. Once completed, the new recruits would be distributed to various units. The prospect of all 3 training regiments coming together for assessment was unprecedented. Wu Ziyuan spoke with enthusiasm. This time, I need not elaborate. You should all understand the implications. Since it is a joint assessment, we will not only compete against our regiment's new recruits, but also against those from other divisions. Leaders from the military will be present. It will be the moment of truth. You are not only fighting for the honor of our squad, but also for the honor of our division. In the time to come, I expect each squad to intensify training. If we can make a remarkable impression before the entire military, the benefits need not be stated. Do you all understand? Yes. The collective roar echoed. The squad leaders beamed with excitement, fully aware of the potential rewards the commander hinted at. A chance to shine before the division or military leaders could lead to preferential treatment for remaining in the unit or promotions. Qin Luo stood amongst the ranks, a smile gracing his face. The system task required him to achieve first place among the new recruits for a reward, and now with 3 training regiments competing, the stakes had risen. If he could secure first place, wouldn't the rewards multiply? Lost in thought, his joy was soon overshadowed by the sight of his companions. He had previously inquired with the system, and skipping tasks was not an option. This meant he must gather them before the new recruit assessment. Otherwise, even if Qin Luo achieved first among the military new recruits and exceeded the task, he would still receive no reward. Taking a deep breath, Qin Luo pondered whether the punch he delivered last night would suffice to keep them in line. If it didn't, he truly would be out of options. Squads. Disperse and continue training. First squad, right turn. Second squad, right turn. Third squad. Each squad marched in unison towards their respective directions. Wu Ziyuan smiled slightly. Their regiment currently ranked first in the entire training group. Securing a top 3 finish among the 3 training regiments should be well within reach. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon Qin Luo in the distance. He took a step forward but quickly halted. Initially intending to encourage Qin Luo personally, he hesitated, feeling too proud to do so. Forget it. The instructor has already briefed Chonglei. Wu Ziyuan clenched his fists. Qin Luo, I will not trouble you further. The opportunity is yours. Should you fail again? He snorted coldly and turned away. Attention. Bang. Left turn. Bang. All members of the first squad faced their squad leader. Chonglei looked sternly at everyone. I trust you all heard the commander's words? This year's assessment is more crucial than ever. If you can achieve excellent results, I will personally take you to the Division's reconnaissance battalion. Exuberance lit up their faces. They had long heard that both the squad leader and the commander hailed from the division's reconnaissance battalion, Ironblood 2nd Company. It was a place every soldier aspired to, known for its elite ranks. Rumor had it, soldiers from there could hold their heads high across all other units. Chonglei continued. Thus, starting today, our training intensity will increase. We must enhance your skills while ensuring quality. Remember, this is a joint assessment with 3 training regiments. Do not underestimate your opponents. Yes, everyone shouted in unison. All right, as I mentioned this morning, Qin Luo will train separately with me. The rest will be led by Zheng Qian. This morning, we will focus on drill practice. Your foundation is too weak, so we will improve step by step. Report. Cheng Haonan suddenly shouted at the top of his lungs. Qin Luo looked over in astonishment. Speak, the squad leader nodded. Cheng Haonan, with a serious demeanor, stated, Squad leader. We have contemplated and discussed this. We request to train alongside Qin Luo. Qin Luo was momentarily taken aback, and Chonglei wore a look of disbelief. But you all. The squad leader began. Cheng Haonan interjected earnestly. We understand that Qin Luo excels in every aspect, which is precisely why we wish to train with him. This way, we can improve much faster than training alone. Chonglei was momentarily stunned, but then a broad smile broke across his face. Have these kids finally come to their senses? Is this how you all feel? Chonglei inquired, looking at Zheng Qian and the others. They eagerly nodded in agreement. Report. Squad leader, we share the same sentiment. Truly. They all turned their eyes towards Qin Luo, their expressions filled with a pleading demeanor. They had genuinely succumbed. Qin Luo's strength was overwhelming, and the sheer power of his punch still instilled a sense of dread within them. They no longer cared about the distinction between veterans and recruits. Continuing to spar with Qin Luo would likely lead to their downfall. It was far more prudent to train diligently alongside him, ensuring they could achieve commendable results in the upcoming assessments. Squad leader, we beg you, Cheng Haonan implored. His gaze fixed intently on Chonglei. We are truly eager to progress. Unbeknownst to Cheng Haonan, he misinterpreted Zheng Qian and the others' intentions, believing they still supported him. As he cast a challenging glance at Qin Luo felt a twitch at the corner of his eye. He realized that Cheng Haonan was quite the fool. Have you not noticed that you are the only one left standing? Chonglei grinned, nodding approvingly. This is the attitude a soldier should possess. Knowing shame and striving for improvement, I am confident you will catch up to Qin Luo. Not only will we catch up to him, but we will surpass him. Faster, higher, and stronger. Cheng Haonan bellowed. The others appeared awkward, and Zheng Qian quickly interjected. Qin Luo is too formidable. We may not be able to catch up. We hope Qin Luo can spare some time to teach us. Indeed, we are good comrades. Li Dashing and the others chimed in, their laughter filling the air. Cheng Haonan stared at them, bewildered, but everyone's gaze shifted away. Chonglei was beaming with delight. These little rascals have finally integrated with Qin Luo. Splendid. This is how it should be. Chonglei took 2 steps back. Everyone, spread out 2 meters apart and prepare for formation. Yes, everyone promptly scattered. Hit. Sheng Haonan lowered his voice, casting a cold gaze at Qin Luo. Don't think you're impressive just because you've trained in martial arts. I didn't exert myself before. But now I'm serious. Just wait. We will outshine you in military training and grind you into the ground. Sheng Haonan's words prompted Zheng Qian and the others to shake their heads vigorously at Qin Luo, their faces painted with innocence. Qin Luo rolled his eyes in exasperation. How much defiance did Sheng Haonan possess? The others had already conceded. Why was he so difficult to deal with? Follow my command. Chong Lei shouted. March in place. Break down the movements. 1. March. Almost simultaneously, Sheng Haonan glanced at Qin Luo and swiftly mimicked his movements. Whatever Qin Luo did, he followed suit, immediately correcting any discrepancies. The others became noticeably more obedient. While they too observed Qin Luo, they learned incrementally, quite unlike Sheng Haonan's approach. Chong Lei's smile was broad. With the entire class united in their training, he was naturally pleased. 2. March. As Qin Luo changed his movements, Sheng Haonan instantly mirrored him. His eyes provocatively locked on Qin Luo. 1. 2. Again and again, Qin Luo felt an involuntary twitch. Sheng Haonan was like a persistent fly. Whatever he did, he immediately emulated, which was exceedingly irritating. Is he truly intent on wearing me down? Once training concluded, Qin Luo strode directly up to Sheng Haonan. Sheng Haonan jumped back, startled by Qin Luo's intense gaze. Hey, let's talk it out. Don't hit me. I just want to have a serious competition with you. A competition, is it? Qin Luo shot him a cold smile. Then let us have one final match. If you lose, you must obey. Chapter 23. The new recruits have lost their minds. The whistle blew, signaling the end of the morning training, and Qin Luo finally breathed a sigh of relief. Throughout the morning, Sheng Haonan and his companions had not taken their eyes off him. They gazed at him as if he were a romantic interest. Qin Luo longed to practice on his own, but when Chong Lei saw the effectiveness of this arrangement, he decided to have everyone form a circle around Qin Luo, allowing for a more detailed observation. This, however, proved torturous for Qin Luo, as he spent the entire morning locked in a staring contest with Sheng Haonan. Whenever he tried to turn his head, he was met with either Zheng Qian or the other recruits' vacant stares, though their movements could not compare to Qin Luo's. It was exceedingly off-putting, making it difficult for him to focus. After enduring the training, Qin Luo thought he could finally catch his breath. However, he was utterly unprepared for the fact that his classmates were not only competing with him in training, but in every possible aspect. The whistle for mealtime sounded, and the entire unit promptly assembled. Each member of the first squad marched with vigor, their movements impeccably synchronized. Just as Qin Luo intended to relax, he found himself compelled to march in perfect formation, the entire squad becoming the focal point of the entire unit. As they approached the cafeteria to sing, Qin Luo had no time to catch his breath. Sheng Haonan let out a loud roar that drowned out the entire room, and Zheng Qian and the others immediately joined in, their voices piercing the air. They startled not only the other squads, but also Qin Luo and Chong Lei, who were nearly thrown off by their volume. The first squad sang with the force of an entire company, leaving the duty officer delightedly berating the other squads. Once the song concluded, Sheng Haonan and his companions proudly raised their chins at Qin Luo, their faces glowing with triumph. Qin Luo felt utterly speechless. These guys are genuinely insane. What is there to compete over? Upon entering the dining hall, everyone sat down in unison at the command. As soon as the order to commence eating was given, just as Qin Luo reached for his chopsticks, Sheng Haonan and the others pounced on the food like ravenous wolves, their chopsticks moving with such speed that they left a blur in their wake. The surrounding soldiers stared in disbelief, only hearing a cacophony of clattering sounds reminiscent of a woodpecker. When they turned to look, they saw the first squad's dishes had been completely cleared. Even Chong Lei was left dumbfounded. In the brief moment he was distracted, his bowl magically filled with an array of dishes. Meanwhile, Qin Luo stood there, holding a bowl of plain rice, staring blankly at the now spotless platter before him, utterly flabbergasted. What the hell? At least leave me a bite. Sheng Haonan, with his cheeks bulging, slammed his empty bowl onto the table, grinning with satisfaction. I finished before you, I win. Qin Luo felt a wave of frustration wash over him. How childish. This ISNTA kindergarten. Is eating truly a competition? He shook his head in resignation, preparing to get some soup to accompany his rice. However, the moment he moved, the other soldiers sprang into action. Qin Luo watched in shock as they drained the soup pot clean, leaving him in a daze. What a bunch of beasts. Even the broth is up for grabs. Is there no humanity left? Sheng Haonan let out a loud belch, nearly choking on his food, and then looked at Qin Luo with a smirk. When you're a soldier, you must eat like a tiger. Learn from this. After finishing their meal, Qin Luo strode purposefully toward the restroom. Upon reaching the urinal, he unzipped his trousers, preparing to relieve himself, when suddenly he felt gusts of wind swirling around him. Turning to see several heads peering over, he jumped back in fright. What the hell are you doing? Sheng Haonan and the others glanced at Qin Luo's business, and then at their own, promptly puffing out their chests. This is not a competition. Sheng Haonan scoffed. This is not worth comparing. The others nodded vigorously in agreement. This does not count. Zheng Qian chuckled. This is innate. Not acquired. It cannot be deemed a victory for him. Indeed. The others nodded in solemn agreement. Qin Luo's eyelids twitched in disbelief. He was utterly speechless, feeling as if he were surrounded by lunatics. However, in the very next moment, Sheng Haonan suddenly bellowed, but let us compete in urination, to see who can go the farthest and with the most force. Yes, everyone exclaimed with fervent enthusiasm. Sheng Haonan quickly positioned himself alongside Qin Luo. and the others hastily clustered around them. Before Qin Luo could react, Cheng Haonan suddenly shouted, ready for standing fire. With a whoosh, everyone swiftly drew their guns. Resembling Western cowboys. Urinate. All the participants, faces flushed, strained their necks and leaned forward with force. Streams of liquid shot forth, some reaching over a meter in distance. Qin Luo, alarmed, promptly retreated, narrowly avoiding the onslaught. Ha! Cheng Haonan laughed heartily at his expression. Now you see our prowess, don't you? Are you afraid? You've lost again. Watching them revel in their antics, Qin Luo's face turned an unhealthy shade of green. You fools! He roared. Are you all out of your minds? His urge to relieve himself had vanished. He pulled up his trousers and turned to leave, muttering under his breath. Li Dashing laughed heartily. Look. He can't keep up with us. He is so scared he is running away. It's not about size, but about the strength behind it, and the explosive power. Zheng Qian nodded vigorously. Indeed, small but skilled, concentration is the essence. Hearing this, Qin Luo nearly toppled over in disbelief. What a travesty! As Qin Luo attempted to sleep. The others did the same, yet their eyes were fixed on him. What is so fascinating? Qin Luo finally snapped, standing up to shout. Everyone quickly jumped to their feet, and Zheng Qian, with a smile, remarked, you may not be appealing, but we aim to imitate and surpass you. Yes, Cheng Haonan agreed. We'll make you submit. Qin Luo, exasperated, turned over to sleep, indifferent to their gazes. Finally, the afternoon training commenced, and Qin Luo glared fiercely at the group. They returned his gaze with equal intensity, creating a palpable tension. Chang Lei observed this dynamic with a grin. In his view, soldiers should not fear competition but rather embrace it, as it enhances their military capabilities. He never expected that Qin Luo could galvanize the entire squad's training enthusiasm. Moments later, the 5-kilometer cross-country run began. Qin Luo surged ahead, having reached his limit for the day. If we're to compete, let us truly compete, he thought, striding forward with determination, lapping the others one by one. Exerting every ounce of strength he had. Typically, the other soldiers would ignore him, but this time, they pursued him as if he were the enemy. Out of breath, yet resolute, they gritted their teeth and followed closely. Qin Luo rolled his eyes in exasperation. Had he truly driven them to madness? Did they need to push themselves so hard? After a grueling day, the lights-out signal sounded. Lying in bed, Qin Luo felt utterly drained from being hounded by this group. And drowsiness began to envelop him. Just as he was about to drift into dreams, he was startled awake by a chorus of heavy breathing on either side of him. He opened his eyes to find the new recruits surrounding his bed in a circle, performing push-ups in unison. What the hell? He exclaimed, jolting upright. The entire squad of new recruits flashed him cold smiles, and Cheng Haonan taunted. You want to compete in defecation, do you? You're bound to lose. Keep it coming. Unleash your full power. A cacophony of sounds erupted, reminiscent of firecrackers. The restroom quickly filled with a noxious cloud, and Qin Luo felt his worldview shatter. They were competing in everything, even in defecation. Were they not just insane but truly deranged? He hastily held his breath, wiped himself, and fled the scene. Ha! He can't compete with us. This is utterly foul. They mocked. He can't outdo us in urination or defecation. We are victorious. Qin Luo stumbled toward the door, nearly colliding with the frame upon hearing their taunts. He resolved to swiftly subdue them, lest he be driven to madness himself. In the following 2 days, Qin Luo found no moment of peace. This relentless group subjected him to an unyielding barrage of torment. During training, they mirrored his every action, gritting their teeth to keep pace. Beyond their previous antics, they had once again shattered his perceptions, now competing in brushing their teeth for speed and whiteness. After brushing, they would parade their grinning faces before him, causing him to dread his nights. Showers became a contest of who could scrub off the most dirt, and witnessing a gaggle of them flaunting their muddy hands before him nearly pushed him over the edge. What baffled him most was their competition to wash socks and underwear. In just 2 days, their garments were riddled with holes, yet they gleefully showcased their cleanliness to Qin Luo. After 3 days of this madness, he felt on the verge of a nervous breakdown. Wherever he went, they followed like a persistent gum stuck to his shoe, impossible to shake off. Even when he spat, they would collectively aim at the same spot, competing on distance and force. After 2 more days, Qin Luo had reached his limit. Originally, he had intended to crush them with military might to earn their respect. Thus, he poured every ounce of energy into his training, seeking to excel in speed and performance. Yet, to his dismay, Cheng Haonan and his crew matched his intensity. Each day, he was pursued as if he were their sworn enemy. Whatever he accomplished, the other recruits mirrored without fail, pushing through fatigue without a hint of surrender. Most frustratingly, they had entirely abandoned their rest periods. Every day, they spontaneously engaged in training. When the lights-out signal rang, they would even request the squad leader to allow them another 5-kilometer run. Upon returning, they were all drenched in sweat. Even so, they would still gather around Qin Luo's bed, practicing squats, push-ups, and even frog jumps in place. Their main intention was to ensure that if they were deprived of sleep, so too would Qin Luo be. Qin Luo was beginning to feel the strain of neurosis, unable to find slumber amidst the incessant training of this lively group. Anyone would lose their sanity in such a situation. Initially, Qin Luo thought he could endure it, but now he found it utterly intolerable, second by second. It was clear to him that these individuals were determined to push him to his limits. You think you're capable? You think you're gifted? You think you're formidable in military skills? Very well, we shall show you that we are even more exceptional. Let us see who can outlast whom, who will falter first. It was no longer merely about completing tasks. He felt as though he was living in a hellish nightmare. Taking a deep breath, Qin Luo realized he could no longer postpone addressing the situation. Otherwise, he would either be worn out or driven mad. He needed to negotiate with them. And it had to be a serious discussion. The sky in the northwest resembled the face of a child, brilliant sunshine above, yet a sandstorm raged below. Fortunately, the new recruits training regiment was stationed at the foot of the mountain, offering some shelter. However, even with this, visibility diminished beyond 15 meters. Cheng Haonan spat out a mouthful of sand, casting a cold glance at the approaching Qin Luo. They moved to a secluded area behind the restroom, where no one could see them. Cheng Haonan gestured for him to come closer. Qin Luo grimaced at the sight of the restroom. But it was indeed the safest place within the entire troop, the most suitable for negotiations. Following Cheng Haonan, they reached the back of the restroom, where Zheng Qian and others squatted beside a cesspool. Their arrival was acknowledged with a knowing look from Cheng Haonan, prompting everyone to stand. Qin Luo, have you reached your limit? Are you considering surrendering? Zheng Qian appraised him from head to toe. Taking a deep breath, Qin Luo solemnly replied, everyone, I acknowledge my previous faults. It was inappropriate of me to insult you with money. The others froze in surprise, but before they could react, Qin Luo continued. Cheng Haonan is right. All soldiers are equal. I disrespected you, and for that, I sincerely apologize. We are all in the same squad. Let us reconcile and avoid further hostility. What do you propose? Zheng Qian quickly inquired. Truth be told, they were all at their breaking point. Had it not been for Cheng Haonan's stubbornness, they would have given in long ago. Competing against Qin Luo was exhausting. Qin Luo earnestly stated, let us cease the competition. There is no need for mutual destruction. We have all been through enough fatigue these days, and besides, you cannot defeat me. What do you mean by that? Cheng Haonan suddenly stepped forward, glaring fiercely at Qin Luo. Taken aback, Qin Luo replied, I merely speak the truth. Zheng Qian hastily pulled Cheng Haonan back, saying, Old Cheng. He isn't entirely wrong, we indeed. What's he saying that's right? Cheng Haonan retorted, shaking off Zheng Qian's grip. He claims we cannot measure up to him. That we cannot win. How duo, scratching his head innocently, chimed in, we genuinely cannot compete. Silence. Cheng Haonan shot him an exasperated look before pointing at Qin Luo. You are merely slightly stronger than us at the moment. Do not think that knowing martial arts makes you invincible, ultimately. You are just a rookie who has been here for less than a month. We veterans, if we so choose and apply a bit of effort, could easily leave you bewildered. Qin Luo found it incredulous how challenging it was to converse with this person. It felt like playing music to a cow. Clearing his throat, Zheng Qian suddenly coughed twice and nudged Qin Luo, saying, Qin Luo, perhaps you should just admit that you are inferior to Cheng Haonan. Before Qin Luo could respond, Cheng Haonan waved his hand dismissively, no need. I have the strength. I do not require anyone to falsely flatter me. Striding away, Cheng Haonan declared, let's go. Hey Haonan. Zheng Qian called out anxiously. Qin Luo is genuinely sincere. Let us continue our discussion. Discuss what? We will see who prevails. I will win against him. As Cheng Haonan scoffed and walked away, the other recruits could only sigh in resignation, trailing behind him listlessly. What a splendid opportunity wasted, Zheng Qian lamented. Glancing at the somewhat bewildered Qin Luo. Don't blame Haonan. He has just been influenced by too many action films. He is trying to emulate his hero. He smiled and added, regardless, I appreciate your willingness to engage with us. Your initiative to apologize indicates you have a good character. Had you arrived 2 months earlier, perhaps we wouldn't have faced such animosity. Qin Luo felt a twinge of helplessness. However, a tight-knit group had formed, making it difficult for newcomers to assimilate. This was an unavoidable reality. Zheng Qian patted him on the back. Though your intentions are honorable, our bond with Cheng Haonan is stronger. Even if it tires us, we will support him. Therefore, I apologize. After Zheng Qian left, Qin Luo stood still for a long while, his emotions a complex tapestry. Since entering the new recruit regiment, he had always perceived himself as a mere passerby. To him, the other recruits were individuals he would never meet again after a month. He had no desire to forge connections, remaining oblivious to their lives. This sensation was peculiar, an experience Qin Luo had never encountered before. Chapter 25, is your name Haonan? You think you're quite impressive, don't you? Ouch. Take it easy. In the steamy bathroom, Cheng Haonan grimaced in pain. How duo, looking innocent, suggested, shall we switch roles? Your back is too weak. A light touch sends you wincing. Nonsense. Cheng Haonan shot him a glare. Weak? Not a single person in this regiment is stronger than me. I trained hard this afternoon, battling Qin Luo fiercely. Damn it. I was so close to catching up to him. Don't stop. Keep scrubbing, faster. How duo whimpered. Towel in hand. Just as he began scrubbing again, Cheng Haonan yelped in pain. Old Cheng, Zheng Qian said while rinsing his hair, I think you should just admit defeat. Qin Luo is a freak. Why would you want to compete with someone like that? Yeah, Haonan, you've already put in a valiant effort, but that kid is ridiculously strong. Calling him big brother would not be a loss. He truly seems like one, and it could benefit us. Shut up. Cheng Haonan erupted, leaping to his feet. Do you think I want to compete? This is exhausting. I've always been the big brother and have never acknowledged anyone else as such. Therefore, I must defeat him. At least once. The other soldiers rolled their eyes. Zheng Qian sighed in exasperation. You just can't let go of your pride, can you? Cheng Haonan chuckled mischievously. All right. The day after tomorrow, I will have one final showdown with him. Everyone shook their heads in resignation. When have you ever not said that? They lamented. You're so stubborn. At that moment, Qin Luo approached, and everyone froze. The next second, Chung Haonan shoved Hao Duo aside, making it seem as though he was wielding nunchucks with the soap. Qin Luo's eyes twitched. Was he channeling Bruce Lee? Come on, Chung Haonan boasted, raising his chin at Qin Luo. Let us see who can create the most bubbles the fastest. Qin Luo, utterly speechless, replied, are you out of your mind? Who competes over that nonsense? If you have the skill, challenge me in a military context. If you can't win, just admit it. Stop with these pointless antics. Upon hearing this, Chung Haonan puffed out his chest and approached him. Qin Luo waved his hand dismissively, back off. If it's that small, I'd hide it away. Fuming, Chung Haonan covered himself with a towel and retorted, fine. If you wish to compete in military skills, then the day after tomorrow during physical training. We shall settle this once and for all. Qin Luo's eyes lit up. Settle it once and for all? Are you serious? Absolutely. Chung Haonan declared proudly. Do you dare? Qin Luo nearly leaped for joy. The others had given in, but this fool was still challenging him. The new recruit regiment was nearing its end. Yet he had not completed his task. Just as he was at a loss for what to do, this character had emerged with a challenge. You said it. Qin Luo pointed at him. If you lose and refuse to acknowledge it, whoever doesn't acknowledge it will face the consequences. Chung Haonan boasted, raising his chin. If I win, you will call me Big Brother. Additionally, I want a complete set of goods from the snack shop. Instant noodles, ham sausages, marinated eggs, and beverages, along with cigarettes, are indispensable. Qin Luo chuckled, no problem, but if I win, I'll call you Big Brother. Chung Haonan glared intently at him, and from now on, I will follow your lead. With a smile, Qin Luo rubbed his hands together. If I defeat you, you won't get a single thing you desire. How about this? You concede now, and I'll grant you everything you wish for. Are you afraid? Chung Haonan fixed his gaze on Qin Luo. Qin Luo's lips curled into a slight smile. All right, it's settled then. He nodded towards Zheng Qian and the others before heading outside with a basin in hand. With Chung Haonan around, a proper bath was out of the question. However, the thought of finally resolving matters with Chung Haonan in 2 days left him in good spirits. Zheng Qian and the others exchanged glances, their faces illuminated with joy. Although Chung Haonan was formidable, everyone knew he was far inferior to Qin Luo's strength. In 2 days, everything would come to a conclusion, and their hearts were filled with elation. On the day after tomorrow, Chung Haonan proclaimed with great confidence, I will definitely defeat him and win glory for us all. Li Daxing's eyelids twitched. Haonan, are you really that sure? Where does your confidence stem from? He is a monster. Suddenly, he noticed a swarm of feet approaching from behind. Chung Haonan turned around in alarm, only to see a group of new recruits from other classes glaring at him menacingly. What do you want, staring at my backside? He exclaimed, hastily covering his vital area. The new recruits looked at each other in disbelief, and one with a ruddy nose stepped forward. Chung Haonan, we are here to warn you. From today onwards, you are not allowed to practice during your rest time, especially after lights out. Chung Haonan was bewildered. On what grounds? The ruddy-nosed recruit retorted angrily. If you want to practice, find a secluded spot. No one will bother you. But making such a racket causes our squad leader to pull us into extra training too. What's the justification for that? Our training is already grueling enough. Our class has the highest training volume in the entire battalion. Another recruit chimed in angrily. Our happiest moments are during rest time, and since you started extra training, we haven't had a single good day. A third recruit tearfully lamented. We barely get enough sleep as it is, and now the squad leader has us training for 2 extra hours after lights out. Look at these dark circles under my eyes. You've ruined my handsome face. Zheng Qian and the others were taken aback, never realizing their extra training to counter Qin Luo had caused such distress among the other recruits. Comrades, we sincerely apologize. We had no idea it would turn out this way. From now on, they won't practice anymore. I'll take on the extra training by myself. Chung Haonan suddenly shouted. Is that acceptable? Zheng Qian wanted to facepalm. Wasn't that just stoking the flames? As expected, a group of new recruits surged towards Chung Haonan. You heard him. None of your class is allowed to train. That's right. As long as even one of you practices, our squad leader will likely make us train extra too. Enough chatter. You must unify your training with us. Zheng Qian frantically gestured at Chung Haonan. Stop it, Haonan. They're all from their side. If you provoke them, be careful not to end up like a porcupine. But Chung Haonan was not one to back down. Damn it. Qin Luo bullies me, and you think you can too? Do you really think I was raised to be scared? He raised his chin defiantly, his tone brimming with insolence. Whether I train or not is my business. What does it have to do with you? Even the King of Heaven can't stop my progress. Are you determined to oppose us? The ruddy-nosed recruit glared at him. Chung Haonan, brimming with arrogance, replied, I could practice secretly to accommodate you, but if you think you can halt my training, you're mistaken. Oh, getting anxious, are we? What? Do you want to fight me? He taunted. I still have to defeat Qin Luo. If I don't train, how can I possibly win? Yet before he could bask in his bravado, a throng of new recruits suddenly surged forward, countless hands reaching out towards him. Hey, what are you doing? You really dare to lay hands on me? I'm going to shout. I really will. Chung Haonan attempted to resist, but fists can hardly contend against a multitude, and he was soon overpowered by 7 or 8 individuals. Zheng Qian and the others tried to help, but were immediately blocked by more new recruits pouring in, swiftly corralling them into the bathroom. Lift him up, shouted the ruddy-nosed recruit. In an instant, 8 of them worked in unison, hoisting Chung Haonan into the air. What do you want? What are you doing? Chung Haonan yelled in panic. Hitting someone violates discipline. You'll face punishment. Comrades, don't tread down the path of crime. I'll count to 3, and if you stop now, there is still time. 3. Zheng Qian, hearing the screams, shouted anxiously. Haonan, what is happening? Bastards! You beasts! You scoundrels! Cheng Haonan cried out. Zheng Qian and the others, initially intent on rescuing him, took several steps back in fright upon hearing his words. Cheng Haonan, I'll give you one last chance. Will you continue training or not? Roared the ruddy-nosed recruit. Cheng Haonan defiantly raised his head. Damn you. Do you think I'm easily intimidated? Let me tell you, I'm not the type to be cowed. I can withstand it. Everyone go. The ruddy-nosed recruit waved, and the new recruits lined up, advancing swiftly and forcefully. Everyone was exhausted from the days of training, and now they vented their frustration. The sound of Cheng Haonan's cries echoed, and Zheng Qian yelled in distress, don't go overboard. I'll report you to our squad leader. The ruddy-nosed recruit scoffed. Go ahead and report. We didn't hit him. Is he injured? Zheng Qian was momentarily speechless. It did seem to be a valid point. Oh no. Cheng Haonan cried, tears streaming down his face. Brothers, let us talk this over. We can negotiate. Please, no? The ruddy-nosed recruit frowned. One moment we're negotiating, then we're not. Are you playing me for a fool? Keep going, hit harder. He waved his hand, and even more recruits surged in. Chapter 26. I'll admit defeat. Is that not enough? The next morning, the company commander delivered an impassioned speech. Each class proceeded in turn to continue their training. Old Wu, what are you staring at? Kong Xiang nudged Wu Ziyuan. Wu Ziyuan looked astonished. Haven't you noticed? The levels of each class seem to have improved significantly. Kong Xiang smiled slightly. Recently, the entire company has been intensifying their training. After lights out, every class practices for at least 2 hours. If they don't improve, that would be a miracle. Wu Ziyuan's jaw dropped in disbelief. So diligent? A smile broke across his face. With this kind of enthusiasm, our company is bound to achieve excellent results this time. Watching Wu Ziyuan jog cheerfully towards the third class, Kong Xiang beamed. If only he knew that all of this was due to Qin Luo. Well, he wouldn't believe it even if told. Kong Xiang shook his head. Although Wu Ziyuan had changed his attitude towards Qin Luo, he still held a certain disdain for him. Once one dons tinted glasses, it becomes challenging to recognize others' merits. However, Kong Xiang knew that soon enough. During the upcoming new recruit assessments, Wu Ziyuan would understand everything clearly. Old Wu, don't be too shocked when that day comes. He chuckled. This kid really does remind me a bit of you. Cheng Haonan, why are you walking like that? Chang Lei asked, puzzled. Everything was pitch black. Nothing was visible. During morning exercises, he had been in such a rush that he had only just noticed Cheng Haonan's peculiar gait. Qin Luo glanced sideways, utterly speechless. He had heard about last night's events and never imagined that Cheng Haonan could remain so defiant after being subjected to over 100 strikes. Yet no one knew the torment Cheng Haonan felt inside. Last night, he had intended to concede, but for reasons unknown, the new recruits continued their relentless barrage, leaving him utterly aggrieved. Report, class leader. Cheng Haonan grimaced. Yesterday, I sat on the parallel bars and got my... Well, you know, with a barely suppressed laugh. Chang Lei asked, is it painful but not broken? Cheng Haonan shook his head. I checked, it's not broken, just a bit sore. Then perhaps you should rest today. Chang Lei said with concern, this is no trivial matter. No need. Cheng Haonan straightened his chest. I'm fine, I can train. Really fine? Chang Lei looked at him with doubt. Cheng Haonan nodded vigorously. He still needed to compete with Qin Luo and could not afford to back out at the last moment. It was merely a bit of discomfort, which he could endure. Chang Lei nodded. That's fine. The commander just mentioned that in 4 days, the new recruit assessment will begin. The last day will be a rest day, so we will intensify our physical training over the next 3 days. Today, we will go through all physical exercises. And in the remaining 2 days, we will focus on areas that need improvement. Everyone, right turn march. The group followed him as they headed towards the rear of the barracks. The vast expanse of the northwest was sparsely populated, and the new recruit training regiment occupied a considerable area. One regiment could accommodate 9 new recruit companies, with 9 standard-sized playgrounds, 7 or 8 400-meter obstacle courses, and training grounds for various equipment, more than sufficient to meet the training needs of the entire regiment. Stand still. With a loud thud, everyone halted on the playground. Chang Lei took out a stopwatch. As per usual, let's start with a 5-kilometer run at your fastest speed. Yes. Everyone lined up at the starting line. Qin Luo lowered his voice. Hey, if you want to change your mind, now's the time. He fixed his gaze on Cheng Haonan. Call me brother, and you can gain so much. You won't be at a loss, as you can't surpass me anyway. Qin Luo rolled his eyes. This guy truly would not shed tears until he saw the coffin. Let us finish him off in one go. Go. With a shout, Chang Lei signaled to start, and a figure immediately dashed out. Qin Luo surged ahead, followed closely by Cheng Haonan, who took long strides, trying to maintain a distance of 5 meters from him. Zheng Qian waved his hand, and the others formed a line behind him, running forward. You can't shake me off, Cheng Haonan forced a smile. Though his breathing grew noticeably labored, Qin Luo smirked, taking a deep breath before suddenly accelerating. His pace doubled, and gradually he distanced himself from Cheng Haonan. 2 laps. 3 laps. Qin Luo turned his head, astonished. Although Cheng Haonan had fallen behind significantly, he still maintained a distance of about 50 meters. At this moment, Cheng Haonan's breathing had become erratic, each breath heavy and labored. Yet he remained determinedly focused on Qin Luo. You cannot shake me off. Qin Luo smiled slightly. You've indeed made some progress, but even the seasoned veterans in the company would be left behind by me, let alone you. Qin Luo waved at Cheng Haonan. Don't you want to beat me? I'm about to accelerate, come on. In the next moment, he sped up, doubling his previous speed. Cheng Haonan nearly gasped in disbelief. He had exerted himself to the utmost, yet Qin Luo appeared to be just getting started. How could he possibly catch up now? Haonan, give it up. You can't beat him. Zheng Qian shouted from a distance. Yeah, Haonan, just give in. Qin Luo is great. Instant noodles are so delicious. Li Dashing chimed in. Sheng Haonan's mouth twitched, gritting his teeth to continue pursuing. I refuse to call him brother. I don't believe you can keep this up. He clenched his jaw, lowered his head, and leaned forward to gain a bit of speed through inertia. Just as he was pushing himself, a figure suddenly matched his pace. Sheng Haonan turned to see Qin Luo smiling at him, which startled him so much that he nearly jumped. What the heck? Where did you come from? I caught up from behind. Qin Luo shrugged. I've already lapped you once. Sheng Haonan nearly collapsed. His legs felt as if they were filled with lead. Having been lapped, how could he continue to chase? Hey, Qin Luo said while running. It's not too late to concede now. Sheng Haonan's eyes brightened, but the next moment, Qin Luo added. However, the terms have changed. What? Sheng Haonan jumped up. No way, not a single one reduced. Then keep going, Qin Luo said without waiting for him to finish. Charging ahead. Hey, wait, I haven't finished talking yet. Let us negotiate. Sheng Haonan shouted desperately, but Qin Luo had already run far. Sheng Haonan stared at his retreating figure, nearly in tears. How has he become faster than before? What on earth has he been eating lately? Now he regretted wanting to compete with this freak. Calling him brother didn't seem so bad after all. But now, having gone too far, he could only grit his teeth and carry on. Not long after, Qin Luo ran alongside him again. 3 laps. He held up 3 fingers. Before Sheng Haonan could respond, he began to accelerate. I know. You want to continue. Qin Luo, Sheng Haonan shouted in a voice tinged with desperation. Don't go. I admit defeat. Qin Luo suddenly slowed down, smiling at him. What? Sheng Haonan gasped heavily, his face contorted. Don't run away. You've won. You're the big brother now. And can't we keep the terms as they are? If they get reduced again, there will be nothing left. Qin Luo grinned. I can keep the terms. But I want to make sure. Are you certain you don't want to continue? Not competing anymore. I absolutely do not want to. Sheng Haonan flopped onto the ground, feeling as though he might pass out from exhaustion. You're such a monster. You've worn me out. I'd rather die than compete with you again. All right. It's finally over. Zheng Qian and the others rushed over. Excitement etched on their faces as they surrounded Sheng Haonan. Finally, they wouldn't have to go head-to-head with Qin Luo anymore. They genuinely couldn't take it any longer. Qin Luo exhaled deeply, finally having subdued this group of fellows. Who understands how tough it has been? At that moment, not far away, Chonglei looked at them in astonishment. What on earth are these guys doing? Chapter 27. From today onwards, you are our brother Luo. The ham sausages taste wonderful. The instant noodles are so fragrant. Pepsi is delightful. In the small shop, Sheng Haonan cradled a luxurious instant noodle set, topped with 2 sausages, nearly brought to tears from the deliciousness. Zheng Qian and the others, some squatting and some standing, were fervently showcasing their instant noodles. Next to Li Dashing lay 4 marinated eggs. He took a bite of noodles and then a bite of egg, his face reflecting pure satisfaction before the moment of enlightenment. Hurry up and eat, hurry up. In the small shop, Chun Liang, with a cigarette dangling from his mouth, roasted sausages while saying, the lights will be turned off soon. If the duty officer catches you, you want to have a good time. Got it, squad leader. Zheng Qian quickly stuffed 10 spicy strips into his mouth, stammering, we're doing our best to clean up the battlefield. Chun Liang shot him an exasperated glance and then handed the roasted sausage to Qin Luo. Thank you, squad leader, Qin Luo said, smiling as he patted his pocket. Chun Liang looked at his bulging pocket, his face filled with joy. No need for thanks. Let us take care of each other. I'll go grab some cookies. Do you all want some? Yes. Sheng Haonan jumped up. I want the scallion-flavored ones. I want the little bear cookies. How Duo raised his hand. Squad leader. Li Dashing said, can I have 4 more marinated eggs? Chun Liang felt a twitch in the corner of his eye and lowered his voice. Is this group of gluttons from your class reincarnated as starving ghosts? They've consumed the equivalent of 3 days' worth of food for other recruits. Qin Luo awkwardly chuckled. They train hard and expend a lot of energy, class leader. Just let them have it. All right. Chun Liang nodded, considering that Qin Luo often shared his cigarettes. He would allow it this time. The grilled sausages were simply delectable. Sheng Haonan took a big bite of the sausage, chewing with tears of joy streaming down his face. How have I never tasted this before? It's absolutely divine. Qin Luo smiled. This is a secret recipe from class leader Chun. Crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. He only sells it to the various class leaders and squad leaders. We recruits definitely can't get any. You're quite impressive, Qin Luo. Li Dashing gave a thumbs up. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't be enjoying such delicacies. Sheng Haonan looked reproachfully at Qin Luo. Why didn't you invite us earlier? If you had done this sooner, our relationship would have been much smoother. We really appreciate this kind of hospitality. Zheng Qian nodded vigorously. Exactly. We're the kind of people who get along very well. If you had treated us to a lavish meal earlier, we would have gladly called you our big brother. Qin Luo clenched his fists in frustration. You all act like you've never been invited before. You don't remember the times I treated you? Now you pretend to have amnesia. How shameless. And you call yourselves easy to get along with? You're the strangest bunch of oddballs. He looked at them anxiously. There are only 3 days left. Let us just get through this normally, all right? I admit defeat today, and you all have eaten my food. Rest assured. Sheng Haonan stood up, his mouth greasy, and said solemnly, I enjoy a good debate, but I'm not foolish enough to compete with you again. I can't take it anymore. As he spoke, tears welled up in his eyes again. If you hadn't made us suffer so much and embarrassed everyone, I would have surrendered ages ago. From now on, whoever wants to compete with you can go ahead, but I refuse to. Qin Luo observed the muscular man crying. resembling a black bear rubbing its eyes. Strangely, he found it somewhat endearing, and a smile unconsciously crept onto his lips. However, he genuinely wanted to tell Chung Haonan, "You're being foolish. If you can't take it, why not just reconcile with me? Biscuits are here." At that moment, Chun Liang entered with 2 boxes in hand. As soon as Chung Haonan saw him, his face lit up, and he wiped his tears, shouting, "Class leader, I want 10 more of those sausages." Chun Liang nearly stumbled in shock, glaring at Chung Haonan. "Are you a pig? You've already eaten 3 bowls of instant noodles, 5 packets of spicy strips, 10 marinated eggs, and 10 sausages, and you still want 10 more? Aren't you afraid of bursting?" Chung Haonan awkwardly scratched his head. "Actually, I could eat a lot more." Chun Liang rolled his eyes in exasperation. "No way. I'm not a street vendor." Before he could finish, Qin Luo quickly approached and stuffed something into Chun Liang's other pocket. "Class leader, he's big and has indeed been training hard these days. I appreciate it." Chun Liang sighed, then glared fiercely at Chung Haonan. "It's only because of Shao Qin that I'm letting this slide. Otherwise, I would have kicked you out long ago." "Thank you, class leader." Chung Haonan beamed, bowing 3 times, which nearly made Chun Liang jump in anger. "Do you think this is a funeral? Stay away and wait for your food." "Yes." Chung Haonan grinned and grabbed another packet of spicy strips. At that moment, Zhang Qian stood up, wiped his mouth, and said, "Qin Luo, starting today, we are friends." "No, we're comrades." Qin Luo was taken aback, and Zhang Qian smiled. "Don't overthink it. We're just here for this lavish meal." Chung Haonan cheerfully embraced Qin Luo. "I've realized you're incredibly talented and strong. We definitely can't compete with you anymore. From now on, we'll follow you. You're our goal. But we want to challenge you again." "Yes, we'll follow you from now on. Qin Luo, we'll listen to you and train with you to improve quickly." Looking at the sincere smiles of his companions, a heavy burden lifted from Qin Luo's heart. At that moment, he felt an overwhelming urge to cry from the pressure he had exerted to win over this group. It had been exhausting. Yet, inexplicably, he also felt a surge of accomplishment. Suddenly, he had gained a group of friends. Even if they were a motley crew, it was better than being alone. Zhang Qian slapped Qin Luo on the back. "We owe it to you. Otherwise, we wouldn't be achieving such good results. We'll definitely be able to join class leader in the reconnaissance battalion." "Exactly." Chung Haonan nodded excitedly. "Qin Luo, we truly owe it all to you. I heard the class leader's unit is exceptionally difficult to enter." "Of course." Chun Liang interjected, looking displeased. "Your class leader and our squad leader both come from the division's reconnaissance battalion and are part of the formidable iron-blooded second company. The division's reconnaissance battalion is impressive enough. They ranked first in military reconnaissance competitions. Your class leader's second company is even more remarkable. Only exceptional individuals can join. They usually walk around with their heads held high." "Really?" Chung Haonan was extremely excited. "And they even cook." Chun Liang shot him an annoyed glance. "If you manage to get in, don't celebrate too soon. They are tough on themselves, and once you're there, don't think about slacking off." "I'm not afraid." Chung Haonan grinned. "As long as I can walk tall. What I say, little hardship." "Right." Zhang Qian nodded. "If you're going to be a soldier, be the best. If we can go to the reconnaissance battalion, any hardship is worth it." All the new recruits wore expressions of excitement, their eyes brimming with anticipation. Qin Luo remained silent. He had initially hoped to find a comfortable unit to complete his tasks and perhaps indulge in some romantic pursuits with military flowers. As for the reconnaissance battalion, he wasn't particularly keen on going. Yet, he found his emotions inexplicably conflicted at that moment. He felt a hint of reluctance towards this ragtag group. "Luo Gu." Qin Luo was startled, turning to see how Duo nervously gazing at him. Qin Luo smiled lightly. "Do you want some sausages?" Although the entire class had been against him previously, Qin Luo could see that how Duo had always been led by others. He never intended to make things difficult for himself, so Qin Luo had a favorable impression of him. This guy appeared weak and timid, lacking experience. Yet he was actually the most privileged among them, coming from a middle-class family in a big city. Qin Luo found it puzzling that a city kid could be more naive than someone from the mountains. "No, I don't want sausages," how Duo said, his eyes flickering as he looked at Qin Luo. "I have a favor to ask." "What is it?" Qin Luo was taken aback. How Duo twisted his fingers together nervously, his voice barely above a whisper. "I am not very bright. If we end up in the same unit later, can I ask you to look after me?" Qin Luo was completely stunned, staring blankly at how Duo, his feelings suddenly complex. How Duo cautiously raised his head, managing a faint smile. "Luo, I've always admired you. I think you're amazing. I know I'm not very clever, but I still want to be with you. I don't want to be separated from you. Please. Please, I promise I won't be a bother, and I can help you with many things." Qin Luo suddenly placed his hand firmly on how Duo's shoulder, a smile inexplicably spreading across his lips. Before joining the army, he never realized anyone could need him as much as how Duo did. At that moment, he felt a deep sense of fulfillment. The feeling of being needed was truly wonderful. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully completing the task. Chapter 28. New superpower acquired. Ding. As the mechanical voice echoed in his ears, Qin Luo felt an overwhelming urge to weep. This task was exceedingly arduous, even more so than his father's challenge of spending 1 billion in a single day. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained 30 super energy points. And a new superpower, Eagle Eye. Qin Luo was momentarily taken aback. Eagle Eye? Did that mean his eyes would transform into those of an eagle? In an instant, a wondrous ability surged into his eyes, a cool sensation akin to a refreshing massage. Moments later, the world around him began to magnify rapidly. How Duo's face enlarged dramatically. revealing even the protruding strands of his nasal hair. Whoa! Qin Luo exclaimed in shock, jumping back. How duo, startled, stammered. Luo, did I say something wrong? Qin Luo pointed at him and shouted. You have nasal hair dangling with boogers. Huh. How duo quickly began to check. No, I can't find anything. With furrowed brows, Qin Luo instinctively glanced at his nose. It was as if he had discovered a new world. The door several hundred meters away now seemed to be within arm's reach. He could even see the guard discreetly tugging at his underwear with clarity. He quickly shifted his gaze towards a flower bed several dozen meters away, where green-headed flies flitted about. Their movements as clear as day. One of the flies turned and, as if in a 3D movie, zoomed directly towards his eyes. Oh my! Qin Luo retreated several steps until he collided with the wall. Qin Luo, what's wrong? Chun Liang asked, astonished, as the other recruits gathered around. Shaking his head. Qin Luo's vision returned to normal. I'm fine, he chuckled. Joy surged within him as he realized that with a mere thought, his eyes could transform into an 8-fold magnification. If he wished to revert to normal, he could do so with another thought. This power was astonishing. The squad leader had mentioned tomorrow's training would involve aiming practice. With this ability, aiming would become trivial. Although shooting had been his sole weakness, Qin Luo no longer felt anxious. This superpower arrived just in time, ensuring he faced no worries during the recruit assessment. With eagle eye, hitting the target was a certainty. What are you grinning about? Cheng Haonan asked, eyeing the beaming Qin Luo curiously. Zheng Qian stroked his chin. He must be delighted to befriend us. Cheng Haonan nodded in agreement. Of course. What's up? Qin Luo asked, feeling awkward. Cheng Haonan laughed heartily. I heard what how duo just said. I have a favor to ask of you. You too? Qin Luo stared at him in surprise. Cheng Haonan winked. I need protection. Huh. Qin Luo widened his eyes. Cheng Haonan grinned mischievously. How duo needs looking after, and so do I. You're so impressive and a quick learner. Once we leave the squad, you must have my back. Don't forget about me. Zheng Qian shamelessly squeezed in. You have to help us in critical moments. And us too. The other recruits chimed in, surrounding Qin Luo and pushing how duo to the back. What are you all calling him? Cheng Haonan glared at everyone. From now on, it's Brother Luo. Brother Luo. Everyone shouted in unison. We seek your protection. Before Qin Luo could respond, Cheng Haonan clapped him on the back. All right, it's settled. We'll all stick together under Brother Luo's wing. Absolutely. The recruits cheered joyfully, bouncing around Qin Luo. Though Qin Luo's smile was slightly stiff, he felt a touch of awkwardness. If this bunch knew that he had joined the army merely to fulfill a system task and perhaps flirt a little, it would be a different story. Never mind, he thought, exhaling deeply. After the recruit assessment, he would reassess the situation. It would be ideal to be assigned to a regular unit for a relaxed experience. If misfortune struck and he ended up in a reconnaissance battalion, he could still manage as a communicator or clerk. At least it wouldn't be too strenuous. He pulled out cigarettes from his pocket, distributing one to each. Come, smoke up. A post-meal cigarette brings joy akin to that of a celestial being. Whoa, Huazi, goodness. It's been ages since I last smoked. Such fine tobacco, I've only dreamt of it. Cheng Haonan exclaimed, taking a deep drag, savoring the soothing aroma that made him shiver with delight. This is incredible, but I don't know how to smoke. How duo fumbled with his cigarette. If you can't smoke, give it to me. Don't waste good stuff. Cheng Haonan laughed, snatching it from him. I'll take 2 for myself. Heh, what bliss. You all better hurry up, Chun Liang reminded. Time's running out. All right, Qin Luo chuckled, lighting the cigarettes for everyone. Having been in the recruit company for a while, they had hardly smoked. Now, one by one, they inhaled deeply, looking utterly content. Cheng Haonan, with 2 cigarettes in his mouth, stood up, as if he might soar into the heavens. With food, drinks, and cigarettes, this is the life. Brother Luo, following you is paradise. Before Qin Luo could respond, Zheng Qian interjected. Where were you earlier? If you had reconciled sooner, we could have been enjoying this long ago without all the hardships. Cheng Haonan slapped his own face, grinning at Qin Luo. It's all my fault, my dreadful and overpowering vanity. Losing to Brother Luo is only fair. I was just being foolish. I really need to watch fewer gangster films. Qin Luo felt a twitch at the corner of his eye. Why do I feel like you're praising yourself? Not at all. Cheng Haonan laughed heartily, waving his hands. Rest assured, Brother Luo, I will reflect deeply. I promise not to act foolishly in front of you again. Qin Luo smiled faintly. When Cheng Haonan wasn't he being ridiculous, he was actually quite charming. Brother Luo. Suddenly, how duo looked at him with pleading eyes, filled with hope. About what I mentioned earlier, did you agree? Just then, a sharp voice rang out, startling everyone into crouching down. Cheng Haonan, startled, followed suit. It was indeed the duty squad leader. Zheng Qian's face fell. Everyone turned to Cheng Haonan, who stared wide-eyed. Why are you all looking at me? I'm not the fool. Think of a way out. There's no other option. Zheng Qian shook his head. You have to go. What? Cheng Haonan exclaimed in disbelief. Are we comrades? How can you say that? Qin Luo nodded in agreement. I believe Zheng is right. Sacrificing you will save us all. Haonan, now is your moment to embody the spirit of brotherhood. We will remember you. All eyes were fixed on Cheng Haonan. Then, with a collective effort, they pushed the struggling Cheng Haonan outside. You scoundrels! You scoundrels! Cheng Haonan cried, pointing at the small goods store's entrance. I've misjudged all of you. You fool! Get over here! The squad leader bellowed. Cheng Haonan jumped in fright, despair written all over his face. Why does misfortune always befall me? Boom! A thunderclap roared, lightning illuminating the night sky. Sir, good news. Wang Rifa burst into Qin Jiaqing's opulent bedroom, brimming with excitement. Qin Jiaqing set down his newspaper, rising with enthusiasm. Is there news about Xiao Luo? Wang Rifa nodded. Indeed, I've already contacted Chief Qi. It's undoubtedly good news. Chapter 29. Off to the reconnaissance battalion. No more lazing around. Sir, please don't rush. Wang Rifa quickly reassured him. Of course, Qin Jiaqing glared. Do you not know that my primary concern is for Xiao Luo? I am anxious for any news regarding him. Qin Jiaqing hurriedly fixed his gaze on him. Then what good news do you have? Wang Rifa smiled and replied. I request Commander Qi to allow us to observe the new recruits assessment. What? Qin Jiaqing's mouth fell open in surprise. Wang Rifa continued, Master, consider this. The young master is persisting, but it is certainly for the sake of pride. Given his abilities, he cannot carry a burden nor lift anything. He undoubtedly cannot pass the assessment. Therefore, let us wait on site for him. Once he is eliminated, Wang Rifa immediately raised his thumb. Master, you truly are insightful. You saw through my little scheme at a glance. Qin Jiaqing rubbed his hands together. Resolving issues on site is efficient. Very well, Wang Rifa, splendid work. Wang Rifa nodded with a smile. Master, in 2 days, they will be assessed. Please check your schedule. In the stillness of the night, the sounds of snoring filled the air, each louder than the last. Qin Luo lay awake, staring at the ceiling, unable to sleep. After enduring so much, he suddenly began to perceive the military in a new light. Joining the army was not merely about enduring hardships and reciting grandiose phrases about defending the country. Every individual here is flesh and blood, capable of annoyance, humor, and warmth. Just moments before falling asleep, Cheng Haonan brought him warm water for a foot soak. Zheng Qian massaged his shoulders, and Hao Duo rubbed his legs. Though no words were spoken, their smiles seemed to convey to Qin Luo, we apologize for our previous actions. Please do not hold it against us. Qin Luo turned over, pondering whether to join them in the reconnaissance battalion. If he went, it would surely be exhausting. Yet, if he did not go, where else could he meet such a loyal and comical group of friends? Ding. Host. Do you wish to upgrade gene enhancement from level X to level Y? Qin Luo was momentarily taken aback. What does that mean? Report, host. Your super ability points have reached 100, currently at 105. You may upgrade any superpower. Would you like to enhance gene strengthening? Or upgrade another superpower? Qin Luo's face brightened. He had long desired to improve his physical condition. The stamina of an amateur athlete was entirely insufficient for his current needs. As for other superpowers, they seemed unnecessary for now. He resolved to enhance gene strengthening without hesitation. Nodding, he decisively chose to upgrade. Ding, deducting 100 super ability points. Remaining super ability points, 5. Gene strengthening is upgrading. Please wait. Mere seconds passed before the upgrade completed. Qin Luo clenched his fists in excitement. Without needing to test it, he felt the surge of power within his body. He could distinctly sense his muscles rapidly growing. Glancing around, he noticed his muscles beginning to swell. There was now a robust energy manifesting in his arms and thighs. Previously, he had only a faint outline of abs, but now, simply sitting, he could see 8 clearly defined abdominal muscles. If he took a photo and posted it online, he would surely captivate many young ladies. Yet, upon reflection, he realized it might also attract numerous young men. Ding, congratulations host. Gene strengthening upgraded to level Y. Your physical abilities are now equivalent to that of a reconnaissance soldier. Qin Luo couldn't help but chuckle. It seemed they were determined to have him join the reconnaissance battalion. Regardless, improving his physical abilities was undoubtedly advantageous. He exhaled, feeling confident that whether facing the new recruit assessment or any other challenges, his enhanced physical condition would allow him to manage effortlessly. Qin Luo turned over, intending to close his eyes and sleep. Yet his mind began to race. Should he go or should he stay? The next morning, during the assembly, Wu Ziyuan addressed the entire company, delivering a final round of instructions before the classes dispersed. Today marked the last day. There would be no intense training, focusing instead on addressing any deficiencies. Unlike examinations, military assessments cannot be crammed at the last minute. If one does not accumulate effort over time, no last-minute efforts will suffice during evaluations. Chang Lei stood before everyone, motivating them while also anxious about any unforeseen mishaps. All right, that's all I have to say. Chang Lei smiled. Just remember to give it your best effort. Yes. Everyone shouted in unison. Squad leader, we will certainly strive to do our best. Cheng Haonan exclaimed. Indeed. Squad leader, we all want to join the reconnaissance battalion. Zheng Qian added excitedly. Chang Lei beamed. Very well, as long as you perform admirably. I have confidence that all of you can make it. Hearing Chang Lei's encouragement, smiles illuminated every face, and Hao Duo let out a sigh of relief. Yes, Qin Luo, come here for a moment. Chang Lei turned and walked aside. Qin Luo hesitated, glancing at the others before hastily joining Chang Lei. Squad leader. Chang Lei looked at him, warmth radiating from his smile. When you arrived, the commander wanted you gone, considering you a burden, and the other squad leaders did not hold you in high regard. Yet you have firmly proven us all wrong with your strength. Qin Luo immediately stood tall. Squad leader, I understand. You have treated me very well. Chang Lei waved his hand, sighing. That is not my point. What I want to convey is that you need not push yourself so hard. He gazed deeply at Qin Luo. Regardless of what others say or how they perceive you, just remember that your squad leader will always stand behind you in support. Your comrades in this squad will always be by your side, united in both triumphs and tribulations. Chang Lei patted him on the back. You are a good soldier. Since you joined, everyone in our squad has changed for the better. You have also taught me much. Just do your best. Qin Luo stared blankly at his squad leader. From Chang Lei's sincere and gentle smile, he could perceive that his words were spoken from the heart. In that moment, Qin Luo felt a warm wave of joy wash over him. He suddenly realized that the phrase comrades are like brothers was not a mere saying. Squad leader Cheng Haonan, Zheng Qian, and Hao Duo truly regarded him as a dear comrade and good friend. Qin Luo observed Chang Lei's profile, sunlight illuminating his sturdy shoulder, exuding a sense of security akin to that of an elder brother. Deeply moved, Qin Luo gradually clenched his fists. Damn it, I will join the reconnaissance battalion. At worst, I can find a connection to be a clerk or a communications officer. Decision made. He would join the reconnaissance battalion. He could no longer remain passive. Yet as soon as he concluded this decision, regret washed over him. Joining the reconnaissance battalion meant enduring hardships he could not evade. One by one, the dormitory lights went out, followed by the sounds of snoring. Tomorrow there would be no training, a rare respite for the new recruits. Thus, that night, everyone slept exceptionally soundly. Beep, beep, beep. In the dead of night, a piercing alarm shattered the tranquility. Qin Luo jolted awake. After spending these days in the military, he had grown accustomed to remaining alert, even while asleep. Emergency assembly, Chang Lei exclaimed, springing from his bed, lowering his voice. Quickly, emergency assembly, everyone get up. The urgent call for assembly caught everyone off guard. What the hell, weren't we supposed to have a day of rest? Why has it started early? Qin Luo thought. Utterly speechless, the higher-ups certainly knew how to keep things lively. Quickly, pack your bags, move swiftly. Chang Lei urged anxiously. An emergency assembly required silence. And with no lights allowed, he could only speak in a hushed tone, yet his urgency was unmistakable. Everyone sprang into action, not daring to delay. Qin Luo spread out his bedding, stuffing necessary items like the mosquito net inside before quickly folding it up. As soon as he finished stacking, he rushed towards the flustered Hao Duo. Upon seeing Qin Luo, a smile immediately broke through the frown on Hao Duo's face. Luo, brother Luo, no time for chit-chat. Qin Luo swiftly snatched his backpack, urging, hurry up and get busy with something else. Tears of gratitude welled up in Hao Duo's eyes. Brother Luo, you're so kind. Thank goodness for you. Otherwise, no more nonsense. We are comrades. Helping each other is our duty. Qin Luo kicked him lightly. Although Hao Duo nearly toppled over, he felt a warm glow inside. Having someone to look after him was truly wonderful. Beside them, Chang Lei wore a faint smile of satisfaction. At that moment, Qin Luo no longer resembled a mere rookie, but rather a dependable veteran. I'm done. Cheng Haonan suddenly exclaimed. If you're done, hurry down. Qin Luo replied without looking up. You all better not embarrass the squad leader. Understood. Cheng Haonan nodded and dashed outside. Following him were Zheng Qian and Li Dasheng. A steady stream of figures rushing out, while Chang Lei clenched his fists in excitement. His gaze returned to Qin Luo, and he felt an unexpected sense of fortune. Qin Luo was a precious gift bestowed upon him. This young man was bound to become an excellent soldier, even surpassing me and the company commander. Chang Lei was filled with conviction. All right, let us go. Qin Luo tossed the backpack to Hao Duo and swiftly grabbed his own before racing downstairs. Chang Lei composed himself and hurried outside as well. The sound of hurried footsteps echoed down the staircase. Inside the barracks, it was as if a battle had erupted, with clanging noises incessantly ringing out. The sudden emergency gathering caught everyone off guard. Most had been jolted awake from pleasant dreams, so it was no surprise they were flustered. Why are the lights still on upstairs? A major shouted, pointing at the upper floor. Do you not know the regulations for an emergency gathering? And you there, running around aimlessly. If your backpack isn't ready, stay put. Soldier, put on your pants before coming out. Did you not notice you're only wearing your underwear? Standing nearby, Wu Zuan wore a grim expression, his eyes fixed on the entire building, his fists clenched tightly. Kong Xiang chuckled softly, lowering his voice. Calm down. Getting angry won't help. It's all part of the assessment. Once we leave the company, they won't be your concern anymore. Xiangbing, Wu Zuan huffed angrily. Until they leave the company, they are still under my command. A bunch of disgraceful fools. Just then, a group of individuals rushed over, quickly forming a line in front of the company commander and several officers. Wu Zuan's expression softened into a smile as he observed them. 3 minutes and 15 seconds. An officer nearby nodded in satisfaction. Impressive. Hearing this time, both Wu Zuan and Kong Xiang were stunned. The new recruits were required to complete the emergency gathering within 5 minutes, ensuring their backpacks were properly packed and essential items were included. Achieving 3 minutes and 15 seconds was no small feat, even for seasoned soldiers, and only those who were well-trained could manage such a time. The fact that the entire first squad could accomplish this left them astonished. Wu Zuan's gaze landed on Qin Luo, and he suddenly felt uneasy. While he could understand the impressive performance of others, how could Qin Luo have done just as well? Kong Xiang, with a smile, nudged him. See? You underestimated him. Surprised, aren't you? He chuckled. Didn't he expect you to misjudge someone? Wu Zuan's face flushed, but he quickly cleared his throat. What is the point of a quick emergency gathering? If a battle breaks out, he'll undoubtedly escape quickly. It was only the beginning. Don't get too optimistic. Kong Xiang rolled his eyes. Wasn't he the whole point of the emergency gathering to respond faster than the enemy in combat? To twist it into an escape scenario was just stubbornness. At that moment, although Qin Luo stood in line, his eyes darted around with excitement. Besides the major, there were 2 captains standing nearby. These individuals were likely not from their training regiment. A thrill surged within Qin Luo. If he exceeded the assessment tasks, perhaps he could earn double the rewards. If he could gain a few more extraordinary abilities, even if he ended up in the reconnaissance regiment, he would undoubtedly thrive. He gradually clenched his fists. I must give my all in the upcoming assessments. For minutes and 40 seconds, the major raised his head, observing the new recruits who were still arriving, before returning his gaze to the clock. Wu Ziyuan and Kong Xiang gradually relaxed their furrowed brows. At 4 minutes and 50 seconds, all the new recruits had finally assembled. They had passed. The major let out a relieved breath. Not bad. He turned to Wu Ziyuan with a smile. In such a relaxed environment. To complete the emergency gathering within the stipulated time, Company Commander Wu, you truly are the most renowned company commander in the entire division. I admire you. Wu Ziyuan laughed awkwardly. You flatter me. You flatter me. May I check on them? Of course not. The major replied with a polite smile. Wu Ziyuan's eyes twitched in irritation as he glared at him. The major chuckled. Company Commander Wu, please don't look at me like that. This is a requirement from above. The assessment has begun, and neither you nor the instructor can intervene. Wu Ziyuan took a deep breath and reluctantly waved his hand. Then please proceed. The major nodded with a smile and walked straight to the front of the line, announcing loudly, at ease, stand at attention. With a clap, everyone stood in formation. The major declared, on my command, all of you will jump 30 times in place. Begin. All the new recruits stood in stunned silence. Don't understand the order? Start jumping 30 times in place. Jump hard. The major bellowed. Jump. Qin Luo shouted, taking the lead. Whoosh. The squad leaders of other classes quickly reacted and urged their recruits to jump along. With each jump, everyone exerted themselves. Wu Ziyuan and Kong Xiang were tense, not daring to breathe, their palms slick with sweat. They were acutely aware of the purpose behind this exercise, to check the integrity of the recruits' backpacks. If the backpacks were poorly packed, they would fall apart during the jumps, spilling out a multitude of items, marking them as unqualified. Once all the recruits finished jumping, Wu Ziyuan and Kong Xiang finally exhaled deeply. Smiles crept onto their faces as they noticed nothing had fallen to the ground. The major turned with a grin. Giving Wu Ziyuan a thumbs up, Company Commander Wu, you truly know how to lead your troops. Impressive. Wu Ziyuan beamed with pride. Just basic skills, basic skills. You flatter me. Ha ha ha. The major laughed heartily. All right, shall we be on our way? Let us go, let us go. Wu Ziyuan waved enthusiastically. Everyone listen up. The major shouted, right turn, run. With a clap, everyone immediately turned right and began to run. 1, 2, 1, 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Everyone shouted in unison. Wu Ziyuan and Kong Xiang exchanged smiles and joined in. Still stubborn? Kong Xiang remarked while running. That kid Qin Luo has his backpack packed as solid as a rock. I just checked, and it doesn't even sway. And you still say he is lacking? Wu Ziyuan's smile faded instantly. I see. You really know how to kill the mood, always bringing up negatives when everyone is happy. Kong Xiang chuckled. I'm just standing up for him. He truly is a good soldier. Wu Ziyuan snorted dismissively. I've said it before, being good at packing doesn't mean much. The real test lies ahead. Let us see how he performs. As long as he doesn't embarrass us, I'll be grateful. Moreover, Wu Ziyuan added solemnly. This is also a testament to the squad leader's efforts. Without his guidance, how could Qin Luo progress so rapidly? Kong Xiang shook his head, still smiling. He understood that Wu Ziyuan was merely putting on a brave front, yet in reality, there was a hint of wavering. Previously, he had always prepared himself to take the blame after Qin Luo departed. However, it seemed that he had begun to believe that Qin Luo might actually stay. You are just stubborn, he thought, as Wu Ziyuan's gaze fixated on Qin Luo's figure, observing the steadfastness of his backpack and the impeccable form of his running posture. Qin Luo stood out among the ranks like a seasoned veteran, a striking presence. Wu Ziyuan couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his eye. This kid, could it be? He suddenly shook his head vigorously. I do not believe it. I resolutely refuse to believe it. It has only been a month. Even if the sergeant taught him exceptionally well, he would at most meet the minimum requirements. Carrying a backpack should be his forte, it must be so. Chapter 31. Far ahead, far ahead. As dawn broke, a faint ray of morning light draped over the earth. Stop them, take them down. In a training ground, hundreds of soldiers surged towards several officers with fierce determination. Yet the officers they pursued moved with the agility of rabbits, striking ruthlessly. A dozen soldiers blocking their path were swiftly knocked to the ground, after which the officers hopped into an all-terrain vehicle. Drive, step on it, they are not joking. A colonel shouted, his face adorned with a smile. The major at the wheel nearly pressed his foot through the accelerator, and the vehicle roared to life, speeding away in a flash. Hu Fei, you scoundrel, don't run if you have the guts. A colonel pushed past the soldiers, relentlessly trailing behind the vehicle. Come down if you dare, I'll take you on one-on-one. Special forces are so impressive, get down here. The colonel named Hu Fei smilingly poked his head out, waving vigorously at the pursuing colonel. Old Lei, don't chase anymore. You're getting on in years, take care of your health. By the way, remember to train well. Next time, I want to go easy on you. Train your grandfather. Get down here, I'll train you properly. The officers in the vehicle erupted in laughter. The major nearly in tears from chuckling. Chief of Staff, are we being too much? Asked Shinran, seated in the passenger seat, turning her head awkwardly. We didn't even select a single soldier from their chosen few, and you struck them down so hard. Aren't you afraid? Enough, Xiaoxin. An officer in the back seat interjected with a grin. Striking them down gives them the motivation to advance. You used to handle intelligence. So you haven't been with us long. Our chief of staff selects people based on intuition. If he takes a liking to someone, even a pig can be brought in, but But those who don't fit the bill are worthless, no matter how skilled they may be. Shen Shinran was at a loss. Wasn't it the case that special forces selected individuals based on overall quality? The soldiers just now had already met the requirements. Looking at Hu Fei in the rearview mirror, who had closed his eyes in repose, she could not fathom what he was thinking. Chief of Staff, where are we headed now? Shen Shinran inquired. I've heard the military is holding a collective assessment for all new recruits today, Hu Fei replied nonchalantly. Let us go take a look. What is so interesting about new recruits? Shen Shinran asked, puzzled, glancing at the others. The rest merely shrugged, as if it were expected. Have you ever seen a collective assessment for new recruits from 3 training regiments in one division? Hu Fei chuckled. It's just along the way. Since we're free, we might as well find some amusement. The others in the vehicle lit cigarettes, laughter filling the air, while Shen Shinran remained bewildered. However, she found the proceedings perplexing. Hu Fei navigated the recruitment process with ease, selecting soldiers at will, entirely at his discretion. Was he really opting to choose from new recruits instead of seasoned veterans? The cold wind swept across the land, with small buildings standing like sentinels upon the yellow earth. They resembled silent soldiers, steadfastly guarding the land beneath them. A Rolls-Royce Phantom came to a halt in front of one of the buildings. As Qin Jiaqing alighted, Qi Shengli approached him with a broad smile, extending his hand. Mr. Qin, long time no see. I've missed you. Qin Jiaqing laughed heartily, clasping his hand. I've missed you too, Commander Qi. By the way, my subordinate S slaughterhouse has processed 1,000 pigs to treat our soldiers, and it should be arriving at your regiment soon. Qi Shengli beamed, nearly unable to contain his smile. Mr. Qin, you are too generous, too kind. You've already promised to renovate our barracks, and now you're sending so many supplies. As a commander, I feel quite embarrassed. Don't be so polite. Qin Jiaqing laughed heartily. Such trifles are merely my duty. By the way, where shall we watch? Qi Shengli chuckled, guiding him along. Qin Jiaqing, filled with joy, ascended the building with Wang Rifa by his side. Upon reaching a conference room on the 3rd floor, Qi Shengli personally pulled out a chair for him. Mr. Qin, please sit here. He then retrieved a walkie-talkie from his waist. This is for you. You know how to use it, right? Press this to speak, and don't press it when not speaking. I've already set the channel. Qin Jiaqing stared blankly at the walkie-talkie, then back at him. Wait, Commander Qi, aren't you taking me to see the assessment? What is this about? Qi Shengli laughed heartily. Mr. Qin, it's like this. This assessment is not conducted solely by our division. Rather, it involves the training regiments from 3 divisions of our entire army, with personnel from the military also present. Is it Major Yu? Qin Jiaqing inquired. I'm quite familiar with him. We dined together just last month. Qi Shengli shook his head with a smile. Not him. This assessment has escalated to a level of confidentiality, classified as military secrets, and outsiders are not permitted near. However, rest assured, I will keep you updated on the situation with this device. He added, moreover, the assessment site is nearby. If you listen closely, you may hear the sounds. Qin Jiaqing's eyes nearly bulged out. After all his efforts, this was it? What was the difference between this and waiting for news at home? Let us go. Let us go. Make sure to pay attention, he said, turning and hastily rushing out. Hey, 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 Qin Jiaqing shouted anxiously, just as he was about to chase after. 2 guards emerged on either side to block his path. A lieutenant approached with a smile. I'm sorry, Mr. Qin. This area is a military restricted zone. The commander has instructed that you may only move within this space and are not permitted to exit through this door. Qin Jiaqing's jaw nearly dropped to the ground. After traveling such a distance, not only could he not witness Qin Luo's assessment, but he was also placed under soft confinement. What on earth was this? He couldn't care less about his demeanor. In a fit of rage, he shouted towards the distance. Qi Shengli. You. The lieutenant smiled. I'm sorry. The commander has gone far, and he cannot hear you. Qin Jiaqing was so furious he felt he might explode. If I can't go out, then what am I supposed to do? The next moment, he froze, for the lieutenant had already produced a spittoon emblazoned with a red peony, presenting it before him. Qin Jiaqing's eye twitched, and he angrily turned away, plopping down onto the sofa. Wang Rifa approached with a pained expression. Forget it, my lord. At least we've made it this far. ISNT Commander Qi saying to listen closely. Who knows? You might hear the young master's call. Qin Jiaqing glared at him with irritation. What call? His cries of agony. He closed his eyes in frustration, images of Qin Luo flooding his mind. Fine. It's probably better that kid doesn't see me. Meanwhile, Qi Shengli's vehicle sped along the dirt road towards the observation platform. With a screech, the tires screeched to a halt. As soon as the car came to a stop, he dashed towards the observation platform. Chief of Staff. Qi Shengli greeted a square-faced middle-aged man with a salute. With a slight smile, Qi Shengli suddenly noticed 2 figures standing behind Chen Long, none other than the commanders of the other 2 divisions, Yin Jun and Li Wenguang, who were also his rivals. In a place that revered martial prowess, there was no first in literature, nor second in martial arts. Especially in the military, to achieve anything, one had to showcase true skill. In pursuit of resources, funding, and even training opportunities, Qi Shengli has often found himself at odds with them. Observing the palpable tension among the 3, Chen Long chuckled. All right, enough of your standoffish glares. Aren't you supposed to compete with the new recruits shortly? With a cheerful demeanor, he added, before I arrived. Both the army commander and the political commissar mentioned that the guiding regiment achieving first place would receive a monetary reward at year's end as a form of encouragement. Instantly, the eyes of the 3 commanders sparkled with renewed vigor. The competitive atmosphere thickened, intensifying the earlier tension. The chief of staff glanced at them. a satisfied smile gracing his lips. He desired nothing more than their fierce rivalry. Soldiers who do not strive or compete are merely cowards, unfit to protect their homeland. It is through their struggle and ambition that they would grow stronger. Look, the first unit has arrived. A sudden shout from an officer drew everyone's attention. They turned to see a company marching in, their voices ringing with spirited slogans, their steps synchronized. Which unit is this? Qin Luo lowered his binoculars and checked his watch, noting that they had arrived nearly 15 minutes ahead of schedule. Reporting, this is the 9th Company of the Division S Training Regiment, an officer announced. Qi Shengli was momentarily taken aback before bursting into laughter. Glancing at Qin Luo and the other two commanders, his grin stretched from ear to ear. Apologies. I didn't mean to get so far ahead, truly. He guffawed. The two commanders clenched their fists, irritated that the assessment had barely begun, and already Qi Shengli was boasting. I had previously advised them to maintain a low profile, not to distance themselves too much from the regiment, Qi Shengli smugly pointed out, but look at their prowess. They have tried their best to keep a low profile, yet they stand out immensely. Yan Jun and Li Wenguang glared with fiery eyes. Qi Shengli, cease your sarcastic remarks. This assessment was a surprise. Our recruits simply weren't prepared. The rest of the units will surely outperform yours. Yes, yes. Qi Shengli nodded vigorously. Your recruits may be unprepared, but mine were as well. Yet, why is it they can perform so swiftly? He looked at them with a smile. It signifies that my recruits are exceptional, just like me. As the tension between the two commanders reached a boiling point, Qin Luo quickly intervened. Old Qi, don't get too cocky. The assessment has only just commenced. Perhaps your soldiers merely got lucky. Exactly, what is there to boast about? Li Wenguang scoffed. Yan Jun added with a cold snort. The real test is yet to come. To claim first place, one must exhibit genuine skill. Qi Shengli held his head high. All right. You both make valid points. However, with this auspicious start, how could the rest not follow suit? Prepare yourselves for another loss. The two commanders, fists clenched in frustration, were on the verge of confronting Qi Shengli, if not for Qin Luo's presence. Shortly thereafter, the other units began to trickle in. Yet, in comparison to the early arriving 9th Company, their appearances were somewhat dismal. Some units stumbled in, equipment clattering behind them, while others lost their footwear along the way, and a few even dropped their bedding. In a most chaotic display, some soldiers were seen running while clutching their blankets. The two commanders' faces grew increasingly grim, while Qi Shengli's laughter echoed louder. Old Yan, Old Li, your recruits are quite something, losing equipment left and right. Qin Luo chuckled awkwardly at their predicament. If this were a battle, they'd be akin to a supply team for the enemy. They ought to be grateful. The two commanders' faces flushed with embarrassment, wishing for a hole to hide in. When they glanced back at the 9th Company, the contrast was stark. Their backpacks were as sturdy as rock, and their recruits were in a league of their own. Report. A major approached, saluting Qin Luo. All companies from the 3 training regiments have assembled. Please, give your directives. Qin Luo nodded, his tone turning serious. Have they been inspected? Reporting, sir. All companies were thoroughly checked upon entering the assessment area. The major continued. The 5th Company of the Division S Training Regiment performed the worst, with over half of their recruits' backpacks in disarray. Yan Jun's face turned crimson, his teeth grinding in frustration. The 9th Company of the Training Regiment currently holds the best results. Not a single backpack is in disarray, and they appear remarkably robust. Ha! Qi Shengli gleefully turned to the two commanders. Apologies, but I have won the first round. He grinned at them. You ought to teach your recruits better. Feel free to seek my guidance anytime. Shut your mouth. The two commanders seethed, their frustration palpable. The major saluted and quickly departed. Qin Luo then turned to a lieutenant colonel beside him. How did the second round of assessments go? The 3 commanders collectively froze. Is it already time for the second round? Reporting, sir, the lieutenant colonel replied. We have already compiled the results. Yesterday, we discreetly sent personnel to the 3 training regiments to photograph and score each company's internal organization. The 7th Company performed the worst, while the 9th Company excelled. Especially Class 1, whose internal organization is nearly on par with seasoned veterans. Upon hearing this, the 3 commanders gasped in shock. The assessment had begun the day prior, and they had employed covert means to score each unit. What a cunning tactic. It was akin to a teacher conducting surprise recitations in class. Ha! Qi Shengli, after a brief pause, erupted into laughter once again, startling Qin Luo and the 2 commanders. I never expected to win not just 1, but 2 rounds. My apologies, gentlemen, but it seems I am on a winning streak. The 2 commanders glared at him, their frustration mounting, yet powerless to change their circumstances. They could only see that their recruits' lackluster performance. Qin Luo, with a smile, patted Qi Shengli on the back. You truly have a knack for this. They ought to learn from you. Qi Shengli waved his hand. You flatter me, truly. This is merely standard procedure. I assent at what soldiers are meant to do. I always teach them that a soldier should treat every moment as an assessment, never allowing themselves to slacken. That is why our veterans lead by example. It's a tradition of our regiment. Ha ha. Listening to his infectious laughter, the 2 commanders wished to cover their ears. Meanwhile, Qi Shengli took out his binoculars, scanning the 9th Company. His gaze settled on Class 1. Upon spotting Qin Luo, he stealthily moved aside. Mr. Qin, can you hear me? At that moment, Qin Jiaqing was preoccupied tending to a spittoon. Startled by the sudden voice from the intercom, he quickly turned. Wang Rifa, seated nearby, yelped, shooting up in surprise. Qin Jiaqing, seeing Wang drenched, felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Old Wang, I'm so sorry. I didn't realize you were here. Wang Rifa wiped his face. It's all right, sir. You seem a bit agitated lately. You ought to drink more water. Hurry and grab the intercom. Right. Qin Jiaqing, disregarding his wet hands, rushed over to seize the intercom. What is happening? Mr. Qin, I have splendid news. Qi Shengli exclaimed, brimming with enthusiasm. The company where Qin Luo is stationed has just secured first place in 2 assessments, especially his class, which performed remarkably. At this rate, it's not merely passing the assessment. He might soon be under the army spotlight. Qin Jiaqing's smile froze, his jaw nearly dropping to the ground. Mr. Qin, the new assessment is about to commence. I will inform you shortly. The line fell silent immediately after. Qin Jiaqing held the intercom in a daze, his expression one of utter bewilderment, his mind in a fog. He incredulously turned to Wang Rifa. Give me a slap. What? Wang Rifa looked at him with a mix of fear and confusion. Sir, are you all right? Quick, give me a slap. Qin Jiaqing bellowed. I must be hearing things. How could Xiao Luo possibly come in first? Is he even cut out for that? It must be an illusion. Chapter 33. The reward is super doubled? With a series of sharp slaps to his own face, Qin Jiaqing startled Wang Rifa, who hurriedly grasped his hand. That hurts. It really hurts. Qin Jiaqing grimaced. Wang Rifa, with a pained expression, replied, Sir, please don't overthink it. Didn't Commander Qi just say that it was young Master S class that secured the first position? It has nothing to do with him. He merely rode on the coattails of others. Wang Rifa gazed intently at him. You know him best. He is hardly someone who can endure hardship. Exactly. Qin Jiaqing exclaimed, nodding enthusiastically. That brat can neither lift nor carry. After just a month in the army, he is suddenly a real man. He must be a pretender. Wang Rifa twitched at the corner of his eye, secretly wishing to inherit some family fortune. Such paternal affection was deeply felt, and he yearned for it. Final 10 minutes. All units, prepare. The assessment instructor shouted through a megaphone, standing before the crowd. All the new recruits immediately sprang into a flurry of activity, while Qin Luo looked ahead. This was the vast outdoor training ground of the entire military, exceedingly expansive. Tanks from 7 or 8 regiments could race across it without issue, let alone the 3 regiments of soldiers lined up in formation. The forthcoming assessment would commence with a tactical evaluation of 120 meters, featuring 30 meters of low crawling, 30 meters of high crawling, and 30 meters of prone crawling. Lastly, 30 meters would be traversed by climbing over barbed wire in any position. Everyone collectively turned to follow the instructor's pointing finger. Indeed, ahead lay a vast array of barbed wire, stretching from left to right. Each company would receive 3 or 4 segments of wire. The instructor continued. After the tactical assessment, you will have a 5-minute rest before immediately starting the physical fitness evaluation. 150 push-ups, 200 sit-ups, 50 dips on parallel bars, and 20 pull-ups. After completing these, you will rest for 5 minutes. Then, you will commence a 5-kilometer run. Upon concluding, you will rest for 10 minutes. After which shooting training will begin. His lips curled into a mischievous smile. The tactical and physical assessments must be completed while carrying your backpacks. The 5 kilometers can be done without the burden. A collective gasp echoed through the crowd. The new recruits wore grim expressions, while the squad leaders widened their eyes in shock. The company commanders and battalion leaders wore worried looks, as this clearly seemed to test the veterans rather than the newcomers. In previous training assessments, the tasks had always been fundamental. Whether it was discipline, formation, physical fitness, or shooting, the standards were based on regular training, with only slight increases as evaluation criteria. It was akin to a physical examination, where each task was completed in succession, culminating in a final score. Yet today's assessment not only intertwined all tasks, but also mandated their completion within minimal rest periods. Could mere recruits, fresh from 3 months of service, truly manage such a feat? Even seasoned soldiers would find this challenging. However, the soldiers of Class 1 were proudly confident. Compared to their usual extra training, this hardly seemed formidable. Cheng Haonan nudged Qin Luo, whispering, Luo Gu, we owe this to you. If you hadn't been so domineering earlier, we wouldn't have become this strong. Qin Luo rolled his eyes, thinking it was they who insisted on competing with him. Yet, he hadn't anticipated this outcome. It was indeed a case of serendipitous success. The assessment had no specific time constraints. The instructor continued, the faster you complete the assessment, the better your score will be, based on the accuracy of your movements and shooting results. Prepare yourselves. There are 10 minutes remaining. Make sure to check your backpacks. If they fall apart, you will have to repack and start over, wasting your own time. Get ready. The units immediately erupted into chaos. The battalion commander gathered the company leaders, delivering an impassioned speech. The company leaders quickly rushed to their respective units, rallying the squad leaders with fervor. There was no choice but to implement a last-minute remedy to motivate everyone. Although the assessment content differed from previous years, Wu Ziyuan fixed his gaze on all the squad leaders. But I believe in you and all the recruits. When the time comes, encourage them to display their utmost capabilities. If we don't strive now, we will miss our opportunity. Yes, everyone roared in unison. Wu Ziyuan waved his hand, signaling them to disperse, knowing that further words would hold little weight. Only by boosting morale could they achieve better results. Class 1 present. Yes. Chang Lei turned around, finding Wu Ziyuan had approached him. He glanced at Qin Luo in the ranks, lowering his voice to ask, give me the lowdown. Is this kid capable or not? Chang Lei stood tall. Report, company leader, Qin Luo is capable, very capable. Wu Ziyuan's eyelid twitched. Although he found it hard to believe in Qin Luo, he trusted Chang Lei. Wu Ziyuan nodded, all right. But you need to encourage him to give his all. He must not drag the whole class down, especially not you. Chang Lei smiled slightly. Company leader, just you wait and see. He will surely bring glory to the ninth company. As he turned away with a grin, Wu Ziyuan felt a wave of exasperation. Bringing glory to the ninth company? If he could avoid being a hindrance to Chang Lei, Wu Ziyuan would be grateful. Chang Lei smiled as he thought of them. No need for words. I'll stay by your side until the end. Show the entire army that you are the best recruits. Yes. Everyone shouted in unison. Qin Luo turned his gaze toward the observation platform. A glint flashed in his eyes as he narrowed his focus. He could clearly see that several officers stood on the platform, several hundred meters away. It seemed quite grand. With so many high-ranking officials present, if he could secure first place among the recruits, surely the system would grant him ample rewards. Qin Luo's excitement surged as he clenched his fists, believing that with sufficient impressive abilities, even the arduous reconnaissance camp would become a walk in the park. Final 2 minutes of preparation. Moments later, the instructor shouted again. Cheng Haonan and others felt a mix of excitement and anxiety. How Duo, surrounded by so many people, felt an inexplicable sweat bead on his forehead. Qin Luo scanned them with a glance, a sudden flash of inspiration striking him. System. If I lead the entire class to secure first place among the recruits, would that count as exceeding the task? Would there be additional rewards? Qin Luo inquired excitedly. His eyes filled with anticipation. Chapter 34. Are these recruits super science? Beep. Report. Host. There is a certain probability. Qin Luo's eyes brightened instantly, confirming his suspicions. So, if the scale of this assessment has also tripled, does that mean the rewards will triple as well? Report. Host. There will be a certain probability. Qin Luo felt a bit exasperated. It seemed there was no guarantee of 100%. He took a deep breath. Regardless, a certain probability is better than none. As long as I receive several extraordinary new powers, I can navigate any situation with ease. Quickly, all companies, organize yourselves and line up as classes. The assessment instructor shouted while running ahead of the line. The company commanders promptly directed their respective teams to the makeshift white line. All squads quickly formed neat rows, with countless individuals nervously glancing at the throngs around them before refocusing on the racecourse ahead. Competing amidst such a large crowd posed a new challenge for all the recruits. Prepare. The assessment instructor dashed to the side of the crowd, bellowing through a megaphone. 30 seconds remaining. Instantly, the recruits began to roll up their sleeves in anticipation. Qin Luo turned to address everyone. You all mentioned wanting my protection once we joined the company, right? Cheng Haonan and the others stared at him in disbelief. No one expected Qin Luo to pose such a question at this critical moment. Yes. How Duo nodded vigorously. We must cling to the strong. Brother Luo, please protect us. Cheng Haonan raised his chin defiantly. All right. Qin Luo scanned the group. In a moment, follow my lead. I will guide you to victory. And then we will head to the reconnaissance battalion together. At that moment, every pair of eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. Yes. Cheng Haonan nodded fervently, and the others followed suit. Qin Luo gave them a slight smile before turning his gaze coldly to the front. On the side of the training field, Gao Kun cheerfully offered cigarettes to the other two new battalion leaders. Come, smoke a bit. The two men shot him disdainful glances, but accepted the cigarettes without hesitation. Gao Kun chuckled as he lit one for himself. Gentlemen, my apologies. The assessment hasn't even started, and I've already embarrassed you. He took a deep drag, releasing a smoke ring, and continued with a feigned look of helplessness. I can't be blamed. I didn't want to compete with you. Yet, the military insisted that our 3 battalions compete together. Isn't that just asking for me to bully you? The 2 battalion leaders trembled with anger, their hands shaking as they clutched their cigarettes. But fear not, gentlemen. Gao Kun patted his chest. I've already spoken to all the company commanders. I've instructed them to let all recruits hold back a little. We can't have you looking too bad. We're all old friends, I understand. Old Gao, stop showing off in front of me. One battalion leader snapped, pointing at him. The previous 2 rounds could barely be considered a pass for your internal affairs. What use is that? When it comes to battle, are your soldiers planning to rush in and neatly fold blankets to suffocate the enemy? The other leader scoffed. The real competition has only just begun. Don't get cocky. If you truly let your recruits hold back, you'll suffer a crushing defeat. Gao Kun nodded with a smile. Yes, you are absolutely right. You are impressive, truly remarkable. I completely agree. The 2 leaders seethed with rage at his insufferable demeanor. Let me tell you, don't get too confident. Our battalion has a number of recruits who are athletes. One leader declared with pride. Military subjects are our forte. Soon you'll be left picking up your teeth. The other leader chimed in. We've got quite a few exceptional recruits this year, personally trained by me. You'll see. Gao Kun maintained a serious demeanor, nodding. Yes, you are both correct. You are the best, truly the best. The 2 were infuriated, forcefully tossing their cigarette butts to the ground before swiftly departing with an air of indignation. Gao Kun hurried after them. Hey, I only have half a pack left. Leave me one, you bandits. Bang. At that moment, the starting gun echoed across the training ground. Begin. The assessment instructor shouted. In an instant, the prepared squads surged forward like unleashed tigers, racing towards their respective tracks. Just then, one team surged ahead of the rest. The other squads watched as they picked up speed, each one hastening their own pace. The competition had barely begun, and chaos ensued among the recruits. Go! Chang Lei cheered from a distance, clapping enthusiastically. The standout team was none other than Class 1. At this moment, Qin Luo led the charge, with everyone trailing closely behind him. They disregarded everything else, their sole focus being the figure ahead. All they could think of were Qin Luo's words. Just follow me and run. Drop. Upon reaching the tactical line, Qin Luo shouted, throwing himself to the ground first. He slid nearly 3 meters across the grass before swiftly transitioning into a prone position, using his hands and feet to propel himself forward like a lizard, quickly crawling ahead. Following suit, Cheng Haonan, Zhang Qian, and others fell in one after another, utilizing their momentum to slide forward a couple of meters before swiftly adopting the same crawling position as Qin Luo. Meanwhile, the other recruits were still frantically sprinting from behind. Yes, Wu Ziyuan exclaimed excitedly, jumping around the crowd, drawing murderous glares from the other company commanders. Kong Xiang glanced around cautiously, swallowing hard. Old Wu, keep your voice down. Everyone is watching. So what? Why should I be afraid? My recruits are leading. I should be happy for them. Wu Ziyuan retorted proudly. If they had the ability, their recruits could run just as fast. I'm not stopping them. Flames of fury ignited in the eyes of the other commanders. Had it not been for Wu's surname, they might have already exchanged some heated words with him. Kong Xiang chuckled. So now you admit they're your recruits? You were not like this before. Wu Ziyuan paused. What? Kong Xiang fixed him with a knowing gaze. Come on, stop pretending. Can't you see who is leading the pack? Wu Ziyuan's face flushed crimson. He had also been taken aback. He could never have imagined that every member of Class 1 would follow Qin Luo so resolutely. Furthermore, Qin Luo's tactical movements were so precise that even he wanted to give a thumbs up. Kong Xiang continued to tease him. Old Wu, just admit it. Qin Luo is quite the soldier. As the squad leader, he hasn't said anything wrong. Wu Ziyuan stared dumbfounded at Qin Luo, who was nearing the barbed wire, his fists clenching silently. How could it be? This recruit had become so formidable in such a short time? Wasn't he clueless when he arrived? Suddenly, Wu Ziyuan felt a wave of shame wash over him. Due to his prejudice, he had never paid attention to Qin Luo. What had transpired in his time? And how had the recruits of Class 1 transformed so dramatically? They had been nothing like this just a month ago. Now, their level had far surpassed his expectations. They surged forward, all of them charging ahead. Kong Xiang suddenly shouted in excitement. Wu Ziyuan snapped back to reality, realizing that the last recruit, Hao Duo, had already stood up from behind the barbed wire. Class 1 had completed the first assessment, far ahead of the other squads. Excellent, Wu Ziyuan exclaimed, jumping up in excitement. The other company commanders, already irritable, found their annoyance intensifying at Wu Ziyuan's antics. Hurry up. What are you doing, moving like a tortoise? Can't you see that one class has already crossed the finish line? Speed it up. Many commanders could no longer contain their frustration, while they couldn't command directly. Shouting from the sidelines was still permissible. Meanwhile, Gao Kun grinned as he clapped for the 2 stunned battalion leaders. My apologies, gentlemen, we've beaten you again. Your athletes aren't performing. My recruits are holding back, yet they're still faster. The 2 battalion leaders turned sharply in anger, but Gao Kun was already prepared. Retreating several steps. Don't get too excited. We haven't finished yet. There's more suffering to come for you. If you overexert yourselves now, you'll regret it later. Shut up. The 2 battalion leaders charged at Gao Kun, their faces filled with rage. At that moment, on the observation platform, Qi Shengli was also boasting with pride, infuriating the other 2 commanders, who wished they could silence him. 1 minute and 50 seconds. Qi Shengli could hardly contain his laughter. 1 minute and 50 seconds. Can you believe this is the result of a new recruit? But in our division, this is merely routine. We are the division, the leaders, unmatched by any others. Ha ha ha. Shut your mouth. The 2 division commanders could no longer tolerate his boasting and shouted in unison. Suddenly, a hand landed heavily on Qi Shengli's shoulder. He turned to find Chen Long looking ahead with a face full of astonishment. What's wrong, Chief of Staff? Qi Shengli asked, bewildered. Chen Long pointed forward. Old Qi. Your new recruits haven't rested. They've moved directly to the next task. What? Qi Shengli spun around, and indeed saw all the members of Class 1 already performing push-ups on the physical training ground. His eyes nearly popped out. I can't believe it. They don't even rest after crawling through tactics? Are they super science? Chapter 35. Captain, I ask you, are you impressive or not? After just completing tactical crawling and expending so much energy, are they really fine? Chen Long swallowed hard and gave Qi Shengli a thumbs up. Your new recruits are truly brave. Qi Shengli felt embarrassed, and before he could respond, Li Wenguang sneered. Bravery is one thing, but they seem to lack sense. Indeed, Yin Jun chuckled. 120 meters of tactics. Think of how much energy that consumes. They must be panting heavily right now, right? Old Qi, don't you care for your soldiers? Is this how you train them? Qi Shengli glared at them, annoyed. Nonsense. I'm known for cherishing my soldiers. They are just exceptionally strong, which is why they haven't rested. Keep denying it, Yin Jun taunted. I bet it won't be long before they tire out. The 2 division commanders exchanged glances, both smirking. They had thought this class was formidable, only to discover their apparent foolishness. In their view, it wouldn't be long before their new recruits caught up. Such a great opportunity to lead was being squandered. At that moment, Qi Shengli clenched his fists, his eyes fixed on the competition field. Qin Luo and the others were energetically performing push-ups, showing no signs of fatigue. Yet, Qi Shengli's heart raced with anxiety. After all, even seasoned veterans needed a break after such exertion. Hai Kun, how are you leading your troops? They're clearly capable soldiers, yet they seem so foolish. You better hope they maintain their lead. If someone else overtakes them, I won't let you off the hook. Qi Shengli tightened his grip, not wanting to lose the chance to revel in his moment of pride before the other 2 division commanders too soon. Go. Outside the training ground, Chang Lei and Wu Ziyuan shouted in unison, their voices hoarse from the effort. They were expending every ounce of energy to cheer them on. On the training field, Qin Luo was nearing the end of his push-ups. He looked up and noticed everyone struggling. It seemed the lack of rest before the physical assessment was taking its toll. To exceed the task and secure greater rewards, they needed a little motivation to ignite their inner fire. Suddenly, Qin Luo called out, Cheng Haonan, aren't you the so-called street bully? Is this all you've got? How will you impress your girlfriend later? Hurry up, a man cannot say I can't. Cheng Haonan was instantly spurred on, his energy surging like a pile driver. I can do it. I can do it. Zheng Qian, Qin Luo shouted. Do you want free instant noodles, spicy strips, and hot dogs, biscuits, cola, chicken feet? Want them? Absolutely. Zheng Qian began to push harder. Aw, I'm going all out. Li Dasheng. Do you still want to smoke good cigarettes? Want to watch those action movies? Bro, stop talking. I'm already at my limit. After rallying the troops, Qin Luo finally turned to Hao Duo. The lad was drenched in sweat, struggling to perform push-ups with a butterfly stroke. Meeting Qin Luo's gaze, Hao Duo nervously exclaimed, Bro, you can't ignore me, right? Then hurry up. If you want me to back you up, get moving. Qin Luo glared at him. Yes. Hao Duo immediately began to push himself, frantically exerting himself. Nearby, the instructor watched in disbelief. Are these guys insane? What have they been stimulated by? Before long, the entire group completed their push-ups in unison. Get ready for sit-ups, Qin Luo shouted. The instructor felt the urge to step back instinctively. Not far away, the new recruits who had just finished their tactical crawls gaped in astonishment. Do these guys not know what fatigue is? They're nearly gasping for breath. Yet they can still move so quickly? What a bunch of freaks. In the stands, Chen Long, Qi Xingli, and the other division commanders were all wide-eyed in shock, watching from a distance. At this moment, they had forgotten everything else, their focus solely on this remarkable group. Incredible. After expending so much energy, they can still perform the physical assessment at such speed. Have they not paused at all? Chen Long asked. Qi Xingli and the others shook their heads vigorously. They haven't stopped. They've been at it the whole time. Chen Long swallowed hard. These soldiers are too strong. Are they planning to continue without any rest? He turned abruptly to Qi Xingli. Hey. Yes. Qi Xingli stood tall. You didn't recruit a bunch of seasoned veterans to masquerade as new recruits, did you? Chen Long asked suspiciously. How could new recruits be this strong? The other two division commanders quickly caught on. Oh, Qi Xingli, mocking us for ages, and it turns out you brought in veterans? Qi Xingli jumped up in frustration. Who the hell brought in veterans? They're all registered new recruits. If you don't believe me, go check. The two division commanders knew very well, but were reluctant to let go of the chance to belittle him. They had to say a few more words, otherwise, this guy would be boasting for days. Chen Long turned his attention back to Qin Luo, who was now on the parallel bars, as the other recruits neared the end of their physical assessments. Impressive. It's been a while since I've seen such fierce new recruits. Qin Luo, you guys should take a break. There's no rush. The other recruits are still far behind you. Recover your strength first, Chang Lei shouted anxiously from outside. Wu Ziyuan, disregarding his pride, yelled, Qin Luo, you're doing great. Don't overdo it. Just focus on securing first place steadily. Qin Luo glanced at them, his eyes twitching. Who doesn't want to slow down? But who knows if someone might suddenly catch up? He looked behind and saw the other company commanders shouting like madmen. Their recruits also frantically pushing themselves to the limit. Qin Luo's eyes twitched again. At this rate, if he didn't hurry up, someone might indeed catch up. Then, all his previous efforts would be in vain. Ignoring the two words, he turned to his comrades, who were panting heavily, their eyes fixed on him. Qin Luo thought for a moment and decided to motivate them. Let me ask you a question. Does our squad leader treat us well? Everyone paused, of course. Especially well. Qin Luo fixed his gaze. If our squad leader is to be promoted this year, and we perform well enough to secure 3 first-place finishes in the training regiments, he will definitely get promoted. Do you want to help him out? They exchanged glances. Of course we do. Absolutely. A sly smile crept onto Qin Luo's face. Then let us not rest. Keep pushing forward with me. What? Everyone gasped in disbelief. Cheng Haonan grimaced. But bro, we've already completed 3 tasks in a row. We're exhausted. Can't we at least take a break? Do you want the squad leader to get promoted or not? Qin Luo challenged him. I do. Then no breaks. Qin Luo stated decisively. Didn't you see the others catching up? We need to be faster than them to maintain our lead. If we win, I'll treat you all to a grand feast and give each of you a cigarette. Deal? Everyone's eyes suddenly sparkled with determination. We must do it. For the class monitor, we must strive for first place. Qin Luo nodded with a smile, who said that financial prowess was ineffective. At a critical moment, wasn't it quite useful? What? The crowd looked at him in confusion. Luo Gu, you seem a bit what? Qin Luo glared at them. If you call me Luo Gu and I don't showcase some real skills, how can I live up to that title? Enough with the nonsense, Ron. The group exchanged bewildered glances. Actually, Qin Luo has a point. Being a leader should embody the qualities of a leader. Luo Gu truly takes his role seriously. I'll follow his lead. So what are we waiting for? Zheng Qian urged urgently. If they catch up, we won't get first place, and all the cigarettes, instant noodles, and spicy snacks will be gone. Let's hurry. Charge. Everyone shouted in unison as they sprinted towards the 5-kilometer starting line. Upon arriving at the physical assessment area, the new recruits from several classes were momentarily stunned. Watching the first class dart away, their faces contorted in despair. What the hell? Are we not allowed to live? Seriously? Can't you take a break? Will resting kill you? This isn't a new recruit assessment. This is clearly a brutal massacre. Damn it, we cannot lose. On the other side, Chang Lei and Wu Ziyuan gaped in astonishment at the increasingly distant figure of Qin Luo. As they witnessed him dash past the starting line, they both swallowed hard. This guy's physical abilities are extraordinary. Is he not tired at all? Wu Ziyuan's eyes widened. Chang Lei turned with a smile. Squad leader, isn't he impressive? What? Wu Ziyuan looked at him in disbelief. Chang Lei beamed with pride. I ask you, is my soldier impressive or not? Does he not bring honor? Wu Ziyuan was momentarily at a loss for words. Squad leader, I just need your acknowledgement. He's been misunderstood for so long. I want to hear your sincere words now. He's impressive, truly impressive, exceptionally so. I was wrong. Is that enough? I misjudged him. Wu Ziyuan conceded loudly. Once the assessment is over, I will apologize to him. A formal apology, and make sure he feels good about it. Chang Lei rubbed his burning eyes and laughed. No need for an apology, but your words are worth it. Stop being sentimental with me. Wu Ziyuan pushed him. Weren't you supposed to accompany them? Are we chasing or what? They'll get too far ahead. Oh. Chang Lei suddenly realized and hurriedly turned with Wu Ziyuan to pursue. Chapter 36. Breaking the military's 20-year record in the conference room, Qin Jiaqing paced back and forth. His brow furrowed. Stop turning, you're not dizzy? I'm about to pass out. Wang Rifa said bitterly. I'm just anxious, Qin Jiaqing replied. I wonder how that brat is doing. Has he been eliminated? Ancestors, please protect him. Let there be no mishaps. Wang Rifa reassured him. There won't be any issues. Director Qin, are you there? A voice crackled through the intercom. Qin Jiaqing, as if jolted by electricity, rushed to grab the intercom. Commander Qi, it's me. What is the situation? Guess what? Qi Xingli teased. Qin Jiaqing and Wang Rifa nearly choked. Guess your grandmother. Qin Jiaqing suppressed his anger, forcing a smile. Commander Qi, don't tease me now. Just tell me. It's driving me mad. Ha. Director Qin, I truly must thank you. What? Qin Jiaqing's eyes widened in surprise. You've delivered me a fine soldier. Better than if you had fixed up our barracks. That makes me even happier. However, the barracks still need repairs. That would make me even happier. Ha. Qin Jiaqing felt as if struck by lightning, his head buzzing. His face seemed to swell with disbelief. Commander Qi, what on earth is going on? Oh dear, your son has truly made a name for himself today. Qi Xingli rambled on joyfully, while Qin Jiaqing sank into his chair, his mind spinning. Wang Rifa hastily set the intercom aside. Director, are you alright? Qin Jiaqing grasped his hand, staring with vacant eyes. Wang Rifa. Yes, I'm here. I don't understand him at all anymore. When did he become so formidable? Wang Rifa also looked awkward, never expecting Qin Luo to be this exceptional. The young master has grown up. Perhaps he has fully matured. Qin Jiaqing's face fell, slumping in the chair. I, Qin Jiaqing, have weathered countless storms and endured hardships for decades, just to provide a carefree life for young Luo. If he becomes a soldier, who will spend my hard-earned money? I am such a failure. Move faster, give it everything you've got. They're already out of sight, and you're here standing around? Hurry up, get moving. The commanding officers shouted furiously from the sidelines, their voices nearly breaking. The two regimental leaders rushed forward, unable to contain their excitement. The new recruits, like madmen, sweated profusely, yet gritted their teeth and pressed on, their pace considerably faster than normal. Even the officers on the viewing platform were astonished. When have new recruit assessments ever been this fierce? The instructors around the assessment area instinctively took several steps back, creating distance from the new recruits, who radiated a fierce aura, fearing they might get caught in the crossfire. This isn't a new recruit assessment. I've never seen such ferocity, not even in veteran assessments. I've served 12 years, and this is the first time encountering such formidable new recruits. Terrifying. All this chaos stemmed from the new recruits of Class 1 from the 9th Company, single-handedly overturning 3 regiments of new recruits, especially the one leading them. He was simply a relentless beast. The officers nodded in envy and jealousy. At this moment, the entire scene was in disarray. Only Gao Kun remained leisurely, hands behind his back, smoking a cigarette, strolling around like a veteran inspecting the troops, watching the other 2 regimental leaders shout until their necks were strained. He grinned with delight. This is what you get for showing off in front of me before. 30 years of ups and downs. Don't underestimate the middle-aged and poor. Today is finally my turn. Just wait, I'll outshine you both. Qin Luo took long strides, leaning forward, gripping his backpack straps tightly, keeping it snug against his back. Sweat streamed down his cheeks, like pearls scattered behind him. He gazed ahead. Not far off lay a valley. This was the finish line. If he dashed there, he would undoubtedly secure first place among all new recruits. No one could catch up to him. Several instructors stood at the valley's entrance. We're here, we're here. They all rushed to the finish line, taking positions to time the run. Qin Luo was now exerting every ounce of his strength. His legs filled with power as he sprinted towards the finish line. As Qin Luo crossed the finish line, an instructor pressed the stopwatch while signaling for him to stop. However, Qin Luo didn't halt. Instead, he zipped past, leaving the instructor dumbfounded. Turning back, the instructor was stunned to see Qin Luo pulling down his pants to relieve himself. Damn, I was about to burst. Ah, what a relief. The instructors were taken aback. They had seen runners collapse, lie down, but never someone who finished and immediately dropped their pants to urinate. Can you be any more bizarre? Excuse me, do you have any tissue? Qin Luo turned, smiling awkwardly. What do you want? The instructor's eyes widened in disbelief. Qin Luo's laughter became increasingly awkward after he accidentally let out a fart, suddenly feeling the urge to rush off. The instructors were left in disbelief, their jaws nearly dropping. This lad was truly a peculiar character. The expressions on their faces reflected their concern for him, as one must never trust a fart. Qin Luo let out a deep sigh, feeling considerably relieved. Hey, where do you think you're going? An instructor raised his hand, attempting to stop Qin Luo. Yay! Qin Luo leaped up and slapped the instructor's palm. The instructor stood frozen, momentarily bewildered. However, now that he had relieved himself, Qin Luo was full of energy and vanished in the blink of an eye. Suddenly, he noticed his hand was wet, and in an instant, he leaped up in anger, exclaiming, "What the hell? That bastard got my hand all wet." Report. A new recruit has completed the 5-kilometer assessment ahead of everyone. A voice suddenly echoed from the radio at the observation platform. Shunlong and Qi Shengli immediately perked up. What's his name? Which unit is he from? Report the results. An instructor asked loudly. Report. His name is Qin Luo, a new recruit from the 1st class of the 9th Company of the Division Training Regiment. His 5-kilometer assessment time is 15 minutes and 50 seconds. What? Everyone's eyes widened in shock. Yan Jun gaped. Is there a mistake in the report? Repeat that. A definitive voice replied from the other end. Report. There is no mistake. It's 15 minutes and 50 seconds. We timed it simultaneously. There's absolutely no error. Shunlong hurriedly stepped forward, snatching the radio to inquire. Was his equipment checked? Is anything missing? Report. It has been checked, and nothing is missing. The scene fell silent for 2 seconds, and the astonishment on everyone's faces deepened. They all swallowed hard. Understood. Shunlong returned the radio to the instructor. Looking at Qi Shengli with wide eyes, "Old Qi, this recruit of yours is exceptionally impressive." Before Qi Shengli could respond, another instructor suddenly interjected. Report. I just checked. And this recruit, named Qin Luo, has broken the previous record for new recruits. Shunlong quickly asked, how long has that record stood? The instructor replied solemnly, 20 years. What? Shunlong's eyes widened in disbelief. 20 years, the instructor reiterated. No new recruit has ever achieved such a time in the last 20 years. The last one to surpass him did so 2 decades ago. Everyone present was stunned into silence. Even Qi Shengli forgot to gloat. A record unbroken for 20 years had finally been shattered. A smile gradually crept onto Shunlong's face. This assessment has proven to be extraordinarily worthwhile. We have found a gem of a soldier. The 2 commanding officers exchanged glances at Qi Shengli and promptly turned away, their spirits already dampened. They were not in the mood to see him gloat. How could such a remarkable soldier end up with that fellow? At that moment, Qi Shengli was unusually exhilarated. Tightly gripping the radio, I may have spoken too soon. If I tell him about Qin Luo's results, he'll probably be over the moon. How is that lad doing now? Is he in good shape? Shunlong asked with concern. What? Hurry up, keep up. Cheng Haonan puffed as he sprinted at the front of the line, with others trailing behind. How Duo, already depleted of energy, found himself sandwiched in the middle. Unable to continue, he clutched the backpack of the person in front, while the person behind gave him a push. Zheng Qian, panting heavily, said, "We seem to be in the lead. Shouldn't we slow down a bit? Why didn't you say so earlier?" Li Dashing sighed. "I was just holding in a massive dump." The group looked at him in disdain. "Don't worry, I can scrape it off with a branch, or even use my fingers." Li Dashing chuckled. "How disgusting." The group collectively raised their middle fingers at Li Dashing. "Quit dawdling, let us take a quick break. We've got quite the lead." A minute or two one tea heard. Zheng Qian shouted, breathless. Everyone immediately began to slow down, but before they could catch their breath, Qin Luo's voice suddenly rang out. "Why are you all so slow? You're making me run so far. Hurry up." Chapter 37. What is the fox's head thinking? Run. Qin Luo brandished a stick, glaring fiercely at the new recruits. "So, you thought you could rest if I wasn't around? Have you forgotten your duty to assist the squad leader? Where's your integrity?" With a resounding smack of his stick against the ground, all the recruits hastily picked up their pace. Cheng Haonan, with a forlorn expression, said, "Brother Luo, I think we've done enough. We're already in the lead. And the other recruits can't catch up." With another thwack of his stick on the ground, all the recruits jumped in fright. "Do you not seek glory? Do you not desire free instant noodles, sausages, marinated eggs, preserved eggs, biscuits, and cigarettes? Enough of that, Brother Luo." Cheng Haonan gulped. I'm running. Run." Zheng Qian bellowed. For the squad leader, charge. They all shouted hoarsely, pushing forward with determination. Qin Luo chuckled coldly. A bunch of slackers. Thinking they can take it easy? If we secure first place, I'll reward you all generously, and you'll all get to join the reconnaissance unit. This is a win-win situation. Even if you can't keep up, you must run. Meanwhile, behind them, Wu Ziyuan and Chang Lei were closely trailing. "Hey, why are they speeding up?" Wu Ziyuan exclaimed in shock, pointing ahead. Chang Lei's eyes widened as he observed. "I clearly saw Cheng Haonan and the others nearly out of energy. They had just slowed down. How are they suddenly gaining momentum again?" Wu Ziyuan. Chang Lei chuckled, patting him on the back. "I have to admit, you've got quite the knack for leading troops. Not only are you pushing Qin Luo hard, but you're also with Qin Luo." Chang Lei suddenly pointed excitedly ahead. "What?" Wu Ziyuan followed his finger and indeed spotted a figure resembling Qin Luo. "Is that really him?" Wu Ziyuan gasped. Didn't he run ahead already? How is he here again? Did they catch up to him? What? Wu Ziyuan stumbled in shock, falling to the ground and rolling several times before coming to a stop. "Squad leader, are you alright?" Chang Lei hurried over to help him up. "Yes." Chang Lei nodded with a grin. "Squad leader, shall I let you acknowledge him? Qin Luo is truly an excellent soldier. He even said he would help everyone pass the new recruit assessment. He is genuinely a good soldier." Wu Ziyuan turned to watch as Qin Luo and the others sped further away, his eyes involuntarily twitching. At the finish line, several assessment instructors huddled together smoking. What do you think happened to that lad who just ran off? One instructor asked. Who the hell knows? Another instructor exhaled a puff of smoke. I've never seen such an energized recruit. The instructor who had been splashed with urine suddenly widened his eyes. Look, isn't that him? All the instructors immediately turned to see Qin Luo hurting his classmates with a stick, grinning and baring his teeth as they charged toward the finish line. Zheng Haonan, running in front, looked like a bear, saliva flying backward with the wind. Zheng Qian and the others wore equally grim expressions, each looking more ferocious than the last. Oh, the instructors recoiled in disgust, taking several steps back, particularly the one who had been splashed, instinctively retracting his hand. We've arrived. Qin Luo shouted excitedly, charge. Zheng Haonan and the others summoned their last reserves of strength and sprinted toward the finish line like madmen. The instructors merely saw a flurry of figures careening toward them, causing them to panic and retreat. Hey, stop. Oh my god. Thud. Zheng Haonan and the others collided one after another, knocking the instructors over like bowling pins. Qin Luo squatted at the finish line, gazing at the sprawled recruits with a beaming smile. Finally, he had led them to first place. All that remained was a shooting test. Surely no one could surpass them now. Qin Luo exhaled deeply, feeling a sense of accomplishment as he secured the top spot among the new recruits, with Zheng Haonan and their group claiming first place collectively. With such achievements combined, the rewards from the commander were surely going to be substantial. Suddenly, a loud shout broke the air, and Qin Luo turned his head to see Wu Ziyuan and Chang Lei approaching with enthusiasm. Squad leader, company commander. Qin Luo quickly stood up. Chang Lei, radiating joy, rushed over and embraced Qin Luo, exclaiming, "You rascal, huh?" Qin Luo, caught in an awkward spin, blushed and pleaded, "Squad leader, please put me down. This feels so strange." Chang Lei laughed heartily before releasing him, delivering a playful punch to his chest. Company commander. Chang Lei then turned to Wu Ziyuan. Wu Ziyuan, slightly embarrassed, nodded at Qin Luo before suddenly asking, "By the way, what were your scores?" "I have no idea," Qin Luo replied with a shake of his head. Wu Ziyuan immediately scanned the surroundings. Where are the assessment instructors? Suddenly, he froze in shock. Not far away, 4 instructors lay sprawled on the ground, one of them bubbling at the mouth. Wu Ziyuan pointed in disbelief. Him, what's happened to them?" Qin Luo awkwardly explained. "It seems they've been knocked out." Wu Ziyuan and Chang Lei exchanged incredulous glances. It was indeed unprecedented to knock out the assessment instructors during a test. "What are you standing there for?" Wu Ziyuan barked. "Hurry up, or we'll miss the meal." "Oh right." Qin Luo nodded and turned to Zheng Haonan, giving each of them a gentle nudge to hurry them toward the shooting range. Chang Lei observed their unsteady figures and turned to Wu Ziyuan with a forlorn expression. "Company commander, don't say anything. Don't ask." Wu Ziyuan waved dismissively. "If you ask, you won't get an answer. We didn't see anything." "Right." Chang Lei nodded vigorously as they both marched with pride toward the shooting range. A sudden screech of brakes echoed behind the viewing platform. Amidst the rising dust, Hu Fei cheerfully leaped from the vehicle, inspecting the surroundings as if on an official inspection. His exuberance was palpable, albeit chaotic. Hu Fei grinned. As expected of the new recruit assessments, they hardly impressed me. Just disembarking, Shin Shinran looked on in disbelief, thinking if they were so unimpressive, why was he even here? "Let us go." Before she could finish, Hu Fei strode toward the viewing platform. Shin Shinran's eye twitched in annoyance. If he found it unimpressive, why approach? "Stop standing around," a smiling major advised. "Over time, you'll understand the chief of staff. His words must be interpreted inversely. The less interested he appears, the more intrigued he actually is." Shin Shinran rolled her eyes in exasperation. Why couldn't he speak plainly? As they ascended the steps to the viewing platform, the guards attempted to intervene, but were effortlessly pushed aside by Hu Fei's cheerful demeanor. Upon reaching the top, they spotted Qianlong standing amidst the crowd. Hu Fei's smile widened, ready to rush over when Qianlong suddenly shouted in shock. "What are you joking about? He standing, didn't he go prone? And still scored a 50 ring? What? My goodness, did he manage to hit while standing?" Hu Fei halted mid-step, his ears perked up. "What is going on?" Shin Shinran inquired. Curiosity piqued. The major shrugged helplessly at her. "Maintain a calm demeanor, you'll grasp it in due time." Shin Shinran watched Hu Fei, who was peeking forward like a thief, utterly speechless. She never anticipated being assigned such an eccentric leader. It baffled her how someone so carefree could become the chief of staff of the elite Tianlang Special Forces. At that moment, Hu Fei was fully engrossed in the conversation between Qianlong and others, appearing like an avid gossip. "Huh," the major exclaimed. "Is he leaving? Not going up? What for? What is the point?" Hu Fei shot back before breaking into laughter. "I've already made an unexpected discovery. What more is there to do? Should I let them prepare in advance?" Shin Shinran, bewildered, grasped the major's arm. "What just happened? I don't understand." The major sighed. "It seems he has found a good soldier and plans to sneakily recruit him. Who knows?" He spread his hands. "Here as some advice. Never attempt to guess what the chief of staff is thinking, for you will never succeed. His code name is Sand Fox." The major lifted his chin. How could we ordinary folk ever fathom the thoughts of a fox? Shin Shinran stood in stunned silence, gazing at Hu Fei's figure from a distance. No matter how she looked at it, she couldn't reconcile Hu Fei with the legendary Sand Fox. At this moment, Hu Fei hopped off the viewing platform, grinning as he made his way toward the off-road vehicle, Qin Luo, breaking the 2-decade record for new recruits. Haha, quite intriguing. Chapter 38. New recruits receive third-class merit. Brigade commendation. Amidst the viewing platform, Gao Kun and Zheng Wei danced joyfully, one on each side, performing a lively folk dance. They swayed their heads and twisted their waists in exuberance. Behind them, a group of new recruits hoisted Qin Luo onto their shoulders, strutting toward the viewing platform like triumphant roosters. Nearby, various platoon leaders and 2 battalion commanders wore sour expressions, coldly observing, what is so impressive about a bunch of show-offs? They merely secured first place. What is there to boast about? Disgusted, they turned and stormed toward the training ground, unable to bear the sight any longer. Stand still. Gao Kun bellowed, causing the entire unit to halt immediately. Put him down, quickly. Wu Ziyuan shouted from behind, prompting the recruits to gently lower Qin Luo. Chen Long approached with Qi Shengli and others, all wearing smiles. Salute. Gao Kun commanded, and everyone snapped to attention in unison. Report. Gao Kun announced loudly. They are from the 1st Squad of the 9th Company. This is the company commander, and this is the squad leader. Wu Ziyuan nudged Chang Lei, and they both saluted sharply. Good day, commanders. Chang Lei was particularly exhilarated. This was his first close encounter with high-ranking officials in the army after years of service. Very good, Chen Long said with a smile, patting Chang Lei on the back. You, as a squad leader, truly have talent. It's one thing to lead a soldier, but to lead an entire squad, that is something special. He gave a thumbs up. Thank you for the compliment, Commander. Chang Lei shouted enthusiastically. This is what I ought to do. Wu Ziyuan quickly added, Commander, he is being promoted this year. Indeed, the secretary nodded, pulling out a notebook to jot it down. Chang Lei trembled with excitement. He never expected what seemed like an insurmountable task to be resolved so easily today. He glanced at Wu Ziyuan, filled with gratitude. Wu Ziyuan nodded back, signaling that no thanks were necessary. Wu Ziyuan, here. Wu Ziyuan stood tall. Chen Long playfully punched his chest, nodding appreciatively as if they were familiar acquaintances. He then turned to Qin Luo. You're Qin Luo? Report, Commander. Yes. Qin Luo shouted. Though he felt a twinge of anxiety, he had aimed for first place to fulfill his mission, not to become a standout. Please don't assign me any arduous tasks. I just want to work as a clerk in the reconnaissance battalion or as a communications officer. Managing supplies would be fine too. The more comfortable, the better. I just want to be a slacker. Qin Long beamed. A good soldier, a promising recruit. Lao Qi, here. Qi Shengli approached with a grin. Such a fine soldier must be cultivated well. We can't let him go to waste. Understood. Also, first place among all new recruits. Chen Long smiled at Qin Luo. Surely that warrants a commendation? Third-class merit. Qi Shengli replied with a smile. I've already considered that, plus a brigade commendation. Wow. Cheng Haonan and the others gazed at Qin Luo with envy. They had heard that earning merit in the military was no easy feat yet. Qin Luo had only been here for a month and was already attaining the coveted third-class merit they had longed for. Now, their envy was genuine. Chang Lei's smile was so wide it seemed like he could hardly close his mouth. This was a soldier he had nurtured. It was a rarity for a new recruit to achieve third-class merit even before joining a unit, a feat unparalleled in the entire military district. Henceforth, wherever he went, others would undoubtedly give him their utmost respect. Very well, it shall be done. Chen Long nodded, then turned to Qin Luo, saying, Young man, work hard. You possess great potential. As long as you don't falter, you will undoubtedly become an exemplary soldier in the future. Learn from your squad leader. He is your role model. Yes, sir. Qin Luo saluted hastily, but his heart was filled with bitterness. Why would a high-ranking officer like you come to see a lowly recruit like me? It would be better if you let me develop on my own. Now, with the commander remembering him, Qin Luo silently wished for him to forget him swiftly. All he desired was to take it easy. Yes. Everyone saluted in unison. Chen Long grinned and rejoined the other 2 commanders on the observation platform. Qi Shengli approached them, surveying the new recruits with satisfaction. You all have performed excellently. You've brought honor to our division, especially you, Qin Luo. Cheng Haonan and the others were grinning from ear to ear, stealing glances at Qin Luo. Feeling embarrassed, Qin Luo wished for Qi Shengli to vanish quickly. He fervently hoped not to be overly promoted, which might jeopardize his aspiration to become a clerk and communicator. Qi Shengli, hands clasped behind his back, remarked. The chief of staff just mentioned that if you work diligently, you will have a bright future. Yes. Everyone shouted enthusiastically. Qi Shengli smiled, nodding at Gao Kun and Wu Ziyuan, encouraging Chang Lei with a pat on the back before dashing up to the grandstand. Once he left, everyone exchanged glances and suddenly lifted Qin Luo into the air. Hooray! He was tossed into the sky, caught by the group upon his descent, only to be launched again. Chang Lei and the others watched with amused expressions, secretly wishing they could join in, but for their positions. Yes. Wu Ziyuan and Chang Lei stood tall, declaring, Commander, take care. All the new recruits quickly stood at attention and saluted the commander. Gao Kun smiled at them, casting a meaningful glance at Qin Luo, his eyes brimming with admiration. He had underestimated the young man, mistaking him for a mere street punk, only to discover his remarkable capabilities. Shaking his head with a smile, Gao Kun proceeded forward. Suddenly, Wu Ziyuan spun around sharply. The new recruits were startled by Wu Ziyuan's serious demeanor and quickly straightened up, walking up to Qin Luo. Wu Ziyuan stared him down coldly. Qin Luo, do you consider yourself a good soldier? The crowd gasped, eyes wide, including Chang Lei, who was equally astonished. What was the squad leader up to? Qin Luo, equally perplexed, quickly responded, Report, sir, compared to the squad leader, I don't consider myself a good soldier. No. Wu Ziyuan insisted, locking eyes with him. I believe you are a good soldier. Suddenly, Wu Ziyuan raised his right hand and saluted him vigorously. The unexpected gesture startled all the new recruits, and Qin Luo instinctively stepped back. Wu Ziyuan maintained his intense gaze, his lips moving slowly as if extracting words with effort. Qin Luo, you are. What? Qin Luo stared wide-eyed, completely baffled. Wu Ziyuan struggled to articulate, mumbling incomprehensibly. Sir, what are you trying to say? Qin Luo tilted his head, confused. Especially you. He pointed at Qin Luo, his eyes twitching before he dashed away. The first platoon stood in shock, exchanging bewildered glances. What did the squad leader just say? Something about being a good soldier. What does that mean? Li Dashing asked curiously. Everyone shrugged. Maybe the squad leader has a toothache. Wait, did the squad leader just say we could follow him to the reconnaissance battalion? Sheng Haonan exclaimed excitedly, slapping his forehead. Zheng Qian and the others suddenly realized. Yes. Yes, the squad leader promised. We can go to the reconnaissance battalion. This is fantastic. The group erupted in cheers, and before Qin Luo could comprehend, they tossed him into the air once more. Long live Luo Ge! Long live Luo Ge! We're all going to the reconnaissance battalion together. Qin Luo was thrown aloft again, wanting to cry but unable to. Stop throwing me. I really need to use the restroom. Chang Lei glanced at Qin Luo, then at Wu Ziyuan's retreating figure, shaking his head with a wry smile. Oh, squad leader, your damned pride. Mr. Qin. Mr. Qin. Hello? Are you there, Mr. Qin? Qin Jiaqing anxiously grabbed the radio, asking, Commander Qi, it's me. What is going on? Congratulations, Mr. Qin. Qi Xingli exclaimed excitedly. Your son made quite an impression in front of our 3 divisions. He ranked first in the joint assessment. Even the chief of staff praised him. Mr. Qin, you have truly raised an exceptional soldier. Rest assured, I will ensure he is given significant responsibilities. With a thud, Qin Jiaqing collapsed into his chair, his face pale. It's over, it's over. I've truly sent my precious son to the army. It's all over. Wang Rifa rushed over. Sir, are you alright? Of course. I'm not. Qin Jiaqing lamented. Little Luo has joined the military, and I've earned all this money for whom to spend it? He will face hardships. I have let his mother down. Seeing tears streaming down Qin Jiaqing's face, Wang Rifa quickly assured him, Sir, I understand your anxiety, but please, don't worry. There must be other ways. Even if the young master truly joins the army, we can pull some strings to place him in a more comfortable position, allowing him to spend a couple of easy years there. Please, don't be so upset. Think positively. Suddenly, Qin Jiaqing stood up abruptly, startling Wang Rifa. That's right, he exclaimed, wiping his face and breaking into a smile. There are indeed other ways. Isn't he going to the army to chase girls? If I help him with that, then let us go. Hurry, arrange it. Wang Rifa was left bewildered, wondering what his master was thinking. As Qin Jiaqing rushed to the door, he was met by 2 hands pushing against it. In a roaring, off-road vehicle, Hu Fei was resting with his eyes closed. Shen Xinran, seated in the front, was reviewing documents when she suddenly remarked, the military strategist has several excellent soldiers, all performing exceptionally well, though they are scattered across 3 regiments. Hu Fei kept his eyes shut, responding nonchalantly, of course, not only the military, we need to go today as well. Shen Xinran's eyes widened, but it won't end until dark. Hu Fei chuckled, it's just a bit more travel. What's wrong, Xiaoshen? Can't handle a little hardship? Shen Xinran's cheeks flushed. Yes, I will obey orders. The major seated beside her suddenly spoke, as per your instructions. The soldier's information has been compiled. With that, he pushed a tablet in front of Hu Fei. Hu Fei opened his eyes immediately, glancing at the screen displaying Qin Luo's photo and details, a smirk forming on his lips. The child of a billionaire chooses to join the army? How intriguing, truly fascinating. Shen Xinran shot him a glance, but paid little attention, turning back to her documents. Hu Fei tilted his head, clicking his tongue. This name doesn't sound right. It should be Qin Zheng. Now that's a name that exudes power. What? That new recruit is him? Shen Xinran turned abruptly, her eyes wide as saucers. Chapter 39. Can this be called a superpower? What are you staring at? Do you think you can just meet a 3rd-class meritorious soldier whenever you please? Cheng Haonan stood defiantly at the entrance of the 1st platoon, blocking the curious onlookers. Not just a 3rd-class meritorious soldier, Zheng Qian raised an eyebrow. Our Luo Ge has also received commendation from the division. That carries significant weight. Exactly. Cheng Haonan beamed. Moreover, Luo Ge has been specially selected by the squad leader for the division's reconnaissance battalion. Once he is in, he'll be the top recruit, able to walk with confidence throughout the division. Cheng Haonan surveyed the new recruits. When the time comes, if Luo Ge joins your platoon, your squad leader will have to treat him well, because he is the king of soldiers. Luo Ge is truly remarkable. A new recruit exclaimed excitedly, Haonan, let me speak with Brother Luo for a moment. Please take care of me more when we join the company. Haonan, I want to meet Brother Luo. Last time, we shared a moment together in the restroom and chatted a bit. I feel a bond with him. I've also urinated with Brother Luo, not just once. Brother Luo, let us do that again. Quiet down, quiet down. As the crowd surged forward, Cheng Haonan and Li Dashing quickly held the doors shut to block them. Zheng Qian cheerfully shouted, if you want to see Brother Luo, come one by one. 2 minutes each, and make it quick. Haodua, collect the money. No change given. Cheng Haonan laughed and yelled back. In the dormitory, Qin Luo rolled his eyes in frustration. Am I being treated like a monkey in a circus? He glanced irritably at Zheng Qian, pondering how this guy could be missing out on lucrative business opportunities with his father. Qin Luo resolved silently to bring Zheng Qian along after his discharge. This kid was undoubtedly a money-making prodigy and quite adept at navigating social situations. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully achieved the position of top recruit, completing your task. Qin Luo beamed with joy. The moment of reward had finally arrived. He had been waiting since the assessment concluded. System, I exceeded the task requirements and led the entire class to first place. You mentioned there was a chance for extra rewards. Report to the host. The system will calculate shortly. Please wait. Qin Luo chuckled, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully gained qualification for the reconnaissance unit, completing your task. Huh? Qin Luo was taken aback. When was this task assigned? Report to the host. The task was originally scheduled to be issued after the assessment. However, since you completed it ahead of time, all rewards are being granted at once. Additionally, since the host exceeded the original task by leading the entire class of recruits to achieve first place in the army, rewards are being calculated. Please wait. Qin Luo felt a mix of embarrassment and uncertainty, unsure whether to laugh or feel resigned. He had not intended to join the reconnaissance battalion, but it seemed the system had already paved his path. Sigh, acquiring superpowers isn't as easy as it seems, he lamented. He figured that by the time he completed 10 tasks, he might already be a legendary soldier. For now, he only hoped the powers he received would prove useful and that he wouldn't suffer too much hardship ahead. He genuinely wished to relax and find an opportunity to pursue Shinran, that lovely girl. Ding. The system has completed calculations. Rewards are now being distributed. Ding. Congratulations. Host, you have acquired the elevator war god ability, currently at level. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the blade god ability, currently at level. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired super senses ability, currently at level. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received 1500 super energy points, totaling 1505 points. In the next moment, a surge of extraordinary power rushed into his body. Qin Luo trembled. An influx of information flooded his mind, crashing into his consciousness like a tidal wave. After a brief moment, he opened his eyes, feeling a subtle transformation within himself. System, did the rewards manifest? He asked eagerly. Report to the host. Enhancements have been made to the existing abilities. Qin Luo nodded, immediately checking the new capabilities he had gained. The elevator war god ability granted him an invincible status within a confined space, regardless of the opponent's strength or combat prowess. As long as he remained within the specified area, Qin Luo was akin to a deity, free to engage as he pleased. However, this ability was time-limited, 1 minute. A minute should suffice to handle 3 or 4 opponents, which was temporarily adequate. Qin Luo beamed. This ability appeared far more practical than that of a one-punch hero. As long as he remained still within the designated range, he could stand firm for a minute like a true man. The blade god ability allowed Qin Luo to master all cold weapons with agility and skill. With the appropriate combination of power, speed, and dexterity, he would reign as the king of cold weaponry. However, this ability also bore limitations. Currently, he could only wield 5 types of cold weapons: an axe, a fruit knife, a kitchen knife, a shovel, and a needle. Qin Luo nearly choked, bemused at the assortment. While he could accept the kitchen knife, what was he to do with a shovel and a needle? Especially that needle. Who in their right mind would go into battle wielding a sewing needle? He could hardly envision himself facing countless foes with nothing but a needle, as if he were destined to become an invincible Eastern warrior. At least let me wield a combat knife, he thought, feeling exasperated. Initially, he regarded super mimicry as superfluous. Now, it seemed the blade god ability was the real redundancy. Next, just as Qin Luo was fuming, his eyes widened suddenly. His ears became extraordinarily sensitive, and his skin felt as if it had come to life. He could even perceive the air brushing against the hairs on his legs. Is this what super senses feel like? He thought, elated. Finally, an ability of genuine use. A stream of information flooded his mind. Super senses enhanced the host's hearing and perception, enabling him to assess his surroundings through sound, air, wind, humidity, and more. Currently, the range was 50 meters. Qin Luo was overwhelmed with excitement. This ability granted him a figurative set of extra eyes. He promptly closed his eyes to enter a state of heightened awareness, and indeed, a hazy world materialized in his mind. While there were no specific images, he could sense everything within a 50-meter radius: the flowers and grass, the sunlight dappling the ground, even the ants scuttling beneath the leaves. This power was magnificent. Qin Luo excitedly opened his eyes, thinking, from now on, I'll be able to sense any patrols in advance. No more worries about being caught while enjoying a drink or a snack. Suddenly, a loud bang resonated near his ear, startling Qin Luo into jumping. The noise grew louder, reverberating in his head. He turned irritably. Cheng Haonan, are you seriously letting out a string of farts? Cheng Haonan looked at him in surprise. I've been trying my best to hold it in. Can you really hear that? Goodness, that is foul. Suddenly, the crowd at the entrance recoiled, covering their noses in disdain. Cheng Haonan awkwardly chuckled. Sorry, I had a bit too much onion for breakfast. Qin Luo was left speechless, but he gained a deeper understanding of his super senses. He would need to use this ability judiciously, lest his ears suffer further trauma. Why is everyone gathered here? Came Chong Lei's voice from afar. The assessment is over. Why not disperse? The new recruits lingering at the door cast lingering glances at Qin Luo before turning their attention mischievously toward Zheng Qian and Cheng Haonan. Hey. Don't be rash. We're also headed to the reconnaissance battalion. We might end up in your company too. Let us keep the dialogue open. I can't refund the money, but I will arrange for you to meet Brother Luo. Before he could finish, the group dashed away. Other recruits swiftly followed suit, igniting a frenzy throughout the new recruit battalion. Qin Luo shook his head with a wry smile, striding into the barracks. Squad leader, Qin Luo hurried over. Please don't blame them. They know. Qin Luo chuckled. The past 3 months have been tough for you new recruits. It's only natural to unwind a bit. But once you join the company, that's when the real hardships begin. Qin Luo's heart sank. He had intended to ask Qin Luo for a favor. Although he had acquired new superpowers, he still wished to serve as a clerk or a communications officer, anything that would allow him to take it easy. Squad leader, I have a request, he began. Qin Luo smiled. No need for pleasantries. Just speak. Taking a deep breath, Qin Luo replied with a broad smile. Squad leader, the announcement for the company transfer is tomorrow. I came to ask if you could help me out. Don't let me. Rest assured, Qin Luo interjected seriously, I will never assign you to a poor company. I guarantee you will be in my unit. Since I brought you this far, I will continue to support you, even if I get promoted. As Qin Luo's jaw nearly hit the ground, he clarified, that's not what I meant. I never said I wanted to join the combat unit. The squad leader, in a hurry, replied with a smile, you misunderstood, I was referring to logistics. That's even less likely, said Qin Luo, slapping him on the shoulder. I know you are an ambitious soldier. Rest assured, I will make you the finest soldier in our reconnaissance battalion. There's no way you will be sent to logistics. If anyone tries, I'll have words with them. Frustration bubbled within Qin Luo as he exclaimed, no, I want to go to logistics. Suddenly, Shun Liang shouted from a distance, the company commander wants to see you. There's a meeting. Watching Qin Luo stride away, Qin Luo felt a pang of anxiety. I must find another opportunity to discuss this with the squad leader. I cannot end up in the combat unit. The new recruits training is tough enough. I refuse to endure more hardship. Clenching his fists, he thought, if the squad leader wants to do, then I'll approach the company commander. He seems to dislike me. I'll bring him some gifts to make him even more annoyed with me, and then he'll reassign me. Yes, that's the plan. A sigh of relief escaped Qin Luo as he considered Wu Ziyuan's fiery temperament. If he played his cards right, he could certainly convince Wu Ziyuan to send him to logistics. Qin Luo, over here. He quickly turned at the call. It was Staff Officer Xia from the regiment. Sir. Qin Luo rushed over to salute. Xia, glancing around to ensure no one was watching, smiled, and said, come, I'll take you to meet someone. Who am I meeting? Qin Luo asked, his eyes widening. The brigade commander? Before he could ponder further, Xia had already ushered him outside. Commander Shen, I can handle this small matter alone. You don't need to drive me. The major in the passenger seat of the jeep spread his hands. We're all staff officers here, same rank. You're making me feel quite flattered. The major chuckled. Your awareness is commendable. By the way, let me share some information. There are 3 key figures in our unit that you must pay attention to. Shin Shinran blinked in surprise and quickly perked up her ears. Having worked in intelligence, she was largely unfamiliar with the inner workings of the unit. The major held up 3 fingers. First, be wary of the demon wolf. Second, the white wolf. And third, of course, our chief of staff, the sand fox. Who are the demon wolf and the white wolf? Shin Shinran curiously inquired. You'll find out in due time. They are both quite eccentric. Super eccentric. The major fixed his gaze on her. But you must understand our chief of staff. Our unit is a den of wolves. And he is the only fox among us. Just imagine how formidable a fox must be to thrive in a den of wolves. Nodding, Shin Shinran's mind conjured an image of Hu Fei, with his nonchalant, yet somewhat neurotic demeanor. Regardless of how she thought about it, she couldn't associate him with anything formidable. Stopping the vehicle, she looked off into the distance, spotting 2 figures approaching them. Her pupils dilated, and a sense of panic began to set in. Despite the man wearing military attire and having a significantly darker complexion, she recognized him immediately. It was the very individual she thought she would never see again. Is it really him? Shin Shinran's eyes widened in disbelief. The events of that evening replayed in her mind. She could hardly fathom that this scoundrel had indeed joined the army. Sir, I just came out like this without reporting to anyone. Will they come looking for me? Qin Luo hesitated, glancing at Staff Officer Xia, whose face was perpetually adorned with a mischievous grin, as if he were about to sell him off. Before he could move, Xia tightly embraced him and assured. No need to worry. The brigade commander has approved it. Who would dare oppose such a decision? Relax and follow me. I'll handle anything that arises. Don't be tense. Just take it easy. Qin Luo felt a pang of unease. Who am I about to meet? Could he truly be selling me out? Sir, the person you need to meet is right there. Go on. Xia smiled and gave him a firm push forward. However, Qin Luo, retreating, waved his hand at him. Go. Don't keep them waiting. That would be rude. Irritated, Qin Luo shot him a glare. What else with all this mystery? Can't I just say hello? Suddenly, a voice emerged from in front of him. Startled, Qin Luo turned around to find the shadow he had seen earlier now beaming at him. A major insignia on his shoulder. Hello, sir. Qin Luo quickly saluted, though he was more taken aback than anything else. Although he hadn't actively engaged his heightened senses, his hearing had improved significantly. The major had silently approached from 10 meters away without him noticing. Was this man some sort of ghost? The major returned the salute, smiling as he extended his hand. Comrade Qin Luo, greetings. My surname is Sure. Qin Luo paused momentarily. It is a privilege to meet you at any time. What's the matter? The major inquired, observing him closely. Regaining his composure, Qin Luo hastily shook his hand. Greetings, Major Sure. The major smiled gently. No need for formal titles. We have no hierarchical relationship. Just call me Sure Lu. Yes, Major Sure Lu. Qin Luo nodded earnestly. Sure Lu laughed heartily, his gaze fixed on Qin Luo. Have you heard of the Tianling? Qin Luo's heart skipped a beat. He nearly exclaimed, Tianling? The Tianling Special Forces? Shirley's laughter grew more robust. Even a rookie like you knows of us. It seems Tianling is quite renowned. Qin Luo forced a smile. If it weren't for Shun Xinran being in Tianling, who would know who you are? Shirley grinned. Among the many units in the northwest, Tianling is always the leader. You have quite the insight. Good eye? Qin Luo scoffed inwardly at Shirley's self-praise. Would you like to join Tianling? Huh. Qin Luo was suddenly taken aback. Shirley retrieved a piece of paper from his bag and handed it to Qin Luo. Bewildered, he stared at the major, unable to comprehend his intentions. Shirley continued. Tianling recruits new members primarily from the most elite veterans. This time, we are making an exception for you. I haven't seen such an impressive rookie in a long time. Ranked first among new recruits, breaking several records. You have great potential. Remaining in the local unit would be a waste. He scrutinized Qin Luo from head to toe. You are young and full of vitality. You possess great adaptability. Join us in Tianling. This will be the place for you to truly shine. Qin Luo was utterly flabbergasted. He merely wished to coast through his service, comfortably completing his tasks and perhaps pursuing a romantic interest. If it weren't for his comrades, he wouldn't even want to go to the reconnaissance battalion. Now, you want me to endure hardships in a special forces unit? No way, absolutely not. Of course, you can decline, Shirley said with a smile. But if I were you, I wouldn't refuse, for we are the best. In the entire Northwest, Tianling can stride confidently. Who would not want to be part of the best? The reconnaissance battalion pales in comparison to us. He patted Qin Luo on the back and turned to leave, saying, Tomorrow morning, I'll come to pick you up. With a loud bang, the car door slammed shut. Qin Luo squinted against the glare of the headlights. Inside the vehicle, Shun Xinran stared at him intently, her expression a complex mix of emotions. She never imagined running into Qin Luo here, especially since he had only been in the army for a month and was already being specially recruited by Tianling. Suddenly, she recalled Qin Luo's words as he departed. Just wait, you can't escape. I will find you. She swallowed hard. How did he find me here? Could it be that he is truly here for me? Watching the taillights of the departing vehicle fade into the distance, Qin Luo grumbled. What a joke. You think I would willingly go suffer with you? Am I foolish? Or are you? No way, not a chance. He only wished to bide his time in the army for a couple of years, returning with extraordinary abilities to win the heart of his beloved. After leaving the military, he still had to continue living as a wealthy young master. How could he be pushed into the abyss? Absolutely not. What nonsense is this about special forces? Anyone who wants to join can go. He has no interest in it whatsoever. Qin Luo looked at the piece of paper in his hand, ready to tear it up and throw it in the trash. Ding. New mission released. Please accept the invitation to join the serious special forces. Upon completion, you will randomly gain superpowers and super points. Qin Luo's head buzzed, leaving him utterly bewildered. What the hell? This damned system. Why does it always drag him into trouble? All he wanted was to live a comfortable life, yet it offered him no respite. Qin Luo was speechless. It's not that the system is trying to help him win over girls, but this is excessive. He had already agreed to join the reconnaissance battalion with everyone else, and now this sudden turn of events was forcing him to go back on his word. How could he face his squad leader and those good brothers? However, the mission could not be ignored. Otherwise, not only would the damned system vanish, but the superpowers he had gained would also be lost. Moreover, he genuinely needed an opportunity to see Shun Xinran. After pondering for a long time, he couldn't come up with a solution, standing there like a fool. With no other choice, he had to go back on his promise. After all, the special forces were a good place. They should understand. Qin Luo sighed inwardly. Hey, what are you standing there for? Qin Luo abruptly turned around, startled to find Advisor Xia appearing behind him like a ghost. Damn it. He was so absorbed in his thoughts that he hadn't even noticed this kind of presence. What's up, Advisor Xia? Qin Luo asked. What are those 2 pieces of paper you're holding? Advisor Xia inquired curiously. 2 pieces? Qin Luo was taken aback. Wasn't he just one? He looked down and nearly had his eyes pop out. Oh no, oh no, oh no. He had accidentally torn the orders. This was a disaster. Qin Luo jumped up as if his behind was on fire. Advisor Xia was startled as well. What are you doing? Why are you acting so jumpy? Is everyone in your squad trying to scare people? He needed to find some glue to piece it back together. Watching Qin Luo dash away without a word, Advisor Xia was left fuming. He had thought this squad was normal, but now he realized that this guy was just as crazy. The whole squad was utterly bizarre. Chapter 41. I consider you brothers, but you treat me like a cash cow. A melodious song floated through the barracks. The new recruits began to gather their basins and toiletries, heading towards the bathhouse. As Qin Luo entered the squad room, Cheng Haonan immediately stood up. Brother Luo, where have you been? We've been searching everywhere for you. Yes. We checked the entire building and couldn't find you. We were worried sick. Seeing the crowd gather around him, Qin Luo asked in astonishment. What is going on? What happened? They exchanged glances, all rubbing their hands and grinning mischievously. Qin Luo furrowed his brow slightly. Why are you all looking so lecherous? What are you up to? Zhang Qian grinned and said, Aren't we heading to the reconnaissance battalion together tomorrow? Brother Luo, are you still going to keep your word? Looking at everyone's eager expressions, Qin Luo hesitated. What did I say? See. Cheng Haonan pointed at him. I knew you wouldn't keep your word. You said you'd look out for us once we got assigned to the squad. Everyone heard that. Yeah, we all heard it. Brother Luo, you can't go back on your word. Li Dashing nodded vigorously. How Duo clutched his shirt, looking at him pitifully. Brother Luo, once we're assigned, we're counting on you. What will I do if you don't help me? It's said that when new recruits join a squad, The old soldiers celebrate. Brother Luo, you're our backbone, the king of this batch of new recruits. You can't go back on your word. Brother Luo, Brother Luo. The scene was chaotic. Everyone pleading for his support. Taking a deep breath, Qin Luo felt inexplicably guilty. He forced a smile and waved his hand. Don't worry, there will be instant noodles, cola, and sweet drinks. There will be cigarettes too. As long as we stick together, I will definitely back you up. When you call me Brother Luo, it's not for nothing, I promise. Oh, Brother Luo is so nice. Brother Luo, I love you. I want to have your babies. The crowd erupted in excitement, jumping around him. Yet, seeing their sincere smiles, Qin Luo felt even more uneasy. Although he hadn't known them for long. After everything they had gone through, they had already regarded him as their closest brother. The greatest magic of the military is its ability to unite people from all walks of life into a single, cohesive group. Yet now, Qin Luo felt uncertain. He could only take it one step at a time. By the way, Zheng Qian leaned in with a grin, nudging him. Brother Luo, about that previous matter, is it still valid? Qin Luo was taken aback. What matter? Zheng Qian smiled brightly. When you first arrived, didn't you pay us to help wash your clothes and shoes? Once you're assigned, we'll take care of those chores for you. It's still the same price, right? Yes, we have exclusive rights. No one else can compete. Brother Luo, besides washing shoes and socks, I'm also skilled at massaging and other services. How about you get a monthly pass from me for just 998? Qin Luo nearly spat blood. These guys were too shameless. Were they really trying to milk him dry? So you treat me like a cash cow while I consider you brothers? He rolled his eyes. When I first arrived, you were adamant against it. But now you suddenly remember? What happened to your pride and dignity, huh? Xiaomago. Cheng Haonan rubbed his nose, chuckling foolishly. Back then, we weren't familiar, right? If we weren't familiar, even a million wouldn't work. Now that we're familiar, we can easily do anything for you. Ah, yes. Others nodded in agreement, looking like cunning merchants. Qin Luo felt utterly speechless. You guys. All right, Brother Luo has agreed. Before Qin Luo could react, Zheng Qian jumped up and shouted. Brother Luo is so generous. Come on, let us bow to Brother Luo. Thank you, boss. Thank you, boss. Thank you, Brother Luo. Everyone bowed 3 times in unison, struggling to contain their laughter. This was the best military life. Not only did they have someone to back them up, but they also had free snacks and a chance to earn money. This was no military life. It was a heavenly existence. What are you all doing? A low growl interrupted, and Chang Lei entered right after. The new recruits stuck out their tongues at Qin Luo. Grinning, Cheng Haonan whispered, giving him a thumbs up. Brother Luo, you're so righteous. No matter what, we're sticking with you from now on. As long as we follow you, we'll eat 3 meals a day. With that, he cheerfully grabbed his basin and rushed out. Chang Lei looked suspicious. What are these little rascals up to? He turned to Qin Luo, his face breaking into a smile. Qin Luo, we just had a meeting, and the company commander and I reached a consensus. Once you're assigned, you'll join our squad. You won't be going anywhere else. He patted Qin Luo's shoulder. I said, as long as you want to be a good soldier, I'll stick with you to the end. We keep our promises. Looking at Chang Lei's sincere smile, Qin Luo felt a mix of emotions. He had promised the new recruits, but he had also made a promise to the squad leader. Squad leader? What do I? Chang Lei smiled at him. Don't you trust the squad leader? Don't worry, as long as it's something I can do, I'll definitely make it happen. Gazing at Chang Lei's smile, Qin Luo's words caught in his throat, unable to escape. If it were the first day he joined the military, he could act freely without a care in the world, without regard for others' opinions or feelings. But who would believe that? Chang Lei laughed heartily. Why are you suddenly acting so polite? It feels a bit strange. Once again, I must express my gratitude to you. You are indeed a brilliant highlight of my military career. He patted Qin Luo firmly on the back and urged, go wash up quickly. Time is of the essence. Indeed, he replied. Today brought good fortune. An elder wolf treated him to chicken. As Chang Lei cheerfully sang and walked out, Qin Luo gazed at his retreating figure, feeling increasingly unsettled. Initially, his purpose for joining the military was straightforward, to complete missions, gain extraordinary abilities, and perhaps pursue a romantic interest. As for comrades and the military, they were of little concern to him. Yet, he never anticipated that he would come to care so deeply about others' feelings. He couldn't quite articulate why, but it felt as if a weight was pressing upon him, akin to a child who has erred. Slowly, Qin Luo clenched his fists, his gaze vacant and lost, standing like a statue for a prolonged moment. The following morning, Chun Liang emerged from the restroom, yawning. Squad leader. A face suddenly popped up, startling Chun Liang. What are you doing? Don't you know that scaring someone can be fatal? Qin Luo flashed him a grin and said, Squad leader, I need your assistance with something. In the small shop, Chun Liang's jaw nearly dropped in disbelief. You mean to say you want to buy out the entire place? I must have misheard. He glanced around. Although the shop was running low on stock, it was still sufficient for an entire platoon. This lad was audacious enough to want to book the entire venue? Truly, he was extravagantly generous. Yes, Qin Luo stuffed some items into his pocket. Squad leader, I truly appreciate your care over the past month. And I wanted to show my gratitude one last time. It's a small token, please don't decline. I hope we can meet again in the future. Chun Liang, touched by Qin Luo's sincerity, felt warmth spread through him. He was diligent and respectful towards veterans. And his military skills were exceptionally commendable, ranked first among all recruits in the army. Such a soldier was beloved by all. Who wouldn't like him? Great. Chun Liang clapped Qin Luo on the back. We will definitely meet again. I don't know, the others shook their heads. Zheng Qian remarked. He has been gone for quite a while and hasn't informed us of his destination. Lei, anxious, paced back and forth. This kid hasn't even packed. He won't have time later. Squad leader, let us help him pack. Cheng Haonan waved his hand, and Zheng Qian, along with Hao Duo and several others, hurried over to assist in organizing his belongings. In no time, they had efficiently packed all of Qin Luo's items. Lei watched with a smile creeping onto his face. He recalled how, upon Qin Luo's arrival, the entire class viewed him with disdain, opposing him at every turn. No matter the method he employed, reconciliation seemed impossible, as if they bore a grudge from a previous life. Yet, in less than a month, their camaraderie had blossomed as if they were one harmonious entity. He was but a mere blemish, a misfit who would never truly belong to the class. He simply was not a soldier. Wu Ziyuan's words echoed in his mind, and Lei's smile grew even brighter. Just thinking of Wu Ziyuan's animated demeanor when he mentioned Qin Luo in the office last night brought him amusement. Ah, Qin Luo. Once you transition to the second company, you'll discover how drastically the company leader's attitude towards you differs from before. Currently, you are his prized possession, indeed, a cherished treasure. Squad leader. Hearing Qin Luo's voice, everyone turned in unison. He entered with a broad smile, pushing a cart laden with an array of snacks. Qin Luo, did you just rob the shop? Lei gaped in astonishment. Qin Luo chuckled, of course not. Since we are moving to a new company, I feared that the items in the shop would expire and go unsold, so I bought them all. This can be considered a contribution to the development of our unit. Right? Lei's jaw nearly hit the ground. You bought everything to prevent expiration? Is that necessary? Luo Gu. Cheng Haonan and the others rushed over excitedly. Is there enough for us? Qin Luo gestured to the cart. Isn't all of this for you? Feel free to take as much as you like. Don't say I haven't looked out for you. Thank you, Luo Gu. You're the best. They immediately began to scramble for the snacks. The old pickled cabbage is mine. I also want the spicy chicken feet. The jelly is mine. I want to be an astronaut, so no one can take it from me. Everyone, don't fight. There is enough for all of us. In an instant, biscuits and instant noodles flew through the air as everyone enthusiastically grabbed their share. Lei felt a twitch at the corner of his eye, shaking his head. What a bunch of gluttons. Keep all this hidden. Once we move to the new company, we must consume it quickly, understand? Understood, squad leader. Cheng Haonan, with a spicy strip in his mouth, grinned. With this much, I could finish it all in one night. Even a mouse would leave in tears. Lei was exasperated. What kind of crew have I taken on? Squad leader. Suddenly, Qin Luo handed him several packs of cigarettes. Lei looked down, surprised to see they were all high-quality brands. What is this for? A verbal thank you is sufficient. These are too extravagant. I cannot accept them. Squad leader, please take them. Qin Luo smiled. I have plenty at home. Squad leader, Qin Luo's family owns a thriving business. They are wealthy, so please accept them. Others chimed in. Lei glanced between the cigarettes and Qin Luo. As for these, I shall consider them temporarily entrusted to me. Furthermore, what you mentioned earlier is incorrect. My investment in you is because you are my soldier and you have the desire to improve. Do not feel embarrassed or indebted to me. We are comrades. Upon hearing this, Qin Luo's smile faltered momentarily, a hint of emotion welling up within him. Don't say that. You are quite commendable. Lei maintained his smile. I can pass these cigarettes on for you, but whether they accept them or not is beyond my knowledge. Luo Gu, do we get some too? Share some with us. Cheng Haonan and his group began to cheer. Qin Luo grinned and pulled out the last few packs from his bag, distributing them all at once. Yes. Everyone gets some. None of you can be left out. Wow, these are premium cigarettes. We struck it rich. No one is allowed to take more. Open them and share among yourselves. Lin Hui promised to try his utmost to increase updates and gratitude for everyone's kindness. And the little author humbly requested that everyone kindly click on the free updates and gifts. Chapter 42. Qin Luo, you are a commendable soldier. In the stillness of the night, Lu slurped instant noodles while amusing a parrot. Keep your distance, Hu Fei quickly urged. Don't let it inhale the smell. Lu rolled his eyes. Beef noodles, how delightful. If that bird can smell this aroma, it would consider its life worth living. Understood. However, Lu fixed his gaze on Hu Fei. Chief of Staff, will he come? Hu Fei chuckled. During the new recruit assessment, he could have run alongside his comrades, as they were maintaining the lead. Yet, he chose to finish first on his own. Hu Fei remarked nonchalantly. This kid is eager to advance. Our unit, the Sky Wolf, is far superior to the reconnaissance troops. He undoubtedly wishes to join us. Lu nodded but then asked, but can he stay? Hu Fei cast a glance at him, a smile curving his lips. Attention, all units assemble. New recruits, backpacks in tow, rushed out of the barracks, excitedly heading towards the training ground. They were about to leave the new recruit company for an unfamiliar new unit, and every recruit was filled with anticipation and exhilaration. To them, the end of the recruit company signified the end of hardship. Life in the new unit would undoubtedly be much better, free from such exhausting routines. Luo Gu, hurry up. Cheng Haonan called out excitedly. We 10 old friends are heading to the reconnaissance unit together. To the reconnaissance unit we go. Zheng Qian exclaimed, brimming with excitement. Luo Gu, lead us to become the best in the reconnaissance unit. Surrounded by his enthusiastic companions, Qin Luo wore an awkward smile. He yearned to tell them that he was headed to a better place, yet the words caught in his throat, unable to escape. Once all units had assembled, Wu Ziyuan gave the command, and everyone marched in unison towards the regiment's training ground. From a distance, Qin Luo spotted over 20 vehicles already parked by the edge of the field. There are trucks, buses, and minibuses. We will undoubtedly travel in a luxurious bus. Cheng Haonan exclaimed excitedly. To the best unit in the entire division. Surely we will receive the highest treatment and travel in the finest vehicle. Li Dashing replied with pride. Everyone will surely envy us later. I wish my father could see this. Who is speaking in the ranks? Wu Ziyuan barked, causing everyone to immediately fall silent. The squads marched from different directions to the training ground, then lined up in formation. Stand at attention. Bang. All the recruits straightened their chests in unison. Gao Kun smiled as he approached the front of the line and declared, at ease. Looking at the neatly organized ranks, Gao Kun nodded in satisfaction. Very good. You look like soldiers now. He took a deep breath. Comrades, the training for the new recruits has concluded, but your military journey is just beginning. The past 3 months have transformed you from societal youth into defenders of our nation. As you move on to your new units, your company commander, platoon leader, and squad leader will mold you into true warriors. The army is a great melting pot. Regardless of who you were before, here you will be forged into excellent steel. Gao Kun continued with a smile. You have all performed admirably these past 3 months. I have nothing to critique. I only hope that you remain true to your original intentions and continue to strive in your new units. Never forget that we are the steadfast support of our country and our people. Although daily life can be monotonous, as long as we wear this uniform, no one dares to bully our nation or belittle our people. Gao Kun raised his voice. I wish each of you great success in your new units. Bring honor to your company and glory to your families. With a swift salute, he addressed everyone. Salute. The duty officer shouted. And all the recruits immediately saluted Gao Kun in unison. Enough. Gao Kun lowered his hand. It's time to assign units. Commencing unit assignments. Staff Officer CS stepped onto the stage. When your name is called, proceed to your designated vehicle. Fan Xinfei. Present. 273rd Regiment. Vehicle number 4. Yes. The new recruit excitedly grabbed his bag and turned to find bus number 4. He actually boarded the luxury bus? Cheng Haonan gasped in shock. Isn't that our ride? Relax. Zheng Qian whispered. There's more than one bus. Ours must be here too. Tong Zhenxing. Present. 274th Regiment. Vehicle number 5. Yes. Wang Fei. Present. 275th Regiment. One by one, the recruits responded and happily boarded their vehicles. Qin Luo glanced around, noticing fewer soldiers on the playground. Where's that bastard? He wouldn't dare not show up, would he? Su Yuchao. Present. Su Yuchao proudly stood tall. Staff Officer Xie glanced at him. Division's Reconnaissance Battalion. Vehicle number 11. Yes. Su Yuchao grinned, lifted his bag, and signaled to the others before sprinting off. A big truck? Cheng Haonan's face fell in disappointment. Li Dashing grimaced. Shouldn't we be the best? How come we didn't even get a minibus? Zheng Qian took a deep breath. Stay calm. Perhaps we are too excellent and need to consider the feelings of others. Otherwise, they would feel too disheartened, so we must remain low-key. The group nodded in silent agreement. It must be as he said. Zheng Qian. Present. Division's Reconnaissance Battalion. Vehicle number 11. Yes. Zheng Qian happily picked up his bag. You guys go ahead. Save a good spot for Luo Ge. Absolutely. Zheng Qian winked at Qin Luo and dashed away. Qin Luo smiled awkwardly, relieved they boarded first to avoid a difficult farewell later. He sighed. Brothers, I apologize. One must strive for better opportunities. I hope we can meet again. Cheng Haonan. Present. Cheng Haonan picked up his bag. Luo Ge. I'm off now, waiting for you. Qin Luo nodded with a smile, watching him run towards the large truck. Kai Bingkuan, 273rd Regiment, vehicle number 9. Yes. The last new recruit grabbed his bag and dashed off excitedly. The entire playground was left with only Qin Luo. The duty officer closed the roster and announced loudly. Unit assignments complete. We may depart. Wait. Chong Lei suddenly ran over. Sir, there's still one recruit. Wu Ziyuan swiftly followed. Old Xia, how did you overlook him? Staff Officer Xia smiled awkwardly. Old Wu, he has other arrangements. What do you mean? Wu Ziyuan was furious during the assignments. His name was at the top of the list. With so many in the company, I'm taking him. Who would dare compete with me? Old Wu, stop the nonsense. Wu Ziyuan shouted angrily. He is my recruit. No one can take him. What are you waiting for? Wu Ziyuan turned to Chong Lei. Grab his bag and take him away. Yes. Chong Lei excitedly stepped forward. Old Wu. Staff Officer Xie shouted in panic. Stop. Gao Kun suddenly called out, striding over. Chong Lei's foot froze mid-step. Wu Ziyuan. Gao Kun said coldly. Qin Luo already has arrangements. You have enough recruits. Leave. Wu Ziyuan clenched his jaw. Commander. What do you mean? I clearly stated I must take him. He is my recruit. Chong Lei nodded vigorously, looking at Gao Kun with pleading eyes. Gao Kun took a deep breath. I've said it. He has arrangements. This is not your decision. No. Wu Ziyuan glared at Gao Kun, showing no sign of backing down. Commander, I'll reiterate. I must have this recruit. Wu Ziyuan. Gao Kun raised his voice. Are you trying to provoke me? This is the army, not your home. You can't just take whoever you want. Obey orders. Wu Ziyuan's neck bulged with veins. Fine. I'll take no other recruits. I want only him. Do you think this is a market for buying vegetables? Gao Kun snapped. Get out now, or I'll discipline you. Just as Gao Kun was about to speak, he noticed a vehicle approaching in the distance. The one here to pick up is arriving. Gao Kun sighed. Look for yourself. See if they have a reconnaissance battalion. Wu Ziyuan immediately turned around as a jeep roared up and stopped nearby. Shirlu stepped out with a smile, saluting Gao Kun. Commander Gao, I'm here to pick someone up. Comrade. Wu Ziyuan stared at him in disbelief. Which unit are you from? Shirlu chuckled. You must be Captain Wu. Right? Sorry, I'm from the 0451 unit. Here on orders to pick someone up. 0451. Wu Ziyuan was left speechless. As a member of the reconnaissance battalion, he understood all too well what that designation represented. Compared to them, the reconnaissance battalion was indeed inferior. Captain Wu, we do not take recruits at random. We have already consulted Comrade Qin Luo, and he is willing to come with me, Lu stated calmly. Wu Ziyuan stared blankly at Qin Luo. He suddenly forced a smile. Your choice is what many would strive for. There, indeed, is better than our reconnaissance battalion. They will value you more than I ever could. Qin Luo, you are a good soldier. I wish you smooth sailing and take care. Wu Ziyuan nodded at Qin Luo, saying no more, and turned to walk towards vehicle number 11. Squad leader Qin Luo looked at Chong Lei, feeling guilty. Chong Lei's eyes were red, but he managed to smile. Qin Luo, the commander is right. Go and do your best. That's south the place all our reconnaissance soldiers dream of going. Don't overthink it. Your choice is correct. If I were in your shoes, I would choose the same. Chong Lei smiled faintly at him, then turned and rushed towards vehicle number 11. Qin Luo watched their retreating figures and suddenly saluted vigorously. Commander, squad leader, I will surely do my best. Vehicle number 11 slowly drove away. Chung Haonan and the others all leaned out of the back of the vehicle, shouting, Luo go. Soon, their vehicle exited the camp, disappearing down the distant road. Let us go. Lu helped Qin Luo with his bag. We have a long journey ahead. Let us grab something to eat first. Qin Luo reluctantly gazed at the road where vehicle number 11 had vanished. Commander, squad leader, Chung Haonan, I will surely thrive in the special forces. Chapter 43. Do not call me Director Qin. Call me Uncle Qin. The off-road vehicle sped away from the training regiment. Yet Qin Luo felt an unexpected sense of nostalgia for the place he had longed to leave. He was not quite sure what had stirred these feelings within him. Don't dwell on it, Lu remarked, laughter lacing his voice as he drove. The reconnaissance battalion is a fine place, but it is not the best. That title belongs to us, the Tianlang. Each year, numerous reconnaissance soldiers vie for a spot in our ranks, yet only a fortunate few succeed. As a newcomer, you have an opportunity that even seasoned veterans would envy. Qin Luo rolled down the window, letting the brisk wind tousle his hair as he gazed at the desolate yellow earth slopes flanking the road, swiftly receding from view. Lu continued, stop overthinking it. This is the right choice, and in time, your comrades will take pride in you. Chief, may I ask a question? Qin Luo inquired suddenly. Go ahead, Lu replied, glancing at him in surprise. Of course, it is only natural. In Tianlang, no one is fixed in their position. What are you thinking? We do not harbor idlers. A smile gradually spread across Qin Luo's face. If that's the case, I can rest easy. Haha. At that moment, the furrow of worry on Qin Luo's brow vanished, replaced by a bright countenance. Just 1 month, merely 1 month, and I can find an opportunity to leave. As long as my attitude is sincere, everyone will surely understand. This way, I can complete my mission, earn my rewards, and still manage to see Shinran. It is simply perfect. He began to envision the moment Shinran would meet such an exceptional version of himself, surely regretting her past treatment of him. Perhaps she might even throw herself into his arms. The more he thought about it, the happier he became, chuckling contentedly. Lu was startled by his sudden laughter, causing the steering wheel to tremble. What are you laughing about? This kid must be out of his mind. Chief, Qin Luo said with a grin. Didn't you mention taking me out for a meal? This is my first time in the Northwest. Do you have any good restaurants to recommend? After we eat, we can take a shower and then sing karaoke. It would be simply perfect. Rest assured, all expenses will be on me. No need for the army to spend a dime. Lu nearly choked on his own breath. This kid seemed more like a rogue than a good soldier. Report. Come in. Shinran pushed the door open, only to be taken aback at the sight before her. Hu Fei was in the office, feeding and teaching a parrot to curse. Shinran felt her worldview shatter. What on earth was he doing? She then smiled mischievously at the black parrot, raising her chin. Say fool, come on, say it. With her eyes twitching, she took a deep breath. As per your request, I have conducted a final screening of the eligible soldiers. There are a total of 32 individuals, and the list is right here. She placed the document on the table. Get out. Yes. Shinran shot him a look of exasperation, but just as she opened the door, she halted. Taking a deep breath, she turned back. Chief of Staff, do you truly wish to recruit that new soldier? According to our usual recruitment practices, we select outstanding veterans with over a year of service from grassroots units. The primary targets are reconnaissance battalions or reconnaissance companies. There has never been a precedent for recruiting new soldiers, regardless of how exceptional their assessment results may be. All right. I understand, Hu Fei interrupted. I have my own arrangements. You may leave now. However, Shinran hesitated, her words caught in her throat. Hu Fei suddenly turned his head. A knowing smile on his face. What is the matter? Do you know this new soldier? Shinran's heart skipped a beat, but she maintained a serious demeanor. Chief of Staff, I am merely adhering to regulations. Enough, Hu Fei chuckled. Regulations are rigid, whereas people are dynamic. Have you ever encountered such an impressive new soldier? His assessment results surpass those of some veterans here. That lad possesses considerable potential. The Tianlang has always been exceptional, as long as he has the ability. He is welcome to join us. Now be off with you. Yes. Shinran, feeling helpless, saluted and exited. Once outside, she took several deep breaths, nearly revealing her connection to Qin Luo. Hu Fei's perceptive gaze seemed to possess an uncanny ability to uncover her thoughts. She had merely added a comment. Yet he had guessed her familiarity with Qin Luo. This man was truly formidable. However, Shinran had to admit that her initial impressions of Qin Luo were biased. After he left that day, she had discreetly investigated his background. The results were disappointing. Apart from his wealth, He seemed to possess little else of merit. Shen Xinran was surprised that someone like him could enter the army. Perhaps, she mused, this individual might have changed. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to achieve the status of the top new recruit in the entire army within just a month. Nonetheless, she still felt a twinge of anxiety. She was uncertain how to face him after his special recruitment. Should she pretend not to know him, avoiding him at all costs, or act as though nothing had occurred? The more she pondered, the more confused she became, even questioning whether his enlistment was somehow aimed at her. No, that couldn't be. Surely no one would be that petty. She shook her head vigorously, quickening her pace. As she exited the building, a lieutenant approached her. Chief Shen, I was just looking for you. What is it? Shen Xinran inquired, curiosity piqued. The lieutenant smiled. There is someone outside looking for you. An elderly gentleman who appears quite affluent. Shen Xinran paused, shaking her head. I don't know him. I have things to attend to, so I must be off. But the deputy team leader called and said you should meet him. What? Shen Xinran halted abruptly. The deputy team leader wants me to go out and meet someone? Yes. The lieutenant replied, spreading his hands. I heard he is a patriotic entrepreneur who frequently sends us gifts and has good connections with our unit. Shen Xinran furrowed her brow. What could a businessman want with her? Moreover, how could he possibly reach the Tianling? You should hurry. He is waiting outside, the lieutenant urged. A hint of envy in his voice. He arrived in some luxurious vehicle, something very expensive, it seems. With a mix of reluctance and curiosity, Shen Xinran made her way outside. Approaching the barracks, she spotted a black Rolls-Royce Phantom parked by the roadside. A well-dressed middle-aged man stood respectfully beside the car, wearing a broad smile. With a hint of suspicion, Shen Xinran approached him. Comrade, are you looking for me? Wang Rifa's eyes appraised her, and he smiled. The young master certainly has exquisite taste. You are indeed beautiful and remarkable. No wonder. Huh. Shen Xinran was momentarily taken aback. Miss Shen, greetings. I am Wang Rifa. Please, step into the vehicle. Shen Xinran eyed him warily. Comrade Wang, I'm quite busy. If you have something to discuss, please state it directly. Wang Rifa opened the car door, smiling. Miss Shen, it is not I who seeks you, but our master. There are matters that are not suitable for discussion here. It would be best if you get in. We've arranged for the deputy commander to grant you an extended leave. What do you say? Shen Xinran's eyes widened in shock. What kind of influence did this man possess to have connections with the command? It was no wonder the deputy team leader had urged her to meet him. She fixed her gaze on him. Can you at least tell me what this is regarding? Wang Rifa maintained his polite smile. Once we arrive, you will understand. Shen Xinran glanced between him and the car, feeling a reluctant resignation as she climbed in. Drive? Wang Rifa instructed, gently closing the door before taking his place in the passenger seat. An hour and a half later, they arrived at the entrance of the Qin Luo Hotel. The doorman respectfully opened the door for Wang Rifa, greeting him warmly. Wang Rifa nodded slightly, then hurriedly moved to open the door for Shen Xinran as she stepped out of the vehicle, gazing skeptically at the opulent hotel before her. Wang Rifa maintained a smile as he said, Miss Shen, this way please. Shen Xinran nodded and followed him inside. If it were not for the orders from above, she would have left by now, but since she was here, she might as well see what they were up to. They took the elevator all the way to the top floor. As the doors opened, over 30 elegant and beautiful attendants stood in 2 rows, bowing collectively and greeting her. Miss Shen, welcome esteemed guest to Qin Luo Hotel. Shen Xinran was momentarily taken aback, clearly unaccustomed to such a reception. This only heightened her curiosity about the identity of the so-called old master that Wang Rifa had mentioned. Mr. Wang, Chairman Qin is waiting over there. A manager hurried over, nodding and bowing to Wang Rifa, then smilingly extending his hand to Shen Xinran. Hello, Miss Shen, I'm the hotel manager. You can call me Xiao Chen. If you need anything, please feel free to ask. We are dedicated to serving you. Miss Shen, this way please. Wang Rifa gestured invitingly. Accepting her situation, Shen Xinran decided to move forward without overthinking it. Above them was a vast, spiraling restaurant, where one could overlook the entire city from the floor-to-ceiling windows. The interior decor, in contrast to the opulence below, was more simplistic yet exuded an exquisite sense of luxury. At this moment, the restaurant was empty save for a large table positioned before a massive window. A middle-aged man with silvery hair stood by the table, smiling. You must be Shen Xinran. Miss Shen? Shen Xinran politely nodded. Qin Jiaqing appraised her from head to toe, nodding in approval. Indeed, indeed. Quite striking, very outstanding. No wonder Xiao Luo is fond of you. Shen Xinran's eyes twitched with irritation. What was wrong with these people, constantly murmuring? Wang Rifa stepped in to introduce, Miss Shen. Let me present to you, our esteemed master, Qin Jiaqing. He is a renowned patriotic entrepreneur and is well acquainted with many leaders in your war zone. Hello, Chairman Qin. Shen Xinran nodded. Qin Jiaqing laughed heartily. Little Shen, that sounds too distant. Just call me Uncle Qin. To introduce myself, I am the father of Qin Luo. Huh. Shen Xinran was momentarily stunned, unable to process. Who? Qin Luo, Qin Luo. The Qin of Qin Shi Huang, the Luo of Luo Bin Wang. Surely you know who Qin Luo is? Qin Jiaqing was momentarily flabbergasted. Irritated, he thought, that rascal, after all this time, she doesn't even know him. And he dares to chase her into the military? What a farce. Chapter 44. Is 10 billion enough? If not, shall we add a bit more? Qin Jiaqing, still smiling, looked at Shen Xinran. Does it ring a bell now? Shen Xinran's body trembled, gazing at him in disbelief. It was hard for her to associate Qin Luo with the middle-aged man before her. Though Qin Jiaqing wore a smile, an unspoken aura of respect enveloped him. making one instinctively admire him. How could a patriotic entrepreneur who makes generous donations to the military have such a frivolous son who only knows how to spend money? Was this a case of genetic mutation or educational failure? Master, shall we serve the dishes? Wang Rifa inquired. Yes, let's. Qin Jiaqing elegantly waved his hand. Have the head chef present the highest standards, the finest level. Understood, master. Wang Rifa nodded with a smile. After inquiring if Shen Xinran had any dietary restrictions, he turned to leave. Miss Shun, Qin Jiaqing adjusted his cashmere sweater, leaning against the soft chair's back. The executive chef here previously cooked for national banquets. He is genuinely a master of Huayan cuisine. Although he has transitioned to Western cuisine now, the flavors are distinctive. I hope you will assess them later and speak freely if there are any concerns. Shen Xinran felt slightly awkward. Chairman Qin, please, you needn't be so formal. Just call me Little Shun or Comrade Shun. Qin Jiaqing laughed heartily. All right, then I shall call you Little Shun. And you needn't refer to me as Chairman Qin. Uncle Qin sounds much more affectionate, haha. I think I will still call you Chairman Qin. Shen Xinran responded with a polite, yet slightly awkward smile. Chairman Qin, I have matters to attend to later. If you have something to say, please feel free to do so. Qin Jiaqing waved his hand dismissively. No rush, no rush. Let's enjoy the meal first. We can talk afterward. Your matters can wait a moment. I have already spoken to your leaders. Chairman Qin, observing the undeniable assertiveness in her demeanor, Qin Jiaqing nodded with satisfaction. No wonder Xiao Luo would endure hardships to join the military. I understand now. Xiao Luo? Qin Luo? Shen Xinran's brows furrowed slightly. She could roughly guess what Qin Jiaqing was about to say. Chairman Qin. Qin Jiaqing interrupted. Little Shun, since you are so straightforward, I shall be direct as well. He crossed his fingers in front of him, smiling as he said, the main reason I invited you today is to discuss your marriage to Qin Luo. Uft. Shen Xinran nearly spat out her drink, utterly shocked and disbelieving as she looked at Qin Jiaqing. He seemed to have anticipated her reaction, smiling as he remarked, marrying into a prestigious family like ours is the dream of countless young women. Being suddenly struck by such fortune is indeed astonishing. Shen Xinran's jaw nearly dropped. Do you even realize what you are saying? What marriage? What wedding? I am not at all familiar with your son, not in the slightest. Chairman, I believe you are mistaken. I understand. Qin Jiaqing continued. Our family is not a relic of feudal society. We certainly do not engage in coercion. He asserted earnestly. Once you enter the Qin family, you become one of us. Suddenly, he extended a hand. What does this mean? Shen Xinran's eyes widened. 5 billion. Qin Jiaqing stated generously. 5 billion in cash as a bride price, along with an additional 50 million in gold and jewels, and a seaside villa. You may choose any car you like. A yacht or a helicopter is also acceptable. Bang. Shen Xinran slammed her palm on the table, startling Qin Jiaqing. She suppressed her fury. Chairman Qin. I know. Qin Jiaqing waved his hand dismissively. 5 billion is too little, isn't it? Let us add another hand. 10 billion. If you have children in the future, I will give you an extra 10 billion and a private estate, along with 5% of the equity in the Shanghai Group, valued at 50 billion. How does that sound? Chairman. Shen Xinran's eyes blazed with fury as she stood up abruptly. I respect you as a patriotic entrepreneur and admire your immense contributions to the military. But you should also learn to respect others. Not everything can be bought with money. Respect, huh? Qin Jiaqing fell silent for 2 seconds, then seriously asked, what if I add a bit more? Shen Xinran felt like she was about to explode, clenching her fists as she glared at him. It has nothing to do with money. I have no feelings for your son. I do not even know him. Qin Jiaqing paused for a moment, then suddenly burst into laughter. How spirited. No wonder Xiao Luo would endure hardships for you. Shen Xinran stood there, stunned. So it is true. This lunatic actually chased her into the military. Chairman, if you know this, why did you not stop him from enlisting? Why should I stop him? Qin Jiaqing chuckled. For an exceptional girl like you, it is worth it for him to endure some hardships. At least it shows he is sincere. Come, little Shun, let us sit down and discuss further. If 10 billion is insufficient, we can certainly add more. You may propose the terms, and I will gladly accept. Shen Xinran could no longer tolerate it, furiously turning to leave. Hey, little Shun, we haven't finished talking yet. Wait a moment. As Shen Xinran reached the elevator, she abruptly stopped, turning to glare at Qin Jiaqing. Do not call me Little Shun. Chairman, we are not familiar. Either call me by my name or Comrade Shen. Furthermore, starting today, do not come looking for me. And please ask your son not to disturb me. I cannot afford such a luxury. With that, she strode out decisively. Wang Rifa hurried out from the kitchen, glancing at the already vacant chairs, and asked with a hint of confusion, My lord, has Miss Shen left? Qin Jiaqing exhaled. What a temper she has. What on earth are women in the military thinking? With so much money, isn't she even slightly tempted? Or is she merely playing hard to get with me? Wang Rifa forced a smile. My lord, not everyone in this world is driven by greed, especially those donned in military uniforms and police attire. Wasn't Madam the same back then? Suddenly, Qin Jiaqing shot a piercing glare at Wang Rifa, causing him to hurriedly fall silent. Not everyone is like my wife. Qin Jiaqing turned his gaze out the window, a gentle visage appearing in his mind, before he sighed. Forget it, this approach is futile. Let us find another path for Xiao Luo. Wang Rifa nodded vigorously. Yes, let us arrange a less strenuous position for the young master. As for the subsequent matters, we shall leave them to him. Whether he can catch up depends on his own abilities. Squeak. An off-road vehicle halted at the entrance of a certain camp. Shirlu gestured toward Qin Luo, Get out and wait. Huh. Qin Luo looked outside, bewildered. Aren't you taking me in? Shirlu shot him an annoyed glance. Not just anyone can enter here. I need to report first and obtain the necessary approval. Such a hassle? Qin Luo rolled his eyes and opened the door to exit. Whatever. I didn't plan on staying long in this dreadful place. As the door shut, the vehicle roared into the camp. The black smoke spewing from the exhaust choked Qin Luo, who waved his hand in front of his face. What a piece of junk. Is this really a special forces vehicle? The equipment is subpar. Comrade, please step back behind the yellow line to wait. A guard suddenly shouted. Qin Luo glanced down, realizing he was standing on the line. With a smile, he raised his head. Squad leader, I'm just about to step back behind the yellow line. The guard raised his voice, his tone becoming significantly more serious. Qin Luo's mouth twitched as he reluctantly retreated. What a ridiculous place. I can't even stand on a line. Don't they know I'm a genius specially recruited here? If I ever see you again, I'll make you salute me every day. Suddenly, Qin Luo perked up his ears. He turned to look down the empty road. Mere seconds later, an off-road vehicle drifted elegantly onto the road and sped towards the camp. Startled, Qin Luo hurriedly stepped back, fearing he might be hit. It seems my heightened senses are still intact. I can detect incoming vehicles from a distance. The vehicle zoomed past him but abruptly slammed to a halt near the camp entrance, its tires emitting smoke. Did it hit someone? Qin Luo turned in surprise. Just then, the off-road vehicle suddenly reversed, careening towards him. Oh no. Qin Luo grabbed his bag and leapt to the roadside. With a screech, the vehicle stopped right where he had just stood, tires smoking again. Are you even capable of driving? Suddenly, the window rolled down, and Qin Luo froze. The stunningly beautiful face he would never forget appeared. It was Shin Shinran. Shin Shinran fixed her piercing gaze on him, her eyes sharp as blades. Shin Shinran. Qin Luo's face broke into a radiant smile. Surprised. Are you? Happy perhaps? Did you ever think I would actually find you? Your man has some skills, haha. Watching his smug demeanor, Shin Shinran's eye twitched, as if she had swallowed 1,000 dead flies. She had nearly forced herself to forget that night. But seeing Qin Luo now brought a flood of memories crashing back. You scoundrel, how did you find out my name? Shin Shinran flung open the door and angrily hopped out of the vehicle. Chapter 45. You're still that prodigal. As Shin Shinran stormed towards him, Qin Luo met her gaze with triumphant confidence. For me, discovering your name was a trivial matter. He beamed at her. I told you, I would find you. So, how does it feel to see me? Surprised? Happy? Shin Shinran glared at him, her eyes ablaze with fury. Initially, she had thought that after achieving first place among all new recruits, Qin Luo might have changed, at least, not be the same as before. However, the events of the day had completely dispelled that notion. Qin Luo, Shin Shinran inhaled deeply. Let me make this clear, stay away from me. Starting today, no, starting now. The farther away you are, the better. Wait. Qin Luo hurried after her. Why don't you keep your promises? We agreed that once I found you. Shut up. Shin Shinran turned back, her eyes locked onto his. When I said that, I merely wanted to avoid your entanglement. Nothing more. She spoke each word deliberately. You saved my life, and I genuinely appreciate it. You are a good person. I can repay you any way you wish, but that incident is in the past. I don't want any more connections with you, and I want to develop feelings for you, understand? She lowered her voice. Let that night be regarded as a misunderstanding. I have forgotten it, and I hope you can too. Forgotten? A bitter smile crossed Shin Shinran's face. In truth, she had never forgotten and could not forget. After all, it was her first time, and Qin Luo was the first man in her life who saved her. How could she forget? Seeing Qin Luo again filled her with both shock and joy. She was astonished that he had actually joined the military and delighted by his significant transformation. She had even daydreamed about their reunion. However, Qin Jiaqing's words had deeply wounded her, making her feel that Qin Luo was still the same as he had always been. No way. Qin Luo clenched his fists. I toiled for over an hour, nearly collapsing, and you expect me to act as if nothing happened? Taking a deep breath, he looked at her with determination. I was once a social youth whom you looked down upon, and that is fine. But now, I am just like you, a soldier. A remarkably capable one at that. He held his head high, pride emanating from him as he regarded Shin Shinran. I scored first in the new recruit assessments, breaking a 20-year record in the military. Even the leaders commend me, calling me a good soldier. This special enlistment into Tiansha proves that I am no longer who I used to be. I am now a soldier king. Shin Shinran chuckled softly, shaking her head slightly. What are you laughing at? Qin Luo asked anxiously. If you don't believe me, you can check. I believe you. Shin Shinran gazed deeply into his eyes. You are indeed impressive now, but you are not a true soldier. What do you mean? Qin Luo stared at her. Shin Shinran replied calmly. Everyone who joins the military has their own motives. Some seek good jobs after discharge, some wish to remain in service, and others are sent here by worried families for training. She fixed her gaze upon Qin Luo. Regardless of their motives, they ultimately become qualified soldiers, as they no longer dwell on their initial intentions. They only think of the responsibilities on their shoulders and what this uniform signifies to them. But you are different. Shin Shinran shook her head. Even if you are strong now, you still focus on your original purpose for joining. You merely wish to pursue me and then retire. Can you truly call yourself a soldier? Remembering Qin Jiaqing's offer earlier, disappointment filled Shin Shinran's eyes as she looked at Qin Luo. The meaning of this uniform, to her, was something few could comprehend. It was a legacy. Do you think wealth is impressive? Shin Shinran shook her head. You have no idea why I wear this uniform. Nor do you realize that money is utterly insignificant in comparison. Qin Luo stared at her, momentarily at a loss for words. For Shin Shinran was right. At least half of his motivation for joining the military was indeed for her, and that had not changed. As for the responsibilities of a soldier and the significance of the uniform, he had never truly considered them. Qin Shinran smiled weakly. You don't understand me at all. We are fundamentally different. Even if you wear that outfit, you remain that spoiled young master. She took 2 steps back, distancing herself from Qin Luo. So, please forget that day. Walk your own path. We are not suited to meet again. She cast a deep glance at Qin Luo before turning towards the driver's seat. And don't let your father come looking for me again. Tell him I am unworthy of you and cannot reach such heights. With a slam, the car door shut, and Qin Shinran pressed the accelerator, the SUV speeding swiftly into the camp. The guard at the entrance saluted, then looked curiously at Qin Luo, who stood in a daze outside the yellow line. This kid knows Advisor Shun? They seemed quite familiar, but it looked like they were just arguing. The guards whispered among themselves, while Qin Luo remained frozen in place, unable to comprehend Qin Shinran's intense reaction. What does it mean to be a soldier? What significance does a military uniform hold? Clenching his fists, Qin Luo found himself utterly perplexed. Suddenly, a thought flashed in his mind. Qin Shinran had mentioned Qin Jiaqing, implying that his father had sought her out? Qin Luo couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. What a mess my father has created. No wonder she was inexplicably angry with me. Why did he go looking for her? I was about to resolve the situation, and now he's just complicating things. Sighing, Qin Luo believed that his father must have stirred up trouble, leading to Qin Shinran's prejudice against him. However, he was about to join the Tianlang Special Forces. Surely, she would recognize his excellence, and winning her over shouldn't be too difficult. Hey, come here. Just as Qin Luo was mulling over these thoughts, Shirley's voice suddenly called out. Qin Luo looked up to see Shirley waving at him from the gate. He quickly grabbed his bag and rushed over. Sign here. Shirley instructed, pointing to a document. Once Qin Luo signed, Shirley greeted the guard and led him into the camp. As they passed through a long corridor and several office buildings, a vast training ground came into Qin Luo's view. Troops were shouting as they engaged in intense training, instantly captivating him. From atop a building, 3 soldiers suddenly leaped down, causing Qin Luo to gasp in shock. Yet, as they neared the ground, the ropes behind them tightened, and they halted just inches above the earth. Before he could catch his breath, he witnessed soldiers being hurled into the air by their comrades on another training field. Qin Luo gaped again, but those soldiers landed safely before charging at their companions with daggers. A series of explosive sounds erupted, jolting Qin Luo into a startle. Turning to look, he saw soldiers rapidly swinging on ropes amidst bursts of flames and continuous explosions below. Shirley, observing Qin Luo's wide-eyed expression, smirked and said, "In conventional troops, you would never witness such training. Only here can you experience it. The people here know neither fatigue nor pain. They are all elite among elites." He patted Qin Luo on the back, adding, "You're lucky, my friend. Soon you will be one of us. Others will envy you." Qin Luo's eyes twitched in annoyance. What is there to envy about? It's exhausting like a dog. The recruit training units are far better than this. He took a deep breath, thinking about completing his tasks and leaving quickly. This place was far too perilous. It wasn't fit for humans, and he had no desire to linger. As for Qin Shinran, he would find another opportunity to gradually win her over. Before long, Shirley brought Qin Luo to a small building. They ascended to the 2nd floor and approached an office door, where Shirley knocked firmly. "Reporting in. Come in." Shirley pushed the door open and gestured for Qin Luo to enter. Qin Luo straightened up and saluted Hu Fei, who was turned away, amusing a bird. "Good day, sir. I am Qin Luo, here to report." Fool. Qin Luo's expression soured at the unexpected insult. "Not you," Hu Fei replied, turning with a grin. "I was teaching this silly bird to talk." Qin Luo glanced at the black mina and couldn't help but smile weakly. The people in this special forces unit are truly peculiar. "Shut the door," Hu Fei commanded as he approached his desk. "Yes, sir." Shirley turned to close the door and stood at attention. Hu Fei, with a smile, scrutinized Qin Luo. "You managed to score first in the recruit assessment, breaking long-standing records. Quite impressive. Thank you for the compliment, sir," Qin Luo replied, chest puffed with pride. "You've worked hard," Hu Fei added. "Shirley." "Yes." Shirley responded promptly. "Get him to fill out a form and take him out for a good meal while we await the results." "Yes, sir." Shirley quickly retrieved a form from his bag and handed it to Qin Luo. "Fill it out and be thorough." Qin Luo took the form but froze upon seeing the words. "Psychological health assessment?" He looked up abruptly. "Do you think I am mentally unwell?" Shirley quickly waved his hands. "Not at all. You don't seem like someone with mental issues." Qin Luo's lips twitched. "Then why make me fill this out?" Hu Fei replied nonchalantly. "It's just a formality. Everyone entering Tianlang must complete it." "Indeed," Shirley nodded. "I filled one out myself." Half convinced, Qin Luo took the pen. "All right then." Shirley chuckled. "Just go with your first thoughts. No need to overthink. Once you finish, we'll head to the cafeteria. The food here meets pilot standards. You won't find such meals elsewhere." Leaning over the table, Qin Luo scrutinized the questions. "Can you accept solitude? If faced with death during an earthquake, would you eat your dog raised for 10 years? Qin Luo felt utterly bemused at the absurdity of the questions. Is this meant to assess psychological issues? He sensed that the person who crafted these questions might have issues of their own. He didn't want to dwell on it, and swiftly completed the form. Done. Qin Luo handed the form back to Shirley. "All right, let us go eat," Hu Fei said cheerfully. "I'll have the experts evaluate it." "Let us go? Let us go eat," Shirley exclaimed, throwing an arm around Qin Luo and leading him out. As soon as they stepped outside, the door swung open again, revealing a stern-faced female officer approaching Hu Fei. "See, Hu Fei handed her the form. Be thorough, don't make any mistakes. The female officer replied coldly, Chief of Staff. Please trust science. Hu Fei smiled wryly. Qin Luo, I might actually like you a little. So how is our food? Not deceiving you, right? Shirlu asked, picking at his teeth. Qin Luo nodded, curiously inquiring, what are the next arrangements for me? Shirlu chuckled, don't rush, let us first check your evaluation results. Hesitantly. Qin Luo asked, what if the results are unfavorable? No big deal. You can fill it out again later. Shirlu laughed heartily. Qin Luo sighed in relief. Having come this far, he certainly didn't want to encounter any issues. He needed to complete his tasks first. So much had transpired in the last few days, shifting his mindset significantly, especially after Wu Ziyuan had called him a good soldier and his encounter with Xinran. Qin Luo suddenly became eager to understand what truly defined a good soldier. He would not remain idle. It was time to start here. His gaze sharpened with resolve. At least I must serve for 2 years to grasp what being a soldier truly means. Otherwise, what would be the purpose of my journey? Report. Come in. Shirlu pushed the door open, pulling Qin Luo inside. Hu Fei greeted him with a smile. Little Qin, how do you find our meals? Very good. Qin Luo replied, nodding. I'm glad you like it. Hu Fei chuckled. I'll have Shirlu take you to sample more meals over the next couple of days. Huh. Qin Luo looked at him in surprise. Sir, what do you mean? Shirlu also looked taken aback, a hint of embarrassment on his face. Hu Fei looked at Qin Luo, contemplating for a moment before finally smiling. Well, little Qin, it's like this. Where's your test? You didn't pass. So let us forget about it this year. However, next year, you must come back. I believe you will surely succeed then. Qin Luo's mind buzzed, and his entire being trembled violently. Chief, this is not a matter for jest. Qin Luo fixed his gaze upon him. Have I not already joined the Tianling Special Forces and become one of you? The transfer order is right here. Hu Fei cleared his throat. Qin Luo, the invitation is merely that, an invitation, not a formal order for transfer into Tianling. You still need to pass a psychological assessment and undergo a 3-month selection process. Bang. Qin Luo slammed both hands on the table. Had you said this earlier, I wouldn't have come. Are you not deliberately toying with me? Qin Luo. Shirlu quickly pulled him back. Calm down, calm down. How can I remain calm? Qin Luo yelled, his eyes reddening. I have already promised my comrades to join the reconnaissance battalion. It was your invitation that made me choose to come here. Shirlu glanced helplessly at Hu Fei, who bore a bitter smile. I'm sorry, Qin Luo. Hu Fei looked at him earnestly. Our rules are the same for everyone who comes here. Qin Luo glared at him. So a mere form determines my fate. Is this the work of a madman? You trust that over my very existence? Hu Fei sighed with a wry smile. Qin Luo, that is not just any ordinary form. The questions within it can assess whether you are a qualified soldier. Qin Luo was momentarily stunned, staring blankly at Hu Fei. How could it be this again? Hu Fei continued calmly. We only select seasoned soldiers. Generally, everyone passes. I admit, I was hasty this time. Your performance has been exceptional, even surpassing some of the seasoned soldiers we selected. Thus, I insisted on inviting you despite opposition. I thought that if your military skills were so remarkable, your mindset would surely match. Hu Fei sighed. I apologize, Qin Luo. I misjudged your capabilities. But rest assured. Hu Fei smiled warmly. I believe you will undoubtedly pass the tests next year, and the subsequent selection will pose no issue for you. Qin Luo, we shall meet again at the pinnacle. Qin Luo's eyes twitched violently. Meet at the pinnacle? I'll see you in hell. With a surge of intent, his extraordinary power erupted. Hu Fei felt a gust of wind rush toward him and instinctively retreated. However, Qin Luo was too close and struck without defense. Despite Hu Fei's quick retreat, he was still grazed by the punch. Bang! The fist collided with Hu Fei's chest, causing him to take 2 steps back before halting. Damn! Shirlu hurriedly stepped in front of Hu Fei. Qin Luo, are you insane? Qin Luo, Shirlu shouted angrily. Do you realize this could lead to confinement? It's fine. Hu Fei pushed Shirlu aside and smiled apologetically at Qin Luo. It was my fault. I sincerely apologize. If you are still angry, feel free to hit me again. Qin Luo stared at him, knowing that striking him now would be futile. His mind filled with images of Wu Ziyuan, Chang Lei, and Cheng Haonan. At the moment of parting in the new recruits battalion, they were reluctant, yet offered their blessings. And what about him? If you have any concerns, I can help you resolve them. Hu Fei noticed his distress. I will explain the situation to your former unit. The responsibility lies with me. I will ensure you face no difficulties. Qin Luo glared at him in fury. There is no need for that. Spare me your meddling. Goodbye, never to see you again. With that, he turned on his heel and stormed off. Hey, Hu Fei called after him. I sincerely invite you to return next year. You will surely succeed. Watching Qin Luo leave in a huff, Shirlu approached Hu Fei. Chief of Staff, this was truly not handled well. You should have seen the scene when I received him. Hu Fei chuckled bitterly. I calculated several times. With his outstanding results, I thought his mindset would be equally sound. Otherwise, how could he endure so much hardship to claim the top spot? I suppose I miscalculated this time. If only you could give him a beating in my stead. It would ease my burden. No way. Shirlu waved his hands. You'll settle the score with me later. I can't take that. He then turned and chased after Qin Luo. Make sure he is taken care of. Hu Fei shouted. Once Shirli's figure disappeared, Hu Fei turned to face Beige. You fool. You truly are a fool. Xinran stood by the window, observing the somewhat staggering Qin Luo as he boarded a vehicle. Chapter 47. You want me to serve as a supervisor? I'll lend you. In the conference room of the division headquarters, Qin Luo sat quietly. His mood had settled into complete tranquility. Hu Fei's blunder had left him contemplating darkly. The initial purpose of joining the military had been entirely cast aside. Whether it was the System's mission or pursuing Shinran, none of it mattered anymore. In his life, he had never been so manipulated. Even if he wished to return, how could he face Wu Ziyuan, Chang Lei, and Cheng Haonan? Ultimately, he had forsaken the reconnaissance battalion for Tianlang. Although Wu Ziyuan and Chang Lei had wished him well in joining Tianlang, he could still vividly recall their expressions of disappointment that day. At this moment, Qin Luo felt a burning desire to confront Hu Fei. Hu Fei, you big fool. You've ruined me. I have nowhere else to go. Exhaling deeply, thoughts of Shinran suddenly filled his mind. He recalled her excited demeanor, realizing he might have genuinely hurt her, leading to her misunderstanding. Forget it. Qin Luo gazed up at the ceiling, swiftly making a decision. He would apologize to the company commander, as well as to Chang Lei and Cheng Haonan. Even if it meant enduring a beating, he was determined to stay. Shinran's words and that infernal form from Tianlang ignited a competitive spirit within Qin Luo. Before enlisting, who would dare question him? The super-rich heir? No matter what he did, everyone praised him. Yet now, people claimed he wasn't a true soldier. He would prove them wrong, especially that wretched Tianlang and Hu Fei. Clenching his fists, Qin Luo vowed, just wait, Hu Fei. I will make you realize that form is nothing but nonsense. Today, you missed out on a once-in-a-century soldier. Suddenly, the door swung open, and Shi Lu entered. Qin Luo shot him a cold glare, his eyes ablaze with fury. Don't look at me like that, Shi Lu remarked with a wry smile. It's not me or our chief of staff who wants you gone. It's that form. It's science. Science? What nonsense? Qin Luo erupted. A mere form can dictate life and death. I will show you just how absurd your judgments are. You've overlooked a truly exceptional soldier. Shi Lu burst into laughter. Nearly in tears, Qin Luo glared at him. What is so funny? Do you think I'm boasting? Shi Lu nodded vigorously, stifling his laughter. Isn't that the case? Little Qin, you're the most boastful recruit I've ever seen, and you don't even feel embarrassed. How noble. Qin Luo's eyes twitched. Seeing his gloomy expression, Shi Lu quickly stifled his laughter. Ambition is good, and you don't seem too downcast, which is great. That gives me peace of mind. However, you must remain grounded in the future. Shi Lu patted Qin Luo on the shoulder. Our Tianlang is the best in the entire military region. Each member is a king among soldiers. Even if you become the best in your army, it doesn't guarantee entry here. He smiled slightly. We require comprehensive qualities. One person can command a battalion. You have a long way to go. Refrain from making grand claims, especially before achieving success, or you'll become a laughingstock. Qin Luo stared blankly at him. Shi Lu wore a genuine smile, devoid of mockery, resembling a sincere guide. Thank you. Qin Luo nodded at him. Shi Lu smiled gently. It's nothing. I was the one who brought you here, and I shall be the one to send you off. To speak candidly, if it were an experienced soldier, I would harbor no concerns. However, you are a novice, and I fear this setback may shatter your spirit. I cannot ascertain whether you are a once-in-a-century talent, but it is evident that you possess exceptional skills. Witnessing your rekindled fighting spirit brings me solace. Qin Luo sincerely extended his hand to the commander, expressing profound gratitude for his words. I assure you, when we next meet, I shall indeed be transformed. Their eyes met, and they erupted into laughter together. I shall take my leave now, and the subsequent arrangements are in your capable hands. The commander responded with a gentle nod. Although Qin Luo did not join the Tianlang unit, Shi Lu held unwavering confidence in him, for what cannot break him will ultimately render him stronger. Despite being a member of Tianlang, he found himself somewhat eager to witness the day when Qin Luo would astonish them all. After all, he was still young and relished the thrill of excitement. In the commander's office, Zheng Wei sat comfortably on the sofa, a smile gracing his face as he addressed Qi Shengli. Old Qi, after all this time, have you not yet devised a plan? Qi Shengli abruptly halted, a look of distress on his face. How can I formulate a plan? This lad chose to join Tianlang and rejected the reconnaissance battalion, inciting widespread discontent. This news has already circulated within the division. Which regiment or company would dare to take him now? What do you propose I do? Zheng Wei sighed in resignation. It is commonplace to recruit personnel for special forces. In previous years, a few individuals have joined the special forces, yet they were all seasoned veterans. It has never occurred that a newly enlisted soldier would be specially recruited just as they were about to join a company. Although the special forces may indeed be superior to the reconnaissance battalion, it is still a valid choice. The reconnaissance battalion possesses its own pride. It is not a place one can simply enter or exit at will. If they refuse him, which other company would be willing? Even if Qin Luo is exceptional, it would be in vain. They could forcibly assign him, but they must also consider the feelings and sentiments of others. If all else fails, Zheng Wei contemplated. You might as well assign him to a clerical role within the division. He could serve tea and sweep floors. 2 years would pass in no time. Did not his father also express a desire to secure him a less demanding position? Qi Shengli sat down, a bitter expression on his face. I would prefer such an arrangement, but this lad is the top recruit in the entire army. To have such a fine soldier relegated to serving tea would be a waste of talent. I cannot accept that. Zheng Wei shrugged, suggesting. Then just assign him to whichever company, letting the respective company commander deal with the headache. That simply will not do. Qi Shengli suddenly sprang to his feet, pacing anxiously. You cannot expect them to. Suddenly, the telephone on the table rang. Zheng Wei gestured toward it, and Qi Shengli reluctantly answered. Hello, who is this? In the next instant, he straightened up, his chest puffed out. My apologies, Chief of Staff. I was unaware it was you. I had just consumed something spicy, and my temper flared. Yes, indeed. Qi Shengli nodded repeatedly. He suddenly furrowed his brow, his mouth agape. Zheng Wei leaned in, eager to hear. But it is, understood. Yes. I shall execute the orders. After hanging up, Zheng Wei inquired urgently, what is it? What has transpired? Zheng Wei's eyes widened in astonishment. The military has personally arranged this? Was it his father's connections again? Qi Shengli managed a wry smile. Qin Jiaqing is acquainted with our division commander. He has not only donated to our division, but has contributed even more to the military. He is indeed a benefactor, a particularly influential one at that. Zheng Wei nodded enviously. Having a good father is truly advantageous. Let us go find that lad. Qi Shengli strode purposefully out of the room. The door creaked open once more. Qin Luo, lost in thought, stood up abruptly upon seeing the division commander and Zheng Wei enter. Greetings, Commander. He saluted vigorously. Qi Shengli approached him, letting out a long sigh. I apologize, Commander. I have brought shame upon the division. Qin Luo solemnly stated. Please punish me, Commander. I shall apologize to our company commander and strive to be an exemplary soldier. Wherever I have fallen, I shall rise again. Qi Shengli offered a bittersweet smile. You cannot join the reconnaissance battalion now. Qin Luo's eyes widened in disbelief. Is it because our company commander refuses to accept me? I must have erred. Even if the company commander is angry, punishing me would be warranted. Qin Luo asserted earnestly. Qi Shengli and Zheng Wei exchanged glances, surprised. They had underestimated Qin Luo. Yet, this young man displayed a commendable resolve to confront his mistakes. A wave of disappointment washed over Qin Luo's face. Then which regiment or company shall I be assigned to? Commander? Do I still have a chance to join the reconnaissance battalion? Qi Shengli smiled faintly. You shall not be joining any regiment or company. And as for the reconnaissance battalion, well, you can forget about that. The military has issued orders for you to report to the garrison command. Qin Luo was left utterly bewildered. The garrison command? What kind of place is that? As evening fell, in a dormitory, Qin Luo sat on a stool, cradling a white helmet emblazoned with the bold words inspection unit. He stared blankly at the helmet, feeling a pang in his chest. Qin Luo now. Qi Shengli stood across from him with a smile. You shall perform admirably here, although you are no longer in a grassroots company. The role of an inspector is still of great significance. The entire army's decorum and discipline will rely upon your supervision. Your contribution is monumental. Commander. Qin Luo sprang to his feet, looking at him with a mix of indignation. But trust me, even if he knows you are here, he would not dare trouble you. Inspectors are feared within the military. They are dreaded by all. Work diligently, and you can still be a commendable soldier. Do your best. I must take my leave now. Commander. Qin Luo stood at the door, watching him depart with a dazed expression, gripping the helmet tighter with each passing moment. Blast it all. The role of an inspector primarily involves overseeing and inspecting the troops, not engaging in combat. Hence there is little training involved. Qin Luo gazed at the white helmet in his hands, and then at Qi Shengli, who had already left in a vehicle. A fire ignited within his eyes. So, you wish for me to be an inspector, do you? Well, I shall ensure that you regret this decision. Chapter 48. The Tri-Service Inspectors. We are the best. The primary tenets of discipline are as follows. First, adhere to political discipline. Second, adhere to organizational discipline, practicing democratic centralism, obeying the organization, and resolutely upholding it. Third, adhere to operational discipline, following orders, obeying commands, and exhibiting bravery in combat. Orders must be executed without fail, and prohibitions must be strictly observed. Seventh, uphold integrity and cleanliness in one's work and life. 10th, enough. The inspection squad leader, Yuan Hong, interrupted Qin Luo, wiping the cold sweat from his brow. Squad leader. Qin Luo fixed his gaze intently on Yuan Hong. I can recite it backward. Would you like to hear? With a loud thud, Yuan Hong's handbook fell to the ground, his jaw following suit. He swallowed hard, a wry smile on his face. Goodness, is this lad's memory truly that exceptional? After merely 2 hours, he can recite the handbook flawlessly? Squad leader. Qin Luo continued to fix his gaze on Yuan Hong. May I proceed to duty now? He was practically bursting with anticipation. Yuan Hong assessed Qin Luo from head to toe. Initially, he intended for him to familiarize himself for a few more days. However, the young man had already memorized the regulations better than himself and carried himself with greater authority. There was no reason not to allow him to proceed. Moreover, he was introduced personally by the division commander. Clearing his throat, Yuan Hong adopted a solemn tone. Little Qin, well done. Your recitation was impressive. I believe you can join my team tomorrow. I shall personally guide you. Thank you, squad leader. Qin Luo exclaimed excitedly, saluting. Yuan Hong nodded with a smile. However, before you commence your duties, I must clarify our responsibilities. Yuan Hong spoke with pride. The inspection unit is divided into 3 categories. 1 is internal, primarily overseeing grassroots soldiers. 1 is external, mainly inspecting military vehicles and personnel on duty. And we represent the 3rd category, the most formidable of all. Yuan Hong lifted his chin proudly. We are known as the Tri-Service Inspectors, officially titled the Joint Tri-Service Inspection Unit. Qin Luo's eyes widened in astonishment. That name sounds quite impressive. Our authority is indeed unparalleled. Yuan Hong, filled with exuberance, patted himself on the shoulder, proclaiming, do not underestimate me, the squad leader, merely a 3rd-level non-commissioned officer. Even generals must tread carefully around me. Is it truly so impressive? Qin Luo inquired with excitement. After all, Qi Shengli is merely a colonel. If Yuan Hong can compel a general to retreat, surely he can instill fear in Qi Shengli. This thought made Qin Luo chuckle involuntarily. What are you laughing at? Do you think the squad leader is boasting? Yuan Hong glared at him. Let me tell you. The most formidable aspect of our military inspection team is that we elevate our rank the moment we encounter anyone. We do not concern ourselves with those above the rank of division commander, but we have authority over anyone below that level. Qin Luo, filled with eagerness, asked, "Can we oversee brigade commanders?" Yuan Hong, with a dismissive expression, replied, "Of course we can. If they violate discipline, you can make them stand on the roadside and recite the regulations." Really? Qin Luo was now invigorated. There won't be any repercussions, right? Yuan Hong confidently snorted. This is the power bestowed upon us by our superiors. Who would dare seek trouble after crossing us? He patted Qin Luo's chest with force. Who would dare bother you? With the squad leader backing you, dealing with a brigade commander is a mere trifle. We are the most formidable in the entire army. A mischievous grin broke out on Qin Luo's face. Yuan Hong's words were all he needed. Now, he could act with confidence and boldness. All right, Qin Luo clenched his fists. I shall be the most upright and outstanding inspector. I must make Qi Shengli and the others happy. By the way, squad leader, Qin Luo tentatively inquired. Can we go to the military base? He quickly waved his hands. Squad leader, I absolutely have no such intentions. Your thoughts are precisely correct, Yuan Hong said, slapping him on the shoulder. Qin Luo's eyes widened. Yuan Hong chuckled. As inspectors, we must be impartial. Even if we encounter acquaintances, if they breach discipline, we cannot show any leniency. He regarded Qin Luo with approval. Many newcomers struggle with this, so we often start with acquaintances. If you can handle acquaintances, you can withstand any pressure in the future. Qin Luo felt awkward. As for being a dog, you guys take the cake. Being your acquaintance is truly unfortunate. However, you need not worry, Yuan Hong said slyly. If in the future you cannot remain in the unit, you will be discharged before the others. Even if they bear a grudge and seek trouble, they won't find you then. So go ahead and enforce discipline without hesitation. Ha ha ha. Qin Luo's eyes twitched. He was now convinced that these fellows were particularly troublesome. Tomorrow, I will take you to the military base to show off, Yuan Hong declared, patting Qin Luo on the back. Thank you, squad leader, Qin Luo replied, saluting enthusiastically. The thought of strolling boldly in the military base filled his heart with anticipation. The following morning, Qin Luo meticulously arranged his uniform in front of the military mirror. Gazing at his tall and handsome reflection, he smirked with a devilish grin. Qin Luo, let us go, he exclaimed, donning his cap and striding purposefully outside. Several open-top SUVs were lined up neatly outside, and soldiers from various squads hurried to their respective vehicles. Drive, Yuan Hong commanded, and the SUVs roared to life, speeding away. Upon arriving at the entrance of the garrison command department, the vehicles immediately dispersed to different barracks. Stop! Yuan Hong suddenly shouted, and the driver slammed on the brakes. Before the vehicle had even come to a complete halt, Yuan Hong leaped out. Comrades, halt! Qin Luo turned to see three lieutenants walking while eating. Upon noticing the inspectors approaching, the three immediately stood at attention. Wow, are they really that impressive? Qin Luo's eyes sparkled. In the recruit company, even a second lieutenant could make the new recruits tremble. Yet now, the lieutenants were the ones trembling before the inspectors. Now you know our power, right? An old soldier chuckled, patting him on the back. Come, watch how we handle this. All right, Qin Luo nodded with a grin. Promptly getting out of the vehicle. We won't do it again, I promise. One lieutenant pleaded with Yuan Hong. Comrade, please give us a chance. Yuan Hong, with a serious demeanor, examined their identification without looking up. If you were soldiers, I would surely grant you a chance. But you were staff officers. Look at your behavior. You walked in formation, yet failed to maintain discipline while eating. Yuan Hong's gaze turned cold as he continued. You are already at the entrance of the command department. How can I give you a chance? Another lieutenant quickly pulled out a cigarette, but Yuan Hong dismissively waved his hand. Comrades, we truly understand our mistakes. It won't happen again. Please, at least don't report us. Or indeed, comrade, we beg for another chance. Yuan Hong sighed. Fine, I won't report it. But you must stand here and recite the regulations for half an hour. All right, no problem. The three lieutenants immediately stood tall, as if they were recruits. Qin Luo watched, astonished. Wow, this military inspection team is indeed formidable. The squad leader did not deceive me. A smile adorned his face, and he was now filled with confidence. When they reached the old unit, he was determined to showcase his abilities. Qin Luo. He turned to see a vehicle stop on the road. Shirlu poked his head out of the window, looking astonished. Is it really you? Qin Luo was taken aback. He hadn't expected to run into Shirlu here. He quickly walked over and saluted, Sir. With a resigned sigh, Qin Luo replied, It's a long story. As the corners of Qin Luo's mouth twitched, his smile gradually faded. But I must warn you, in your line of work, you are both despised and feared by everyone. Be cautious, especially when walking at night, or you might find yourself knocked unconscious or even thrown into a toilet. Ha ha ha. Qin Luo's smile vanished completely. His eyes twitching. This guy really knows how to hit the nail on the head. All right, I'm leaving, Shirlu said with a smile. Continue your duty. Your presence is reassuring. If I breach discipline in the future, you must let me off the hook. As Shirlu turned to get back into the car, he found the door wouldn't close. He looked back to see Qin Luo gripping the door tightly. What is the matter? Shirlu asked, puzzled. Get out of the car. Qin Luo barked. Show me your identification. What? Shirli's eyes widened, then a smile spread across his face. Hey, don't joke around. I have things to do. Get out of the car. Qin Luo shouted. Show me your identification and stand here properly. This is your first warning. Get out immediately. Who did Qin Luo stop? Yuan Hong squinted to see. It seems to be a special forces member, one soldier replied. What the heck? Yuan Hong nearly jumped out of his skin, almost losing his cap. Has this kid lost his mind? I was just boasting, and he actually believes it. Chapter 49. Qin Luo goes wild. Turn off the engine. Get out of the car, stand straight, and show your identification. Qin Luo raised his voice. Hey, it's me, Luo. We're old friends. Luo forced a smile. Don't joke around. I have things to attend to. Qin Luo immediately pulled out his camera and began snapping photos. Hey, what are you doing? Luo quickly covered his face. Qin, what is going on? Yuan Hong rushed over, positioning himself between the two. Still smiling, he nodded at Luo. Sir, it's all fine now. Let us go. Luo, still shaken, nodded and was about to get into the car when Qin Luo placed his hand firmly on the car door. Not so fast. Luo looked to Yuan Hong for help. Yuan Hong glared at Qin Luo and lowered his voice. Don't get carried away. He is from the special forces and has privileges in the combat zone. Squad leader, Qin Luo stated sternly. Yesterday you said we could inspect anyone below the rank of division commander, regardless of their unit. Besides, he is just a major. Look at his uniform. It's untidy. His shirt buttons are undone, and he is not wearing his cap, with the vehicle parked right in the middle of the road. Moreover, his license plate is muddy, indicating possible intent to obscure his registration. As an inspector, I must correct him. Yuan Hong was utterly bewildered. Indeed, those words were uttered by him the previous day, but it was merely a boast at the time. One must navigate the intricacies of personal relationships and social etiquette. Surely, you could investigate the lower-ranking soldiers. But would you dare to confront a senior officer? Squad leader, I have taken photographs and documented everything in my notebook, he stated. Upon hearing this, Yuan Hong was rendered speechless. The inspection records were not meant to be altered or destroyed, and photographs, being on film, could not be deleted. Yuan Hong shrugged helplessly at Luo, indicating his lack of options, resigned to accept punishment. Wait, is this really documented? I genuinely have a task at hand. I have pressing matters. Luo exclaimed in desperation. Please cooperate with my duties, or I am entitled to detain you. At that moment, Qin Luo resembled a cold, emotionless assassin. Luo, at a loss for words, could only comply, extinguishing his vehicle's engine and turning to present his identification to Qin Luo. Qin Luo scoffed. Stand at attention. Do you not know how to assume a military stance? Shirley's lips twitched in irritation. You, my friend, I thought we were on friendly terms. Clearly, that was misguided. As he spoke, Qin Luo noted everything in his notebook. Shirley's eyes were nearly bulging out, incredulous that such minutiae were being recorded. Yuan Hong rolled his eyes in exasperation. This is disastrous. We've offended the special forces. With a screech, the off-road vehicle halted within the military compound. All inspectors disembarked, and the surrounding officers and soldiers quickly stood at attention. Some discreetly turned away, swiftly adjusting their uniforms. Squad leader, we are heading this way. Squad leader, we are moving over there. Yuan Hong nodded, and the entire group promptly dispersed in various directions. Squad leader, are we going to the division? Qin Luo asked eagerly. Yuan Hong looked at him, his cheek twitching in agitation. I must remind you, should we encounter officers of colonel rank or higher violating regulations, you must inform me immediately. Moreover, any disciplinary actions must be discussed with me beforehand. We cannot allow someone to stand at the entrance for 2 hours. What if they are from the special forces and have an urgent mission? Qin Luo chuckled. Squad leader, I am strictly adhering to the regulations. You said yesterday that inspections must be devoid of favoritism, akin to the impartiality of Baogong. Yuan Hong nearly collapsed from disbelief. At this moment, he wished he could slap himself for having boasted to this obstinate lad. Taking a deep breath, Yuan Hong conceded. All right, adhering to regulations is indeed correct. But proceed with caution, take care. Yes. Qin Luo puffed out his chest. Yuan Hong, feeling somewhat uncertain, realized he had no alternative but to lead him towards the division. As they traversed from one barack to another, Qin Luo identified issues at nearly every location. His heightened senses were fully engaged, even without sight. He could perceive everything within a 50-meter radius. He could discern who was not properly attired, who failed to march in formation, or who breached discipline. Once within Qin Luo's sensory range, even a wall could not obstruct his awareness. By mid-morning, they had inspected 19 groups. On the playground, along the pathways, beside flower beds, officers were being punished by standing. Yuan Hong, trailing behind Qin Luo, was out of breath. After years of inspections, this was the most exhausting day yet. They had covered the distance he usually traversed in an entire day before the morning had even concluded. What astonished Yuan Hong further was that at times, even he, a seasoned veteran, failed to notice infractions, while Qin Luo was always accurate, his instincts sharper than a hunting dog. Most alarmingly, Qin Luo primarily applied criticism and education towards soldiers, while imposing standing punishments on officers directly. It was sheer folly. Isn't that Qin Luo, the top recruit of the entire army? A voice suddenly called out. Both Qin Luo and Yuan Hong halted and turned in unison. A smiling captain approached, hands clasped behind his back. Qin Luo froze, instantly recognizing him as Zhao Tian, the former commander of his recruit training company. Zhao scrutinized Qin Luo with a mocking expression. You certainly made quite the impression during the recruit assessments. I hear the higher-ups in the army hold you in high regard. What brings you here? I thought you were heading to the special forces. How did you end up as an inspector? With a grin, Zhao continued. Qin Luo, did the special forces reject you and send you packing? Serves you right. No matter your talents, it appears you are relegated to being an inspector. He scoffed, glaring at Qin Luo before turning to leave. Yuan Hong, concerned, nudged Qin Luo. Hey, are you alright? Don't take it to heart. Qin Luo's eye twitched with indignation. Suddenly turning to shout, halt. Yuan Hong cautioned, he's in the clear, don't act impulsively. Qin Luo strode forward, fixing Zhao Taiyan with a stern gaze. Comrade, which regulation permits you to stroll with your hands behind your back in a military compound? Zhao's face drained of color, and his arms dropped to his sides, pressed against his trousers. However, Qin Luo had already pulled out his notebook. Stand at attention, identification. Zhao's eyes twitched, ready to unleash a torrent of insults. But he was caught in a blunder. Qin Luo, is this really necessary? We shared a past. Identification. Qin Luo extended his hand. Yuan Hong sighed. Just hand it over. He has already noted your violation. Non-compliance will lead to consequences. Zhao, resigned, produced his identification. Qin Luo recorded it swiftly, fixing Zhao with a frosty stare. As a company commander, do you not grasp the most basic protocols? Stand here for half an hour and memorize the regulations properly. Yuan Hong could only shake his head at Zhao Taiyan, whose face had turned ashen. Why provoke him when you could have avoided this? In the afternoon, within the commander's office, the phone rang abruptly. Qi Shengli set down his documents and answered. Hello, this is Qi Shengli. What is this nonsense? On the other end, Gao Kun was frantic. This fellow has apprehended over 30 groups since morning. From deputy regimental commanders to common soldiers. No one has escaped his scrutiny. What? Qi Shengli stood abruptly, his eye twitching. What does he intend to do? This is his former unit, and he has capturing people here? So many. It was a military arrangement. How is it his business? In any case, Commander, you should tread carefully. This fellow is unyielding, like a living tyrant. Anyone who violates discipline is apprehended without exception. If he catches you, you might find yourself standing by the roadside for an hour. He wouldn't dare. Qi Shengli slammed his hand on the desk. How has it come to this? How dare he challenge me? I am the commander. And he is merely a soldier from our ranks. Gao Kun smiled wryly. My dear commander, do not forget, he is from the military inspection department. Technically, even a general is subject to his oversight, and he reports directly to the military district. You should be cautious. This fellow has lost his mind, apprehending everyone indiscriminately. Hanging up, Qi Shengli felt his eye twitch uncontrollably. He could not fathom that Qin Luo would take such bold action. What were the higher-ups thinking? They could have simply assigned him to the logistics base. Why let him be an inspector? Qi Shengli slumped into his chair, exhaling in resignation. Let us just avoid this lad. As evening descended, the air in the compound was thick with the aroma of food. Various units sounded the mealtime signal. Squad leader. Qin Luo smiled at him. It's time for dinner. Shall we eat first before heading out? Yuan Hong's eyes widened in disbelief. You plan to eat at their mess? Do you not fear retribution? Do you have any idea how many people you apprehended today? Who dares to cast a disdainful glance our way? We shall deal with him instantly. Moreover, you are the esteemed inspector. Who would not show you some respect? Upon hearing Qin Luo's words, Yuan Hong felt a surge of confidence. Although he had boasted with Qin Luo the previous night, much of it was indeed grounded in truth. The authority of the inspectors is undeniably substantial. It is no exaggeration to say that they instill fear within the ranks. All right, Sergeant, let us proceed, he said, both of them grinning as they made their way to the nearest mess hall. Qin Luo's eyes flickered towards a nearby spot, a mischievous smirk appearing on his lips. It's been a day since I last saw the headquarters personnel. Could they possibly be hiding? However, when we switch shifts, they ought to emerge, right? Chapter 50. Who authorized him to be an inspector? This dish, and that one too, and this. Yuan Hong pointed at the food trays, while the cook serving the rice shot him a sidelong glance, his serving spoon trembling as if afflicted by Parkinson's. What should have been a full scoop barely filled his bowl with 2 morsels. Yuan Hong glanced around nervously, from the company commander to the most ordinary soldier. Everyone was casting furtive glances in his direction. He regretted taking Qin Luo's advice to dine here. The entire mess hall seemed to regard him as if he were a sworn enemy. Not daring to linger, he found a corner to sit down. Where was Qin Luo? He curiously scanned the vicinity. The lad had finished his meal first. How could he have vanished? Meanwhile, in the small grove beside the headquarters building, Qin Luo crouched behind a tree, intently observing the building. Is this not akin to entrapment? Yet he quickly shook his head, reminding himself that he was merely fulfilling his duty. If they had nothing to hide, they should not fear his presence. Suddenly, his heightened senses alerted him, prompting him to glance towards the reconnaissance battalion beside the headquarters. He felt an urge to approach, but donned in this uniform. How could he face Chong Lei and Cheng Haonan? At that moment, Qi Shengli and 2 officers emerged from the headquarters, all wearing smiles. Qi Shengli let out a long sigh of relief. As long as Qin Luo was absent, no one would trouble him. Commander, why are you afraid of that kid? He's just a rookie. Qi Shengli shot a glare at him. Who says I'm afraid of him? I, as a commanding officer, fear a mere recruit? I'm merely busy during the day. The 2 officers nodded vigorously, stifling their laughter. After all, everyone knew what he was thinking. Now the entire division was aware of Qin Luo, this brash newcomer who, relying on his position as an inspector, feared nothing and certainly not the repercussions that might follow. After all, the inspectors could depart early from service. The key point was that their investigations were well-founded, and their keen insights made it difficult for anyone to counter their findings. This fellow showed mercy only to the soldiers, while officers faced severe consequences. Who would not be apprehensive? Let us go get some food, Qi Shengli said, hands clasped behind his back. There is a mountain of work awaiting us tonight. The 3 walked side by side towards the mess hall. Halt. Qi Shengli paused, bewildered. Did you just tell me to stop? A white-hatted inspector approached them with purposeful strides. I don't know. The colonel stammered. Just then, Qin Luo stood before them, saluting. Before they could react, he snapped 2 photos of them. What are you doing? Qi Shengli exclaimed, hurriedly shielding his face. Qin Luo put away his camera and pulled out a notebook. My apologies, gentlemen, but you have violated relevant regulations. You are not in pairs or trios as required. Furthermore, none of you are wearing hats, and not only are your uniforms unbuttoned, but you've also left 2 buttons undone. Please stand aside and present your identification. Qi Shengli's eye twitched. This kid was serious. Qin Luo. The colonel glared at him. This is the commander. You are but a rookie under our command. How dare you? Snap. The flash went off, leaving the colonel dumbfounded. Qin Luo tucked away his camera and wrote in his notebook. Not only did you attempt to curry favor, but you also sought to intimidate an inspector performing his duty. I did not. I was merely reasoning with you. Stand aside. Qin Luo pointed to the side. Present your identification. The 2 officers glared at him, their eyes aflame with anger. Qi Shengli awkwardly interjected. Qin Luo, my dear boy, let us not take it this far. I am a commanding officer. Having me stand here for others to see could have detrimental effects. Qin Luo looked up, smiling. Commander Qi, not only must you stand here, but I must also report to higher authorities. As your superior, your blatant disregard for discipline will surely be addressed by the military district. Report. Qi Shengli's eyes widened. Qin Luo, my father is friends with yours. We have a good relationship. Even if your father were here, he'd have to stand as well. Qin Luo stated sternly. Comrade Commander, please cooperate with my duties, or else. He poised to write again, causing Qi Shengli to shout. All right, I will stand. Fuming, he produced his identification and handed it over. The other 2 officers reluctantly followed suit. After Qin Luo recorded their details, he returned their IDs. I kindly request that you remain standing here for half an hour while I observe you memorize the regulations. He took 2 steps back. Commence. You still have the audacity. Qi Shengli glared at him furiously. Qin Luo once more retrieved his camera. Recite. Will that suffice? Qi Shengli shot daggers at the 2 officers. Recite. Give me some hints. The 2 officers immediately began reciting. Qi Shengli joined them, but kept his eyes fixed on Qin Luo, seething. You little rascal, seeking revenge, are you? Quite ruthless. You should not be an inspector. You ought to be raising pigs. Later that evening, around 8 o'clock, Qin Luo entered the dormitory, helmet in hand. Upon seeing him, Yuan Hong sprang up as if his rear were on fire. Qin Luo, you have some audacity. He bellowed as if he had swallowed gunpowder. You left me alone in the mess hall while you went off to apprehend the commander, making him stand in front of everyone for half an hour while reciting regulations. Are you trying to drag me down with you? Qin Luo paused, then chuckled. Sergeant, the leaders just praised us. Praise? What praise? I was merely boasting, and you took it seriously. Yuan Hong suddenly froze. Wait, who praised you? Qin Luo replied with a smile. I submitted today's notes and photos, and the leaders were quite affirming of our work. They even said you lead well. Being stern yet fair, enforcing the law without leniency. The leaders also remarked that you executed the military district's stringent oversight requirements excellently, ensuring the combat readiness of our forces. And they mentioned a commendation for you. Yuan Hong's face blossomed into a radiant smile. Is it true? Did the leaders genuinely praise me? Qin Luo nodded. The leaders further expressed their hope that you would continue your efforts, not just within our squad, but also inspiring others to uphold strict supervision throughout every unit, treating all equally. They assured us there was no need for concern. Any issues would be handled at a higher level. We are the guardians of discipline. With discipline, our troops can maintain combat effectiveness. Yuan Hong could hardly contain his joy. Enthusiastically patting Qin Luo on the back, the leaders are too kind. This commendation is shared between us. Xiao Qin, you did brilliantly. Let us keep this up. Just as I said before, anyone below the brigade commander who violates discipline must be thoroughly investigated. We are executing the orders from above. Qin Luo smiled at him. So, Sergeant, shall we continue our efforts today? Yuan Hong stood tall, energized. Continue. Tomorrow, we'll have another round. You sharp-eyed lad, feel free to investigate. I'll back you up. Yes. Qin Luo replied excitedly, saluting. Commander Qi, we shall meet again tomorrow. I hope you will adhere to discipline. The following morning, Yuan Hong burst forth with an infectious energy, leading the entire class to various barracks. Many initially desired to rest, yet upon witnessing their departure, they had no choice but to board the vehicles immediately. In the ensuing days, Qin Luo and Yuan Hong launched a vigorous campaign, traversing every unit within the division. They caught numerous infractions, smoking in prohibited areas, unauthorized use of mobile phones, sneaking off to the convenience store during training, and even apprehending individuals who had ventured out to purchase items. They scoured every nook and cranny of the division, leaving their mark even in the most obscure corners. Their movements were elusive, appearing from the woods one moment and emerging from behind a wall the next. Utilizing his heightened senses, Qin Luo caught everyone off guard, instilling a palpable atmosphere of anxiety throughout the division. Soldiers from every company, upon exiting their dormitories, anxiously scanned their surroundings, dreading the sight of a white uniform. However, the most unfortunate of all was the division headquarters. Yuan Hong had fully committed to supporting Qin Luo and had ceased shifting shifts at night, opting instead to shadow Qin Luo around the headquarters in search of larger violations. When the lights-out signal sounded, Gao Kun lay in bed, having just turned on the television, when a sudden knock on the door startled him. Upon opening it, Qin Luo aggressively snapped photos of him. Gao Kun was taken aback, stammering, Qin Luo, what are you doing? Qin Luo saluted him and stated, lights are out, yet you are not adhering to the regulations and are still watching television. This is a serious infraction. He hastily jotted down the details in his notebook. Gao Kun, wide-eyed, protested, I was preparing to work. Office work should be conducted in the office. This is a dormitory. Don't try to argue. The photo has already been taken, Qin Luo retorted. Yuan Hong nodded in agreement. But I am the commander of your training regiment, Gao Kun exclaimed, growing increasingly agitated. Indeed, you were once a commander, and you taught me to be a good soldier. Now I am an inspector, and I must fulfill my duties as per your teachings, Qin Luo replied. Yuan Hong vigorously nodded in affirmation. Gao Kun, infuriated, shouted, get out. Wait. Qin Luo blocked the door, please turn off the television, extinguish the lights, and then report downstairs to recite regulations for half an hour. What? Gao Kun nearly exploded with anger. In the dead of night, Qi Shengli pushed aside the covers, bleary-eyed, and opened the door to head to the restroom. Halfway through his business, he suddenly felt warmth at the back of his neck. As he turned around, a figure in a white cap emerged from the darkness, coldly staring at him. What the hell? Qi Shengli jumped up in fright, his pants dampening. What are you doing? He stammered, shrinking into the corner. Trembling as he pointed at Qin Luo. Qin Luo recorded something in his notebook, then looked up at him, stating, Comrade, I am on duty. You have no issues. I am leaving now. With that, he turned and departed. Qi Shengli clutched his racing heart, crouching down. You're insane. On duty in the restroom? You scared me to death. Downstairs, Yuan Hong stretched and glanced upstairs. Is it about time? There's nothing left to check at this hour. Qi Shengli and his comrades felt they were on the brink of a psychological crisis. He smiled slightly. You all wanted me to do inspections. Let us see how long you can endure this. If you have the ability, send me to the grassroots level. Let us go, Yuan Hong replied with a grin. The night air was slightly cool as their off-road vehicle cruised along the road. Yuan Hong wore a broad smile, his spirits high. Although they hadn't uncovered as many violations as the previous day, it indicated that their efforts were bearing fruit. Little Qin, we have organized the division meticulously. Just this morning, the leadership specifically praised me and asked me to prepare a report for everyone. Qin Luo smiled faintly. That is well-deserved recognition for the squad leader. Your unwavering integrity has revitalized the entire division and enhanced its combat effectiveness. A second-class merit award is well warranted. Ha ha, second-class merit is too much. Third class will suffice. Yuan Hong chuckled, his joy palpable. Qin Luo looked out the window. Suddenly his gaze brightened. He spotted a military vehicle parked beside a roadside eatery, where a familiar figure was lounging, sipping beer. Stop the car. Qin Luo shouted excitedly. The vehicle screeched to a halt. What's wrong? Yuan Hong inquired. But Qin Luo had already jumped out in exhilaration. Chapter 51. Offending the entire army, yet still able to earn merits? Bang. A beer bottle was slammed onto the table as Shur Lu vented. Chief of Staff, you have no idea how embarrassed I was at that moment. Right in front of the command department, no less. So many people passing by, including civilians, snapping photos of me. He belched, his face contorted with indignation. As a major, I stood there for 2 hours reciting regulations, and my pride was utterly shattered. Hu Fei chuckled, enjoying his cold beer. Don't forget. You were reported to the entire army, and the captain even gave you a reprimand. The more Shur Lu thought about it, the angrier he became. Taking large gulps of beer, that ungrateful bastard. I brought him in and even consoled him. When he became an inspector, I congratulated him. But he turned his back on me. What a scoundrel. Suddenly, his eyes widened in horror as if he had seen a ghost. What is wrong with you? Shen Xinran asked. Amused. Are you planning to confront him? Run. Shur Lu abruptly dropped his beer bottle, spun on his heel, and dashed away, knocking over a chair and leaping into a nearby flower bed, disappearing from sight. The two stared in disbelief, utterly baffled. What has gotten into him? Shen Xinran wondered. Could he be in a rush to the restroom? Hu Fei laughed. He must have had one too many. He turned, only to see a figure racing towards them. The white cap stark against the darkness. Hu Fei's eyes widened, and he instinctively leaped up. Run. Huh. Shen Xinran was confused. Suddenly, the flash of a camera illuminated the scene. Hu Fei, stop. I've already taken your picture. If you run, it'll be considered resisting inspection. Hu Fei's foot halted midair, his face turning green with anger. What terrible luck. Just as I mentioned that rascal, he appears. Strangely enough, that uniform suits you. You look quite dashing, Shen Xinran remarked. Her expression mixed as she watched Qin Luo approach. She had thought she wouldn't see him again so soon. And certainly not in such circumstances. Qin Luo glanced at Shen Xinran, then turned his focus to Hu Fei, pulling out his notebook. Stand straight, present your identification, and state your name. Hu Fei's eyes twitched. Come on, little Qin, you just called my name. We are familiar with each other. There's no need for this formal charade. Qin Luo regarded him briefly before continuing to write. Fine, don't write. Hu Fei exclaimed, fuming. Where's your superior? Right here. Yuan Hong sprinted over. Comrade, I am the Chief of Staff of the Tianlang Special Forces, Hu Fei, he said, smiling broadly. Oh, Yuan Hong nodded rapidly. Look at this. It's a case of the flood washing away the Dragon King's temple. Comrade, why not show some leniency? Yuan Hong regarded Qin Luo, then Hu Fei, lifting his chin with a mocking smile. What is so great about Tianlang? Is the Chief of Staff a big deal? Let me remind you. Even the division commander has been punished by us. Don't think you're above that. Hu Fei's eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets. Qin Luo is unyielding. But why are you, a squad leader, joining in on this nonsense? Stand straight. Yuan Hong commanded. Identification name. Hu Fei, exasperated, protested. Comrade, I am from Tianlang. We are, Yuan Hong interrupted. If you keep babbling, I'll notify the military district command and have your captain come collect you personally. Exactly, Qin Luo added coldly. You're in uniform, out in public, with your attire disheveled, lounging with your legs crossed, drinking beer, and driving recklessly. If I were your captain, I might feel too embarrassed to lead you all. Hu Fei was nearly on the verge of an explosion. Today's events were not uncommon for them. The patrol turned a blind eye, choosing to ignore it. After all, they were the Tianlang, and who could challenge their prowess? Yet, it was unfortunate that they had to deal with these two, particularly Qin Luo, who was nothing short of a calamity. Once more, I implore you to cooperate. Qin Luo snapped several photos, proclaiming otherwise. Hu Fei, exasperated, produced his credentials and glared at Qin Luo. You're taking this personally, aren't you? Qin Luo, with a calm smile, replied. Hu Fei, do you consider yourself a good soldier? Huh. You can't even adhere to the most basic military discipline. Yet you lecture others on how to serve. The derision on Qin Luo's face infuriated Hu Fei. This was unequivocally personal vendetta. Furthermore, Qin Luo returned the credentials. I forgot to mention that day in haste. Leaning closer and lowering his voice, he added, I will ensure you regret those words. One day, I will return to Tianlang, and you shall be the one to personally invite me. In your dreams. Hu Fei's eyes widened. Qin Luo stepped back. Stand at attention and recite the regulations for an hour. And you, he directed at Shen Xinran. Huh. Shen Xinran was taken aback. What do you mean? Just because you're good-looking doesn't he exempt you from punishment? Her eyes twitched. She had hoped Qin Luo would show some leniency, but instead, she resignedly walked to Hu Fei's side, puffing out her chest to start reciting the regulations. Little Qin, this is too exhilarating. Yuan Hong laughed heartily while driving. The Tianlang are a bunch that looks down on everyone. Today, you've really gotten under their skin by confronting their chief of staff. This is splendid. Qin Luo smiled at him. Squad leader, aren't you afraid of retaliation? Afraid of what? Yuan Hong instantly perked up. With leadership backing us, I have nothing to fear. Besides, I'm transitioning out this year. What is there to worry about? He beamed at Qin Luo. You really are bold, and with you, all these years of pent-up frustration have finally been released. Ha ha ha. Qin Luo smiled faintly, gazing out at the rapidly passing scenery. His mind drifting to Hu Fei and Shen Xinran. He had no intention of personal vengeance. He merely wished to convey a message. Qin Luo was no longer the person he once was. If he aspired to be a good soldier, he certainly would be. Just wait. I shall prove myself and deliver a resounding rebuke to you all. Chief of Staff, get in the car. Shen Xinran opened the door. I refuse. Hu Fei, with fiery eyes, retorted, I need to take a walk and get some fresh air, otherwise, I'll suffocate. Shen Xinran closed the door with a smile and walked beside him. Having eaten so much, I too wished to walk it off. Hu Fei huffed and was about to speak when suddenly, a large head covered in leaves popped out from the bushes, startling them both. What is that? Hu Fei growled. Post-reform, no transformations are allowed. Reveal yourself at once. Shi Lu grinned widely. Chief of Staff, Xiao Shun, you finally came out. I've been waiting for you. He shook the leaves off himself and jumped out from the flower bed. Hu Fei glared at him. You're a disloyal wretch. When you saw the calamity, didn't you think to grab me and run? You just took off. All the words I said to that kid should have been directed at you. Selfish, self-serving, despicable little man. Exactly, Shen Xinran added. You could have at least called out. You vanished faster than a monkey. Shi Lu replied defensively. I had no choice. After that incident, the captain warned me. If I got caught again in a situation like that, he would have dealt with me severely. I had to protect myself. Hu Fei scoffed. That kid is taking personal revenge and looking for trouble. Right. Shi Lu nodded vigorously. Chief of Staff, you dismissed his nonsense to undermine his military spirit. Of course, he would retaliate against you. Huh. Hu Fei glared at him. Are you implying I was wrong? Shi Lu quickly shook his head, grinning. I used to think you were mistaken, but now, I believe you are right. That kid deserves to be dealt with and expelled. Hu Fei shot him a disdainful glance. That kid is merely trying to assert himself, hoping to change my perception of him. He thinks he can return to Tianlang on my personal invitation? Uft. Let him dream on. As long as I'm here, he will never have a place in Tianlang. Mark my words. Ah, indeed. Shi Lu chimed in. Now that he is a patrol officer, he'll never have that opportunity again. Even if he did, I'd help you kick him out. We must avenge this grievance. Observing their backs, Shen Xinran couldn't help but smile wryly. Last time, she thought Qin Luo would never find her, yet he did. She had a feeling that this time, he would likely achieve the same. Despite their limited interactions, she understood that Qin Luo was a complex and peculiar individual. Forget it. I want to think about it. Shen Xinran shook her head and hurried after them. The next morning, the assembly whistle blew. Everyone swiftly donned their uniforms and distinctive white hats, rushing outside. Assemble. A colonel shouted from the barracks, causing everyone to pause momentarily. They initially thought it was merely a roll call, but soon realized it was an assembly. In no time, everyone had gathered. The colonel scanned the crowd and smiled slightly. Yuan Hong, Qin Luo, present. They both shouted in unison. Step forward. Yes. They ran to the front of the line and saluted the colonel. Yesterday, during the military inspection, our unit's appearance and condition exceeded those of the other two divisions and various other units. Our superiors have fully acknowledged our achievements. Everyone should learn from them. Applause. The sound of clapping erupted. Yuan Hong laughed widely. It's just a bit strict, and yet we received a third-class merit. The leadership is truly wonderful. He glanced at Qin Luo, beaming like a sunflower. Qin Luo was indeed his benefactor. Qin Luo felt a twitch in the corner of his eye. Bewildered, After offending so many people, how could he still receive a third-class merit? Chapter 52. Should we silence them? The colonel cheerfully continued, Comrade Qin Luo. At such a young age, you have demonstrated impartiality and fearlessness against authority. You are a role model for our patrol unit. I hope you will continue to exert yourself. Yes. Qin Luo saluted firmly. Sir, I assure you that any violations I discover, regardless of who commits them, will be dealt with severely. He had not anticipated that he could earn merit this way. The colonel chuckled heartily. Rest assured, move forward boldly. The garrison headquarters supports you. He patted Qin Luo on the back, smiling, and don't just focus on the division. Broaden your perspective to the entire army or other military regions. With your capabilities, you can surely rejuvenate the appearance and discipline of other divisions. Yes, Qin Luo nodded vigorously. Even without the white hats, the unit's appearance and discipline were commendable. Almost beyond reproach. If that were the case, then the focus should shift to the broader military. With that thought, a mischievous smile crept onto Qin Luo's lips. Meanwhile, the colonel turned to address the others. Everyone should learn from Qin Luo. Don't always fixate on the junior ranks. Look up to the higher echelons. The only difference is the rank. Otherwise, they are not dissimilar. You need not fear. If anything happens, the garrison headquarters has your back. I'll stand in support. Yes. Everyone shouted excitedly. Continue with your duties. The colonel turned and left. As soon as he was gone, everyone immediately surrounded Yuan Hong and Qin Luo. Squad leader. You're truly impressive. Indeed, you recognize the talent in Qin Luo right from the start. As the transition to civilian life approaches, the acquisition of a third-class merit award evokes envy among peers. Yuan Hong, beaming with delight, waves his hand dismissively, stating, remain calm, it is merely a third-class merit. You too can achieve it. The squad leader had just remarked that by emulating him and Qin Luo, they too could seize the opportunity. The group collectively rolled their eyes, realizing that the leader had only mentioned learning from Qin Luo. When did Yuan become part of the equation? Yuan, allow me to partner with Qin Luo today. Or at least let me work alongside him. I wish to absorb his unwavering integrity, one voice piped up. I too aspire to learn. For I am the most timid among us. When encountering a captain, I hesitate to approach. I need to get closer to Qin Luo to enhance my skills. Let me do it. Allow me. Clamored a throng, crowding around Qin Luo, exchanging knowing glances. Qin Luo felt a twitch at the corner of his eye. Their intentions were all too clear. The opportunities for commendations were exceedingly rare. Step aside. Yuan Hong interjected, pulling Qin Luo behind him, glaring fiercely at the crowd. What are your intentions? None shall harbor designs on Qin Luo. Don't think I am oblivious to your thoughts. I shall make this clear. Qin Luo is mine. Qin Luo nearly knelt in disbelief. Squad leader, such a statement leaves me speechless. Suddenly, a cacophony erupted as Gao Kun watched in astonishment as Qi Shengli slammed a file onto the desk, reminiscent of a chimpanzee cracking nuts. Commander, what on earth are you doing? Qi Shengli, seething with frustration, hurled the documents to the floor. I have once again been criticized by the military. I have been designated a negative example, a target for remedial assistance. The very individuals assigned to assist me are the two commanders. With a woeful expression, he lamented. I have contended with them for 20 years and prevailed. Now, they dare to educate me. I am filled with a murderous rage. Gao Kun, standing across from him, gaped in disbelief. Commander, you haven't been reported again, have you? What was the reason this time? What else could it be? Unauthorized absence. Qi Shengli covered his face in despair. I managed to evade detection at night, early morning, and during the lunch break. Yet, I never fathomed that I would be caught on a Sunday, a day of rest. He pounded the table. Not even during leisure time can I find peace. That Qin Luo appeared like a ghost and discovered that I left half an hour early during my duty. Now I have been labeled a typical case by the military district. He slumped wearily into his chair. Just half an hour. I even had the chief of staff cover for me. Yet he still uncovered the truth. Gao Kun, embarrassed, remarked, you truly have had a stroke of bad luck. Such incidents were commonplace in the military. A simple greeting sufficed, and no one would take it too seriously. Yet, it was indeed a breach of protocol. And the evidence was irrefutable, leaving no room for explanation. I simply cannot endure this any longer, Qi Shengli said, exasperatedly glancing at him. Gao Kun, among the commanders. You possess the most cunning mind. Quickly devise a solution. Gao Kun grimaced. I am resourceful, but enough. If all else fails, I shall approach the military directly. And if that does not suffice, I will seek his father and have him discipline his son. Suddenly, the phone rang. Qi Shengli answered gruffly. Hello? This is Qi Shengli. Old Qi, why are you in such a foul mood? Came the voice of military chief of staff, Chen Long from the other end. Realizing it was the chief of staff, Qi Shengli's demeanor softened slightly as he lamented, how can I not be displeased? I was just criticized by the military and labeled a negative example. Old Qi, I called to inquire about this matter. What have you done to provoke Qin Luo? Why does he behave like a rabid dog, targeting your division? Qi Shengli, with a pained expression, replied, this has nothing to do with me. It is all orchestrated by your military. We? Chen Long echoed, bewildered. How have we offended that lad? The inspectors are supposed to be insulated from the grassroots units. He must be dissatisfied, and his frustrations are being directed at us. Chief of Staff, he implored, please, you must devise a plan. Our division is at its wit's end. Gao Kun nodded vigorously in agreement. Qi Shengli added, even I am beginning to feel overwhelmed. The troops are so on edge that they must fully arm themselves even for basic necessities. We need a respite. Alas, we are powerless to intervene. The Chief of Staff replied with a rueful smile. You may think it is a military command, but but it is merely an order from the military district, which is executing it on our behalf. What? Qin was taken aback. Has his father managed to reach the military district? Qin Luo sighed. Qin Jiaqing's Shanghai group has a deep partnership with our military district. Over the years, they have supplied us with countless resources and donations, including a recent donation of several thousand air conditioners. He is an old friend of Deputy Commander Luo and has connections even with the commander. Qinli's face fell. So, there is no solution? He sank heavily into his chair. This lad will continue to scrutinize me until my retirement? Perhaps I should be promoted to general. Then he would no longer be able to follow me. Old Qi, focus on solving the problem. Do not utter such nonsense. Qin Luo responded sternly. I am calling you to devise solutions. What can I do? Qi retorted. I have already pleaded with you. This is not merely my directive. It is the military's mandate, Qin Luo asserted. What? Qi sprang to his feet. After all, Qin Luo is a new recruit from your division. Surely, someone there understands him. Any unresolved issues must be addressed by your own personnel. The military will fully support you, but you have 3 days to resolve this. He declared emphatically. He has already begun to disrupt our operations. Just yesterday, he detained Director Wang from the publicity department, along with his vehicle. Qi felt a twitch at his temple, realizing that Qin Luo had shifted his focus to them. Old Qi, I believe I hear laughter? No, not at all. Qi stifled a laugh. I am merely contemplating a solution. Best come up with one quickly. You have 3 days. Failure to resolve this will bring the general directly to you. Understood. I assure you the task will be completed. After hanging up, Gao Kun leaned in eagerly. Commander, does this mean that lad has eased up on our division? Splendid. We are finally free. He felt a wave of emotion. Yet his audacity is extraordinary. He usually educates lower-ranked soldiers with a few words, but the higher the rank, the more he escalates. That is because he has an influential father, Qi retorted. His father knows both the commander and the deputy commander, and he enforces the law fairly. He has committed no offenses. Who can take action against him? Otherwise, the military wouldn't have called me to resolve this issue. Enough. Let us brainstorm a solution together. He turned to Gao Kun. The military has issued orders. We must address the Qin Luo situation immediately. How do we resolve it? Gao Kun asked with wide eyes. Are we to resort to extreme measures? Chapter 53. Let us go? Return home. A thunderous rumble echoed as a lightning bolt cleaved the sky, and a deep roll of thunder resonated across the land. Qin Luo approached the window, observing the torrential raindrops cascading towards the earth. It was only 3 in the afternoon, yet the sky was shrouded in darkness. Qin Luo shook his head. This rain shows no sign of abating. The officer beside him offered a hot water bag. You should warm your shoulders. Qin Luo declined. That is futile. My shoulder inflammation requires a hot water immersion to alleviate, and this will not suffice. Then you should hurry and take a hot shower, the officer urged. Qin Luo glanced at his watch, hesitating. But today is my combat readiness duty. If I leave now, it might not be appropriate. The officer chuckled. Are you concerned about the inspectors? In such heavy rain, they are unlikely to show up. Rest assured, I shall keep an eye on things here. I can manage any situation that arises promptly. Qin Luo gazed out at the torrential downpour that blurred the horizon, rendering anything beyond 20 meters virtually invisible. He chuckled to himself, remarking on the absurdity of venturing out in such weather to conduct inspections. All right, I'm off for a shower. Keep an eye on things for me, will you? With a cheerful smile, he stepped outside, holding an umbrella as he made his way to the dormitory. Joyful drumbeats accompanied his song, celebrating the festive spirit of the season. As he disrobed, he sang merrily, stepping into the bathroom with a buoyant heart. The moment warm water cascaded over his shoulders, tension melted from his face. The water was delightfully hot. After 10 minutes, his shoulder pain would surely dissipate. As Qin Luo leaned against the wall, preparing to find a comfortable position, a sudden flash of blinding white light startled him. What the heck? Is that lightning really that intense? He turned around, only to be met with a chilling sight. A head filling the small window, rainwater cascading from a white cap, and a face grinning at him, drenched and eerie. Good heavens! Qin Luo yelped, leaping back. He slipped and fell unceremoniously to the floor. Comrade Chief, are you all right? Yuan Hong inquired, helping him up with a look of mild reproach. Why such a fuss? We were only performing our duty. Qin Luo glared at him, exasperated. When you're showering, and a head suddenly appears outside the window grinning at you, wouldn't you be terrified? Oh, is that what you call normal duty? Who climbs up the pipes to conduct inspections? We're on the 5th floor. Yuan Hong exchanged a glance with Qin Luo, then sheepishly smiled at Qin Luo. We had no choice. We couldn't just break in and damage your property. It was too dangerous just now. You know what danger is. Qin Luo's frustration bubbled over, his lips trembling. What if I had slipped and seriously injured myself? Is taking a shower really worth this commotion? Sir, Qin Luo interjected earnestly. I can't speak for your usual showers, but I checked the duty roster, and today you're on standby. Qin Luo's expression soured. Leaving his post without permission was a serious matter, one he couldn't brush off. The thought of being reprimanded made him feel as if he were on the brink of collapse. Who on earth said it would rain? Wouldn't that keep this fellow away? Sir, please stand still, present your identification, and cooperate with our work, Qin Luo stated matter-of-factly. Qin Luo felt as if his head might explode. He couldn't believe he was being reprimanded for taking a shower during a standby shift. If this got reported, he'd certainly face repercussions. And those photos, could they possibly be leaked? Suddenly, Qin Luo sprang up, startling Yuan Hong. Sir, are you resisting law enforcement? Qin Luo asked, raising his camera and snapping a couple more photos. Qin Luo's anger was instantly quelled by the flash, and he forced a smile. Qin Luo, my dear boy, do you not remember me? I praised you during your training assessment, commended your bright future. We're old acquaintances, after all. Qin Luo nodded with a smile, and Qin Long continued, indeed. We are familiar. Perhaps you could let me off the hook this time. Caught red-handed and attempting to curry favor with an officer, Qin Luo noted in his notebook. With your position, this will only worsen your situation. Wait. Qin Long exclaimed, covering the notebook with his hand, his face contorted in distress. Come now, let us not make this a bigger deal than it needs to be. I am, after all, a respectable chief of staff in the military. Is it really necessary to escalate matters? Qin Luo turned to Yuan Hong. Sergeant, is he not threatening me? Yuan Hong nodded vigorously. I can assure you. He is indeed threatening you. That only adds to the charges. Qin Luo exclaimed, his eyes wide. Qin Long felt as though he might choke on his own frustration. Qin Luo, what exactly do you want? I understand you have grievances, but it was not our decision to transfer you to inspection. That was the military district's directive. Can't we find a way to resolve this? Qin Luo, a voice suddenly called out. Enough. Qin Luo's body jolted at the familiar voice. He turned sharply to see Wu Ziyuan standing at the top of the stairs, drenched and stern-faced, water dripping from his chin, forming a small stream at his feet. At that moment, Chang Lei emerged from the staircase, standing behind Wu Ziyuan with a broad smile. Following him were Cheng Haonan, Zhang Qian, and Hao Duo, all familiar faces. Standing behind Wu Ziyuan, their expressions joyful as they watched Qin Luo. Cheng Haonan and the others exchanged knowing glances with him, their laughter evident. Yuan Hong leaned in curiously. Qin Luo, who are they? With a crash, Qin Luo's notebook slipped from his grasp and hit the floor with a thud. He stared, trembling, at the unexpected group. He knew that upon returning, he would have to apologize profusely to remain with his comrades. But now, seeing Wu Ziyuan before him, he was at a loss for words. Step by step, Wu Ziyuan approached Qin Luo, giving him a cold glance before saluting Qin Long. Good day, sir. Ah, Xiao Wu, you've arrived. It's wonderful to see you. Qin Long beamed with delight. Yes, one of your soldiers. And you? Sir, please take your leave. I will handle things from here. Absolutely. Qin Long nodded vigorously. Wait, you can't just. Yuan Hong began to protest, but was cut off by Wu Ziyuan's piercing gaze, which sent chills down his spine. As Yuan Hong stepped back, a nervous smile on his face, Wu Ziyuan turned back to Qin Luo. Qin Luo, are you done causing trouble? Qin Luo straightened up slowly. Squad leader, you've come. Wu Ziyuan's glare intensified. I had no intention of coming, but your antics have disrupted everyone's peace. He locked eyes with Qin Luo. So, Qin Luo, are you a good soldier now? He then turned to Cheng Haonan and the others. I was wrong. I shouldn't have chosen to leave. I truly regret it. Chang Lei and the others clenched their fists, their eyes fixed on Qin Luo. Despite the weight of Wu Ziyuan's words, they had long since forgiven him. In that moment, tears streamed down Qin Luo's face. He wiped them away fiercely. Yes. Wait, hold on. Chapter 54, Squad Leader. Is this really necessary? Wu Ziyuan abruptly turned, his sharp gaze piercing through the room once more. Yuan Hong felt his heart race under that scrutinizing glare. Understood. I'll handle this myself. I promise to phrase it correctly. Everyone, take care. I want to see you off. Qin Luo, remember to keep in touch. You're always welcome to visit. Let us go. Wu Ziyuan huffed before striding out. Without Qin Luo, he lacked the audacity to confront the division commander, much less Qin Long, the military chief of staff. Yuan Hong sighed deeply, having hoped to share some glory with Qin Luo, perhaps secure his position. With a loud bang, Gao Kun burst through the door, excitement radiating from him. Qi Shengli, cover your legs. What are you doing? I'm busy here. Gao Kun leaned against the doorframe, brimming with enthusiasm. Commander, good news. Qin Luo has been captured by Wu Ziyuan. What? Qi Shengli's eyes widened. Wu Ziyuan beat him? Beat him? No, it's not like that. Gao Kun waved his hand. He was taken away by Wu Ziyuan, from the inspection unit to their second company. Qi Shengli's eyes widened in excitement. Is that true? Of course it's true. Gao Kun replied with a grin. Just now, Chief of Staff Qin called to inform me. It was a close call. He almost fell into Qin Luo's trap, but fortunately, Wu Ziyuan arrived just in time. Chief of Staff Qin also mentioned that he would treat us to drinks. Ha! Qi Shengli let out a huge sigh of relief. Suddenly, a cacophony erupted from the toilet. Gao Kun quickly covered his nose and took a few steps back in disgust. What great news. I've been constipated for a week, and now everything is flowing smoothly. Qi Shengli beamed with comfort. However, he soon furrowed his brows. But Wu Ziyuan has taken Qin Luo away. What about the inspection unit? Gao Kun chuckled and waved his hand dismissively. Don't worry, Chief. Chief of Staff Qin said the military will handle this matter, claiming it was an order from the higher-ups. After all, Qin Luo is just a rookie. He is not an important figure, and the inspection unit won't obstruct it. Besides, it's Chief of Staff Qin himself who intervened. They LL have to show some respect. That's good. Qi Shengli sighed with relief again. Yet, Gao Kun pondered, what if Qin Dong inquires about this? He has connections with the deputy commander. Our regiment's repairs this year still rely on his generous sponsorship. What if? Moreover, if we don't tell him, how would he know? Right. Gao Kun nodded vigorously. The real fear isn't that the inspection unit won't let him go, but rather that Qin Luo refuses to leave. Now that he has chosen to leave on his own, it has nothing to do with us. Ha! The two burst into laughter. Suddenly, another loud noise erupted. The toilet sounded as if a battle was raging. Gao Kun stepped back several paces in fright, his face filled with terror. Chief, how much have you been holding in? 7 days without a release. What do you think? Qi Shengli laughed heartily. Look, my stomach has shrunk. The rain pounded violently against the vehicle. The wipers strained to sweep across the windshield. But no matter how quickly they moved, the glass was soon obscured again by the downpour. Wu Ziyuan gazed out the window, where the world seemed to dissolve into the rain, even the trees along the roadside appearing blurred. A smile suddenly crept onto his lips, only to vanish just as swiftly. Xiangbing. Ever since Qin Luo had departed, he had been restless. Though Qin Luo had become a part of the inspection unit, enforcing discipline throughout the regiment, he had never visited the reconnaissance battalion. Wu Ziyuan felt a tinge of disappointment. Was it that he did not wish to see Qin Luo again, or that he longed to? It wasn't until Gao Kun approached him, urging him to devise a plan, that he truly understood what he desired. He turned his head to find the driver focused intently on the road, his eyes wide open. The vehicle was enveloped in silence, the only sound being the relentless patter of rain outside. The atmosphere felt somewhat tense, prompting Wu Ziyuan to awkwardly turn his head in search of a topic. But in the next moment, his eyes widened in surprise. He spotted Cheng Haonan, Zheng Qian, and others, frantically winking at Qin Luo as if sending a coded message. Wu Ziyuan frowned. What on earth are you all doing? Cheng Haonan, embarrassed, replied, Squad leader. We noticed you seemed a bit unhappy, so we didn't dare speak. Yeah, squad leader, Zheng Qian cautiously added. We just communicated through our eyes. Not wanting to disturb you. Wu Ziyuan shot them a glare, then glanced at Qin Luo. Qin Luo immediately straightened up, puffing out his chest. Whenever they speak of you, they always include me, which makes me look foolish. Wu Ziyuan snorted coldly, promptly turning away. In the back seat, Chang Lei chuckled helplessly. How long is the squad leader going to keep that FAAD? Before they left, he had seen Wu Ziyuan dash down the stairs in excitement, like a child weighing over 100 pounds. It was clear he adored Qin Luo, yet he insisted on maintaining that act. Was he not tired? Before long, the minibus turned onto an internal road. Qin Luo's heart raced with anticipation. They were drawing closer to a place he had never seen, but felt intimately familiar with. And inexplicably, he began to feel nervous. Luo, go. It's all right, Cheng Haonan whispered in his ear. We've already boasted about your prowess to the veterans. Huh? Qin Luo responded, astonished. Cheng Haonan smiled broadly. Even though you weren't there, you've already become a legend. The veterans admire you. Indeed, indeed. Zheng Qian nodded. We've sung your praises, a once-in-a-century talent. You transformed from a waste into the top rookie in less than a month. And many veterans look up to you. Luo, go. How Duo grinned. You're finally here. With you around, no one will dare bully me anymore. You are now the legend of our company and the reconnaissance battalion. The others beamed, tightly grasping Qin Luo's hands. Qin Luo felt a sudden pang in his heart. This didn't seem like a good omen. They arrived. The vehicle came to a gradual stop, and Wu Ziyuan opened the door, stepping out first. Get out, get out. Chang Lei chuckled, giving Qin Luo a pat on the shoulder. Qin Luo took a deep breath and followed them out. But as soon as he stepped out, he froze. It wasn't the torrential rain drenching him that caused his shock, but rather the scene at the entrance of the reconnaissance battalion, which was crowded to capacity. Over 100 soaked individuals stood like pillars at the gate, all drenched to the bone. Qin Luo, you've arrived. This is the reconnaissance battalion. Wu Ziyuan said with a smile, hands clasped behind his back. These are our soldiers. Qin Luo swallowed hard, awkwardly smiling. Squad leader, is this really necessary? Wu Ziyuan grinned at him. What's wrong? Qin Luo chuckled sheepishly. I know I'm now a legend in the company, but I've made mistakes in the past. There's no need for everyone to stand in the rain to welcome me. They could have just waited inside. Wu Ziyuan nearly choked, glaring at him. Which of your eyes saw them welcoming you? Huh? Qin Luo turned around. The veterans' faces were filled with fierce expressions, their eyes glaring at him as if they wished to tear him apart. Qin Luo felt his throat tighten. I had a feeling this wouldn't end well. It turns out I was right. Chapter 55. What is going on? Old Go, what are you looking at? The reconnaissance battalion leader, Go Jian, grinned and waved. Old son, come here for a smoke. The battalion instructor, Sun Yinqing, walked toward the window, puzzled. What is so exciting? When he reached the window, he was taken aback. What is the second company doing? Why are they all gathered at the door in this downpour? I need to go check. Don't. Go Jian pulled him back. There's a show to watch. Why are you making a fuss? Sun Yinqing eyed him suspiciously. Old Go, do you know something? Go Jian chuckled. You know Qin Luo, right? Sun Yinqing paused. Of course, he is the one who has stirred up quite a storm in our division recently. I heard he even caught the division commander. Do you know he is a soldier trained by Wu Ziyuan? Yeah. That kid changed his mind and went to the special forces after joining the company. Wu Ziyuan was upset about it for days. Huh. Sun Yinqing hurried to the glass, straining to see. Although he could make out a few figures, they were too far away to be clear. Wasn't he that kid in the military inspection unit? How did Wu Ziyuan? Never mind, it's arranged from above. Go Jian skillfully swiped a pack of cigarettes from Sun Yinqing's pocket, lit one, and tucked the rest away. This isn't an easy matter. Old Go, Sun Yinqing said, glaring at him. Isn't it obvious? The second company is full of fools. Why are you just watching and not intervening? I need to go. Okay. Go Jian seized him firmly, saying, don't be a spoilsport. If something were to happen, Wu Ziyuan would certainly intervene. Do you really think he is a fool? Sun Yinqing paused for a moment, contemplating deeply. Although Wu Ziyuan had a fiery temperament, he was fiercely protective of his own men. Go Jian chuckled as he exhaled a few smoke rings. This lad hasn't even arrived, yet his reputation has spread throughout our entire battalion. They say he is a legend, looking down upon our reconnaissance unit. Not just the second company, the entire battalion is holding its breath. Sun Yinqing looked at him incredulously. You keep saying the soldiers of the second company are fools, but it seems you are the biggest fool here. The rain began to pour heavily, drenching Qin Luo. Since you rejected earlier, you must now exert every effort to come in. At the very least, everyone must believe you are worthy. After saying this, he walked inside with hands clasped behind his back. The crowd parted, and Wu Zhiyuan made his way through, stopping under the awning behind the door. Squad leader Cheng Haonan looked to Chang Lei for help. Why don't you say something to the others? Don't make things difficult for Qin Luo. Indeed. Squad leader Zhang Qian added. The days ahead are long, and it won't be long before everyone knows whether he is worthy. How Duo nodded incessantly. If someone like me can enter here, then if Luo Gu can't get in, we'll all be sent away. Chang Lei nodded. All right, I'm the squad leader. Suddenly, a voice rang out from the crowd. A rather arrogant second lieutenant stepped forward, shouting, we know he is your soldier, but your soldier is not impressive. We also know you're protective, but it's best if you stay out of this, as it concerns the honor of our Iron Blood Second Company. If someone who once looked down on our reconnaissance unit wants to pass through this door, he must earn everyone's respect. This is a threshold he must cross. Exactly. The crowd echoed in unison. Our second company is not a place where he can come and go as he pleases. The reconnaissance unit is no less than anyone else. And he is not a mere backup candidate. If he wants to enter, he must show some real skills. Squad leader, bring your men over. Stop standing there. It makes it seem like we're not united. Chang Lei looked at Qin Luo with a helpless smile. Qin Luo. He smiled faintly. I'm just happy to see you and the squad leader welcoming me today. He then turned to the crowd. Squad leader, you all go ahead. The squad leader is right. If I want to enter this door and gain everyone's approval, I must rely on myself. Luo Gu. Cheng Haonan and others crowded around. Don't chatter, just follow the squad leader inside. Qin Luo urged them. Chang Lei sighed helplessly. Be careful. He waved his hand. And Cheng Haonan and the others reluctantly followed him. After they entered, Qin Luo strode toward the crowd and stopped about 5 meters away from them. Veterans, I am Qin Luo. He gazed earnestly at them. I know my previous choices were wrong, and I understand why you wouldn't let me in. Everyone fixed their eyes on him, some already clenching their fists, the coldness in their eyes intensifying. Wu Zhiyuan stood at a distance, watching intently. Kid, don't disappoint me. Show us your true abilities. Thunder rumbled, and the sky seemed to brighten slightly. Qin Luo's fierce gaze swept over everyone as he declared loudly. Though I have yet to set foot in the reconnaissance unit, I've learned from the squad leader and the company commander that the Iron Blood Second Company is the pride of the reconnaissance unit, the honor in every soldier's heart. My choices have hurt you, and I apologize to everyone here. Upon hearing Qin Luo's words, many softened their gazes slightly. However, the next second, their eyes widened in shock. Qin Luo suddenly leaped into the air, spinning 360 degrees before landing with a splash of rainwater. In the next moment, he pointed dramatically towards the sky, emanating an indescribable aura. Avoid lightning, avoid lightning. Qin Luo shouted passionately, his eyes fixed on the crowd with an alluring gaze. His finger, initially pointing skyward, gradually pointed at each person, filled with provocation. What are you doing? A platoon leader exclaimed in disbelief. What the heck? Another platoon leader blurted out in a foreign tongue. Qin Luo abruptly extended his left hand, adopting a proud demeanor as he looked to the heavens. Wait a moment. Just a moment. With that, he slapped his right leg with a resounding clap. Everyone instinctively recoiled, eyes wide with shock. Bang, bang, bang. Father, I'm here. And I have something to say. Qin Luo turned abruptly, winking charmingly at the crowd. Everyone gulped nervously, instinctively stepping back. Even Wu Zhiyuan took a step back. You're dead. You're dead. Qin Luo sang with increasing vigor, infuriating a platoon leader who shouted, What the hell are you doing? Qin Luo chuckled. Sir, can't you see I'm performing? I trained for 2.5 years, you know. The platoon leader was fuming, ready to shout, but at that moment, Qin Luo glanced at everyone and suddenly spread his legs, pointing skyward again. Avoid lightning, avoid lightning. Go Jian and Sun Niancheng stood at the window, wide-eyed. Go Jian jumped up as the cigarette burned his fingers. What on earth is this kid doing? Sun Niancheng shook his head. I can't understand. These young people are truly incomprehensible, but everyone seems quite captivated. Go Jian's eyes twitched. Could it be that the LL just let him in like this? Meanwhile, Wu Zhiyuan was nearly slack-jawed. Is this kid apologizing in a foreign language? Why does this look oddly familiar? What the hell are you doing? A stern-faced platoon leader roared. Aren't you supposed to be apologizing? Can I come in now? Everyone exchanged glances, and then their eyes flared with anger. The 3 platoon leaders shouted in unison, You think we're fools? Chapter 56. Commander, you're alive again? Qin Luo surveyed the scene, noticing the anger had intensified. What? I've performed my talents, and it's still not enough? Seems like you're quite picky. Suddenly, a brilliant idea sparked in his mind. Right. I still need to perform the most classic move. Veterans, that was my mistake. Qin Luo quickly waved his hands. I just need to do one signature move. I'll do it right away. Watch closely. With that, he puffed out his chest and stood at attention. Everyone in the second company stared, dumbfounded, as his body gradually leaned forward in the rain. Just as he bent to 60 degrees, he suddenly toppled forward. The crowd displayed expressions of disdain. Sorry. Qin Luo awkwardly waved his hand. This move is a bit challenging. I might need someone to help me. Can anyone assist? Shut up. The previously irritated platoon leader could no longer contain his frustration, shouting at Qin Luo. Do you think this is a game? Qin Luo felt a twitch at the corner of his eye. He believed his previous dance was quite energetic, except for that last awkward angle. Taking a deep breath, he decided to switch to a surefire method. He looked sincerely at the stern-faced platoon leader. Sir, I have an idea. What do you think? Speak. The platoon leader crossed his arms, and the others watched with keen interest. Qin Luo beamed. From today onwards, for a month, I will cover everyone in the company's daily instant noodles, sausages, biscuits, Red Bull, Coca-Cola, and cigarettes. If there's anything I haven't thought of, feel free to suggest. Anything available in the small shop, I'll cover it. No limit on quantity per person each day? Qin Luo winked at the stern-faced platoon leader. I have additional intentions towards you, sir. Suddenly, a flash of lightning struck the ground, illuminating the faces of everyone in the second company. Here we go again. Wu Ziyuan sighed deeply. Chang Lei turned his head away, his face filled with embarrassment. Qin Luo, shouted the furious squad leader with a dark expression. Are you trying to bribe us? Qin Luo's smile immediately froze on his face as he hurriedly waved his hands. Commander, please don't misunderstand. I am sincere. Shut your mouth. The squad leader was so furious he nearly jumped up. What do you take us for? Are we here to be extorted by you? Let me tell you. The reason we are not allowing you in is that you have underestimated our esteemed second company. The squad leader spoke each word with conviction. The second company, which you look down on, which you consider a backup, is a source of pride for each of us, and it is our home. Now, if you wish to enter our home, you must demonstrate your worthiness to be one of us. Boom. Another rumble of thunder echoed across the sky, causing Qin Luo's heart to tremble. His gaze swept over all the veterans of the second company, despite the heavy rain. It could not extinguish the fierce flames in their eyes. The corners of Qin Luo's eyes twitched violently. That damned Hu Fei had caused him great trouble. He truly did not understand what sins he had committed in his past life to encounter such a foolish person as Hu Fei. Feeling exhausted, Qin Luo knew that no matter how he explained, it would be futile. The squad leader was right. While he could join the special forces, re-entering the reconnaissance unit would not be so simple. Commander, Qin Luo stepped forward, puffing out his chest with determination. Please tell me. How can I prove my worthiness to enter? The squad leader's expression softened slightly as he turned to look behind him. The two other second lieutenants and several non-commissioned officers gathered around. After a moment, the squad leader turned back to Qin Luo. We have discussed it and present you with 3 options. The second option, we will form 2 lines, and you must walk through us. We will hit you. If you can endure the blows and reach the end, you will be considered qualified. All the veterans wore mischievous smiles, scrutinizing Qin Luo with mockery. And the third? Qin Luo asked hastily. He was not foolish. He did not wish to choose either the first or the second, as neither was advantageous. Rolling his eyes, he looked past the crowd. Squad leader, squad leader. Qin Luo felt speechless. He wished they would just straightforwardly tell him to submit to their authority. He knew Wu Ziyuan's foul temper would never allow him to forgive easily. Even during their time in the recruit company, Wu had been cunning. And now it was no different. Qin Luo gritted his teeth in frustration. Ding. A new task has been issued. Please successfully integrate into the reconnaissance unit. Upon completion, a random superpower or super ability points will be awarded. Huh? Qin Luo was taken aback. Wait a moment, I haven't completed my previous task yet. The prior task was a mainline task. It has been issued early. As long as I can continue to complete tasks, I can obtain more superpowers. Hey, why are you grinning like an idiot? The squad leader barked impatiently. Qin Luo snapped back to reality and quickly replied. Report, Commander. I finally understand how to gain everyone's recognition, so I am genuinely happy. The squad leader's eyes twitched as he glanced at his companions, then back at Qin Luo. So, you are not choosing the third option? Wu Ziyuan nodded silently, a hint of a smile on his face. Chang Lei looked at him speechlessly. Stubbornness is just stubbornness. Clearly fond of him, yet insisting on putting on a show. The squad leader nodded. Then you choose the second option. Have you lost your mind to choose the second option? Qin Luo frantically waved his hands. You all hitting me? Are you insane? Then will you choose the first? The squad leader glared at him. Hey, the squad leader's eyes widened. I did not clarify earlier, or perhaps you did not hear correctly. You are to charge through us, and we will pursue you. I heard you loud and clear. Qin Luo grinned. This is quite simple. It's not difficult at all. I can do it. Wow. All the veterans gasped in shock. Did he just disregard all of them? Was he treating these seasoned reconnaissance soldiers as mere decorations? This was sheer provocation. Wu Ziyuan narrowed his eyes. This kid is courting death, daring to challenge us. Squad leader, Chang Lei whispered anxiously. Shouldn't we reconsider? There are too many people in a single company, and many are skilled ambushers. Qin Luo certainly cannot handle it. Perhaps we should divide them into thirds? Wu Ziyuan's sharp gaze silenced Chang Lei. He had to pass this test. After all, he was the one who chose it. Chang Lei looked at Qin Luo helplessly. Could you not adopt a better attitude? You, the squad leader pointed at Qin Luo, momentarily speechless with rage. Commander, when do we begin? Qin Luo asked with a smile. The rain is quite uncomfortable. The squad leader's mouth twisted in frustration as he stepped back 3 paces. You are quite arrogant. Fine. Let us see how you plan to simply charge past us. Before he could finish speaking, the squad leader noticed a blur before him. In the time, everyone was stunned. Qin Luo had already circled around to their side and quickly climbed atop the wall. I told you it wasn't difficult. Qin Luo chuckled, then jumped down inside. Wow. He actually climbed the wall. The squad leader suddenly realized, shouting in panic, what are you all doing? Stop him, stop him. Chapter 57. The Elevator God of War, or the Foolish God of War. Catch him, don't let him escape. The entire second company pivoted and rushed towards the camp. Wu Ziyuan and his men were knocked sideways, pushed into a corner. Slow down, slow down. Who poked me in the back? Wu Ziyuan cried out in pain. Chung Haonan and others were full of excitement, eagerly following the chaos. Luo, go run. Cheng Haonan shouted with enthusiasm. Just like how you tormented me back then, torment them. Throw them far away. Zheng Qian quickly covered Cheng Haonan's mouth, awkwardly laughing. All squad leaders, hurry and chase him. He.s. already far ahead. Several veterans glared at Cheng Haonan before turning to sprint after Qin Luo. Haonan, are you out of your mind? Zheng Qian scolded him. Cheng Haonan scratched his head. I was just cheering for Luo Gu. I accidentally let my true feelings slip. Zheng Qian shot him a glare and then looked towards the crowd. Do we not know what level Luo Gu is at? To avoid trouble, let us quietly support him. Otherwise, we might end up getting beaten. Everyone nodded. Smiles inevitably spreading across their faces. Otherwise, with such a large camp, the more than 100 men of the second company might not even manage to catch him. Even if they were the most skilled reconnaissance soldiers, it would not be guaranteed. Sun Yinqing slapped his hand away in annoyance. I say, Lao Go. Can't you buy your own cigarettes? You come to mooch off me every day. Isn't that shameful? Go Jian grinned, pulling out a cigarette. Isn't my girlfriend quite strict with me? Light it up, let us watch the show. Sun Yinqing looked out the window, not to mention. This Qin Luo runs pretty fast. The second company can't even catch him. Go Jian rubbed his chin, smiling as he watched the sprinting Qin Luo. This kid is a good prospect. Sun Yinqing nodded vigorously. I wonder why the special forces didn't want him. He.s. such a good soldier. Go Jian scoffed. Those guys must be thinking about something ridiculous. It's better they didn't want him. We struck gold. But can he pass the second company's test? Sun Yinqing asked with a puzzled expression. Who knows? Go Jian shrugged. Pass me another cigarette. How can I miss the exciting moment? The wind howled fiercely. The rain stung his cheeks painfully, nearly blinding him. Qin Luo squinted his eyes, activating his super senses, transforming into a miniature radar. He perceived everything within a few meters with clarity. Taking a deep breath, he exerted all his strength to sprint forward. His stamina had reached the level of a top reconnaissance soldier, and coupled with the impact of the current storm, he quickly gained distance from the second company. Just a moment later, he was already far ahead, taking deep breaths as he ran. Upon reflecting on this, he lowered his head and surged forward through the downpour like a cannonball. What on earth is happening? What is this all about? The commotion within the camp startled both the first and third platoons. Hey, second platoon, are you being led in training by this new recruit? Laughter erupted. Ha ha ha. You second platoon are truly pathetic. Even the new recruits can outrun you now. Don't boast about being the elite recon company. I feel embarrassed for you. Hurry up and chase. The new recruit is going to leave you all behind. Frustration brewed among the second platoon soldiers, who were already anxious about not being able to catch up with Qin Luo. No one expected him to run so swiftly, as if he were powered by an engine. Now, with the first and third platoons mocking them, their faces flushed with indignation. The military values honor above all, typically. The second platoon outshines the other two in both overt and covert competitions. If they were to be outpaced by Qin Luo today, the first and third platoons would ridicule them for years to come. Charge. The furious platoon leader bellowed. If you can't even catch a new recruit, are you truly soldiers of the second platoon? Platoon leader, an old soldier gasped. We're already giving it our all. Why don't you go after him instead? The platoon leader's face turned crimson. If I could catch him, would I still be here with you? As Qin Luo sprinted farther away, approaching a curve, the furious platoon leader shouted, surround him from that side and cut off his escape. Huh. Another platoon leader exclaimed, eyes wide. Old Xia, isn't that a bit shameless? Xia Dong retorted, if we let him escape, that would be even more humiliating. The first and third platoons are watching us. But if we capture him, the explanation will be ours. Xia Dong growled. At worst, we'll have to accept him. The surrounding soldiers immediately nodded in agreement. They initially intended to test Qin Luo's abilities, but with Cheng Haonan and the others praising him to the skies, they now saw his stamina, speed, and reflexes. He was undoubtedly cut out for a reconnaissance soldier and fully qualified to remain in the second platoon. Charge. Xia Dong waved his hand, and over a dozen men followed him to encircle Qin Luo. At that moment, as Qin Luo rounded a corner and prepared to accelerate, he suddenly sensed a dozen people rushing towards him from the side. What the hell? Qin Luo instinctively swung his hand. With a resounding slap, Xia Dong, who was leading the charge, was struck hard, momentarily stunned. The others halted, staring blankly at Xia Dong, who was now clutching his face. I acted on reflex. Qin Luo stammered, his face filled with embarrassment. You said to do everything possible to stop me, so I merely intended to push you aside. I didn't mean to. You dare slap me? Xia Dong, now fully aware, seethed with rage. My father has never slapped me, and you dare to? Qin Luo waved his hands in panic. Sir, I didn't mean it. It was an accident. Get him. Xia Dong shouted, tears brimming in his eyes. Slap him hard. Yes. Everyone roared in unison, charging at Qin Luo. I truly didn't mean it. Qin Luo turned and fled in desperation. However, having lost a moment, many had already caught up. Men surged from both front and back, all shouting angrily as they closed in on him. Don't hurt him. Xia Dong warned loudly. Just push him out. As the crowd pressed in, Qin Luo continued to retreat. Stay back, stay back. Otherwise, I will strike. Strike? The soldiers around him laughed. Go ahead. Make your move. If you don't act, we wouldn't dare. As the crowd drew closer, Qin Luo inhaled deeply. I truly don't wish to fight. You are forcing my hand. His superhuman abilities activated, his right fist suddenly filled with power. Qin Luo whipped around and aimed a punch at a soldier blocking his path. Boom. Oh, the soldier who was struck grimaced in pain, his face contorting as he flew backward, colliding with several others behind him. What the hell? Everyone's eyes widened in shock. Xia Dong gulped hard. The power of that punch was astounding. Seizing the moment while the others were stunned, Qin Luo dashed towards the opening in the crowd. Block him. Xia Dong, now alert, sprinted forward. Don't run. Stop right there. All the soldiers suddenly reacted, tightening their fists and charging at Qin Luo with fierce determination. What the hell? Qin Luo's eyes nearly bulged out. If this turned into a real fight, there would be no escaping. You are forcing my hand. Qin Luo clenched his fists and abruptly halted. If escape was impossible, then he would fight. If he could take down a few more opponents and then burst through the crowd, he was confident no one could catch him again. Elevator battle god. With a thought, an immense power surged through him. However, before he could revel in it, he felt as though he might vomit blood. Beneath his feet appeared a small circle visible only to him, immovable. This served as an amplification zone, akin to a game mechanic. Once he stepped outside this circle, the enhancement vanished, rendering him akin to an ordinary person. Only within this circle could he be at his peak. But this circle was so small. Crouching down was a challenge, and it could barely accommodate another person. How could he fight? As long as the others stayed outside the circle, they could wail on him without consequence. Was this the elevator battle god, or the pitiful battle god? Was it designed to keep him stationary and merely endure blows? How could it be so detrimental? Stunned, Qin Luo realized he would have been better off taking a few punches earlier and seeking an opportunity to break free. Now, he was trapped. Chapter 58. One person to overcome the entire platoon? Capture him. The crowd surged forward. Qin Luo's pupils constricted as his super senses activated. In an instant, he detected hands reaching out from several directions. With no time to dodge, he instinctively crouched. Two old soldiers lunged forward, missing him completely as they advanced to grab the crouching Qin Luo. But in the next moment, as if guided by some force, Qin Luo's fist struck out like lightning. The two men staggered back, clutching their stomachs in pain, their mouths agape, and they flew backward, colliding with several others. What the hell? Is he that fierce? Qin Luo was filled with exhilaration. Just moments ago, his mind had been blank, and his body had acted on its own. Before he could celebrate, his super senses detected hands reaching for him from the left. This time, 3 people were coming. There was no way to evade. Qin Luo instinctively leaped back. Ding. Alert. Host has exited the amplification range. Elevator battle god enhancement effect lost. Qin Luo froze. No wonder he had felt so powerful earlier. It was the effect of the ability. But this area was far too small. This was not an elevator battle god. It was clearly a birdcage. Facing an old soldier, nearly nose to nose, he asked, "What are you doing?" The soldier's eyes widened in shock. Qin Luo grinned mischievously, activating the elevator battle god once more. Bang, bang, bang. His fists flew like lightning, striking vital points with precision. Before the soldiers could react, they were sent flying, causing a domino effect. This is exhilarating. Qin Luo felt ecstatic. Although the elevator battle god's range was limited, as long as his body remained within it, he would enjoy the enhancement. In simple terms, as long as he stayed within the area, Qin Luo was invincible. This was far superior to being merely a one-punch man. Capture him! Capture him! Xia Dong yelled desperately from the outskirts of the crowd. Suddenly, several soldiers grabbed Qin Luo by the shoulders from behind. "You bastard, dare you strike? Get out of my way." But before they could exert any force, Qin Luo gritted his teeth and took a step forward, dragging them into the amplification zone. Subsequently, Qin Luo made a small leap backward, creating distance while stepping on the edge of the battlefield. My apologies, everyone. While the 3 veterans were still in a state of bewilderment, Qin Luo had already unleashed his punches. Bang, bang, bang. His fists moved with such swiftness that they were barely visible, and in an instant, the mouths of the 3 veterans transformed into expressions of shock. Their feet left the ground, and their bodies were sent flying backward, colliding with a multitude of others. From the upper floors of the barracks, Go Jian and Sun Yinqing stood in stunned silence, their jaws almost dropping to the floor. In their eyes, Qin Luo leaped to the left, then to the right. With each jump, several individuals were inevitably sent sprawling. Within a brief moment, those encircling him were already felled in droves, leaving veterans sprawled across the ground. What kind of fighting style is this? Go Jian pondered, utterly perplexed. It appears somewhat akin to a cha-cha, yet also reminiscent of a waltz. Have you ever witnessed such a formidable technique, Lao Sun? Sun Yinqing shot him a glare. You're the military supervisor, and if you've never seen it, how could I? He should remain in our reconnaissance battalion. Ha ha ha. The Tianling group must have lost their minds to overlook such a remarkable soldier. They must have been kicked by a mule. Sun Yinqing gazed at Qin Luo in the distance, nodding solemnly. The soldiers of the second company are all exceptionally fierce. This lad can hold his ground against them for so long and bring down so many. We won't find another like him in the entire battalion. He must be nurtured with utmost priority. Go Jian, excitement coursing through him, clenched his fists. If Wu Ziyuan fails to cultivate him properly, I shall step in. He dares to defy me. Go Jian shouted, chuckling as he turned his attention back. At that moment, bang, 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 Qin Luo's fist struck the veterans. However, these veterans did not fly away like the previous ones. They merely felt a twinge of pain in their chests. The 3 exchanged bewildered glances at their bruised spots, tilting their heads in confusion as they regarded Qin Luo. Qin Luo inspected his fists, then looked at their awkward expressions. Oh no, the time is up. The power of the elevator god has vanished. Look, they're SA UFO. Seizing their moment of vulnerability, Qin Luo unleashed a flurry of punches to their faces and dashed away. Those bastards, daring to toy with us. The veterans covered their noses, tears nearly spilling from the pain. don't run. Xia Dong pushed through the crowd, exerting every ounce of strength to chase after Qin Luo. You scoundrel. Don't run. If you have the guts, keep fighting. Just as he reached out to grasp the hem of Qin Luo's shirt, Qin Luo suddenly spun around, his gaze sharpening with intensity. Xia Dong felt an impending danger, but it was already too late. The cooldown for the one-punch man had concluded. Qin Luo gathered his strength and delivered a punch directly to Xia Dong's abdomen. Xia Dong's features contorted as his face swelled. He began to ascend like a cloud. With the sound of rushing wind in his ears, he shot backward like a cannonball, knocking down a dozen individuals charging from behind like bowling pins. It was truly a sight to behold. Qin Luo smiled faintly and turned to flee. The barracks' upper floors, where Go Jian and Sun Yinqing stood, were filled with astonishment, their jaws nearly dislocating. Go Jian stared, incredulous. This lad, did he truly send someone flying 3 or 4 meters with a single punch? Not just 3 or 4 meters. Sun Yinqing shook his head. If there hadn't been others to block him, he might have flown even farther. The battalion commander wore a broad smile. A talent, indeed. We must prioritize his development. Squad leader, are you all right? The veterans who had been pursuing quickly rushed to assist Xia Dong. Xia Dong pushed away the helping hands, shouting in anger, don't mind me. Pursue him, quickly. Before he could finish, his stomach began to churn violently, and he doubled over to vomit. The surrounding veterans recoiled in disgust. In the distance, Cheng Haonan, witnessing this familiar scene, nearly leaped with excitement. The squad leader finally experiences the feeling I had back then. He probably won't be able to eat all day. The other new recruits wore mischievous grins. They had first-hand experience of Qin Luo's ferocity. Although these were seasoned reconnaissance soldiers, Qin Luo's extraordinary strength did not discriminate. Wu Ziyuan's mouth fell open, utterly astonished by Qin Luo's prowess. He had initially thought Qin Luo merely possessed decent military skills. A brief demonstration before the veterans should suffice to earn their respect, perhaps with a minor setback. However, he never anticipated that Qin Luo would be so formidable, knocking down so many individuals in one go. You knew all along he was this strong, didn't you? He glared at Chong Lei. Chong Lei chuckled. I only knew a little. I did warn you, but you didn't listen at the time. Wu Ziyuan was infuriated, feeling as if he might explode. Had he known Qin Luo was this brave, he would never have agreed to block Qin Luo's path. Now it was too late. The second company had embarrassed itself in front of the entire battalion. Just as he was lost in thought, the sound of rapid footsteps echoed. Wu Ziyuan's eyes twitched. Damn it, this lad is truly enjoying himself. Now he regretted his decision immensely. He had merely intended for Qin Luo to understand that the reconnaissance battalion was full of hidden talents, hoping he could settle down thereafter. Yet unexpectedly, Qin Luo had established dominance right from his arrival. With a swift motion, Qin Luo dashed past him. Cheng Haonan and the others cheered excitedly. Go Luo, go. You're the best. Luo, go. You are the marshmallow of my heart. Shut up. Wu Ziyuan roared in exasperation. There are only comrades in the military, not brothers. The group quickly fell silent, though they exchanged playful glances and stuck out their tongues. Bang! Qin Luo burst through the door, stamped his foot, and stood tall. Saluting Wu Ziyuan with vigor. Report, Company Commander, I have fulfilled the veterans' challenge. Am I now officially a member of the 2nd Company of the Reconnaissance Battalion? Wu Ziyuan gaped, momentarily at a loss for words. Don't run, don't run. A swarm of veterans rushed in, panting and glaring fiercely at Qin Luo. What are you shouting about? Wu Ziyuan snapped irritably. The crowd fell silent, taken aback. Commander, my foot. Wu Ziyuan glared at them. He completed your challenge, ran a lap, and knocked down so many of you. Now he asks whether he qualifies to join you. With that, he turned on his heel and stormed off. The veterans exchanged glances, then turned to regard the grinning Qin Luo outside. Xia Dong, clutching his stomach, waved irritably. What are you still dawdling for? Come in, you ancestor. Oh. Cheng Haonan and the others rushed over, lifting Qin Luo high in jubilation, shouting his name in delight. Chong Lei, beaming with a smile, picked up Qin Luo's bag and followed suit. As they passed by the veterans, he shook his head helplessly. Why must you challenge the soldiers I brought? You truly enjoy digging your own graves. He then quickly caught up with the group. Everyone was left speechless. Had they not merely dug their own graves? Not only had they failed to establish authority over the new recruits, but they had also embarrassed themselves, suffering significant losses. Many had fallen, looking like mud monkeys, with several still bleeding from their noses. Damn it, they had lost all dignity. Don't leave. Xia Dong, supported by others, approached, glaring at the departing Qin Luo. Just now I was careless and didn't dodge. If you have the guts, let us settle this one-on-one. Before he could finish, he doubled over again, retching violently, nearly expelling his previous meal. The second squad leader shook his head in resignation. Enough already, let us carry the squad leader away. He is making a fool of himself here. The veterans hastily lifted him. I'm fine, I'm still retching. Xia Dong protested while being carried off. Observing his state, the onlookers felt relieved. Fortunately, it was Xia Dong who had chased after him. Otherwise, they would have been in deep trouble. The second squad leader couldn't help but exclaim, this Qin Luo lad is simply too ferocious. It's no wonder he caught the attention of special forces as a new recruit. He truly possesses remarkable skill. Chapter 59. Has Wu Ziyuan been reborn? The rain poured down incessantly, filling the corridor with a cacophony of chatter. Go Jian and Sun Yinqing descended the stairs, only to find the hallway crowded with soldiers, all pointing towards the direction of the 2nd platoon. What is going on? Go Jian bellowed, startling the soldiers into immediate formation. Once they had dispersed, he turned to Sun Yinqing, questioning, what were they just looking at? Sun Yinqing replied, exasperated, in terms of gossip, you're no better than anyone else. The company commander, along with the 1st and 3rd platoon leaders, approached, inquiring, what is happening in the 2nd platoon today? Curious, Go Jian asked, what is the matter? Look over there. The 3rd platoon leader pointed, they just reprimanded the new recruits, or rather, the recruits reprimanded them. Now, the service soldiers are relentlessly delivering items to them. What on earth is going on? Go Jian looked over in astonishment. Indeed, 2 service members were pushing a cart out from the 2nd platoon. Meanwhile, another pair of service soldiers approached, laden with boxes. This is the 7th trip, the 1st platoon leader remarked. Are they trying to empty the service center? Both Go Jian and Sun Yinqing were left bewildered. The 2nd platoon was notoriously short-tempered. What had caused this sudden change? They had established their authority over the new recruits. And now they were preparing a welcome feast for them? When did they become so accommodating? The 3rd platoon leader, equally intrigued, commented, I see that he is quite formidable. His physical prowess is unquestionable, and he can take down dozens single-handedly. Such a fierce individual would be coveted by special forces. Have their standards risen to such heights? Go Jian's expression turned serious as he admonished the two. It's not that special forces have high standards. It's our reconnaissance battalion that has raised its expectations. What? The 2 leaders widened their eyes in disbelief. Go Jian scoffed. From now on, we will adhere to the standards set by this new recruit, following Qin Luo's example. He will be the training benchmark for our entire battalion. If you cannot meet his level, regardless of whether it rains or hails, you will continue to train. Understood? Yes. The 2 platoon leaders nodded resignedly, contemplating that perhaps it would have been better not to inquire at all. With that, they turned and headed back to their respective platoons. Just as they departed, Go Jian, brimming with excitement, declared, let us go see what they're up to. Sun Yinqing shook his head in disbelief. You're more nosy than the village gossip. With umbrellas in hand, the 2 hurried to the 2nd platoon's quarters. Upon nearing, they were instantly taken aback by the amalgamation of aromas from various instant noodles and snacks wafting through the air. Inside the study room, Qin Luo was surrounded by several new recruits, while the seasoned soldiers lounged around, indulging in food and giving Qin Luo enthusiastic thumbs up. Qin Luo, you're too generous. 1 bowl of noodles would suffice, yet you've brought 3. This is too much. Qin Luo, it's clear you're an easygoing person. Instant noodles and braised eggs. We're bound to become good friends. Ha ha ha. Little Qin, you're so considerate, bringing so many drinks. You shouldn't have spent so much. Just a couple of punches. There's no need to give me 5 bottles of water. I feel so embarrassed. Well said. That's our 2nd platoon. The veteran soldiers cheered. Qin Luo surveyed the room, his face beaming with delight. Indeed, it seemed that forging friendships in the military was best achieved through sharing instant noodles and sausages, far superior to cash offerings. In an instant, he had won over the entire platoon. Go Jian swallowed hard, realizing this young man was adept at socializing. Sun Yinqing nodded in agreement. He has established his authority from the get-go and is now treating everyone to food in such abundance. He knows how to win people over. Watching Qin Luo flourish, both men sighed in relief. They had initially feared that he would embarrass the 2nd platoon and face collective backlash. Understood, company commander. Came a sudden voice from the adjacent room as 2 service soldiers emerged, saluting upon seeing the company commander and instructor. Company commander, they greeted. Go Jian acknowledged them. What are you 2 up to? The soldiers exchanged puzzled glances, wondering if this was an order from Wu Ziyuan. This was not the Wu Ziyuan they remembered. Company commander, we should be going, they stammered. Go Jian waved them off. Off you go. Exchanging glances with Sun Yinqing, they entered the room, only to be stunned by the sight before them. Wu Ziyuan sat at his desk, 3 bowls of instant noodles in front of him, surrounded by several sausage wrappers and 2 bags of spicy chicken feet. Their eyes twitched. Was this really the Wu Ziyuan they knew? Noticing their presence, Wu Ziyuan quickly raised his head, noodles slurping into his mouth, cheeks bulging. Company commander, instructor, just let me finish eating, then we can talk. Go Jian approached, smirking. Wow, you've devoured 3 bowls of noodles and are still munching on chicken feet. You've got quite the appetite. He glared at Wu Ziyuan, eating so much by yourself. Aren't you afraid of bursting? Wu Ziyuan chuckled. I was just out getting Qin Luo. I hadn't eaten breakfast or lunch. The Wu Ziyuan they knew was a stern platoon leader, rarely seen with a smile. What had caused this transformation, allowing the new recruits to treat the entire platoon? Indeed. Sun Yinqing queried. If you're hosting, why are you still sending service members outside for more supplies? Isn't what you've got already sufficient? Company commander, instructor. Wu Ziyuan replied sheepishly. People change, you know? I think Qin Luo is doing well in quickly uniting everyone and integrating into the group. It's a valid approach. Sun Yinqing frowned. Wu Ziyuan, you're not forcing him to treat everyone, are you? Of course not. Wu Ziyuan quickly denied. He's doing this of his own accord. I couldn't stop him if I tried. He chuckled. Rest assured, this is well within his abilities. He can afford it. Go Jian and Sun Yinqing exchanged glances, realizing that Qin Luo was indeed exceptional. Not only was he skilled militarily, but he also navigated social intricacies with finesse. Sun Yinqing furrowed his brow. Wu Ziyuan, I warn you, he must be doing this willingly. If I find out otherwise, Wu Ziyuan interrupted cheerfully. If he isn't doing this willingly, feel free to discipline me. All right, enough of that. Go Jian interjected. We came here concerned that your platoon might not be able to accept this new recruit, but it seems he smiled slightly. I just witnessed this soldier-esque performance, and both the instructor and I agree he is a fine recruit. However, I must remind you to nurture him well. If you fail in that, I'll step in. Wu Ziyuan waved his hands in protest. Company commander, there is no need for that. I know my soldiers. I can handle this. Go Jian's lips twitched, leaving him momentarily speechless. Sun Yinqing stifled a laugh. I told you. Trying to take his soldier is like trying to take his life. Yet, it was clear that Wu Ziyuan had indeed changed, at least showing a touch of humanity. I'm just offering a reminder. Go Jian coughed, turning back to the scene. What are you all staring at? Get some instant noodles for the instructor and me. Is this how we treat our guests? Wu Ziyuan grinned. Of course, I'll prepare it right away. Would you like braised eggs and sausages? Make it a full set. You're not keeping all the good stuff to yourself. Bring us 3 portions. Go Jian patted his leg. 1 portion is enough for me, Sun Yinqing quickly added. The rain continued to pour, darkening the world outside. Only the occasional flash of lightning illuminated the sky for a brief moment. Report. All thanks to the platoon leader and squad leader. Qin Luo exclaimed. All right, enough. Wu Ziyuan waved his hand. If I were teaching well, you wouldn't have chosen to join the special forces and abandon us. Xiangbing. Qin Luo grinned mischievously, fully aware that the platoon leader, despite his tough exterior, was soft-hearted, especially when it came to pride. What? Qin Luo was taken aback. Qin Luo's eyes widened in disbelief. Where am I supposed to go? You can't possibly expect me to become a clerk or a communications soldier. I absolutely refuse. A clerk and a communications officer? That is absurd. Wu Ziyuan stood up directly. Chapter 60. What on earth is this cooking class? Cooking class? Qin Luo stared in disbelief, nearly convinced he had misheard. Yet now, they were assigning him as a cook, and he no longer wished to be idle. He aspired to be a commendable soldier. Commander, Qin Luo stood tall, excitedly proclaiming. I'm one of your soldiers. I ranked first among the 3 divisions in assessments, and I broke numerous records. You are well aware of this. My skills can bring glory to our unit. I assure you, I will work diligently going forward. Wu Ziyuan regarded him with a calm gaze. Have you finished? Qin Luo's eyes twitched. Commander, I am utterly inept at cooking. My forte lies in training. Please allow me to remain in the combat unit. It would be a sheer waste to relegate a talent like mine to the cooking class. Wu Ziyuan chuckled, his amusement evident. Do you truly believe you are a talent? Qin Luo nodded vigorously. It was self-evident. When we first met, I told you I was an exceptionally rare talent, ranking first among all new recruits. Even the special forces enlisted me on special grounds. Doesn't that prove my worth? What other recruit can boast such prowess? Wu Ziyuan nodded, his smile unwavering. Indeed. Your confidence remains intact, which is commendable. Yes, you are correct. Your military capabilities surpass those of all new recruits this year. And even many veterans find it challenging to keep up with you. Qin Luo's eyes widened in surprise. Wu Ziyuan continued. You are an excellent soldier, but you are currently too eager. Your desire to prove yourself and atone for past mistakes is palpable. He patted Qin Luo on the shoulder. However, those matters are trivial. What truly matters is that we seek a comrade we can trust to watch our backs, rather than one who is perpetually in haste. Wu Ziyuan said solemnly. Go to the cooking class and take the time to refine yourself. There, you will find peace. He smiled warmly, having consumed your instant noodles. I must now take responsibility for you. Looking at Wu Ziyuan's sincere smile, Qin Luo felt a warmth spread within him. During his time in the recruit company, he had never imagined that the commander, who constantly scrutinized him, would one day consider his well-being so thoughtfully. Commander, Qin Luo said earnestly, this time, I mean what I say. I will become a good soldier. The reconnaissance battalion's 3 companies were actually situated in the same courtyard, each in separate buildings. Wu Ziyuan's office was also located upstairs. Exiting the office, Qin Luo let out a long sigh. In the military, the combat unit and the cooking class were 2 distinct concepts. Although they belonged to the same regiment, the cooking class was part of the logistics. Regardless of various assessments or selections, the cooking class was never involved. Qin Luo gazed at the distant cooking class, inhaling deeply. He was reluctant to go. Yet he recognized Wu Ziyuan's words held merit. He strode downstairs to gather his belongings. However, upon reaching the ground floor, he suddenly froze. The corridor was filled with people. Nearly all the officers and soldiers from the second company had arrived. A smiling captain approached him. Qin Luo, I am Li Kong, the instructor of the second company. Hello. Instructor, Qin Luo promptly saluted. Qin Luo, the second platoon leader chimed in with a smile. Don't listen to him. Since you've entered our gates today, you are one of us in the second company. Having consumed your food, we are now comrades and brothers. Everyone gazed at Qin Luo with deep sincerity. Zheng Haonan, Zheng Qian, and others stood tall, their eyes filled with reluctance. How Duodua's tears flowed freely. If not for the presence of others, he would have rushed up to embrace Qin Luo. They had finally reunited, only to be separated once more before they could share a word. Qin Luo scanned the faces of his brothers, his heart tumultuous. After a moment, he saluted with fervor. In that instant, his eyes brimmed with tears. Otherwise, he might never grasp what it felt like to entrust his back to a comrade. Let us go? Chang Lei stepped forward, lifting Qin Luo's bag with a smile. I'll escort you. Yes, squad leader. Qin Luo rubbed his eyes, grabbing another bag as he followed him toward the cooking class. Although they were still in the same regiment, once he entered the cooking class, he would no longer train, dine, or rest alongside his comrades. Qin Luo's steps slowed, a hint of melancholy settling in his heart. Luo Gu is leaving. How Duodua's tears flowed like the rain outside. Why are you crying? Zheng Haonan glared at him. It's not like Luo Gu is being buried. He is still here. But he just reunited with us, and now he is leaving. How Duo wiped his eyes. Cheng Haonan's lips twitched, his sadness rendering him speechless. Zheng Qian patted how Duo's back. Don't be upset, Duo. The cooking class isn't far from us. We'll have plenty of opportunities to meet. Besides, you must trust Luo Go. How Duo paused, then nodded vigorously, tears streaming everywhere. Yes, Luo Gu keeps his promises. He will keep his word. The mess hall was not far away. A 5-minute walk sufficed. Chong Lei, beaming, glanced into the cooking class and lowered his voice. The cooking class is a hidden gem. The commander has a purpose for sending you here. You must be humble and avoid causing trouble like in the recruit company. Remember, it is crucial to cultivate good relationships with your comrades. Seeing Chong Lei's earnest demeanor, Qin Luo felt a sudden jolt. He had long heard that the cooking class was filled with exceptional talents, and it seemed the rumors were indeed true. Qin Luo even began to envision various skilled individuals bustling about in the cooking class. Squad leader, rest assured, I am no longer the person I once was. I will certainly foster harmonious relationships and integrate with them. Chong Lei chuckled awkwardly. All right, then you may enter. I'll take my leave. After exchanging salutes, Chong Lei sheltered himself under an umbrella and dashed into the ring. Qin Luo silently watched his retreating figure for a long while before he sighed deeply. Where I fell, I shall rise again. To rise again, I must start anew. He turned to face the kitchen, a renewed confidence surging within him. This is where it begins. What is so remarkable about this humble cooking class? I will conquer it with ease. He hoisted his bag and marched boldly inside. Report. New recruit Qin Luo. Here to check in. Come in, came a languid voice from within. Taking a deep breath, Qin Luo pushed open the kitchen door. However, as soon as he stepped inside, he felt as though he had been struck by lightning, his entire being rendered motionless. Inside the kitchen stood 9 robust men, each averaging nearly 6 feet tall, their physiques reminiscent of double-door refrigerators, all staring intently at him. Clad only in tank tops, their muscles outshone even those of Stallone and Schwarzenegger, fully exposed to the air. The kitchen was suffused with an overwhelming atmosphere of raw masculinity, and the mood had shifted palpably. Qin Luo swallowed hard. Is this the cooking class? This looks more like a house of debauchery. Are you Qin Luo? One veteran licked his lips, grinning as he beckoned him closer. Come here. Let the veteran check your physique. Chapter 61. I apologize for my rashness. Old Qin, thank you for the air conditioning you provided this time. Deputy Commander Luo Jianghai said cheerfully over the phone. You've truly helped us solve a major problem. You have no idea. During the summer, when temperatures soar, our soldiers can't sleep at night. Even with fans, they are drenched in sweat. Now that we have air conditioning, it's a relief. The soldiers will definitely be grateful to you. Qin Jiaqing laughed heartily. Old Luo, why are you being so polite with me? I owe it all to you for arranging for my little Luo. What I've done is but a trivial matter. Within a month, I shall donate another 5,000 air conditioners to you, to be installed for those stationed in remote areas, alleviating the summer hardships of the soldiers. Luo Jianghai exclaimed with excitement. Old Qin, I cannot thank you enough. I must treat you to a grand feast, representing our military district. I know you are affluent, so please do not disdain our modest wine. Qin Jiaqing burst into laughter. Absolutely, I will gladly accept your invitation, and I shall ensure to drink you all under the table. Ha ha ha. Both men erupted into hearty laughter. By the way, Qin Jiaqing suddenly inquired, Old Luo, how has my son Xiao Luo been faring lately? Luo Jianghai responded cheerfully, Old Qin, your son is indeed remarkable. I have transferred him to the inspection team, and since his arrival, he has been tirelessly diligent. Really? Qin Jiaqing grinned widely. Can this lad earn accolades? He chuckled. Let us express our gratitude to Deputy Commander Luo. Moreover, I shall contribute additional supplies to their inspection team and improve their barracks, perhaps even reconstruct them. What do you think? Luo Jianghai's face lit up with joy. Certainly. I wholeheartedly agree to such benevolent endeavors. After a brief exchange, they concluded the call. Luo Jianghai shook his head, musing, this old Qin dotes on his son, even sending him to serve in the military. He truly desires his child's well-being while also wanting him to endure some hardships, such as the plight of parents everywhere. He smiled gently. Inspection team, you shall indeed enjoy the fruits of Qin Luo's labor. When the barracks are rebuilt, be sure to extend your gratitude. Little did he know, at that moment, Qin Luo had already been taken to the division's reconnaissance battalion by Wu Ziyuan. Meanwhile, Qin Jiaqing reclined contentedly in his rocking chair. Wang Rifa presented him with a cup of coffee. Sir, you appear quite joyful. Has there been news of the young master? Astute observation, Qin Jiaqing chuckled. It was indeed my connections that facilitated this. Xiao Luo was nearly ensnared by you. As soon as I intervened, he was swiftly assigned to a comfortable position. Now he is inspecting personnel and has even earned recognition. What a promising lad. Ha ha ha. Wang Rifa quickly concurred. That is certainly true. My standing is due to your influence, and your involvement makes all the difference. Qin Jiaqing's brow furrowed momentarily, but soon relaxed. No need for concern. He is now part of the inspection team and can oversee matters throughout the military. This lad will undoubtedly seize opportunities to connect with others, with his abilities. He will surely excel. If any challenges arise, I shall assist him. What are you standing around for? Come inside. A voice called out, causing Qin Luo to feel a jolt of anxiety. Who is speaking? He scanned the room and found 9 burly men leering at him, yet none uttered a word. Hey, are you deaf or foolish? Can't you comprehend human speech? We told you to come in. Do you not see how scantily clad we are? It's cold. Hurry and shut the door. Qin Luo's eyes widened in alarm. Behind the counter, a head emerged. Speaking was none other than him. Just moments ago, Qin Luo had almost mistaken this for a pig's head. He took a deep breath and reluctantly stepped inside, closing the door, but leaving a crack for an escape, if necessary. These men appeared far from ordinary. Your situation has already been conveyed to me by squad leader Wu. The man behind the counter fixed his gaze on Qin Luo, his square jaw and resolute demeanor exuding authority. You are quite impressive. The man mused as he appraised Qin Luo from head to toe. In our division, whether new recruits or veterans, everyone strives to join the reconnaissance battalion. Yet you, after all these years, are the first to leap directly from the reconnaissance battalion to the special forces. How remarkable. The other soldiers regarded Qin Luo with increasing enthusiasm. Terrified, Qin Luo swallowed hard, fearing he had unwittingly stumbled into a den of misfits. Was Wu Ziyuan sending him here to toughen his character or to test his limits? Calm yourself. Since you are here, make yourself comfortable, the man smiled. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Zhao Jiumei, the cook squad leader. Huffed. Qin Luo nearly choked on his own breath. Why, you said your name is what? The man huffed. I have 8 older sisters, and my parents, fearing I would be hard to support, chose this name. Is there a problem with that? Qin Luo swallowed hard. The cook squad was hardly a place of hidden talents, but rather a realm of peculiarities. He had thought the 9 men were eccentric enough. Yet the squad leader proved to be the pinnacle of oddity. A man named Zhao Jiumei. Just the thought of it sent shivers down his spine. Let me introduce you to the bald fellow. He is Qi Gang, the deputy squad leader. A robust, bald man waved cheerfully at Qin Luo, his armpit hair bursting forth. Qin Luo managed an awkward smile, acknowledging the gesture. Ma Shuai and Fan Yongzhen, our head chefs, both certified first-class chefs. The duo winked at Qin Luo, causing him to feel a tightening in his stomach. Xiong Fei, a sergeant, the one who procures supplies. Hello. Qin Luo was startled by his voice. This fellow, despite being the most delicate-looking among them, had the loudest voice, akin to a heavy object crashing to the ground. Jiang Chaoda, Zhou Yong, and Zhao Chong are all veterans skilled in chopping vegetables, making pastries, and occasionally cooking. Let me clarify, Zhao Jiumei fixed his gaze on Qin Luo. Our cook squad is unlike any other. Within the camp, we are the sole cook squad responsible for the entire battalion's meals. Typically, each company has its own cook squad, yet we manage the provisions for 3 companies at once. Qin Luo's scalp tingled as he finally comprehended the squad leader's earlier words. This truly was no ordinary assignment. It meant they were handling 3 times the usual workload. Zhao Jiumei continued. Although you are new, do not assume it will be easy. Our tasks are exceedingly demanding. We must ensure that every soldier in the camp is well fed and satisfied, as the battalion's combat capability relies heavily on us. Therefore, whatever tasks you are assigned, you must complete them diligently. Furthermore, abandon any thoughts of the combat team's frivolities. You now belong to us, and your focus must solely be on our duties. Qin Luo felt an urge to shield himself from the fierce words. What fierce wolf spoke such things? Today, as it is raining outside, lend a hand to your comrades here. Assist anyone in need. Understood. Do you have any questions? Zhao Jiumei inquired, observing him closely. Qin Luo, fixated on him, suddenly smiled awkwardly. Squad leader, I am quite curious. Our squad seems so formidable. How did you come to be the squad leader? Zhao Jiumei was taken aback, and all eyes turned toward him. What do you mean by that? Suddenly, a mountain loomed behind the counter. Qin Luo's smile froze on his face, his eyes nearly bulging out. He had thought the others were already tall and imposing, but the squad leader stood a head taller than them. The oversized tank top clung awkwardly to his frame, as if ready to burst at any moment. How awkward it appeared. Kid, you don't think the squad leader is short, do you? Qi Gang scrutinized him. The other veterans roared with laughter. Did you misjudge? It's just that the table is too low. The squad leader fears back strain, which is why he sits while working. Gazing up at the towering Zhao Jiumei, Qin Luo swallowed hard. This fellow was nearly touching the ceiling. Standing well over 2 meters tall, surely he must sit to work. Such a massive frame, continually bent over. What kind of skeleton could endure such strain? Qin Luo gulped and forced a wry smile. My apologies. I was hasty in my judgment. Adjust your mindset, kid. Zhao Jiumei glared at him. Once you enter the cook squad, abandon any frivolous thoughts. We 1T employ the old veterans tactics to pressure you, but as you can see, you are the youngest and smallest here. Outside, you may feel grand, but within these walls, you are the least. Qin Luo nodded vigorously, his gaze fixated on the bulging trousers of a group of fellows nearby, which undeniably seemed a size larger than his own. Fortunately, Cheng Haonan and his crew were absent. Otherwise, he would feel a wave of inferiority wash over him. Get to work. Yet, for that fleeting moment, he understood the necessity of focusing on his duties. With a deep breath, Qin Luo squared his shoulders, his heart racing with trepidation. No wonder everyone had gathered in the corridor to bid him farewell, making it feel like a poignant parting. It became clear why the sergeant had spoken those words and why the squad leader had emphasized the hidden talents in their midst, urging him to forge good relationships with everyone. This place was indeed not meant for ordinary individuals. Leaving it would be no easy feat. Xiao Qin, come work with me. Ma Shuai beckoned him with a smile. Qin, join me. Little Luo, come here, be good. Several seasoned soldiers called out, their eyes glinting with mischief as they waved him over, their chests flexing in a rather exaggerated manner. Qin Luo felt a chill run down his spine, his toes curling with tension. Should he approach them or keep his distance? Chapter 62. In truth, I am a woodcutter. Wu Ziyuan. What is the meaning of this? With a loud bang, the office door swung open as Go Jian stormed in, visibly irate. Hello, Captain. Chong Lei and Xia Dong immediately stood to attention. Wu Ziyuan saluted. What is it, Captain? Go Jian took a deep breath and waved his hand. You too, step outside. Yes, sir. They saluted and hurried out. What has gotten into the captain? I hope it's not another bout of hemorrhoids. Chong Lei speculated curiously. Qin Luo? Chong Lei exclaimed in surprise. Who else could it be? Xia Dong replied with a slight smile. Our captain's favorite is a good soldier, as long as they possess the capability. He is willing to befriend them. That kid made a fool of us right from the start. In the captain's eyes, he must be a gem. The squad leader has now sent him to the kitchen. The captain is bound to be unhappy about that. Chong Lei's face was alight with amusement. So, you're saying Qin Luo can dream on? Xia Dong retorted sharply. You've forgotten what our squad leader is like. Chong Lei's smile faltered. Indeed, that hot-headed squad leader would dare to bang the table even in front of the division commander. I can only bitterly smile for you. Qin Luo. In the kitchen? You'll need to hold your ground. Are you opposing me? Go Jian glared at Wu Ziyuan. Just moments ago, I instructed you to nurture him, and now you send him to the kitchen. Have you lost your mind? A soldier like him should be in combat, not cooking. Wu Ziyuan was splattered with spittle. Had it been Gao Kun, he would have surely slammed his hand on the table. Yet, Go Jian held a different status in his heart. Wiping his face with a smile, Wu Ziyuan said, Captain, your temper seems a bit heightened lately. Perhaps some chrysanthemum tea would help. The captain, Wu Ziyuan, chuckled as he held him back. Hold on, let me say a word or two. Go Jian, still fuming, took a seat. Spit it out. Wu Ziyuan sat across from him, grinning. Captain, you know me well. My fondness lies with good soldiers. Qin Luo possesses commendable military skills. Yet he currently lacks a certain mental fortitude. Gradually, he ceased smiling. You are aware of our battalion's history, whether battling the Japanese or engaging the Koreans. We have lost our formation multiple times. What we need are comrades we can trust with our lives, and he still has a way to go. Go Jian stared fiercely at him. Then teach him. I am teaching him, Wu Ziyuan replied. You know Zhao Jumei in the kitchen. There is no one in our division more reliable than him. Observing Go Jian's furrowed brow, Wu Ziyuan earnestly continued. Captain, he is a piece of fine steel, but it requires the forge of intense fire to shape him into an exceptional sword. In the future, he may very well become the backbone of our battalion. But it is essential to grant him some time. Go Jian scrutinized him for a long while before exhaling. Fine, we shall give him some time. Zhao Jumei is capable. It's beneficial for him to stay under that guidance. But, he fixed Wu Ziyuan with a stare, don't let it drag on too long. I do not wish for such a fine soldier to waste excessive time in the kitchen. I will speak with Zhao Jumei, Wu Ziyuan nodded. Off you go. Go Jian sprang up, storming out. Wu Ziyuan sighed, shaking his head. Within the division, he was known as the iron-faced commander. Yet, compared to Go Jian, he still had a way to go. Qin Luo, Wu Ziyuan smiled faintly. You should be getting along well with the kitchen crew by now. Huff, huff, huff. Qin Luo's eyes were wide open, staring at the ceiling. Sleep eluded him. He simply could not fall asleep. The cacophony of snoring from the others was unbearable, especially Zhao Jiumei's, which had a peculiar rhythm. It resonated like a haunting melody, echoing in his ears. Qin Luo threw the blanket over his head. Someone. Please punch me out. I need to sleep. Help. Time passed, and eventually, Qin Luo drifted into a shallow slumber. In his dreams, Zhao Jiumei and others encircled him, their eyes glinting with mischief. Yet, he found himself frozen, unable to move or flee, watching helplessly as they drew closer. He jolted awake, gasping for breath, only to find Zhao Jiumei and the others peering down at him from the bedside, their expressions predatory. What are you doing? He stammered, clutching his chest. What is going on? Stop yelling and get up. We have work to do. With that, they turned and strode out. Qin Luo exhaled a sigh of relief. His back drenched in sweat. Tomorrow night, he must wear more clothes to bed. It was too terrifying. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he glanced at the clock on the wall. 4:30 a.m. Oh no, is it this early? Qin Luo, hurry up. Zhao Jumei's voice echoed from outside. It's going to get busy. Got it. Qin Luo replied helplessly as he dressed quickly and followed them outside. When they reached the kitchen, Zhao Jiumei and the others were already hard at work. Qi Gang and Zhou Yong were chopping onions and carrots with a clamor. Ma Shuai and Fan Yongjin wielded their knives with such speed against a mound of meat that their hands were almost a blur. Jiang Chaoda was pouring 3 bags of flour into a large basin, skillfully mixing it, as if practicing Tai Chi after finishing. They both hoisted a large pot and dashed towards the stove. Qin Luo gulped. Indeed, these fellows resembled martial arts masters. No ordinary person could match their pace. Qin Luo, light the fire. Zhao Jumei shouted while busily working. Okay. Qin Luo rushed to the stove. Is it this one? Yes, light all 4 stoves. Can you do that? Of course, I can light a fire. He grabbed some matches, scanning around until he found a pile of old newspapers, which he decided to use. After lighting one, he stuffed it inside, but the paper burned away without igniting the fire. Squad leader, it won't light. You need to turn on the gas, you fool. Qin Luo felt his face flush with embarrassment. He had never done this at home. Where's the gas? Everyone nearly fell over, and Zhao Jumei pointed. That one over there. Turn the handle until you hear the gas, then light it, and turn on the fan. Yes, the one right next to you. Oh. Following the instructions, Qin Luo twisted the knob, and sure enough, he heard the hissing of gas. He then lit the newspaper again and turned on 2 valves. Boom. A loud explosion accompanied by a burst of flame sent 2 large pots flying, startling Qin Luo into a hasty retreat. Crash. The 2 pots landed heavily on the stove, causing it to shake violently. Are you trying to kill someone? Everyone shouted in alarm. Qin Luo wore an innocent expression as he replied, "Class leader. I have never done this before." Then refrained from showing off. Zhao Jiumei said sternly, "Whether in the kitchen or elsewhere, safety is of utmost importance. If you know how to do it, do it. If you don't, seek guidance. Do not overestimate your abilities, understood?" "Yes." Qin Luo nodded vigorously. "Go help Jiang Chaodai with the dough." "Understood." Qin Luo ran over, and Jiang Chaodai, with a cheerful smile, said, "Help me pour some water." "All right." Qin Luo lifted the bucket and poured water into the dough as instructed. "Don't worry about it," Jiang Chaodai chuckled. "Everyone starts somewhere. You'll get the hang of it eventually. Just listen to the class leader and ask questions. We are all easy to talk to." Seeing the smile on his face, Qin Luo felt a bit better. Since joining the military, he had managed to handle various tasks with ease, but this was the exception. Fortunately, everyone was quite forgiving and did not blame him too much. Suddenly, Qin Luo sensed a disparity between these individuals' outward appearances and their inner selves. His preconceived notions about the cooking class began to shift. After breakfast, Qin Luo arranged the trays, stood up, and stretched. The soreness in his lower back made him grimace. The tasks in the kitchen were no easy feat. Just organizing the plates for the entire camp was exhausting, more so than the training in the combat unit. Qin Luo shook his head in resignation. Adapting to this was not a matter to be accomplished in a short time. By the way, had the last mission issued by the system not been completed yet? Hadn't he successfully entered the reconnaissance battalion and been accepted by the second company? He took a deep breath. He needed to exert more effort. To complete the mission and pursue the damn Tianlang, he first had to get out of here. Qin Luo. Qin Luo, what are you doing? Come to the back. Zhao Jiumei's voice rang out again, like a thunderclap. Qin Luo immediately ran to the back. Behind the kitchen was an open space with a water tower looming above, and beneath it were 4 large stoves. At that moment, the veterans were all gathered around the water tower, exercising. Xiong Fei was doing a handstand with 2 fingers, performing shoulder supports. Qi Gang lay on the grass, lifting Jiang Chaodai, who was stiff as a stick, while Jiang Chaodai held 2 dumbbells, moving them up and down. The most impressive was Zhao Jiumei, who was squatting while supporting Ma Shuai and Fan Yongzhen against the water tower. Qin Luo was left stunned. These people were truly extraordinary. This training was excessively intense. "What are you standing there for? Come over." Zhao Jiumei turned and shouted. Qin Luo hurried to his side. Zhao Jiumei, drenched in sweat, looked at him and said, "In our cooking class, we cannot neglect training just because we cook. Do not think that once you arrive at the cooking class, you can avoid training. After breakfast, lunch, and dinner, we all engage in physical training. Now that you are here, you will join us." "Understood." Qin Luo straightened his chest. "Do not misunderstand." Zhao Jiumei continued while squatting. "The reason we train is to better serve the entire camp. Without a strong body, we cannot perform our duties." "I understand," Qin Luo nodded. Then curiously asked, "Class leader, your military skills must be exceptional, right?" Everyone burst into laughter, leaving Qin Luo bewildered. "Did I say something wrong? What do you mean by exceptional soldiers?" Zhao Jiumei chuckled. "As I just mentioned, we train solely to fulfill our responsibilities. The combat units focus on enhancing combat capability to protect the nation. We ensure that the combat units have the strength to train. Wherever you are, focus on your duties. Do not dwell on irrelevant thoughts. Simply do your job well, and that makes you a good soldier." Qin Luo was momentarily taken aback. Was that all it took to be considered a good soldier? So simple? Given your slender arms and legs, you will struggle to keep up with our training for now. Let's start with the basics. Begin by chopping wood. Huh, chopping wood is also training? Qin Luo's eyes widened. Of course, Qi Gang pointed to the 4 stoves. "We cook lunch and dinner here, and we need firewood. Where does the firewood come from?" "We chop it ourselves." Zhao Jiumei nodded. "From now on, the task of chopping wood will be yours. Over there, go grab an axe and be careful." "Do you want me to teach you?" Qi Gang asked with a smile. "No need. I will try it myself." Qin Luo turned and walked away. Looking at the pile of wood, he took a deep breath. In the cooking class, he was entirely a novice. He knew nothing. Back home, everything was done for him by Wang Rifa and the servants. He merely had to extend his hands for clothes and meals. He had never imagined that one day he would also chop wood. The military truly was a great melting pot. Regardless of who you were outside, here, everyone was the same. Qin Luo picked up a piece of wood, placed it on the ground, and then grabbed an axe. At the moment the axe touched his hand, a powerful tremor surged through him. In that instant, it felt as though the axe had become an extension of himself. The ability of the blade deity. Qin Luo's eyes sparkled. When he acquired this ability, he had thought it was somewhat useless. What use would a hatchet or a kitchen knife have? He never expected it would come in handy so soon. Feeling the surge of strength within him, he decided to test this ability. Qin Luo raised the axe high, his right hand moving up while his left gripped the lower end of the axe, creating a beautiful arc in the air. With a swift motion, the axe came crashing down. The veterans, who were training, all turned their heads, their eyes wide with astonishment. "Holy cow, you've got skills. You picked it up so quickly? You're better than I was. It took me 2.5 days to learn." Before they could react, Qin Luo swung the axe again, this time with even greater speed and power. Crack! The wood split in 2. The axe barely rested on the ground for a moment before he twisted his waist, swinging it once more. Crack! Another piece of wood was cleaved in half. Everyone's eyes nearly bulged out. This was better than their current chopping. In no time, Qin Luo had become incredibly proficient. All the chopped wood was neatly stacked to the side, some even soaring through the air before landing perfectly in place. The axe spun in the air, deftly picking up a piece of wood and striking it down accurately onto the ground. The moment the axe touched the earth, it sprang back as if it were spring-loaded. Before the split would even hit the ground, another log had already been chopped into 8 pieces. Following that, Qin Luo swung the axe again, turning 8 pieces into 16. And then into 32. With a single swing, the fine kindling was set aside, stacked neatly. Is this kid about to finish the entire pile of wood? Qi Gang's mouth fell open. The once mountainous heap of firewood had dwindled to a third of its original size. Everyone swallowed hard. This was the amount they would chop in 3 days. He seems to be enjoying this. Look at that smile on his face. Xiong Fei exclaimed in disbelief. Look at how uniform the firewood is. It's as if he measured it with a ruler. Class leader, Ma Shuai said with a pained expression. Don't let him chop anymore. If he keeps this up, none of us will have the face to chop wood again. Everyone turned to the class leader. And Zhao Jiumei gulped nervously. Not only did they not dare to continue, but they also feared chopping wood in the future. Compared to Qin Luo, the firewood they chopped looked like it had been gnawed by a dog. What he was doing was pure artistry. Qin Luo, come here. You don't have to chop anymore. No problem. I can keep going, Qin Luo replied with a grin. To be honest, this task is quite enjoyable. I feel like I found my rhythm. At present, he is thoroughly enjoying himself, unable to cease his activity. As he spoke, he tossed a piece of wood into the air and spun the axe around. Thwack, thwack, thwack. The power of the blade master activated, and a single log was effortlessly cleaved into 6 pieces mid-air. Stop chopping. 10 voices nearly shouted in unison. Qin Luo was startled. What's wrong? That's enough. Zhao Jiumei swallowed hard, struggling to articulate. You can't burn all that firewood at once. It's more than sufficient. Save some for tomorrow's work. No worries. I'll find something else to do tomorrow. I can chop it all quickly, Qin Luo replied, swinging his arm vigorously, causing the axe to carve graceful arcs around him. Class monitor, please continue, he urged. How can I do that? Zhao Jiumei retorted, while he is diligently working. How could I possibly stop him? Everyone sighed helplessly. In that moment, no one felt inclined to train, their attention diverted. Watching further would only deepen their embarrassment. 20 minutes later, Qin Luo exhaled contentedly. This is bliss. He had genuinely found his rhythm. The blade master's ability was indeed formidable. With just a basic level of skill, he could wield such a heavy axe as if it were a mere knife. He had just learned that if he were to elevate his blade master ability to its peak, the axe would feel like an extension of himself, as natural as his own limbs. A broad smile graced Qin Luo's face. Evidently, none of the abilities granted by the system were superfluous. Class monitor, he approached the group. If there are any issues with my chopping, please inform me. I am eager to improve. The others felt as though they had been struck hard. How could this be deemed unsatisfactory? What are we to do? Zhao Jiumei chuckled awkwardly. It's fine, quite good, and has reached the average standard for our class. Just maintain this level. Excellent. Qin Luo nodded. I'll practice a bit more. I feel I can chop even thinner, like the width of chopsticks. Which would also be easier to burn. All the veterans exchanged alarmed glances at Zhao Jiumei. Class monitor, we strongly recommend that Qin Luo refrain from chopping wood any longer. Huh. Qin Luo looked at them in surprise. Aren't we supposed to be honing our skills? Why stop me now? Qin Luo, Qi Gang laughed heartily. Patting him on the back, chopping wood is merely for physical training. Your physical fitness is commendable, rivaling ours. There's no need to waste time here. Really? Qin Luo examined their muscular builds and then glanced at himself, feeling somewhat inadequate. Indeed, quite true, Qi Gang said, slapping Qin Luo's shoulder with enough force to nearly topple him. Class monitor, I believe starting today, we should have Qin Luo peel fruits. Yes, Ma Shuai nodded vigorously. Peeling fruits is a skilled task in itself. With over 500 personnel in the entire camp, each requiring a portion of fruit per meal, it's a significant undertaking. Comrade Qin Luo, can you manage this? Everyone turned their gaze towards Qin Luo, who felt a twitch at the corner of his eye. Is peeling fruit really such a grand affair? He asked, looking to the class monitor for clarification. Zhao Jiumei fixated her serious gaze upon him. Can you accomplish this task? I assure you, I will complete it, Qin Luo affirmed. The blade master ability included the use of a fruit knife, making it perfectly suited for the task at hand. Zhao Jiumei smiled. Good, then it's entrusted to you. A collective sigh of relief washed over the group. Finally, this lad would not be chopping wood, preserving some semblance of dignity for them. Food is ready, food is ready, Ma Shuai shouted as he rushed into the cafeteria. All platoon members, come and serve the dishes. What delicacies have been prepared today? A throng of soldiers excitedly flooded into the kitchen. For the weary reconnaissance troops, mealtime was the highlight of their day. A rare moment of respite. Wow, it smells heavenly. Class monitor, your braised ribs are even more delectable than my mother's. Today's fish is delightful as well. It smells so good, I can hardly contain my saliva. Hearing the praises from everyone, Zhao Jiumei beamed, her smile wide, while the others wore similar expressions of joy. Eating and sleeping were the simple pleasures of the combat class. Receiving compliments and affirmations about the food was their sole source of happiness. As long as everyone was satisfied and content with their meals, even the hardest labor seemed worthwhile. Watching dish after dish being served, Zhao Jiumei exclaimed, all platoon members, head to the small room to fetch the fruit. One by one, the soldiers set down their dishes and hurried to the adjacent small room. Just as Zhao Jiumei turned to leave, a sudden gasp rang out. She paused. What happened? Is something wrong? It seems to be from Qin Luo's side, Qi Gang remarked. Could this lad cause trouble even while cutting fruit? Oh no, I hope he hasn't cut himself. Hurry, let us check. They rushed toward the source of the commotion. And upon reaching the doorway, they beheld a soldier emerging with an exquisitely arranged fruit platter. Zhao Jiumei and her companions gazed in astonishment, mouths agape. The watermelon had been sculpted into a small mountain, apple slices arranged into a lotus platform, and bananas transformed into lotus roots, surrounded by oranges, jujubes, and pears forming a stunning lotus pond. Even the edge of the platter was adorned with an orange representing the sun, creating a magnificent sight. Class monitor, you are incredible. This carving skill is simply divine. This is truly a work of art. I might hesitate to eat it. Watching the fruit platters being taken away, the cooking team was left in utter disbelief. Quick, let us see, Zhao Jiumei urged as they entered the small room, where Qin Luo was busy cleaning up a pile of peels. Qin Luo, Qi Gang stared at him in disbelief. Did you really create those fruit platters? Qin Luo shrugged. Yes, what do you think? Have I reached the average level everyone expects? The group collectively swallowed hard, all eyes turning to Zhao Jiumei. She awkwardly fumbled for words. Why yes. You have. That is splendid. Qin Luo replied with a broad grin. But I feel my first attempt was somewhat lacking. With 2 more tries, I'm sure I can make it look even better. Everyone was taken aback. 2 more tries. They swiftly turned, pushing Zhao Jiumei aside. Qi Gang stated earnestly. We only intended for him to peel some fruit and perhaps slice a few. Each person would get a portion. How could you allow him to create masterpieces? Exactly. Class monitor, Ma Shuai sighed. His work is so impressive that it makes us appear utterly incompetent, a failure, and utterly disgraceful. Xiong Fei covered his face. We even discussed teaching him. If he continues like this, how will we face him? His fruit platter is light years ahead of my previous attempts. I felt like hiding underground. Captain Wu sent him here for training, but it seems we are the ones being tested. Calm down, everyone. Zhao Jiumei wiped the sweat from her brow. Here's the plan. Let him create once more. Tomorrow, I'll have him cut vegetables and chop meat. Doesn't he have plenty of energy? Let him use it up. The group's eyes brightened instantly. Great idea. That is perfect. Let us do it. Every day, the camp required mountains of vegetables and meat to be prepared. After a full day's work, it would surely exhaust him, leaving no time for artistic endeavors. What is going on in the cooking team? Go Jian exclaimed excitedly, eyeing a piece of tofu sculpted into a sleeping Buddha, playfully flicking it with his finger. The tofu bobbled back and forth amusingly. Go Jian surveyed the surrounding tables, discovering that each had a similar tofu sculpture. We must commend the cooking team. This creativity adds a delightful twist to our otherwise monotonous lives. He cheerfully stated, Come on, everyone, let us give a round of applause for the cooking team. Applause erupted in the cafeteria. In the kitchen, Zhao Jiumei and her companions nearly dropped to their knees. Class monitor, was this intentional? Nonsense. Zhao Jiumei replied bitterly. Qi Gang gazed at her with a grim expression. This lad carved so many sleeping Buddhas from tofu, using a kitchen knife. He is clearly a master with a knife. Yet you actually let him chop vegetables? Indeed. Jiang Chaodao replied irritably. Every bone he chopped is of uniform size, as if measured with a ruler. Squad leader. Are you intentionally trying to embarrass us to undermine our confidence? Fan Yongzhen chuckled bitterly. You haven't seen him julienne potatoes. That kid can cut with both hands simultaneously while turning to chat with me. I observed, and those potato strips were thinner than toothpicks. Can we even work here anymore? Squad leader, stop calling. Zhao Jiumei lamented, covering her face in despair. I had no idea he was this skilled. This kid must have been the head chef among 800,000 cooks. Just then, Qin Luo strolled in from outside. Noticing their distressed expressions, he curiously inquired. What's wrong with you all? Qi Gang promptly forced a smile. Oh, nothing. We were just praising you. Yes, we are singing your praises. The others quickly nodded in agreement. Qin Luo chuckled. No need for that. I came here to endure training, but honestly, I'm truly enjoying myself now. I've begun to like it here. What? Everyone's eyes widened in horror. Squad leader, Qin Luo continued with a grin. I believe my knife skills have improved significantly. Can I learn to stir fry today? No. 9 voices shouted in unison. This was their final line of defense. If Qin Luo learned to stir fry, what would they have left to do? The group simultaneously turned to Zhao Jiumei, almost in unison lowering their voices to plead. Squad leader, think of a way. With Qin Luo around, we are becoming obsolete. Soon, we won't have a place here. Zhao Jiumei's eyes twitched as she helplessly closed them. Regret washed over her. Why had she ever agreed to Wu Ziyuan's request? This kid was not someone who needed training. He was clearly here to hone their cooking team. Suddenly, a large hand, resembling a fan, clapped on her shoulder. Zhao Jiumei was smiling shyly at him while looking down. What are you doing? Wu Ziyuan exclaimed, startled, as he quickly stepped back. But his foot slipped, and he fell backward. Just as he yelled, he found himself lifted into the air. Looking down, he saw Zhao Jiumei had caught him just in time. Be careful, the floor is slippery. Zhao Jiumei chuckled at him. Wu Ziyuan shouted in fright. What are you doing? Put me down, let me go? Chapter 64. Wouldn't exchange Qin Luo for anything else. Truly delightful. Wu Ziyuan rubbed his head while glaring at Zhao Jiumei. Jiumei, are you out of your mind? Although everyone says your cooking team is like that, I have never discriminated against you. But you can't just talk nonsense. Zhao Jiumei glared back at him. Weren't you about to fall just now? I was being kind to catch you. Otherwise, your head would have hit the wall. So what if it hit the wall? Wu Ziyuan growled, feeling aggrieved like a scorned spouse. I fell because of you. Zhao Jiumei felt a bit embarrassed. Stop talking. Just get dressed. Jiumei, this is the bathroom, Zhao Jiumei said, exasperated. Still, get dressed. Wu Ziyuan insisted angrily. Hurry up. Zhao Jiumei, feeling helpless, turned to put on her clothes. Can we talk now? Wu Ziyuan asked curtly. What is it? The soldier you assigned to me. Can you please get rid of him quickly? Zhao Jiumei sighed. Wu Ziyuan's brows furrowed instantly. Qin Luo? What's he up to now? Is he slacking off or taking a negative attitude towards work? Zhao Jumei's expression grew even more pained. He works diligently and actively seeks tasks. Zhao Jumei. Wu Ziyuan's eyes widened. Are you out of your mind? He.S. working. You want me to get rid of him? It's precisely because he.S. too diligent that our entire team is about to run out of work. He.S. doing the work of several of us. What? Wu Ziyuan exclaimed. Zhao Jumei, don't joke with me at this hour. Everyone in the unit knows your team can handle the rations for an entire battalion. A clueless rookie like Qin Luo shows up and steals your work. Who would believe that? I don't want to believe it either. Zhao Jumei bitterly replied. But the fact is, this soldier is genuinely impressive. We don't need to test him anymore. Get rid of him quickly. Leave us some work to do. Otherwise, our muscles will have no use. Look at me, my biceps and pectorals have shrunk by a circle. Wu Ziyuan stared in disbelief, but seeing Zhao Jumei's expression, he realized she was not joking. Moreover, it was late at night. Unless he was bored out of his mind, he wouldn't come up with a lie to fool himself. A faint smile slowly spread across Wu Ziyuan's face. It seems this kid, Qin Luo, has truly changed. Old Wu, old Wu. Wu Ziyuan snapped back to reality. Him? What is it? When are you taking him away? Zhao Jumei urged. This kid's energy is exhausting our cooking team. You should take him to the combat team to tire him out instead. Also, you said he is anxious and unfocused. I think you're completely mistaken. Can someone so anxious work so meticulously? Can someone unfocused carve tofu into a reclining Buddha? This kid is stealing our work, giving us a chance to rest. Is that not teamwork? Absolutely. Zhao Jumei pointed at him. You better keep your word. Of course, Wu Ziyuan assured. Hurry up. You must be quick. Zhao Jumei wished Wu Ziyuan would take Qin Luo away immediately. Whether he was stealing work or not was irrelevant. The key was that Qin Luo was doing it far more skillfully than they were, which was simply humiliating. But such thoughts could not be voiced. So many seasoned soldiers being outdone by a rookie, did they not care about their pride? Once Wu Ziyuan had walked far away, he suddenly burst into laughter. Good kid. You can endure in the cooking team and even make these big guys fear you. You've got some skills. It seems you've genuinely changed. Zhao Jumei trudged towards the cooking team's dormitory, feeling dejected. In just a few days, Qin Luo had taken on the tasks of cutting fruit, chopping vegetables, butchering meat, and even kneading dough. Zhao Jumei let out a long sigh. At this rate, what are we to do? But if he left, the entire battalion would be accustomed to his beautifully cut fruit platters and the daily variety of exquisitely carved dishes. If he suddenly disappeared, wouldn't the cooking team be scolded mercilessly? Suddenly, several seasoned soldiers rushed out from the team, grinning as they surrounded him. Zhao Jumei waved her hands. I've already spoken to Wu Ziyuan and clearly expressed my stance. Everyone, rest assured, in 2 days, at most 3, he will take Qin Luo away. Squad leader, you're mistaken. Qi Gang quickly interjected. How can you take Qin Luo away? Yes, Qin Luo is such a good comrade. I've already regarded him as a brother. How can you take him away now? Comrade Jumei, I must seriously criticize you. You cannot be jealous of talent. Just because the new comrade outperforms you doesn't mean you should ostracize him. Zhao Jumei was taken aback, stepping back a few paces, glaring at them fiercely. Speak clearly. You bastards. Didn't you all tell me to get rid of him? Now you're turning on me. And ma shui. Who the hell told you to call me Jumei? You think you can just call me that? You've got no respect. The group exchanged glances, all chuckling mischievously. Qi Gang stepped forward. Squad leader, times have changed. Hasn't the situation shifted? Xiong Fei, addressing the bewildered Zhao Jumei, said, just now, the instructor visited our team. The instructor came? What for? Zhao Jumei tensed up, worried they might be reprimanded. Of course, it's good news. They all grinned. The Unit officers came to our canteen for a meal today and greatly praised our dishes, especially the fruit platters and the exquisitely carved tofu guanyin. They said we not only satisfied the soldiers' appetites, but also added a splash of color to their monotonous lives. Thus, the division intends to bestow us with a commendation, and the camp shall likewise honor us. The instructor has mentioned that the division is preparing to invite military leaders for a visit. If we perform admirably, we might even earn merit. Zhao Jumei suddenly comprehended, her eyes widening in astonishment. No wonder these fellows have suddenly changed their demeanor. They do not wish for Qin Luo to depart. Should he leave, how could they achieve merit or showcase their talents? It is far more challenging to earn accolades in the kitchen than in the inspection unit. Such a golden opportunity is rare. Surely, they cannot afford to let it slip away. Zhao Jumei surveyed them. What are your thoughts now? They exchanged glances and replied in unison. We absolutely cannot let Qin Luo leave. He is one of us in the kitchen, our prized gem. A smile crept onto Zhao Jumei's lips. With your words, I understand. The following morning, Qin Luo, could you assist me in slicing some vegetables? Can you cut these cucumbers into shapes akin to potato chips while keeping them intact? Certainly, no problem. Without delay, Qin Luo rushed over and began chopping enthusiastically. Qin Luo, lend me a hand. We have some pastries for lunch. Could you use your fruit knife to carve some decorations? Whether a little rabbit or a mouse, even a cockroach or a dung beetle would suffice. Feel free to unleash your creativity. Qin Luo, could you flip the ladle for me? I need to prepare some dishes. Absolutely. Qin Luo darted to the stove and seized the large spatula. Initially, he thought this iron spatula was meant for digging, but he never anticipated that in the kitchen, it would be the very tool for cooking. After all, preparing meals for an entire camp requires substantial pots and spatulas. Gripping the spatula's handle, Qin Luo's culinary prowess instantly activated, and he effortlessly maneuvered the half-man-high spatula. With a flurry of movements, he wielded a spatula in each hand. sending the vegetables soaring within the pot. Each piece glistened evenly with oil and seasonings, appearing crisp and tender. Outside the kitchen, Wu Ziyuan and Chang Lei stood in awe, their jaws nearly dropping to the ground. This lad must have pulled some strings to get in here, Wu Ziyuan exclaimed in shock. Could it be that his family owns a restaurant? Chang Lei looked at him incredulously. How could a restaurant connection lead to the military? Was he contracted to manage the headquarters cafeteria? Wu Ziyuan took a deep breath, his astonishment gradually waning, a smile emerging on his face. Look at this lad now. Qin Luo's ability to blend in with them indeed speaks volumes. Not just a little ability. Wu Ziyuan smiled faintly. He has truly begun to settle down. Despite Zhao Jiumei's robust appearance, her attention to detail is remarkable. If Qin Luo harbored any ulterior motives, he would surely not be able to remain. The kitchen would not accommodate him. But look at the present situation. Wu Ziyuan shook his head. Zhao Jiumei's intention is for me to take him away immediately. Yet I wish to further assess him, to determine whether he is merely putting on an act. Can he really maintain such a facade? Chang Lei's eyes widened. Did you not just say that Zhao Jiumei is meticulous? How could he possibly feign it? However, Wu Ziyuan replied coolly. This lad, Qin Luo, is quite astute. He glanced at Chang Lei. Before the division of troops, he had already agreed, and we all assumed he would join us. Yet at the last moment, he changed his mind and chose the special forces. Promises may hold little value in society, but they are paramount in the military, particularly for the second company. Thus, I shall observe him more closely. Chang Lei sighed helplessly. Is the current assessment truly of such significance? Yet, a commander is a commander. Stubbornness dictates that we comply. Little does he know. Even if he were to take Qin Luo away today, not only would Zhao Jiumei disapprove, but the entire kitchen crew would also object. With a swift motion, a basin of water was poured onto the ground, washing away blood and pig bristles towards the doorway. Qin Luo picked up 2 brooms, quickly sweeping the water away, directing all the blood towards the drain. He glanced down at his soiled clothes, a smile playing on his lips. At times, he found it quite surreal. Those who once knew him would never believe that the scion of the Qin family would one day be in the military kitchen, slaughtering pigs and cleaning alongside everyone else. In the past, such tasks were beneath his status. Yet now, Qin Luo found immense joy and fascination in his work. Though tiring and messy, engaging with his comrades brought him far more happiness than his previous extravagant lifestyle. Whether purchasing yachts, private jets, or basking in adoration, those were fleeting pleasures. Now, Qin Luo revels in the authentic joy of each moment, gaining a deeper understanding of camaraderie and brotherhood. Let us tidy up, it's getting late. Everyone, hurry and get some rest, Zhao Jiumei called out. Tomorrow morning, we need to make dumplings. Certainly. Everyone chuckled as they stuffed the divided pork into the freezer. Zhao Jiumei patted Qin Luo on the shoulder. Little Qin, you're impressive. Just last week, you hesitated to slaughter pigs, but today, you're swift and decisive, mastering the art. Qin Luo chuckled. It's all thanks to our squad leader's guidance. Don't be modest. You learn quickly on your own. Zhao Jiumei laughed, playfully nudging him. Come on. Let's wash up. You smell worse than I do. Just as the two were about to head to the shower, a piercing whistle suddenly rang out. Qin Luo's eyes widened. An emergency assembly? What is going on? Chapter 65. Do you realize how hot you are? A light rain drizzled as the neatly dressed Qin Luo and the veteran stood before the cafeteria, eagerly gazing towards the direction of the combat team. It's starting to move. Qi Gang pointed in the distance. It looks like everyone is about to depart. Oh, that appears to be the division commander's vehicle, Ma Shuai remarked. Indeed. It is the commander's, Fan Yongjin observed with a puzzled expression. With such a grand display, even the commander is here. What could be happening? Qin Luo, filled with curiosity, inquired. Wasn't there supposed to be a military exercise? You know, where 2 units engage in real combat. Could this be an exercise? A chorus of laughter erupted as everyone looked at him. If it were an exercise, would we still be standing here? Moreover, exercises are announced in advance, requiring preparation. We haven't heard anything about an exercise lately. Besides, exercises do not involve real combat. They simulate actual warfare, where both sides treat each other as enemies and fight relentlessly. Qin Luo scratched his head. I see. So what are we doing now? He cast his gaze toward the second company, suddenly feeling an urge to join them. However, this impulse quickly faded. Although his time in the kitchen has been brief, every individual and every day spent here has subtly transformed Qin Luo. He no longer feels as anxious as before. He has found a measure of peace. Whenever anxiety creeps in, Zhao Jiumei's words echo in his mind. Every soldier has their duty. Whatever you do, embrace it. Do your job well, and you shall be a good soldier. Oh dear, my buttons have popped. Suddenly, Qi Gang's lament reached his ears. Qin Luo turned to see Ma Shuai and Xiong Fei, their buttons bursting open, unable to fasten. It seems this is the way it must be. Qi Gang nodded. Curiously, Qin Luo leaned in. Gentlemen, I must say, I'm quite curious. What is going on? What do you mean? Everyone turned to him. Qin Luo chuckled awkwardly. Where did you acquire these uniforms? The kitchen does not typically participate in training or assemblies, and since they are responsible for the meals of an entire camp, no one oversees them, resulting in casual attire. This was Qin Luo's first experience seeing them don so formally. However, these fellows were simply too large. The stylish camouflage that fit Qin Luo like a glove transformed into tight attire on them. Qin Luo could hardly fathom the scene that would unfold if they were to crouch down. Surely, their trousers would burst apart in an instant. These are custom-made, Qi Gang proclaimed with pride, specially arranged by the company commander. Custom made? Qin Luo's jaw dropped in disbelief. Is that really the treatment we receive? Ma Shuai said smugly. Of course. We're exceptional. Apart from the division commander, we are the only ones with such privileges. However, Xiong Fei, stroking his chest, remarked, I never imagined that in just half a year, we have grown so much. The last time we wore these, they fit quite well. Unable to contain himself, Qin Luo burst into laughter, covering his mouth. What are you laughing at? Everyone glared at him. What is so funny? And nothing, just a sudden amusing thought. Qin Luo hastily shook his head, yet the laughter persisted. Come on, stop dawdling. We're all brothers here. Yes, yes. Speak your mind. Don't hold back. All right then. Qin Luo managed to suppress his laughter, but please, don't hit me. Enough chatter, just say it. Qi Gang glared at him. Pointing at them, Qin Luo exclaimed. You all look like the foolish son of a landlord, wearing clothes meant for an 8-year-old at 18. And a bit like the second in command beside Captain Jia. Ha ha ha. Old Ma, you look like a skinned bullfrog. It's just shameful to see you in these clothes. Even a dancer wouldn't be this flamboyant. The expressions of the veterans instantly darkened, and they silently raised fists as large as cooking pots. Their privates were already uncomfortably constricted. And Qin Luo dared to laugh at them? With stern faces, they slowly advanced towards him. Hey, you all made me say that. Qin Luo quickly retreated. Seeing the veterans' expressions turning serious, his laughter abruptly ceased. Hey, it was just a joke, just a joke. At that moment, Zhao Jumei rushed over. What is happening? Disaster relief, she replied coldly. Everyone was taken aback, while Qin Luo squeezed through the crowd. Disaster? What disaster? Flooding, Zhao Jumei stated icily. Wei City was struck by a sudden downpour, causing severe flooding in a short time. Many areas are already affected, and since our military is closest, we've been ordered to rush to the disaster zone to protect the safety of lives and property. The gravity of the situation transformed everyone's demeanor, including Qin Luo's. The mere mention of flooding signified the seriousness of the matter. Zhao Jumei continued, her voice ringing with authority. Our battalion has already set out, and we will follow suit immediately. The commander has entrusted us with the task of ensuring every soldier is well fed, and if necessary, we must also prepare meals for the disaster-stricken civilians. In critical moments, we too must assist in disaster relief. Comrades, the task is arduous. Do we have the confidence to accomplish it? A resounding yes, echoed as everyone shouted, send me to the front lines. I will emerge victorious. At the sound of those 8 words, Qin Luo felt a surge of energy coursing through him, igniting a fervor he had never realized was within him. All right, let us set off immediately. Zhao Jumei gestured, and everyone rushed towards the military trucks on the playground. The trucks, filled with soldiers, sped down the road. In the gentle rain, the taillights formed a crimson stream. From an off-road vehicle, Qi Shengli received a sudden transmission through his radio. Report, Commander. The reconnaissance battalion has deployed and is following the main force, right behind you. Understood. Qi Shengli replied coldly. This situation is extremely urgent. Upon arrival, the reconnaissance battalion is to launch the first attack. Make it impressive. We must display our might. Yes, we will not retreat until the flood recedes. Guijian roared from the other end. Just as Qi Shengli put down the radio, Gao Kun, astonished, asked, Commander, did the entire reconnaissance battalion deploy, including Qin Luo? With a stern expression, Qi Shengli nodded. Since it's a full deployment, it certainly includes him. Their cooking team is also part of the troops. They must step up in critical times. Gao Kun anxiously remarked, Commander, have you forgotten who Qin Luo's father is? Qin Jiaqing donates funds and supplies to our unit every year and is currently preparing to renovate our barracks. He has only this one son. If something happens to him enough, Qi Shengli glared. I don't care whose son he is. Once he dons this military uniform, he is a soldier. In times of crisis, if he is a soldier, he must charge forward. No exceptions, even if he were the son of the commander. Gao Kun sighed helplessly but hesitated. But what if something goes wrong? Qin Dong, might Qi Shengli replied earnestly. Qin Jiaqing is a patriotic entrepreneur. He understands the military's purpose better than ordinary citizens. Since he has sent his son to the army, he should be psychologically prepared. When crisis strikes, and the nation and people need us, we are merely soldiers without any special status, myself included. Yes, Gao Kun nodded solemnly. Qi Shengli clenched his fists in silence. Although he had promised Qin Jiaqing, a soldier's duty did not allow him to shield Qin Luo in such times. Everyone is a soldier. Others have parents too. No one is special. Apologies, Qin Dong. Qi Shengli thought to himself with a sigh. Chapter 66. Are you going to strike for the Jade Emperor? Suddenly, the off-road vehicle screeched to a halt. Nearly colliding with the truck ahead, Qi Shengli and Gao Kun's heads struck the seat in front, causing them both to grimace in pain. The driver, cradling his head in discomfort, reported, Commander, the vehicle ahead stopped suddenly, and I had to brake quickly. What is going on? Qi Shengli furrowed his brow. We're racing to disaster relief. Who ordered to stop? What? Qi Shengli hurriedly opened the door and jumped out. Approaching the roadside, he saw that the entire road was blocked with vehicles. I'll ask right away. Don't panic. Gao Kun reassured him as he sought out the radio. Hello. Meanwhile, Qin Luo popped his head out of the vehicle, gazing ahead. Activating his eagle eye, the surrounding darkness instantly illuminated as if it were daylight. His eyes magnified the distant objects layer by layer. What an impressive ability. It could serve as night vision. As Qin Luo peered further ahead, his gaze suddenly fixed. Why is the commander standing by the roadside? He saw Qi Shengli darting around anxiously, looking quite peculiar. Qin, what's wrong? Zhao Jiumei inquired curiously. Is something amiss? Class leader? Qi Gang asked, intrigued. Zhao Jumei shook her head. We just set off not long ago. We're still some distance from the disaster zone. What could possibly go wrong? Class leader, let me find out. Qin Luo said, noting that all the vehicles had halted. All right. Qin Luo smiled slightly and jumped out of the vehicle. Commander, I found out. Gao Kun said helplessly, there's been a mudslide. The mountain ahead has collapsed. The main road is now reduced to a narrow path, barely wide enough for a single vehicle. The other battalion had also reached the intersection, and chaos reigned there as everyone vied to move forward. Immediately dispatched the security platoon, Qi Shengli inhaled deeply. Control the intersection, we'll go first. What? Gao Kun was bewildered. What do you mean what? Qi Shengli huffed. In battles, our division has always led the charge. They can assist us. But they can't claim the glory. They can dream on. The three divisions had always competed, even in shouting slogans. Now faced with such a significant event, Qi Shengli would certainly not yield. Gao Kun chuckled wryly. Commander, if we manage to get through first, that's one thing. But all three divisions arrived nearly simultaneously. If we try to push through, they will too, and it's bound to result in a conflict. Disaster relief is the priority, Gao Kun solemnly stated. This is not the time for disputes. Qi Shengli tightly clenched his fist, acknowledging the truth in Gao Kun's words. The situation in the disaster-stricken area was dire. For a soldier, nothing was more paramount than saving the lives and property of the people. Indeed, this was not the moment for contention. Qi Shengli sighed, however. If no one clears the traffic, no one will be able to reach the disaster area. The people are waiting. He could envision the chaos caused by the landslide ahead. Everyone wished to be the first to pass, but haste would only exacerbate the disorder. Go, let Go Jian lead the reconnaissance battalion and follow me. Commander, Gao Kun urgently interjected. It would be best to notify the other two commanders to join us at the scene, or we truly may run out of time. We cannot afford to be concerned with anything else. Disaster relief is our priority. Qi Shengli bellowed, call Go Jian over. Just then, a shadow suddenly rushed towards Qi Shengli. He was startled and upon closer inspection, realized it was Qin Luo. Unexpectedly, he had discovered an opportunity for merit. Commander, I just heard everything. I have a way to resolve this quickly. Qin Luo fixed his gaze intently on him. You have a solution? Qi Shengli asked with a hint of skepticism. Qin Luo chuckled. Just give me a phone call, and I can sort it out. Sort it out with a phone call? Qi Shengli exclaimed in disbelief. Are you calling the Jade Emperor or the Buddha? Two off-road vehicles came to a halt along the roadside, and the commanders Yin Jun and Deng Wenguang stepped out. Observing the trucks congested on the road, both furrowed their brows. Why has everything stopped? Why hasn't the road been cleared? Report. An officer rushed over to salute them. The road ahead is too narrow. Only one vehicle can pass. With three divisions arriving simultaneously, everyone is vying to get through. Yin Jun frowned. It must be Qi. He doesn't consider the time and is trying to rush through. Deng Wenguang scolded angrily. That rascal Qi is surely trying to be the first to reach the disaster area. He always aims for the first strike. This time, we can't let him. He turned to his staff. Has Qi Shengli arrived? The staff immediately shook his head. Not yet. Deng Wenguang smiled instantly. Old Yin, since old Qi hasn't arrived, let us not be polite. You and I will clear the road. Yin Jun grinned. All right, let South be fair and square. You clear one regiment, I'll clear another. And let old Qi's group pass last. Good. Deng Wenguang nodded cheerfully. For this first strike, it's our turn. The two promptly headed toward the junction, with a group of soldiers closely following behind them. Ahead, the road was strewn with stones, leaving only a narrow path along the cliff where a single vehicle could scarcely pass. Coincidentally, this was a three-way intersection, causing the vehicles from the three divisions to be entirely trapped here. Clear the way. Clear the way. An officer shouted as he walked. Commanders Yin and Deng have arrived. This road is now under the direction of the two commanders. Everyone step aside. What is going on over there? Step back. Suddenly, a voice came from behind, and everyone turned in unison. But in the next moment, both Yin Jun and Deng Wenguang were taken aback. They saw a dozen figures wearing white hats from the patrol unit, sprinting through the ring. The patrol unit? The two commanders exchanged glances. What brings them here? Yuan Hong, panting heavily, rushed to them and saluted. Gentlemen, please step aside. Deng Wenguang and Yin Jun stood in stunned silence. Yuan Hong continued earnestly. Our patrol unit received reports of a landslide, and all vehicles from the three divisions are stuck here and cannot proceed to the disaster area. Therefore, we need to clear the road and guide you swiftly to the disaster area. Yin Jun and Deng Wenguang exchanged helpless smiles. There was nothing they could do. The patrol unit had the authority to manage this situation, not only on a small road, but even on the battlefield. As long as it wasn't on the front lines under heavy fire, they had the jurisdiction to manage all military vehicles and ensure road clearance. Yin Jun coughed and quickly waved his hand. Everyone step back and cooperate with their work. Yes. The personnel from both divisions immediately retreated. Deng Wenguang smiled at Yuan Hong. Comrade, we are the commanders of our respective divisions. Since we're here, could you please let our men pass first? Yuan Hong smiled. I will arrange it. He turned to lead his team in directing traffic. Yin Jun and Deng Wenguang exchanged knowing smiles. Today, Qi Shengli would not seize the first strike. Finally, it was their turn. Come on, that vehicle, shift a little to the left, that one, a bit back. Yes, yes, clear the intersection for our division S vehicles to pass. What? The two commanders' eyes nearly popped out. They never anticipated that with the patrol unit S arrival, it would be their division allowed to pass first. Had they come for naught? The first strike still belonged to Qi Shengli. Chapter 67. Attack must prevail, battle must succeed. Military trucks surged past the checkpoint, racing toward the disaster area. Squad leader, thank you. As a vehicle passed, Qin Luo poked his head out from behind the tarp and waved vigorously at Yuan Hong. Safe travels, take care. Yuan Hong waved back with equal enthusiasm. All right. The two commanders watched Qin Luo and Yuan Hong's camaraderie with mounting anger. I wonder how this patrol unit arrived so conveniently. It turns out they were summoned by the division. That scoundrel Qi Shengli is playing this trick on us. Despicable, vile. Shameless. I will not let this go. Old Yen, old Deng, it's really you. Just then, an off-road vehicle passed by them, and Qi Shengli poked his head out, grinning widely as he greeted them. Are you directing traffic here? Thank you so much. I want to be polite, and we'll head straight to the disaster relief now. Hurry up, don't delay, let's move. As Qi Shengli waved goodbye with a triumphant smile, both commanders felt like they might explode with rage. Qi Shengli, I curse you. They shouted in unison. Qi Shengli leaned back in his seat, reveling in the moment. What a delight. Old Gao, did you see their expressions? Ha ha. Did they think they could compete with me for the first strike? Do they have the means? Gao Kun smiled. Qin Luo indeed possesses some skill. He hasn't been with the patrol unit for long, yet he managed to summon them with just a phone call. Quite impressive. Qi Shengli beamed. If that kid had no talent, how could he have brought the patrol unit to block me? Suddenly, Qi Shengli's voice trailed off. As he recalled the memory of being cornered by Qin Luo in the restroom, startled by his sudden appearance in the dead of night. A true nightmare. Gao Kun noticed his thoughts and awkwardly chuckled. Commander, Qin has also managed to earn some merit. Look. All right, I forgive him. Qi Shengli lifted his chin. Gao Kun sighed. I meant he has achieved merit. Qi Shengli shot him an annoyed glare. I'm not holding it against him anymore. But does he really think he can earn merit? If I haven't made his life difficult, he should be grateful. Gao Kun shrugged helplessly. Qin Luo, I fought for you, but your deeds are too egregious. I can't help you. At that moment, Qin Luo sneezed forcefully. Who is thinking of me? He rubbed his nose, pondering. Could it be the commander is considering awarding me some merit? With that thought, a beaming smile spread across Qin Luo's face. Although he began to enjoy the leisurely life in the cooking squad, his heart still belonged to the combat unit. Everyone, make the most of this time to rest. Zhao Jiumei suddenly remarked. Once we arrive, we may have to fight for our lives. This is the last chance to rest. Understood, squad leader. We'll sleep right away. Qi Gang and Ma Shuai adjusted their positions, soon drifting off into slumber. Qin Luo glanced around the truck, shaking his head in resignation. Unlike other vehicles that could accommodate a full platoon, theirs could barely fit 10 or so people. There was no way around it. These robust men were like giants, with one capable of contending with 3. Lying down only increased their surface area. Moreover, they had brought along ample logistical supplies, pots, bowls, and utensils, making it nearly impossible for others to squeeze in. Qin Luo was approached by Zhao Jiumei, her eyes sparkling with amusement. You, young man, are quite impressive. You managed to summon the inspection squad, and they listened to you so obediently. Those white hats are like ancestors. Qin Luo chuckled. What can I say? I excel at socializing. With just one call, the inspection squad abandons their meals to rush over and lend me a hand. They can't be stopped. Zhao Jiumei smirked, her lips twitching, but then turned serious. You should rest while you can. I've heard the disaster is severe. Once we arrive, we might not even have time to drink water or catch our breath. Understood. Qin Luo leaned against the side, his mind involuntarily conjuring images of the disaster scene. His only reference was from those Western disaster films, as he had never witnessed a flood firsthand. Beyond that, his imagination faltered. Surely it wouldn't be too perilous, right? He sighed deeply, leaning against the vehicle, and gradually drifted into sleep. The shrill sound of a whistle pierced the air outside. Zhao Jiumei and the others sprang into action as if propelled by springs. Get out, everyone. All out. Qigong and Xiong Fei grabbed their gear and leapt from the vehicle. Qin Luo followed behind, somewhat dazed. Upon reaching the military camp, he had never encountered such chaos and was completely unprepared. The moment he jumped out, a torrential downpour struck him, drenching him completely. Before Qin Luo could gather his thoughts, Zhao Jiumei and the others surged ahead. Gather round, gather round. The thunderous roar of a storm echoed above, leaving everyone's ears ringing. Qin Luo numbly followed the crowd forward, his mind blank, while the booming sounds resonated around him. When he turned to look, he was frozen in shock. On the opposite side of the road, what should have been a town was now transformed into a vast expanse of water. Murky water engulfed the entire town, with many homes barely visible above the surface. Various debris floated in the swift currents. Many people clung to the large trees, while rooftops overflowed with others in dire situations. As the soldiers arrived, those on the rooftops erupted with excitement, shouting and waving fervently in their direction. Comrades, we're over here. Uncle soldiers, help us. Soldier brothers, come save us. Can you see us? The entire town was in an uproar, with voices rising above the sound of rushing water. Qin Luo's throat tightened. Is this truly what a flood looks like? In that moment, he realized how insignificant humans were in the face of nature. If the waters surged a little more, a single wave could sweep away countless lives. Initially filled with ambition to make a difference, Qin Luo now stood bewildered before the terrifying scene, momentarily forgetting what he was supposed to do next. He was not alone. Many soldiers jumped from the vehicle, equally bewildered. They were merely 18 or 19-year-olds, while their peers were still in school, yet here they were, called to defend the nation and its people in the most dangerous of circumstances. Even with all the military training they had received, the sight of such a catastrophic natural disaster instilled a sense of fear within them. However, hesitation was brief. Under the command of their leaders, the entire unit swiftly assembled. Stop dawdling, move. Qigong nudged Qin Luo, snapping him out of his reverie. He hurriedly followed the others toward the main force. Moments later, the entire division formed ranks along the main road. Qin stood atop a dirt embankment, holding a loudspeaker, and shouted to everyone. Have you all seen? The flood has submerged the homes of the people, and now it threatens their very lives. Many of you witnessed the trapped citizens desperately waving at us when we arrived. Why? Because we are the people's soldiers, the strongest support for the nation and its citizens. Upon seeing us, they find hope, the possibility of survival. Whether in times of war or disaster, we, the people as soldiers, will always be at the forefront, using our bodies to shield the nation and its people from all dangers. This is why the citizens are waving at us. Instantly, everyone felt a surge of fervor. Even Qin Luo clenched his fists tightly. Qin, shedding his usual demeanor, radiated a fierce intensity. We have trained for 1,000 days for this one moment. We come from the people, and in times of crisis, we must act. Comrades, the citizens in the disaster zone are watching us. And so are the people of the nation. Today, I will stand with you on this land. If we cannot save the citizens and complete our mission, I, Qin, will not retreat a single step, even if I drown in this flood. Never retreat, never retreat. Everyone roared in unison. The first battle is ours. Victory is assured. Qin raised his fist powerfully. The first battle is ours. Victory is assured. The soldiers shouted with fierce determination, their voices shattering the rain-esque cacophony. Qin Luo joined in the roar, feeling as if he were igniting from within. This was the first time since joining the army he truly understood the weight of a soldier's responsibility, filling him with immense pride. Seeing the morale soar, Qin knew the mobilization could end. The plight of the citizens was urgent. Those trapped in the water could not wait. All units immediately organized to rescue the people. Qin commanded. We must succeed. We must save every citizen here today. Onward. Chapter 68. Squad leader, I'm back. An officer helped an elderly woman to a hillside. Despite his exhaustion, he managed to smile, saying, Our cooking team will prepare food for you. Please rest here. He nodded at Qin Luo before dashing back down. My home. My house. The elderly woman sat on the ground, tears streaming down her face as she patted the earth, gazing at the distant flood. Watching her heartbroken expression pained Qin Luo deeply. He turned to see thousands of disaster victims already seated on the hillside. The soldiers were continuously bringing rescued victims to safety. Each person on the slope was fixated on their homes swallowed by the flood, faces etched with loss and despair. Some wept silently, while others cried out in anguish. Some huddled together, while others stared blankly at the torrential rain, as if their souls had been lost. For the people of Longhua, home is everything. Qin Luo scanned the area, his heart gripped tightly by an invisible hand. He had hoped to come and achieve something in the disaster relief efforts. But witnessing countless citizens displaced, some even mourning lost loved ones, made him wish that none of this had ever happened. No amount of glory could replace the value of safety and peace. Hey, what are you dawdling for? Zhao Jumei nudged him. Qin Luo snapped back to reality. I'm fine. Zhao Jumei observed him, then glanced at the surrounding victims, speaking solemnly. Though their homes are gone, at least they are alive. As long as there are people, there will always be a home. Houses can be rebuilt in the future, understand? Yes. Qin Luo nodded firmly. Quickly, distribute the meat buns to everyone. Let us not let anyone go hungry. Understood. Qin Luo rushed into the tent, pouring out several baskets of freshly steamed meat buns into a large container. He then took the container and began distributing the buns to the victims. Young man, I truly thank you. Without you, my entire family would have perished. Young man, I am grateful for your intervention. You saved my life. Thank you so much. Comrade, you appear to be even younger than my son by a few years. If only my boy could achieve as much as you have. Those who serve in the military are indeed remarkable. Qin Luo distributed buns along the way and received an abundance of praise in return. Some embraced him with excitement, others held his hand tightly, while some wept openly in gratitude. Each expression of thanks was heartfelt and sincere. A profound shift occurred within Qin Luo. He had never experienced such complex emotions before. Glory, pride, all stemming from the military uniform he wore. It was the very essence of being a soldier that imbued him with such feelings. After all, it was his comrades who had performed the rescues. He had merely cooked in a safe place, contributing little. The gratitude of the civilians was directed towards him solely because of the uniform he donned. What's the matter, young man? Qin Luo looked up to find Zhao Jumei gazing at him with concern. With a wry smile, he replied, Squad leader, I just handed out buns. And they kept thanking me and praising my efforts. But they should be thanking my comrades, not me. Don't overthink it, Zhao Jumei reassured him, giving him a firm pat on the back. To the civilians, we all wear the same uniform. They are expressing their gratitude towards all soldiers, not just one individual. You simply represent everyone in accepting their thanks. Now stop dawdling. A fresh batch of buns is ready. Hurry and deliver them while they're still warm. As Zhao Jumei quickly packed the buns, she added anxiously, the soldiers are utterly exhausted. We must replenish their strength immediately. I'll accompany you. I'll bring some water, said Xiongfei. No need. Leave it all to me. Qin Luo replied, taking a deep breath. I cannot stand idly by during this disaster. I want to contribute. Xiongfei glanced at the squad leader, and Zhao Jumei silently nodded. He could tell that Qin Luo had changed. He was determined not to accept so much gratitude without doing something meaningful. Let him go, Xiongfei said. I will continue cooking. He smiled as he hung a water bucket on Qin Luo's back. Zhao Jumei handed Qin Luo a bucket of buns. Off you go. Yes, Qin Luo exclaimed, swiftly sprinting towards the riverbank. The riverbank was, in fact, the former roadway, now inundated, with water threatening to engulf the entire stretch. Upon reaching the edge, he called out to the rushing soldiers, "Comrades, take some buns to replenish your strength. No time. We'll eat later. Move aside, don't block the path. Clear the way." Soldiers, each carrying sandbags, rushed past him, hardly sparing him a glance. They were like determined, muddy monkeys, their eyes ablaze with fighting spirit. The fear they had shown upon arrival had transformed into an indomitable resolve, forged in the fires of adversity. Despite his persistent calls, Qin Luo's voice grew hoarse. Yet no one acknowledged him. Many were on the verge of collapse, staggering forward, yet they continued to rush along the path, intent on carrying sandbags. Ignoring the buns and water he offered, "At least take a bite. You won't be able to hold on." Qin Luo shouted desperately. Just then, a muddy captain rushed over and waved him off. "Head over there. The relieved soldiers are resting over there. Deliver the food to them. We'll eat after we're done." As the captain turned to leave, Qin Luo called out urgently. Watching the soldiers sprint past him, he clenched his fists tightly. In that moment, he forgot his initial reasons for joining the army. Forget the system, forget Shinran. His blood boiled with fervor. All he desired was to stand alongside his comrades, even if it meant exhausting himself in the process, rather than doing nothing at all. Determined, he resolved to deliver his supplies first, then request to join the rescue efforts. Now that he wore this uniform, he could not afford to be a coward. Without hesitation, Qin Luo grasped the bucket and dashed towards the location indicated by the captain. Down the slope, 2 companies of soldiers lay resting on the ground, utterly spent, allowing the relentless rain to drench them. "Comrades, eat something," Qin Luo urged, handing buns to each soldier. "Take a bite. Replenish your energy. Please eat a little." An older soldier took a bun and flashed a grateful smile. Thank you. Eat quickly," Qin Luo encouraged. "You'll need the energy for what lies ahead. There's more if you need it." The veteran nodded and brought the bun to his mouth. However, those who had received buns from him didn't take a single bite. They clutched them tightly in their hands, slipping into a deep slumber. The older soldier, though the bun rested in his mouth, was already snoring heavily. Qin Luo felt his heart clench, his mind racing with thoughts. The images of the soldiers on the riverbank and those now resting merged rapidly in his mind. They coalesced into a singular word: soldier. This is what Shinran referred to as a good soldier. This is what the company commander had consistently asked for: a good soldier. The bucket fell heavily to the ground as Qin Luo tilted his head back, allowing the rain to wash over him. A bittersweet smile spread across his face. At that moment, he suddenly resonated with Shinran's words. Compared to these true soldiers, he felt vastly inadequate. "Commander, no, please don't." Suddenly, a shout rang out. Qin Luo jolted awake and turned to see Gao Kun and others straining to hold back Qi Shengli. "Let go of me," Qi Shengli shouted. "The floodwaters are rising. The sandbags are being swept away. We must block the flow now. I have to go." "Commander," Gao Kun yelled. "You are the commander. What does that matter?" Qi Shengli roared. "I have vowed to fight alongside my soldiers here. If the flood breaches, I will be the first to bear the blame. Get out of my way." "Commander," Gao Kun pushed him aside. "I will go first." Just then, a cacophony of splashes erupted. As the raging waters threatened to sweep them away, another group of soldiers linked arms and leaped in. The second wave landed right behind the first, reinforcing the line, preventing their comrades from being swept away. "Second company, jump!" Wu Ziyuan shouted, shedding his shirt and flashing a reassuring smile at the astonished Qi Shengli. Without hesitation, he leaped in alongside Instructor Li Kong. Bang! Bang! Then, a dozen more soldiers followed suit without a moment's thought. They formed 2 lines, bracing against the torrent with all their might. "Iron-blooded second company," Wu Ziyuan shouted hoarsely. "We shall not retreat. We shall not retreat." All the soldiers of the second company roared together, each one exerting every ounce of strength to hold back the floodwaters. "Let me be the first to fight. Victory is assured." Seeing his soldiers valiantly battling the flood with their lives on the line, Qi Shengli's eyes turned red, his entire being trembling with emotion. But at that moment, a massive wave crashed down upon them. The formation of the second company was immediately thrown into disarray, and several soldiers were nearly swept away. Had it not been for the steadfast line behind them, they would have faced certain doom. "Hold firm," Qi Shengli shouted urgently. He quickly turned around. "Hurry, instruct the second regiment not to rest. We must fill this gap and stop the flood." "Yes." Gao Kun nodded vigorously before sprinting away. Boom. Suddenly, a resounding crash echoed. Qi Shengli turned sharply, only to see a towering wave of 4 to 5 meters crashing toward them. It struck the entire second company with tremendous force, nearly shattering their human wall. Qi Shengli quickly shed his clothing. "Those who can move, jump in with me to assist the second company." Just then, a figure suddenly dashed past him. Qi Shengli widened his eyes, witnessing Qin Luo leap into the water in a swift motion, creating a splash as he landed at the forefront of the crowd. "Qin Luo?" Qi Shengli exclaimed, his face etched with astonishment. "Brother Luo," Zheng Haonan shouted in delight. "I knew you wouldn't abandon us." Zheng Qian laughed with excitement. Brother Luo," how Duoduo's eyes were brimming with tears. In that moment, Wu Ziyuan felt as if he were witnessing the radiant Qin Luo from the new recruits assessment once more. His eyes alight with admiration. "How does it feel?" Chang Lei inquired with a hearty laugh. Qin Luo fixed his gaze upon him and smiled faintly. "It feels wonderful to be with my comrades." "Excellent." Wu Ziyuan's eyes glistened with emotion, his face aglow with joy. "Second company, hold the line. Hold the line. The crowd shouted hoarsely, their hands gripping tightly together, desperately reforming a human barricade. On the shore, Qi Shengli felt his eyes welling with tears. Yet before he could fully absorb the moment, shadows rushed past him. No, they were not shadows, they were small mountains. Bang, bang, bang. Zhao Jiomei and others leaped into the water one after another. They linked arms, forming a formidable wall before the second company. Squad leader, Qin Luo exclaimed, his eyes wide. What are you doing here? Qin Luo, Qi Gang chuckled. Don't think we're just cooks, we are soldiers too. In times of crisis, we must step up. Exactly. Ma Shuai winked at him. If we don't come, what if something happens to you? Thus, we must be here. Cook's team. Zhao Jiomei shouted. Hold the line. Hold the line. Qin Luo's spirit ignited completely. He released the people beside him and squeezed to the front row to stand alongside Zhao Jiomei. They exchanged smiles, then puffed out their chests, roaring defiantly at the flood. Come at us. On the shore, Qi Shengli could no longer contain his tears, which spilled down like rain. Damn it, Qi Shengli wiped his eyes fiercely. You scoundrels, don't you dare deceive the tears of the elderly. Chapter 69. Comrades, more than brothers sir, look quickly. A torrential downpour has hit Weicheng, causing floods. Wang Rifo approached with a tablet in hand. Qin Jiaqing set down his glass of red wine. Gazing at the screen with a heavy sigh, the common people here are bound to suffer. I hope all remains well, and that there are no casualties. Wang Rifo nodded. The troops have already rushed to the scene for rescue operations. It should be all right. Being a soldier is perilous as well. In such times, one must risk their life to save others. This flood is immense. Qin Jiaqing furrowed his brow. Dear viewers, this is Urban Golden Eye, reporting live from the front lines of flood rescue efforts. At this moment, our beloved soldiers, those we cherish the most, have resolutely plunged into the waters to shield the flood and protect the lives and property of the people downstream. The camera focuses on them. On our most admirable figures. United as one, they stand firm, using their stout chests to erect a steel wall against the flood. Natural disasters are merciless, yet humanity is compassionate. As long as our soldiers are present, we shall surely prevail against the flood and safely navigate this calamity. As Qin Jiaqing watched the scenes on television, a cloud of gloom enveloped him. He lifted his glass to take a sip. Suddenly, he spat out the wine in shock. Qin Jiaqing leapt up as if scorched, pointing at the television in disbelief. Sir, what's wrong? Wang Rifo hurriedly inquired. Small Luo. That S small Luo in the water. Qin Jiaqing shouted anxiously, but suddenly darkness enveloped him, and he collapsed. Bang, bang, bang. Debris in the water collided with Qin Luo and the others, causing them to grimace in pain. Hold the line. Hold the line. Zhao Jiomei shouted. Our cook's team has never failed a mission. Let the combat team see our strength. Good. Everyone roared. But the incessant impact of debris beneath the water made their faces grow increasingly grim. Qin Luo gripped Qi Gang and Ma Shuai's arms tightly. Now, no extraordinary abilities could be of service. They could only brace themselves. With a thunderous crash, a heavy piece of wood struck Qin Luo. Pain coursed through him, bringing tears to his eyes. Yet inexplicably, images of villagers grasping his hand in gratitude flooded his mind. I can't let them thank me in vain. Qin Luo turned to see those he cherished behind him. Wu Ziyuan, Chang Lei, Cheng Haonan, Zhang Qian, Hao Duo. Each shared a look with him. A glimmer of trust reflected in their smiles. Gritting his teeth, Qin Luo nodded vigorously at them, then bellowed, I will be the first to fight. In the next moment, nearly everyone shouted in unison, victory is ours. Hold the line. They all cried hoarsely together. On the shore, Qi Shengli, soaked to the bone, gazed at the soldiers in the water, hot tears mingling with the rain cascading down his face. Taking a deep breath, he turned and snatched a sandbag from a soldier's shoulder. Give it to me. The soldier looked conflicted. Don't just stand there. Qi Shengli shouted. Keep carrying the sandbags. Hurry. Yes. The soldier shouted back, turning to run. Gao Kun and others watched as Qi Shengli tossed the sandbag into the water, immediately rushing forward to seize more sandbags from the soldiers and hurl them into the flood with all their might. It was at this moment that Deng Wenguang arrived, leading at least a battalion. However, upon seeing Qin Luo and the others standing resolutely in the water, the waves crashing over them, he was left stunned. Yet when the waves receded, they remained steadfast, standing tall like Mount Tai. Deng Wenguang was dumbfounded, and his soldiers were equally taken aback by the scene. Why are you only just arriving? What took so long? Qi Shengli glared at him. Stop standing around gawking, move. Oh. Deng Wenguang abruptly turned, shouting hoarsely, everyone, follow orders. Stand shoulder to shoulder with our brothers. We will fight together. We do not retreat until the flood recedes. Yes. By evening, the rain continued to pour unceasingly, and the water level kept rising. However, the breach leading downstream had been sealed, and exhausted soldiers lay sprawled on the shore. Qin Luo sat by the fire, staring blankly at the steaming steamer. Even now, he could hardly believe that he had risked his life to jump into the flood today. The current had been swift, and debris abundant. A moment's carelessness could have swept him away. If he had been carried off, Qin Luo exhaled deeply, adding 2 pieces of wood to the fire. Although it was perilous, he was certain that if given the chance again, he would leap without hesitation. Not for any other reason, but because he wore this military uniform, and because of the brothers who believed in him wholeheartedly. Qin Luo gazed into the distance where the second company had collapsed by the roadside, resting. Cheng Haonan and his group were utterly exhausted, although they were not close. Qin Luo could still hear their snores. A smile crept across Qin Luo's face. He would remember today for the rest of his life. Suddenly, a hand patted his shoulder. Squad leader. Qin Luo stood up. Stop talking nonsense. Eat quickly. We have pork and cabbage dumplings. He held the meal in his hands, but his eyes remained fixed on her. Squad leader, thank you. Thank me for what? Zhao Jumei asked, bewildered. Qin Luo smiled wryly. Just moments ago, when debris rushed toward him in the water, most of it had been blocked by Zhao Jumei and the others. Now, their arms and bellies bore bruises and bloodstains. Yet they acted as if nothing had happened, saying nothing. Seeing Zhao Jumei's beaming smile, Qin Luo couldn't help but smile back. Thank you for making me dumplings. Zhao Jumei laughed heartily. Once you join our cook's team, your family, don't be polite with me, or I'll turn against you. Qin Luo nodded vigorously, warmth blossoming within him. Initially, he thought himself fortunate to have befriended Cheng Haonan and his crew, yet he never expected to find such wonderful brothers in the cook's team as well. Although they often appear unreliable and irritable, true feelings are revealed in times of crisis. Without them, one might have suffered injuries due to their vulnerability. Suddenly, a piercing whistle echoed through the air, startling the resting soldiers into immediate action. Forget everything, run. Zhao Jumei commanded with a wave of her hand, prompting the others to spring into motion, racing towards the riverbank. Yet, before they could reach the shore, an earth-shattering roar erupted. Qin Luo's eyes widened as he witnessed the flood violently obliterating the breach they had worked tirelessly to seal during the day. Water surged skyward, reaching heights of over 10 meters. The ferocious flood surged downstream through the massive gap. Qin Luo stood frozen, shaken by the sheer power of nature. Earlier, the combined efforts of their two battalions had barely managed to plug the gap, but nature effortlessly dismantled their hard work in an instant, illustrating the terror of the flood. At that moment, he was not alone. All the soldiers witnessing this scene were equally stunned. Nearby, villagers on higher ground stood up, hearing the commotion, their faces reflecting shock as they gazed at the tumultuous waters. Stop dawdling, Qi Shengli shouted as he rushed towards the crowd, his voice booming. Don't you see the breach? Hurry, move quickly. Yes. First and third companies, follow me. The crowd surged towards the sandbags. We must go too, Zhao Jumei gestured. And Qin Luo and the others followed suit, sprinting towards the chaos. Everyone understood that downstream lay not only Weicheng but also Angguan County, where evacuations were underway. If the flood were allowed to sweep through unchecked, countless lives would be at stake. Time was of the essence. The battalion soon arrived, and upon witnessing the ferocity of the flood, Yan Jun shouted in a panic, grab the sandbags, move faster. Everyone, get moving. Yes, yes. The soldiers rushed towards the sandbag stockpile. The entire embankment was a flurry of activity. On the nearby high ground, more villagers gathered, anxiously watching the flood and the frantic soldiers below. Each heart raced with trepidation, for the soldiers were their only hope of saving their homes. Thud, thud, thud. Sandbags were hurled into the tumultuous waters, yet the flood continued its relentless advance downstream. It was futile. Gao Kun wiped the rain from his face, shouting, the flood is too swift. The sandbags are being swept away. Commander, we need a solution. Qi Shengli's eyes were bloodshot as he realized that without something to anchor the sandbags, they would have no effect. But there was no time to search for such materials. The surging waters offered no mercy. Get the vehicles here. Qi Shengli bellowed. Bring all the cars to block the breach, and then we can place the sandbags. Yes. Gao Kun yelled as he ran. Car companies, hurry, bring the cars over to block the breach. Move fast. Gao Kun's voice gradually faded into the cacophony of rain. Qi Shengli, staring at the raging flood, felt a surge of urgency. It's too late. He turned abruptly, shouting, comrades, I am forming a death squad. Who dares to jump in with me? Before the vehicles arrive, we must hold back the flood. I will. In an instant, hands shot up from the crowd, voices rising in a deafening chorus. Good. Qi Shengli roared, grab ropes. At least 20 of you tie yourselves together, each holding a sandbag as you jump in to buy time for the vehicles. Quick. In a flash, everyone began searching for ropes. Understood, squad leader. Qin Luo, stay close to me, Zhao Jumei instructed, fixing a determined gaze on him. Qin Luo met his unwavering stare and nodded firmly. There was no room for hesitation. The situation was dire. Catering team, Zhao Jumei shouted, jump with me, turn right. A few simultaneously pivoted right, each clutching a sandbag. Jump. Zhao Jumei yelled, leading the charge. They leapt into the water, followed closely by the others. Thud, thud, thud. One by one, they plunged into the turbulent waters, which mercilessly pulled at their bodies, attempting to drag them downstream. Hold firm, stand your ground. No one retreat. Qin Luo and his companions shouted defiantly, their legs straining as they anchored themselves in place. Qi Shengli observed their struggle against the flood, his eyes bloodshot with urgency. Hurry, jump, faster. They won't be able to hold on much longer. Just as he finished speaking, a group leapt into the fray, positioning themselves behind Qin Luo and his team. Brother Luo, Cheng Haonan, and others joined the fray, smiling at him. Brother Luo, we come too. Zheng Qian and the others grinned back at him. But the flood crashed down upon them, choking them as they gasped for air. Qin Luo, Chong Lei smiled. We're fighting side by side again. Qin Luo glanced at them, his face beaming with joy. Indeed, side by side once more. Little Qin, Zhao Jumei grinned. Eyeing the flood, do you have a lot of friends? Qin Luo chuckled. Not just friends, they are comrades, brothers. Chapter 70. United we stand, resilient as one. Thud, thud, thud. More figures leapt into the raging flood. Yet the flood's power was overwhelming. Many who jumped were immediately overturned. If not for their linked arms, many more would have been swept away. Link up, hold hands. Wu Ziyuan shouted. Those at the back, support the front, jump in sequence, and brace against the flood. Thud. Thud, thud. More soldiers joined the endeavor. The breach was slowly being blocked by two walls of humanity, holding firm against the onslaught. As the flood subsided slightly, the soldiers quickly tossed one sandbag after another into the water. However, despite the hundreds of sandbags thrown, they seemed to have little effect on the breach. Everyone from our battalion, jump in. Don't let only our brothers bear the brunt. Yin Jun shouted. Yes, follow me, go. Thud, thud, thud. More figures courageously jumped in. Behind the two human walls, a new line formed, steadfastly supporting the front. Qi Shengli paced anxiously on the bank, despite the three walls. The ferocity of the flood remained unyielding. Waves crashed over the soldiers, surging downstream. Yet he understood that this was not the most perilous moment, for another wave was imminent. Gao Kun, where the hell are you? Hurry with the vehicles. Qi Shengli yelled in desperation. Yin Jun grabbed him. Calm down, Qi. Keep your composure. How can I remain calm? Qi Shengli glared at him. Our mission is to seal the breach. If we fail, not only will our soldiers perish, but the entire county downstream, even Weicheng, will be doomed. Do you have any idea how many lives are at stake? Even if all three of us battalion commanders were to perish, it wouldn't suffice to repay that debt. Yin Jun's eyes were bloodshot, if it comes to it. Let us stop tossing sandbags and start tearing down nearby houses to throw in stones. What good will that do? Qi Shengli roared. They'll still be swept away. Unless we can throw an entire house in. Then let us tie the stones together. Yin Jun shouted. We must come up with something. Qi Shengli clenched his fists and turned to the scene before him. Every soldier was fighting with all their might, using their bodies to stem the flood. The tallest among them, Zhao Jiumei and the others, bowed their heads, rendered speechless by the overwhelming situation. He glanced at Qin Luo, Wu Ziyuan, Chang Lei, and the others. Each one straining against the relentless flood, their necks taut with exertion. A pang of anguish seized Qi Shengli's heart. These were not merely his soldiers, they were the sons, husbands, and beloved ones of others. Yet, in this moment, they risked their lives to safeguard the lives and properties of the people downstream. Suddenly, a blinding car headlight pierced the darkness, illuminating his eyes with its brilliance. A civilian SUV was bumpily making its way towards them from a nearby hillside. What was this vehicle's purpose? Qi Shengli was momentarily taken aback. Stop! Stop! Several soldiers rushed forward to intercept it. Comrades! A middle-aged man leaned out of the car window. I just heard you shouting about needing to block the breach. Your vehicles are over there loading sand, and I can push my car down to help. The soldiers exchanged astonished glances, then turned to Qi Shengli. The middle-aged man continued. Leader, don't hesitate. My family lives downstream. I'm doing this to protect my own. Let me help. The comrades in the water are struggling. The man cried out passionately. We can't just let you fight to protect our homeland. I must defend it as well. Qi Shengli felt an inexplicable jolt, his heart tightening painfully. But before he could respond, more headlights flickered on behind them. One after another, private vehicles descended the slope, forming a long line. Drivers leaned out, their eyes reflecting the same determination as the middle-aged man, though no words were exchanged. Their reasoning was simple and sincere. This was their home. And while soldiers protected it with their lives, they too needed to contribute. Move forward. The PLA comrades can't hold on much longer. Who's blocking the road? Can't you see those young men are struggling? How heartless can you be? Clear the way, let me through. The drivers in the back began shouting. Qi Shengli looked back, not just at the cars, but at countless civilians rushing toward them. Many had already shed their shirts, clearly coming to assist. Yin Jun's eyes reddened as he turned to Qi Shengli. Old Qi, what do we do? Qi Shengli rubbed his eyes and took a deep breath. What is there left to discuss? The military and the people are one family. Our troops must rely on the citizens, no matter the time. Let them out of their cars, we'll take over the vehicles. The most perilous tasks are ours to bear. He turned to his subordinates, shouting, register the vehicles. Once this is over, we'll compensate the civilians. Yes, let us move quickly. With Qi Shengli's commanding voice, the soldiers surged forward. Though the car owners were reluctant to abandon their vehicles, they eventually yielded to the soldiers' pleas. Soon, the soldiers drove the cars, guided toward the breach. Everyone, be careful. The cars are coming down, shouted those on the bank. Qin Luo looked up to see an SUV roaring forward, full throttle towards the breach. The soldier behind the wheel jumped out just as it sped away. Boom. The SUV plunged into the water, sending waves soaring 4 to 5 meters high, slowly sinking before their eyes. Qin Luo felt the force of the oncoming water diminish slightly. Here comes another. Watch out. Boom. Another vehicle plunged into the flood, stubbornly descending amidst the ferocious waters. Wow. Qin Luo exclaimed, stunned. Where did these private cars come from? Of course, they are provided by the citizens. Zhao Jimei shivered. Forcing a smile, see? We soldiers will never fight alone. In critical moments, the people always lend a hand. Qi Gang added with a grin. It said we are the people's support, but in truth, the people are our true support. Boom, boom, boom. One after another, vehicles plunged into the water, splashing them with torrents. Qin Luo watched as private cars sank, a turbulent wave surging within him. His thoughts echoed Qi Gang's words. We are the people's support, and the people are ours. This bond is precisely why the modern Dragon Kingdom's military can be hailed as the pinnacle of light infantry, triumphing against formidable foes. No nation, no army can rival the Dragon Kingdom's forces, for its soldiers never fight alone. In times of crisis, they stand shoulder to shoulder with countless citizens. Who could defeat such a nation and army? United in spirit, the Dragon Kingdom can even conquer the heavens. Just then, a series of crisp sounds rang out. Qin Luo looked up, momentarily bewildered. A fleet of electric scooters suddenly descended from above, precisely landing in the gaps left by the submerged vehicles, effectively sealing some of the breaches. Wow, what a sight! Cheng Haonan exclaimed in astonishment. Qin Luo turned, nearly dropping his jaw in disbelief. On the shore, a group of young people clad in tight pants and colorful shoes, their hair dyed in vibrant shades, had appeared. What in the world is this? Qin Luo gasped in surprise. He swallowed hard, the gritty mixture of mud and sand in his throat. Isn't this non-mainstream? In his perception, these individuals should be found in internet cafes, dancing to rhythm games, or engaging in online battles. How could they suddenly appear in such a place, creating such a jarring contrast? But at that moment, another electric scooter soared into the air. One after another, they accelerated towards the water. As each scooter reached the precipice, the riders leapt off. Though their dismount was clumsy, the moment they launched the scooters was breathtaking. Tears welled in Qin Luo's eyes as he watched the young people rise from the ground. Their faces filled with excitement despite the sorrow of watching their beloved scooters sink into the depths. He inhaled deeply, realizing that for these young individuals, those scooters might be their most valuable, perhaps even their only possessions. Yet, in the face of disaster, they selflessly sent forth their most cherished belongings. Look, Zheng Qian shouted. Qin Luo quickly turned, his eyes nearly popping out of his head. On the other side, even more young non-mainstream individuals were mingling with the elderly, eagerly handing sandbags to the soldiers. Though they were as slender as reeds, struggling to carry the sandbags, they still summoned every ounce of strength to pass them along to the soldiers engaged in the rescue. Did you see that? Zhao Jumei smiled slightly. Which so-called experts claimed this generation of young people is useless, only laying about and enjoying life? Exactly. When has this generation of youth ever been idle? In critical moments, they rise to the occasion. The sacrifices made by our predecessors were to ensure that future generations could live comfortably. So what if they seem to lounge around? Well said. The younger generation has never shied away from challenges. As for those foolish experts, they ought to keep their mouths shut. Laughter erupted among the crowd, and a smile slowly emerged on Qin Luo's face. Shen Xinran and Hu Fei had doubted his abilities, but they would never know that when donned in this military uniform, he would truly step up when needed. These future young people, though often seen playing games and watching videos, would also rush forward without hesitation in times of danger. A strong youth equates to a strong nation. A vigorous youth heralds hope for the future. At this moment, a fierce flame ignited within Qin Luo's heart as he bellowed. Everyone hold strong. Let us not be ridiculed by our fellow villagers. In unison, the crowd roared with renewed vigor, resolutely standing against the raging floodwaters. At that instant, the soldiers seemed transformed, feeling an immense stature as they stood upon the shoulders of countless civilians. No matter how ferocious the deluge, it could not surpass the unity of the people, for together they were an indomitable fortress. As dawn broke, the torrential rain began to subside. Qin Luo, lying by the riverbank, struggled to lift his head. After a grueling night of labor, they had finally managed to seal the massive breach and reinforce the surrounding areas. Observing the floodwaters held at bay, Qin Luo sighed in relief. It could not return. He felt utterly exhausted, and another wave would surely spell his doom. If he were to perish, it must be in battle, confronting Hu Fei and after riding out with Shen Xinran. He simply could not afford to fall so soon. Though he possessed various extraordinary abilities, they were inconsequential in the face of nature's wrath. The only truly effective asset he had was genetic enhancement. Were it not for his ascension from level to level, he doubted he could endure until the end. Hey, are you dead? A rugged voice broke the silence. Qi Gang stood like a mountain beside him, gazing down. Qin Luo sighed. I'm not dead, but I feel as though my bones are about to shatter. Qi Gang chuckled. Can you still cook? What? Qin Luo's eyes widened in disbelief. Are you kidding? We fought tooth and nail to mitigate this disaster, nearly losing our lives, and you expect me to cook? Can't we have some junk food like cola and fried chicken? Qi Gang shrugged. The squad leader said we're not merely soldiers, we're also cooks. After lending a hand, we must return to our duties. Everyone is exhausted, and the soldiers are waiting for their meals. Numerous disaster victims are also hungry. Moreover, at this hour, finding junk food is impossible. There is plenty of refuse in the water. Though, with that, Qi Gang hoisted him up. Get up, we have much to do. Qin Luo felt like weeping. Who claimed cooks had it easy? At least their reconnaissance camp-s cooks were the most overworked. They were everywhere. Let us go? No problem. A mere trifle. Qi Gang grinned, lifting Qin Luo like a chick and carrying him toward the cooking unit. As Qin Luo glanced into the distance, he was relieved that Cheng Haonan and the others had long since collapsed in exhaustion. If they witnessed his disheveled state, how could he maintain his image as the big brother? After 3 days of relentless struggle, the floodwaters finally receded, and the submerged town began to regain its former appearance. Following a day and night of the troops' diligent efforts, the silt in the town was nearly cleared away. Were it not for the mottled water stains on the walls and the damp ground, one might believe nothing had ever occurred. That afternoon, the various units swiftly assembled and boarded trucks to depart the disaster area. Sitting in the vehicle, Qin Luo beamed at Zhao Jumei, squad leader. Having soaked in the water for so long and risking our lives to seal the breach, doesn't that count as a significant contribution? Zhao Jumei nodded with a smile. Indeed, it surely does. Qin Luo eagerly inquired. Then will we receive a third-class or second-class merit award? Laughter erupted among the group. You are quite keen on recognition, aren't you? Qin Luo sheepishly scratched his head. Who wouldn't want to be honored? Really? His excitement was short-lived. However, as the expressions of the veteran soldiers darkened, their gazes sharp and piercing, Qin Luo felt a twitch at the corner of his eye and chuckled awkwardly. Actually, it's fine if I don't receive anything. You all deserve it. So please, don't consider me. Don't be like that. Your contributions are the greatest. You must receive something. Qi Gang slapped him on the shoulder, nearly toppling him. If you refuse, we would feel embarrassed to take it, wouldn't we? Another slap sent Qin Luo crashing down. With a bitter smile, Qin Luo protested, I truly don't want it. Let it go to the veteran comrades. My efforts pale in comparison to yours. They are utterly insignificant. The group's faces brightened with smiles. I knew Comrade Qin Luo respected his elders. Honoring the veterans is indeed commendable. Little Luo, I felt you had potential from the first moment I saw you. My instincts were not mistaken. Several veterans surrounded him, squeezing him in their midst, almost flattening his face against their chests. Qin Luo felt as if he were suffocating, reflecting, what sins have I committed in my past life to encounter such eccentric company? Suddenly, a thunderous cacophony of firecrackers erupted outside, startling everyone in the vehicle. Outside, the streets were lined with enthusiastic civilians, beating drums and gongs, some holding banners that read, Thank you, People's Liberation Army soldiers, for safeguarding our homes. Civilians and soldiers are one family. We share a bond of mutual support. Natural disasters are merciless, but humanity is kind. You are the soldiers of the people, the heroes of our nation. We are grateful for your selfless dedication and valiant contributions. You have worked hard. It's the citizens here to see us off. Zhao Jumei exclaimed, embracing Qin Luo. Just then, several civilians dashed from the roadside, tossing a box into the vehicle. Qin Luo and the others instinctively ducked, and with a loud thud, a box of instant noodles landed inside. Cured meats, sausages, and even a large pig's head flew in, with Ma Shuai nearly knocked over by the weight of a kidney. The vehicle was soon piled high with assorted goods, resembling a makeshift grocery store. Qin Luo's eyes widened in astonishment. This is the citizens expressing their gratitude. Qi Gang chuckled. Indeed. The warmth of the people is overwhelming. Absolutely. The group quickly reacted, returning the items to the civilians outside. Dear villagers, thank you. We cannot accept these generous offerings. We truly appreciate your kindness, but we must adhere to our discipline and cannot accept gifts from the public. Comrades, please take them. You've worked hard. Have some water before you leave. A bottle of water flew through the air, striking Qin Luo squarely on the forehead, leaving him momentarily dazed. Before he could recover, another can of Red Bull struck him on the head, causing him to grimace in pain and retreat. But as soon as he lowered his hand, bam! A pig's head landed squarely on his face, forcing an intimate encounter between him and the pork. Seriously, are you all targeting me? Frustrated, Qin Luo tossed the pig's head back at the crowd. Despite the throbbing pain on his head, warmth spread through his heart. Before joining the army, he had indulged in a life of excess, surrounded by sycophants eager to curry favor. Yet none were genuine. They were merely after his wealth. Now, without spending a dime, these citizens sincerely offered their best in gratitude. As he tossed items back, he reflected on his military uniform. At that moment, he began to understand why Shen Shinran valued it so dearly. This uniform represented not just faith, but hope, safety, honor, and pride. The citizens' enthusiasm remained unabated as they continued tossing items until they passed two intersections, where the crowd finally began to thin. Qi Gang, drenched in sweat, leaned against the vehicle, chuckling, Goodness, this is exhausting. More so than disaster relief. Xiong Fei nodded vigorously. The citizens are incredibly enthusiastic. The man who threw the pig's head sent it back 18 times. How could he run so fast? That thing is heavy, Zhao Jiumei said with a smile. This is our country. The common people can only act this way when they see soldiers. If this were abroad, they would have already been met with a barrage of bullets for throwing things at a car, not to mention throwing objects. Xiong Fei shook his head. Just look at the royal guard of Daiying. If you impede their path even slightly, they will not hesitate to knock you down, even trampling over children. Such things only happen there. Could this occur in our land? Jiang Chaodai nodded in agreement. Indeed, it is better here. The military and civilians are forever united as one. The fact that the common people can step forward without hesitation in times of peril speaks volumes. This bond between the military and civilians is something only our dragon country can witness. Qin Luo leaned against the truck, his face adorned with a relaxed smile. Enjoying such treatment, he suddenly felt that the hardships of the past few days had become less significant. Look over there. What is that? In the next moment, everyone's jaws dropped in astonishment. Along the edge of the road leading out of the city stood a multitude of trendsetters, sporting colorful hair and peculiar outfits. They were divided into several groups, clearly not a single entity. At that moment, they were energetically dancing to vibrant songs played on large speakers dedicated to square dancing. Soldiers, thank you for your hard work. We, the Morning Love family, will perform Thunderclap for you. Music start. The song erupted with a powerful rhythm, and dozens of young people began to frantically wave their hands towards the convoy, their movements swift, as if helicopters were taking off. Simultaneously, another group shouted, Soldiers, we wish you health forever. May good people live in peace, and hope each of you finds a girlfriend as beautiful as those from our bloodied family. Come on, all members of the bloodied family, let us present Phoenix dance in the 9 heavens. Kamsahamnida, accompanied by an exhilarating dance track. Numerous men and women clad in tight outfits began squatting and kicking the ground in a flamboyant manner. As they kicked the earth, they also tossed cement dust into the air with remarkable flair. Soldiers, soldiers, look at us, quick. Another group shouted, Thank you for your hard work. Thank you for your dedication. Thank you for safeguarding our beautiful homeland. For this, we bring you a song from Subject 3. All socialites of the families, sway with me. A smile from the rivers and lakes, forgetting the mundane world. All that has passed is too trivial to mention. The heavens smile, never aging, yet the spirit remains. The moment the music played, hundreds of people began to dance in unison, their bodies swaying rhythmically, smoother than indulging in fine chocolate. Inside the vehicle, Zhao Jiumei and the others watched the vibrant spectacle outside, all rendered momentarily speechless. Zhao Jiumei rubbed her head and chuckled. These young people truly have so much energy. Qi Gang nodded vigorously, though I cannot comprehend it. I feel profoundly moved. Qin Luo gazed outside, a faint smile forming on his lips. Although the dance moves of these youths appeared whimsical, almost like a ritual, and their styles were rather avant-garde, with hair in a myriad of colors. It was as Zhao Jiumei and Qi Gang had stated. This generation of youth is far from a lost cause. They are not merely content to lie back and enjoy life. When faced with adversity, they still rise to the occasion, brimming with vitality and fighting spirit. Qin Luo settled back in the truck, slowly closing his eyes. It was time to clarify some things that had previously been unclear. Chapter 72. Achieving Glory Again. Strength surges. Hey. Just as Qin Luo was lost in a daydream, he suddenly felt someone tapping his head. He jolted upright. What happened? Is there another breach? I'll jump in. Looking around, he saw the veterans grinning as they dressed and observed him. Qin Luo, you've really immersed yourself in your role. One of them chuckled. Qin Luo glanced outside. It was still dark. The clock beside him read 5 in the morning. He let out a huge sigh of relief. Hurry up, Zhao Jiumei urged. The entire camp resume's training today, and we still need to prepare breakfast. Yes, Qin Luo nodded, promptly leaping out of bed. Kneading dough, rinsing rice, lighting the stove, cooking. Everyone busied themselves, and Qin Luo quickly adapted once more. It was as if nothing had happened in the past few days. He was just an ordinary soldier. The day soon brightened, and at the sound of the piercing whistle, the combat class rushed to the training ground. Commencing a brand new day. After breakfast, Zhao Jiumei called everyone to clean the kitchen. Are you all busy? Go Jian strolled in with his hands behind his back, glancing around, while Sun Yinxing followed him with a cheerful smile. Attention! Zhao Jiumei shouted, and everyone immediately ceased their tasks and stood at attention. Go Jian's feet halted midair, and he took a few steps back, assessing the imposing figures before him. Forget it, everyone come out. It's too stifling and awkward to see you all in here. With that, he turned to leave, and Sun Yinxing waved at them with a smile. Come on. Yes. Zhao Jiumei promptly led everyone outside. Behind the kitchen, the cooking team stood in neat rows. At 187 meters tall, Qin Luo could only stand at the back of the cooking team, appearing diminutive compared to the muscular men. Go Jian looked at him with sympathy, then cleared his throat. Today, I have come with the instructor not for any other reason than to commend you all. Joy spread across everyone's faces. Go Jian continued with a smile. This time, your cooking team has truly brought honor to our reconnaissance battalion. He looked at them with a grin. Usually, you all seem like brawn over brains, but in critical moments, you are remarkably resolute. The commander called the instructor and me over to personally commend your fearless spirit in the face of danger and sacrifice. Frankly, it was almost embarrassing. The crowd burst into laughter. All right, enough laughing, Go Jian said in a serious tone. You all performed admirably this time. Without your brave actions during the urgent flood, many in the second company would likely have been swept away. I cannot say for sure if your actions saved many lives downstream, but I witnessed you save numerous lives in the second company. For that alone, you are all commendable in my eyes. Zhao Jiumei chuckled. Commander, you need not praise us. This is simply what we ought to do. Who the hell is praising you? Go Jian shot him a glare. I am merely stating the truth. Am I not, instructor? Sun Yinxing smiled. The commander is absolutely right. In such a dangerous situation, disaster relief was not your responsibility, yet you stepped forward at the most critical moment, embodying the true value of a soldier. Therefore, the headquarters has specially awarded the cooking team of the reconnaissance battalion a collective second-class merit, and each member will receive an individual third-class merit. Everyone was momentarily stunned, as they had assumed there would only be a couple of third-class merits at most. They never expected to receive a collective second-class merit along with individual third-class merits. Their eyes nearly bulged in disbelief. What are you waiting for? Let's celebrate, Qin Luo shouted, quickly starting to applaud. The others quickly followed suit, clapping. Thank you, Commander. Thank you, Instructor. Sun Yinxing waved his hands. No need for thanks. I should be the one thanking you. The comrades you saved should thank you, as should the civilians downstream you rescued. This is what you rightfully deserve. Sun Yinxing smiled wryly. Although Go Jian could be sharp-tongued, he always cared for his soldiers. Qin Luo, Sun Yinxing said with a grin, you are truly impressive. You have only been in the army for a short time and already earned 3 third-class merits. No one among the new recruits can match you. Keep up the good work. Yes. Qin Luo smiled and saluted. Go Jian cast a glance at him, his fists slowly clenching. Wu Ziyuan, you scoundrel. Why must you relegate such a fine soldier to the cooking squad? I seriously suspect you may have cataracts or perhaps even the onset of dementia. I'm leaving. After another glance at Qin Luo, Go Jian angrily turned to leave. He had to find Wu Ziyuan quickly. Such a capable soldier should not be squandered in this manner. Watching Go Jian depart, Sun Yinxing chuckled and remarked to the others. The company commander has that temper, everyone knows. Indeed, Zhao Jiumei replied with a cheerful nod. Well then, I shan't say more. The cooking squad has always been the benchmark of the regiment. I hope you all strive to do even better in the future. Take a break. Yes, Sun Yinxing nodded with a smile before turning to chase after the company commander. As the two departed, everyone exchanged glances and suddenly rushed towards Qin Luo. "Ah, what are you doing? What are you doing?" Qin Luo exclaimed, almost on the verge of tears. The cooking squad celebrated in their unique manner. Everyone crowded around Qin Luo, encircling him in the center and spinning around while jostling him. "Qin Luo, you're amazing. Without your leadership, we wouldn't have achieved this victory. Luo, well done. Come on, accept our affectionate embrace." Qin Luo was overwhelmed, unable to even shout. His mouth was pressed against someone's muscular chest, the stench of sweat invading his nostrils, nearly bringing him to tears. After tidying up the kitchen, Qin Luo stretched and comfortably seated himself on the grass. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the hidden task, flood relief. Ding. System calculation complete. Rewards are being distributed. Qin Luo's eyes suddenly brightened. What? There's actually a hidden task? His face lit up with excitement. He hadn't expected to receive a reward unexpectedly while still completing 2 prior tasks. Initially, he thought he wouldn't gain any superpowers in the near future. Qin Luo rubbed his hands together in anticipation, his desire to grow stronger intensified after the disaster relief effort. It was the first time he truly realized how insignificant a person can be in the face of nature, even with some acquired superpowers. He felt utterly helpless against the raging flood. Whether he remained in the army or not, possessing more superpowers for self-preservation was undoubtedly advantageous. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have gained Beast Mastery ability, currently at level. In the next moment, a surge of immense power flooded his mind. Qin Luo trembled violently as the impact swiftly dissipated. When he opened his eyes, he immediately sensed a change within himself. What does Beast Mastery mean? Summoning monsters? Report to host. The Beast Mastery ability allows the host to communicate with animals through brainwaves, enabling control and taming of animals. Current level. The brainwave can extend over a range of 100 meters. All animals within this range can be controlled with a success rate of 60. Qin Luo sat on the ground in confusion, his mouth agape. What use is this? Wasn't the goal to become a soldier king? To transform me into a super soldier? What is the point of Beast Mastery? Are they planning to make me a super farmer in the cooking squad, raising chickens, geese, and pigs? But he soon let out a sigh. Many abilities he previously thought useless had proven invaluable at critical moments. Perhaps this Beast Mastery, seemingly trivial now, would reveal its true worth when the time came. With a thought, a panel appeared before him. Name, Qin Luo. Age, 20. Physical strength, 35. Normal person, 12. Superpower points, 1505. Mastered abilities, Gene Enhancement level, Punchman level, Super Imitation level, Eagle Eye level, Elevator Warrior level. Qin Luo glanced over, noting the abundance of superpower points. His gaze settled on the superpower points, so many already. It was time to enhance his abilities. He felt a surge of excitement. Ever since joining the cooking squad, and particularly after the disaster relief, he had come to deeply appreciate the importance of physical strength. During the flood, Zhao Jiumei and the others had persevered until the end. Enhancing physical strength was imperative. System, Enhance Gene Enhancement. Would the host like to consume 1,000 superpower points to elevate gene enhancement from level to level? Qin Luo felt a pang of regret. The first enhancement cost only 100 points, and now the second required 1,000. Had it been in the past, he would have been frugal. However, after his time as a soldier, he clearly understood the significance of physical capability. He would need robust strength to face Hu Fei and to avoid being outpaced by Shinran. There was no doubt. He had to enhance it immediately. Ding. Deducted 1,000 superpower points. Remaining superpower points, 505. Gene physique is upgrading. Please wait. In the next moment, Qin Luo felt a chaotic surge of energy, power flooding his entire being like a tidal wave. His body trembled as every bone and muscle throbbed painfully. Moments later, the pain subsided entirely, drenched in sweat. Qin Luo exhaled deeply. He looked at his physique, his eyes widening in astonishment. His muscles seemed to have expanded slightly, even straining his clothing. Ding. Gene enhancement has been elevated to level. You are now equivalent to a top-tier Special Forces soldier with exponentially increased overall quality. Qin Luo was ecstatic. He clenched his fists, feeling as if he had boundless energy, his strength surging in an instant. Chapter 73. This is nonsense, absolute nonsense. With a deep breath, Qin Luo propelled himself forward with his right foot, shooting out like lightning. Wow, that is fast. He felt the wind rushing past his ears, the scenery ahead rapidly enlarging. His speed had more than doubled. This feels amazing. He sprinted 200 meters in one breath before abruptly halting. Just as his body turned, he pushed off with his left foot and shot forward once more. Had it been before, he would have been panting heavily by now. This stamina was extraordinary. Qin Luo was brimming with excitement. His physical capabilities would surely surpass everyone in the reconnaissance battalion. Even if the Tianlang Special Forces were to compete against him, they would surely falter before him. Just wait, Hu Fei. I promise you'll be astonished next time we meet. Qin Luo noticed he still had over 500 superpower points on the panel, and it was time to enhance other abilities. Now that his physical strength had reached level, the rest remained at level, having not been enhanced even once. Although 500 points could elevate all 5 superpowers, Qin Luo decided to be prudent. The Elevator Warrior was indeed powerful, but it lasted only a minute and couldn't be used while running, making it quite passive. The Punchman at least allowed him to strike and then retreat. With a reduced cooldown, it effectively became 2 lethal strikes in a short time. After all, the might of that punch was not something everyone could withstand. The Eagle Eye was even more essential, enabling him to transform into a sharpshooter instantly. To establish himself in the army and earn respect, excellent marksmanship was indispensable. Moments later, the system consumed 200 superpower points to enhance these two abilities. Qin Luo turned his gaze towards the distance, his eyes sharpening like a telescope. Objects far away began to magnify, appearing more than twice as close as before. Qin Luo rubbed his hands together with a grin. If I were to hit a target now, it'd be as if I were cheating, every shot would hit. Suddenly, he felt a tingle down his spine as his heightened senses detected movement. Qin Luo swiftly turned his head, spotting two figures rushing towards him from the kitchen. Qi Gang and Xiong Fei hurriedly approached. What is going on? Qin Luo asked in surprise. Without a word, they each grabbed him, one on the left and one on the right, and dashed towards the water tower. Hey, what are you doing? Qin Luo shouted in alarm. But they paid no heed and brought him beside the water tower. Shoo, don't say a word. Two individuals pressed him against the stove and promptly crouched down beside him. What on earth was happening? Observing them behaving like thieves, Qin Luo appeared utterly bewildered. Shoo. They simultaneously placed their fingers to their lips. The corners of Qin Luo's eyes twitched. He was perplexed and unsure of their intentions. Just then, his heightened senses detected the approach of several people. Qin Luo quickly glanced ahead, but his head was immediately pushed down by the two. Stay still. Where are they? Where are they? In the next moment, the voice of Wu Ziyuan echoed. Qin Luo's eyes widened. Squad leader? Wu Ziyuan, accompanied by Chong Lei, marched angrily from the kitchen to the open space in front of the water tower. Looking around, he shouted in exasperation, Zhao Jumei, hand over my soldier. Upon hearing this, Qin Luo was overwhelmed with joy. The squad leader had come to rescue him. Just as he prepared to stand up, a pair of hands, reeking of onions, suddenly covered his mouth. Qi Gang behind him held him down tightly, whispering, Qin Luo, don't move, just bear with it. Qin Luo was utterly speechless. What on earth are you doing? Outside, Zhao Jumei chuckled, lowering her head as if watching a child. Old Wu, what are you saying? These are all my soldiers. Qin Luo. Wu Ziyuan glared at him furiously. He is my soldier. I merely brought him to the kitchen to toughen him up. How has he become yours? I'm sorry. He was once your soldier, but now he is mine. Zhao Jumei replied with a smile, spreading her hands. Once he is in my kitchen, he is one of us. Nonsense. Wu Ziyuan roared, attempting to reach for her, but hesitated upon seeing Zhao Jumei, who was a whole head taller than him. Zhao Jumei, is this how you steal someone openly? Zhao Jumei shook her head. A week ago, you wanted to take him away, and I had no objections. But now, he has fought alongside us, risking his life. He is our comrade. If you want to take him away, it must be with an official order, otherwise, it's non-negotiable. Wu Ziyuan was nearly ready to explode. No one is taking him away. Hand him over. Chong Lei echoed, shouting, Qin Luo, where are you? I'm your squad leader. We come to get you. Squad leader. Suddenly, Qin Luo broke free from their grip and leaped up. I'm right here. In the next instant, Qi Gang and the others tackled him back down. Wu Ziyuan and Chong Lei's eyes lit up. Qin Luo. But just as they were about to approach, several towering figures blocked their path with a thunderous crash, darkening the surroundings. The old soldiers from the kitchen glared at them menacingly, causing the two to freeze in mid-step. Today, without an official order, anyone daring to take my soldier will face me. Zhao Jumei bellowed, Kitchen Brigade, formation of the 10 copper men. A chorus of old soldiers roared in response. Ma Shuai and Fan Yongzhen slammed their fists into the ground like gorillas. Jiang Chaodao and others bared their teeth, puffing out their chests, their clothes straining as if they might burst. Zhao Jiumei, with a fierce expression, struck a pose, even her pants straining against her muscles. The intimidating scene made Wu Ziyuan and Chong Lei step back in unison. What are you doing? What is going on? Let us talk it out. We're all comrades. Qin Luo mustered all his strength to stand, but upon seeing this, he was instantly dumbfounded. He never anticipated that Zhao Jumei would confront Wu Ziyuan to keep him. In an instant, his mouth, which was about to shout, felt as though it had been stuffed with something. The words he intended to utter were swallowed back, and a warm current surged within him. Previously, he had only had friends like Cheng Haonan, but to his surprise, he had gained a new group of brothers willing to risk everything for him. Qin Luo felt a warmth in his eyes. This feeling of being needed was truly wonderful. Go Jian and Sun Yinqing stood between the two factions, glancing left and right, their expressions extremely grim. Company commander. Zhao Jumei's veins bulged as she shouted passionately. Qin Luo is also my soldier. You've seen it. He fought with us in disaster relief, jumped into the water, and risked his life alongside us. We have shared life and death. We even earned a collective second-class merit together. Now they say they want to take him away. What kind of reasoning is that? He is my soldier. It's only natural for me to take him. Wu Ziyuan shouted angrily. He is my soldier. It is equally natural for me to keep him. Zhao Jumei's voice was even louder. The two argued fiercely, and Go Jian was caught in the middle, his face drenched from their spittle. Enough, Go Jian yelled, wiping his face, glaring at Wu Ziyuan. I already told you not to send him to the kitchen, but you wouldn't listen. Look where we are now. He glanced at the mountain of muscle that was Zhao Jumei, his mouth twitching. The kitchen brigade of the reconnaissance battalion was unlike any other. Zhao Jumei was a level 4 non-commissioned officer, a sergeant major, and was about to be promoted to level 5. She could hold her own in front of the division commander, and he couldn't show favoritism. As for Qin Luo, let him decide where he wants to go. Wu Ziyuan shouted. Zhao Jumei beckoned. Qin Luo, speak your mind. Qin Luo, looking innocent, stepped into the crowd. He glanced at Wu Ziyuan, then at Zhao Jumei, and finally awkwardly at Go Jian. Speak up. Where do you want to go? Go Jian glared at him. Don't be afraid. Is he threatening you? If he is, just blink at me, Wu Ziyuan growled. Qin Luo, don't fear his intimidation. Zhao Jiumei declared with righteousness. Others may fear Wu Ziyuan. But I do not. Your squad leader has got your back. Qin Luo grimaced, feeling increasingly trapped. To his right stood his old squad leader and former squad leader. Yet Zhao Jiumei was right. They had fought together, faced danger together, and shared life and death. They were his brothers now, having already abandoned his comrades once. He couldn't bear to do it again. Qin Luo's predicament resembled the age-old dilemma. If both his mother and wife fell into the water, whom would he save first? Company commander. What do you mean I? Just say where you want to go. I'll make the decision for you. Go Jian replied impatiently. Qin Luo, feeling bitter, said, I wish to go to the second company, but I also want to stay in the kitchen brigade. Is there a way to combine them? Go Jian's jaw nearly hit the ground as he glared at him fiercely. Are you out of your mind? Do you want to merge the second company into the kitchen brigade, or the kitchen brigade into the second company? Without the kitchen brigade, what will we eat? What the hell are you blabbering about?